time they've capped first. It's not about capping first, it's about capping it last.
Absolutely. And honestly, we're seeing Sire getting a little more comfortable on the Soldier, finding a little more value, and that is key. That is so key to get these players activated. Not a lot of swaps are happening, so it has to fall in the mechanics of the players to, you know, hit those headshots, take that space, and use that ability with vigor. And
ooh, 2 players down now on the side of Texas Tech. Going to be a third, potentially just around the corner. Sire has fallen. Alfonso cannot get out of the way in time. 15-player kill streak standing. Pooter Scooter goes down. Does take LRF out of the equation, but a 5-for-1 trade. Not exactly ideal.
yeah, and look at the ults they have. They literally have everything they could ask for. The Hazard ult building as well. However, the overclock, dude, I am so focused on this overclock. This has to find so much value, and it has the potential to do so. Pooter Scooter with a Ursa, what is it called? Surge?
Surge, Terror Surge.
Surge, right, yeah. Very important.
Oh, Alfonso not going to be able to find that early on. The Lucio missing, but if you get the Lucio trade, that could be pivotal for a fight like this. On is missing. Overclock is stuck. The wall goes up, and Sire goes down. Absolutely incredible Hazard gameplay from Clamp so far. Nitrous Oxide going to be standing on the point. They're staggering the poor Kiri. She's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Teleports away just in time. Tracer chases it. Nebris finds it. A sliver of HP on the board. If they get on out of the way here too, I think this is all but over for Texas Tech against Miami University. Down but not out. Can this team turn around?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Texas Tech at this point is just playing with their food. I mean, get to the stagger, getting every advantage. And yeah, here comes the Deadeye, and it's going to deny the Surge territory. And this looks all but over.
Yeah, I think that's going to be it here on Flashpoint. A great opening for Texas Tech. Miami University close, but no cigar once again. A great opportunity to strike in Texas Tech. They find a 3-1 victory to put them 2-0 on the series thus far. One map away from walking away victorious.
We see some great Lucio plays, some great Lucio beasts coming from Miami University, but on this map, they're the ones facing the music.
Yep. Very true. I mean, it is the 12th hour. This final song, Swan song, waiting to be sung. We're going to have to wait to see what is coming up next from Miami University, because this is going to be their final try. If they cannot pull this off, it is going to be a tough weekend for MU.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this play of the game, he's just hitting every single shot, and so impressive. And this is what I'm talking about. Not a lot of swaps are happening. Overwatch, you know, can be very technical, tactical, you know, in that sense where you're switching characters around. But that's the opposite of what we saw Texas Tech, kind of waving at us right there. But you know, this is the other aspect, the other approach from the game is that saying, I don't care. I don't care the counters. I don't care the characters. I'm just gonna play better than the other team, and I'm gonna win.
Yeah, it looks like Texas Tech going to be taking a second here, possibly to discuss team composition, possibly to use the restroom, who knows. Maybe just trying to make the series last a little bit longer. They want to talk about what's coming in next. And going in, so it could be, I don't know if we can repeat maps, so it could be hybrid, escort, or push. And I think there's a lot of similarity in those maps types. They're unlike Control and Flashpoint. So I do think it gives Miami a good opportunity to try and flip the script here, because the style of play has to change.
Yeah, and honestly, the constant engagements of push might not be the best for them. So if I were Miami University, I would kind of be looking at hybrid and escort.
Yeah.
A mode where we can kind of slow down, kind of think and reflect and draw upon our resources, probably.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, honestly. I think Miami getting the opportunity to slow things down, not a bad idea. All things considered, they could be able to go in, find that opportunity to strike, and just look for that clean game, set match scenario. But hindsight's 2020. You got the opportunity to reflect on that hindsight right now, to talk about what you want to do going next into the matchup, what you want to see, looking at the matchup, etc., and so on. But going in, I think it's going to be tough for Miami. They need to look at this as a GG go next, a clean slate, going into map number 3, whatever map they end up choosing. I hope it's a good one for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think anything they pick will be entertaining.
Yes.
Very interesting storyline happening already so early on in the tournament. I mean, Texas Tech, so impressive. Just doing everything right, honestly, at this point. And the loss to Maryland, the loss to Maryland honestly might have given them that fire, given them that fight that saying, we lost, we're in this elimination bracket, we are on the ropes. However, we went 5 maps with the first seed.
Yeah.
We are close to the top. We can do it. And honestly, that has to be the only thing kind of flowing to their head. They're thinking, we won. we got this.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. And we talked about it back at map 1, and I don't think we've brought it up since. It's like so momentum-based. You know, you've won 2 maps already. You've won almost every point, every stage, every map. Like, you're leading in. You're feeling good. You're feeling strong. They banned Zarya. Okay, we'll play Hazard. They banned Hazard. Okay, we're going to play Zarya. You know, it's this terrible kind of infinite cycle of not being able to ban quite enough to make this win, to make this magic happen, to put this victory on their side. But unfortunately, Miami University not able to find it yet. The good news, they're getting what appears to be a bit of a slightly extended break to talk about what they want to see going into map number 3, to talk about what opportunities they're going to be able to find in this map and what exactly it is. You know, the hardest conversation to have is why did we lose, right? You know, nobody wants to talk about it, but clearly there's going to be something going on. Is it team positioning? Is it hero picks? Is it ultimate usage? Are we using them too often? Are we not using them often enough? There's a lot to look into, and I think it's going to be really important to look yourself in the mirror this time and just ask, what is it that happens in maps 1 and 2 that we're going to change and not do in map number 3?
Yeah, and I think a very big question, a very big practice for the coaching staff and the people working with these players is ensuring that we are getting the quality of the players that we have. It's very frustrating. I've understood this personally, to know that we have these 5 mechanically gifted, incredible players and not have them be able to utilize it at their max, be able to get that peak result. I mean, it's very frustrating. But I think if Miami is able to come back mentally and get warmed up, and I mean, honestly, they haven't had a lot of time to warm up.
I mean, I definitely won't speak for Miami. I know these guys decently well, but I'm not going to kind of put their emotions on the draw here. But like, I know that this program, I know this team, they have been through true hellfire. Like, the brimstone of existence has been difficult, but resilience is a word they are very familiar with. They have been in the losing scenario. They have been in the winner's seat. They have been at the highest of high and the lowest of lows, and they have always come back stronger. So as down as they feel in this moment, as difficult as this scenario feels, I know they're going to be able to find an opportunity to strike in just a couple of minutes. We're going to give them a couple of minutes to rally, to get ready for this third and possibly final map. So we're going to go ahead and throw it to a super quick break. We'll see you guys right back here in just a couple of minutes.
See ya.
I do give Venture that advantage, but what can Foil going into the fight? Kitsune Rush out from Nitrous, going to be countered out by Mobilize. It's going to be a 5v5 engagement here in the backline. Venture has the ult in just a second. She is likely going to go ahead and pop it here, but Nemris is not going to be able to find it. Pooter Scooter with the double kill gives Miami the first advantage on this map so far. Texas Tech just under 7 days. Down on the side of Texas Tech, Miami University going to be able to find those numbers and keep them. More importantly, LRF gets 1, but it's just a consolation prize. Going to be able to find that first elimination. Nemris with one of their own. This Venture ult is making waves here when Texas Tech needed it most. Miami University 60%, and I think the numbers are simply too far against them. Zarya, last one standing, sent to the Shadow Realm, and Texas Tech keeps the lead and extends it. Standing. We hear the high noon. We see the Wraith form. The support comes back. Sire finds one of their own. The counter high noon onto Sire. Oh, and there it is. This stage, it's a delay of the inevitable here. Miami University staggering great, but unfortunately, Texas Tech going to be able to walk away with the first stage win. That first blood in Texas Tech 5v4. They're going to get more aggressive. Nitrous Oxide, I don't think is long for this world, but it's Clamps that goes down first. Nitrous is going to be traded out, but losing that Zarya could be detrimental to the remaining members of Texas Tech. LRF tank and able to do so. A 3K now on the board. Let's see if they make it 4, and they will. LRF, he will make it that 4.
The vibes are great. The vibes are insane.
And this is the hard part, too, when you get pushed back into your own spawn like this. Wow! It is just almost. It does come out a little bit late. I think it's going to be too late. Miami University, they have those numbers, and they should be able to win this fight.
Yeah, that's great. Drastically different from how Texas Tech was holding when they had the point.
Whoa! Hyper aggression comes out. The grab into beat, forcing Epic to use that ultimate early, but I think it is going to be beneficial because now Nemris can go right in with an ultimate of their own. High noon, Epic does go down. Alfonso's beat keeps the 5 up and standing, and at a critical, pivotal moment, 2 players are going to fall on the side of Texas Tech. This should allow Miami. There's no point in healing if there's no one to do damage, right?
Absolutely.
So Miami University, they come in, they get a little bit too aggressive, but they got 34%. Maybe you don't.
Oh my God.
Maybe you don't, actually. You know what? I set you up for the question, and then they kind of proved us wrong immediately.
It was over before it started.
Into the hole there. It looks like we're going to be seeing a high noon with 2! Oh, Nitrous and Sire both down. Lucio not long for the world.
Doesn't matter at all.
Yep.
The Tracer.
Nemris able to find Sire very early on there. The Lucio down. Kiri not even on this realm anymore. And Tech, the DPS just absolutely fragging in the front line, taking that back line out, and then immediately moving in because this is going to be huge play for Tech.
Production team, by the way.
Real shout out, Chris.
See if the flag doing work, but the whole spawn, where did that even come from? Initiative with a fight, but here comes the rain.
Where's the high noon? Where's the high noon?
Oh,
and he missed!
No!
And he missed!
It's
Oh! Pooter's the idea.
And as I was saying
Oh.
with the Bristle before, that was it needs to be used correctly.
Yep.
So does the over.
Going to lend itself better to the team. I do give Venture that advantage, but what can Royal going into the fight? Kitsune Rush out from Nitro. It's going to be countered out by Mobilize. It's going to be a 5v5 engagement here in the backline. Venture has the ult. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nittany Invitational 2025. I'm still Septilins, joined here by Kevin, and we are going to be jumping in to map number 3 of Texas Tech versus Miami University. Now, Texas Tech, if you missed our earlier series today, fell into the lower bracket 3-2, map 5 against the number 1 seed, Maryland, and now they're trying to take out the number 4 seed, Miami of Ohio, to stay alive here in this series. Going into map number 3, though, I don't think we know what it is yet, or maybe it's Runasabi, excuse me. Maybe we do know. We've got one of the bands online. It's going to be Kiriko. So Kiriko being taken out of the equation, how does that change momentum for this matchup?
Yeah, absolutely. Kiriko has been played in every map so far.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's kind of a different style of ban. Usually you want to ban towards the DPS or the tank
Yep.
players, the
Yep.
real heavy hitters. But the Kiriko, honestly, I don't hate it. I think this is actually a really good idea. You know, cutting off the play style of the backbone kind of stop people from being
Yep.
so aggressive. You know, cut off that healing. Necessarily, you can't really pair it with a Lucio anymore. I really don't know what's the obvious fix to kind of sub in for this Kiriko here.
Oh my goodness, I'm blanking on his name. The newest support.
Wu Yang.
Wu Yang, thank you.
Yeah.
I think he could be a very good substitution for Kiriko. I think his moveset and his utility are really different, but I do think he's a very effective support.
Yeah.
I think he'd be really good here. I think you could also, depending on how frisky our players are feeling, we could see like a Brigitte. That's not impossible to me. I think a Brigitte is not off the table. I think we won't be seeing Mercy, Zenyatta, or Moira. I think you can kind of scratch them out pretty aggressively. Oh, we could see a Baptiste as well. I think Baptiste is, again, a personal favorite support of mine, so I'm always excited to see him. But I really do think it's going to be fascinating because we have Orisa ban on the other side. So the best tank that Pooter Scooter was working with just fully removed from the equation.
And this is such a different style of play that we're going to see here.
It has to be slower. Like, it has to be.
Absolutely. And we're going to push as well. So it's really going to get more strategical and less like in the moment, I would say. But on the note you were saying about Wu Yang, I would say Wu Yang is a great alternative. However, not necessarily that much healing compared to Kiriko. So pairing it with a Lucio might not be the best idea. I really like that Baptiste.
Yeah.
So maybe like a Baptiste Lucio or like a Baptiste Wu Yang would be very nice. But honestly, since the tank game is kind of changing up a little bit, it might be adaptive based off of that.
True. Typically when it's 5v5, you only have the one tank. It's not uncommon to build the composition around that tank to decide what they want to be doing, decide what they want to be bringing to the table. I think there is going to be a lot of opportunity left.
Yeah, absolutely. And the teams are just getting set up here. We'll be getting into that in a little bit.
Yeah, they're going to be going for those hero compositional swaps. And I think we'll be seeing after this fly through what maybe we expect to see. So, we're seeing some big swap ups here. We're seeing Wu Yang on the table. We're seeing a potential Diva on the board as well. And with Kiriko missing, my brain was so ready for it to be Lucio. I was like, wait, Epic can't play Lucio. No, it's Kiriko that's off the table here. So it's going to be Ana on both sides. It seems Wu Yang comes in from Alfonso. And these compositions are actually quite different.
Honestly, I kind of forgot about the Ana. Ana's such a great option here, especially with Kiriko. You can't Suzu the anti. That is such a big thing that I just completely forgotten. That Sleep Dart, we just see the anti is already getting value, and the Tracer, peeling for your other support. Why not? You don't need a break to do that. And coming in here, just very much slower. As you see, a lot less picks coming through, a lot less trades, and honestly, even with this Diva, it's kind of passive, not really getting to the space. Well, he's kind of proving me wrong right now, but I assume this is just poking and prodding.
Yeah, it's definitely when you're playing that Diva, you want to play that poke and prod play style. But on Texas Tech, they're trying to play like that medium to close range. You want to keep that soldier away, but the rest of the team, albeit the Ana, kind of want to get up close and personal. We see Sire go down in the low HP, but this has been the longest we've had somebody not go down, I think. This has been a really long engagement thus far, and unfortunately nobody able to find that elimination. But even in that downtime, Miami finds nearly 40 meters.
And honestly, I didn't even notice if this was happening at the beginning. RLF is playing Soldier, which is super weird to me that he's not going to continue his reign on Cassidy, but Sire obviously plays with the Cassidy a lot more, and he's going to take down 2 right away. I mean, obviously carrying momentum no matter the player he's on.
Oh, the Diva gets D-Mag. Pooter Scooter will go down. Alfonso in the pocket. So 40 meters on the board. Texas Tech should get maybe 15 to 20 for free here before Miami can go for that re-engagement. So we want to see if that's going to happen quickly, if Texas Tech is going to allow them to get a little bit further so they can recontest later. Anything of that nature could be pretty beneficial across the board, but let's see if Miami University is able to engage with almost a couple of ultimates where Texas Tech is just ever so slightly ahead in that department.
I would love to see Nemris go for early post bomb here. There's no Suzu to cleanse that off, so potentially just ending the fight straight up. But here comes a hazard engagement, and the fight is going right away. What is going on? The ability and the honestly not going down, even though despite being antied, and here's the ultimate, and Nano, Wu Yang, everything's happening right now, and honestly Devo is not going to get committed, but don't know if the fight's already over.
Oh man, just aggression through and through. Texas Tech able to end that with just the nano boost out of pocket there. One ultimate used to guarantee a lead. They are dominating this matchup thus far. Miami showing up strong here on that first engagement, but unfortunately the second one does fall silent.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, it was looking great for Miami there. Puda Scooter is going to have that Diva Bomb. Don't know how useful that will be, but look at this. This is the benefit of the Ana without any Kiriko. The Hazard just gets forced off with one ability. It's not a lot of contention, and when they are engaging, they don't have to engage in a far-off corner. They can just engage straight onto the robot.
55 meters and counting now on. Already gets taken off the battlefield early on. Puda Scooter loses that mech, has the bomb, but the Baby Diva goes down. Bomb finds nothing, and Texas Tech with just those two ultimates are going to be able to guarantee a lead once again. Deep into the back line, Wu Yang nowhere to run. The mobility just not enough, and Clamps getting a little over aggressive there, barely going to be able to stay alive.
Honestly, the Hazard gameplay has been really good.
Yes,
we haven't highlighted it a lot, but just so consistent and doing exactly what he's supposed to. Playing a tank, you know,
and that's almost why we haven't talked about him, though, right? Because it's not flashy. And when somebody's doing their job well, we tend not to talk about them very much unless it's flashy. So Clamps really coming in on this Hazard, getting a great cleanup. Sire does go down early. Clamps able to find that value down and out. Puda Scooter out of mech again. Texas Tech really dominating with this lead to Miami University, just not able to find that footing that they needed.
Yeah, and Torbjorn swap not really getting any value, and honestly, this far into the push robot, I don't know what Miami has to do. They're maybe trying some character swaps, but I mean, this is so difficult. Texas Tech just kind of playing around, honestly. They are so confident. Anything they're doing, it seems to work. Here comes the anti, and the Deadeye shut down.
Well, the Deadeye really living up to its name there. Sire going to be going down in the blink of an eye. Clamps able to find that value, still holding that ultimate in pocket. Has been really patient with when to use that ultimate, and we're waiting to see if they're really going to. Finally brings it out, and Nano boost in the pocket, but Nitrous gives their life to try and bring that to the table. Alfonso missing as well. No supports on the side of Miami University, and Texas Tech just a couple of feet away from being able to win this map. In tradition, it's going to be a huge opening here for Puda Scooter to get that kill, finally swapping on to a Hazard of their own. Stalling Texas Tech for even a moment is pivotal at a time like this.
Yeah, absolutely, but they are gonna stabilize a little bit, looking for the next engagement. The pulse bomb still close to the soldier ult. The auto aimer is gonna kind of tap away. Puda Scooter swapping onto this Hazard is gonna be very important. Very important for this engagement, and here we go. What a nice kill from Nemris. The pulse bomb missed, but he doesn't need it. 2K under his belt, buckled up. And, you know, it looks like Texas Tech is ready to send them home.
5 minutes left on the clock here, so as long as Texas Tech doesn't fully cap, Miami can truly win this up into the last second, if not further beyond it in an overtime. As long as they can prevent that third-point cap from happening, it's not as over as it may seem at a time like this. But it's when Texas Tech gets this cart, what is that, maybe a little over 20 more meters, that's when it really does come to a close. The spawn advantage for Miami University is going to be critical in playing that hyper-aggressive defense. They can get a little angrier with it, they can get a little meaner with it, and they can force Texas Tech to play a little more passively on that performance. Let's see if they're going to be able to find any value here. Hazard deep into the back line. It's going to be the Ana off the map. Torvald out. He goes down all the same. Not able to get that entire Molten Core. LRF trades his life for the cause, but I think the damage has simply already been done. Texas Tech has the numbers that Miami cannot make up for unless Sire finds one. Sire gets traded, and it's going to be a great turnaround from Texas Tech. They keep the cart on their side. 3:45 remaining.
Yeah, I would like to point out the Ana once again, that Antine doing so much, getting at least 2 or 3 eliminations there for Texas Tech. And Clamps, I mean, continue doing a great job. The wall placement, the dive star is so good. And we see a little bit of a message there on the side, but now they're the great pick. But honestly, now what we've been seeing from Texas Tech is just kind of to play oppressive.
Yep. High Noon goes out. This could be oh, what a wall! He's going to walk around it, though. Should be able to take Clamps out of the equation. Unfortunately, though, Nemris in the back line has already found 3. That means there's only 2 left standing. Nemris is going to be taken out by Alfonso. The bonk on the head. Hit him with the Rafiki, why don't you? Miami University's Alfonso keeping the team and the dream alive. 3 minutes remaining, 136 meters. This is tough, but not over yet for Miami University.
The staff feel like Rafiki, but they certainly don't feel like the Kings right now. They are pressed up against the wall and just so difficult. But pushing now, the thing that they care about is space, space, space. And that Puduskura is actually going to swap back onto Zazaria, really looking to maybe peel for his back line. Nemorous doing number, and Clamps really kind of getting the back line. And LRF almost going down there is going to repeat that corner. It's really interesting.
Oh,
nice.
Great shot. Alfonso took a little bit of time to get warmed up, but clearly this is starting to work out pretty darn well here. Able to get into the back line, keep the team and the dream alive once again. Lucio low, but unfortunately just not able to find it. Looking for the stray pick. Clamps has fallen, and for the first time, Miami's beginning to break new ground. They're going to get this cart moving further into the backline territory of Texas Tech.
This is exactly what we need to see from Miami. We need to see confidence. We need to see that potential. We need to see star plays. And honestly, whether it be Sire, Alfonso, or Puduskura, it doesn't matter. They need something, and this is exactly what we're seeing right now. They're going to get that forward spawn, and they're going to look to keep contending. However, Texas Tech having ultimates coming into this, it's going to be very difficult. It depends on whether they want to invest this or necessarily engage in this right now. Turret's going to end up getting taken down, but Clamps involving the rain. And it does catch, but the Zario bubble is going to get it, but it doesn't matter. On goes down anyways, and honestly, Texas Tech investing the ultimates, knowing that they can win this. A minute 30 on the clock. Miami's got to reset, and they got to reset hard.
Miami able to go for that reset here. There's only 75 seconds left. They need to get that cart twice as far as it's standing right now. This is going to be a devastating scenario if they're not able to turn this around, but they're going to have to try.
They do get close spawn, though. That is the one nice thing.
That's true. This is big.
All right, Torbjorn ults. If they want space, that's the ultimate you want, but how much can it do for you? Going to the Zazaria Pokemon body, no engagement found. He has 0 charge. I mean, honestly, very peculiar. Saving both bubbles. Very conservative.
Putting both bubbles down here, trying to find that strike early on, just not able to put it up. The High Noon comes out. Not able to find anybody, but it's more about zoning than it is finding that opportunity to strike here.
Yeah, and the anti-nade is so oppressive, and we haven't been seeing it as much from the Miami side, and I think that's what's really giving Texas Tech the ability. But Puduskura is going to take it out through a 3K and a 4. He'll do it all by himself.
Yep, I mean, it's just another moment. It's the Alfonso moment we saw earlier. Puduskura able to finally come through. Not even really that high of charge. I think maximum of 50 during that engagement. 10 seconds left. They have to win this in overtime if they want to take this series any further. But all Texas Tech has to do is win one fight, and this is over.
Yep. Miami does have the ultimate advantage, though.
Yep.
And it looks like the Nano has been invested already.
On Alfonso, though. They put the Nano onto Wu Yang. I'm not sure why. Pulse Bomb goes out. It's going to be a bit of a Hail Mary play. They do get that second point count coming through. It's going to be 1 elimination now turned into 2 in favor of Texas Tech. They're going to be able to find just 1 more, and it's pretty much going to seal the deal. That's going to be Alfonso down and out. The beat drop from Epic has all but sealed the deal against Miami University. It looks like Texas Tech, they have fallen into the lower bracket. They have taken it personally, and they have won this series 3-0 over Miami University. They live another day here at the Nittany Invitational 2025.
What a team to start off this tournament. 8th seed coming in, just steam throw the 4th seed. Yeah, sure, why not?
Yep.
So much steam coming in, and honestly, like so much flowers going to Clamps, 10th player. And LRF, I mean, honestly, he's got my vote for MVP of the series.
Without a doubt. I mean, a player that has almost single-handedly kept this team alive, kept this dream alive, and just done a phenomenal job at that thus far. It has been nothing but impressive going through, and you got to give it credit. Miami, they come out, they play strong, but unfortunately, just not able to find that victory here this weekend. Texas Tech staying alive, that 8th seed, not the first team to go out.
Yeah, and we're seeing the show of sportsmanship, just to remind everyone
yes,
that we're all friends in the server. Although, you know, lots of emoting.
Of course, of course. I mean, it's a lot of high emotions on the battlefield, but it's about how you handle it when the game is said and done. That matters most. So we've definitely seen a great performance so far, and I believe we're going to be joined for an interview here in just a minute or two. I don't actually know if they've told LRF that yet, but we're trying to get him perfect. So I'm going to snatch this from you, Kevin. We're going to go ahead and interview LRF with a couple of questions about, we're going to talk about both series, because why not, right? So first and foremost, my man here, come join me, smack in here. Beautiful. First and foremost, congratulations.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So coming into this, you guys have come far. West Texas, all the way up here to Pennsylvania. Coming in at the 8th seed, what was the initial thought process? How did that feel kind of going into this?
I think it was kind of a blessing in disguise for us because there's no pressure.
Right.
We're playing with nothing to lose, no pressure. We're fully relaxed, and I think that really helped us just get in the right mindset for these series.
Absolutely. And coming into this, you know, nothing to lose, everything to gain. You go into Lijiang Tower, and it's close, but unfortunately it doesn't work out. We're talking this first series. It doesn't work out super well. What was the mentality on that? You know, the first map kind of sucks. We're not feeling great. Like, it's going to be a rough start. How do you guys stay positive in a time like that?
I think we just look towards what we did right. Look towards what we can improve. We don't need to dwell on everything we did wrong and like, oh my gosh, we just lost map one. Like, we just got to stay. We've played a ton of games. You know, we know sometimes you lose the first map. It happens. Even if it's against a really good team like Maryland, you just got to focus on what you did right and what to change for next map.
Yeah, I like it a lot. And is that kind of the same mindset you share? Because you personally got targeted a couple of times with some bans. You know, we saw an intentional Cassidy ban just so you could not play Cassidy. How do you feel going into that? Because, of course, he's not your only hero, but how do you feel knowing, like, oh, I'm playing that well?
It is a little bit of a boost, you know. Maybe it's a little ego, but when you get target banned, it's kind of like, oh, okay, I was really putting in work, but you know, I play a lot of heroes. It's not just Cass.
Right.
But yeah, it's kind of a good feeling.
And then going in, you guys did the Torbjorn ban. Was that against On? Was that a meme? What was kind of the mentality there?
No, we've done a little scouting. We know they like to play the Torb, so that was all that was. We just know it's a pick they like to play. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you're 1-1 right now, still in the winner's seat, but not done yet. Good luck to you guys in those future games. And we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break here, so we'll see you guys right back here with the Nittany Invitational in just a bit. I do give Venture that advantage, but what can Royal going into the fight? Kitsune Rush out from Nitro. It's going to be countered out by Mobilize. It's going to be a 5v5 engagement here in the backline. Venture has the ult in just a second. She is likely going to go ahead and pop it here, but Nemris is not going to be able to find it. Pooter Scooter with the double kill gives Miami the first advantage on this map so far. Texas Tech just under 7. It's down on the side of Texas Tech. Miami University going to be able to find those numbers and keep them. More importantly, LRF gets one, but it's just a consolation prize. Going to be able to find that first elimination. Nemris with one of their own. This Venture ult is making waves here when Texas Tech needed it most. Miami University 60%, and I think the numbers are simply too far against them. Zarya, last one standing, sent to the Shadow Realm, and Texas Tech keeps the lead and extends it. Standing. We hear the High Noon. We see the Wraith form. The support comes back. Sire finds one of their own. The counter High Noon onto Sire. Oh, and there it is. This stage, it's a delay of the inevitable here. Miami University staggering great, but unfortunately, Texas Tech going to be able to walk away with the first stage win. Find that first blood in Texas Tech 5v4. They're going to get more aggressive. Nitrous Oxide, I don't think is long for this world, but it's Clamps that goes down first. Nitrous is going to be traded out, but losing that Zarya could be detrimental to the remaining members of Texas Tech. LRF tank and able to do so. A 3K now on the board. Let's see if they make it 4, and they will. LRF, he will make it that 4K.
The vibes are great. The vibes are insane.
And this is the hard part, too, when you get pushed back into your own spawn like this. Wow, it is just almost, it does come out a little bit late. I think it's going to be too late. Miami University, they have those numbers, and they should be able to win this fight.
Yeah, that's great. Drastically different from how Texas Tech was holding when they had the point.
Whoa! Hyper aggression comes out, the grab into beat, forcing Epic to use that ultimate early, but I think it is going to be beneficial because now Nemris can go right in with an ultimate of their own. High Noon, Epic does go down. Alfonso's beat keeps the 5 up and standing, and at a critical, pivotal moment, 2 players are going to fall on the side of Texas Tech. This should allow Miami. There's no point in healing if there's no one to do damage, right?
Absolutely.
So Miami University, they come in, they get a little bit too aggressive, but they got 34%. Maybe you don't.
Oh my God.
Maybe you don't, actually. You know what? I set you up for the question, and then they kind of proved us wrong immediately.
It was over before it started.
Into the hole there. It looks like we're going to be seeing a High Noon with 2! Oh, Nitrous and Sire both down. Lucio not long for the world.
Doesn't matter at all.
Yep.
The Tracer.
Nemris able to find Sire very early on there. The Lucio down. Kiri not even on this realm anymore. And Tech, the DPS just absolutely fragging in the front line, taking that back line out, and then immediately moving in because this is going to be huge play for Tech.
Production team, by the way.
Real shout out, Chris.
See the deflect doing work, but the pulse bomb, where did that even come from? Initiative with a fight, but here comes the rain.
Where's the high noon? Where's the high noon?
Oh,
and he missed!
No!
And he missed!
It's
Oh! Pooter's the idea.
And as I was saying with the Rissel before, that was it needs to be used correctly.
Yep.
So does though. He's gonna take down 2 right away. I mean, obviously carrying momentum no matter the player he's on.
Oh, the Diva gets D-Mag. Pooter Scooter will
Engage in a far-off quarter. They can just engage straight onto the robot.
55 meters and counting now on. Already gets taken off the battlefield early on. Pooter Scooter loses that mech house. The bomb, but the Baby Diva goes down. Bomb finds nothing, and Texas Tech with just those 2 ultimates are going to be able.
They are so confident. Anything they're doing, it seems to work. Here comes the
Oh!
MC, and the Deadeye shut down.
Well, the dead.
Very important for this engagement, and here we go. What a nice kill from Nemris. The pulse bomb missed, but he doesn't need it. 2K under his belt.
Let's see if they're going to be able to find any value here. Hazard deep into the back line. It's going to be the Ana off the map. Torvald out. He goes down all the same. Not able to get that entire.
Play oppressive.
Yep. High Noon goes out. This could be oh, what a wall! He's going to walk around it though. Should be able to take Clamps out of the equation. Unfortunately.
On goes down anyways, and honestly, Texas Tech investing the ultimates, knowing that they can win this. A minute 30 on the. We haven't been seeing it as much from the Miami side, and I think that's what's really giving Texas Tech the ability. But Pooter Scooter is going to take out through a 3K.
Lend itself better to the team. I do give Venture that advantage, but what can Royal going into the fight? Kitsune Rush out from Nitrous, going to be countered out by Mobilize. It's going to be a 5v5 engagement here in the backline. Venture has the ult in just a second. She is likely going to go ahead and pop it here, but Nemris is not going to be able to find it. Pooter Scooter with the double kill gives Miami the first advantage on this map so far. Texas Tech just under 70. Down on the side of Texas Tech. Miami University going to be able to find those numbers and keep them. More importantly, LRF gets 1, but it's just a consolation prize. Going to be able to find that first elimination. Nemris with one of their own. This Venture ult is making waves here when Texas Tech needed it most. Miami University 60%, and I think the numbers are simply too far against them. Zarya, last one standing, sent to the Shadow Realm, and Texas Tech keeps the lead and extends it. Standing. We hear the High Noon. We see the Wraith form. The support comes back. Sire finds one of their own. The counter High Noon onto Sire. Oh, and there it is. This stage, it's a delay of the inevitable here. Miami University staggering great, but unfortunately, Texas Tech going to be able to walk away with the first stage win. That first blood in Texas Tech 5v4. They're going to get more aggressive. Nitrous Oxide I don't think is long for this world, but it's Clamps that goes down first. Nitrous is going to be traded out, but losing that Zarya could be detrimental to the remaining members of Texas Tech. LRF tank and able to do so. A 3K now on the board. Let's see if they make it 4, and they will. LRF, he will make it that 4K.
The vibes are great. The vibes are insane.
And this is the hard part too, when you get pushed back into your own spawn like this. Wow, it is just almost. It does come out a little bit late. I think it's going to be too late. Miami University, they have those numbers, and they should be able to win this fight.
Yeah, that's great. Drastically different from how Texas Tech was holding when they had the point.
Whoa! Hyper aggression comes out. The grab into beat, forcing Epic to use that ultimate early, but I think it is going to be beneficial because now Nemris can go right in with an ultimate of their own. High Noon, Epic does go down. Alfonso's beat keeps the 5 up and standing, and at a critical, pivotal moment, 2 players are going to fall on the side of Texas Tech. This should allow Miami. There's no point in healing if there's no one to do damage, right? Absolutely. So Miami University, they come in, they get a little bit too aggressive, but they got 34%. Maybe you don't.
Oh my God.
Maybe you don't, actually. You know what? I set you up for the question, and then they kind of proved us wrong immediately.
It was over before it started.
Into the hole there. It looks like we're going to be seeing a High Noon with 2! Oh, Nitrous and Sire both down. Lucio not long for the world.
Doesn't matter at all.
Yep.
The Tracer.
Nemris able to find Sire very early on there. The Lucio down. Kiri not even on this realm anymore. And Tech, the DPS just absolutely fragging in the front line, taking that back line out, and then immediately moving in because this is going to be huge play for Tech.
Production team, by the way.
Real shout out, Chris.
See the deflect doing work, but the pulse bomb, where did that even come from? Initiative with a fight, but here comes the rain.
Where's the High Noon? Where's the High Noon?
Oh,
and he missed!
No!
And he missed!
It's
Pooter's the idea.
And as I was saying with the Rissel before, that was it needs to be used correctly.
Yep.
So does though. He's going to take down 2 right away. I mean, obviously carrying momentum no matter the player he's on.
Oh, the Diva gets D-Mag. Pooter Scooter
engage in a far-off quarter. They can just engage straight onto the robot.
55 meters and counting now on. Already gets taken off the battlefield early on. Pooter Scooter loses that mech house. The bomb, but the Baby Diva goes down. Bomb finds nothing, and Texas Tech with just those 2 ultimates are going to be able.
They are so confident. Anything they're doing, it seems to work. Here comes the
MC,
and the Deadeye shut down.
Well, the dead.
Very important for this engagement, and here we go. What a nice kill from Nemris. The pulse bomb missed, but he doesn't need it. 2K under his belt.
Let's see if they're going to be able to find any value here. Hazard deep into the back line. It's going to be the Ana off the map. Torvald out. He goes down all the same. Not able to get that entire
play oppressive.
Yep. High Noon goes out. This could be oh, what a wall! He's going to walk around it though. Should be able to take Clamps out of the equation. Unfortunately,
On goes down anyways, and honestly, Texas Tech investing the ultimates, knowing that they can win this a minute 30 on the. We haven't been seeing as much from the Miami side, and I think that's what's really giving Texas Tech the ability. But Pooter Scooter is going to take out through a 3K.
Lend itself better to the team. I do give Venture that advantage, but what can Royal going into the fight? Kitsune Rush out from Nitrous, going to be countered out by Mobilize. It's going to be a 5v5 engagement here in the back line. Venture has the ult in just a second. She is likely going to go ahead and pop it here, but Nemris is not going to be able to find it. Pooter Scooter with the double kill gives Miami the first advantage on this map so far. Texas Tech just under 7 days. Down on the side of Texas Tech, Miami University going to be able to find those numbers and keep them. More importantly, LRF gets one, but it's just a consolation prize. Going to be able to find that first elimination. Nemris with one of their own. This Venture ult is making waves here when Texas Tech needed it most. Miami University 60%, and I think the numbers are simply too far against them. Zarya, last one standing, sent to the Shadow Realm, and Texas Tech keeps the lead and extends it. Standing. We hear the High Noon. We see the Wraith form. The support comes back. Sire finds one of their own. The counter High Noon onto Sire. Oh, and there it is. This stage, it's a delay of the inevitable here. Miami University staggering great, but unfortunately, Texas Tech going to be able to walk away with the first stage win. That first blood at Texas Tech 5v4. They're going to get more aggressive. Nitrous Oxide, I don't think is long for this world, but it's Clamps that goes down first. Nitrous is going to be traded out, but losing that Zarya could be detrimental to the remaining members of Texas Tech. LRF tank and able to do so. A 3K now on the board. Let's see if they make it 4, and they will. LRF, he will make it that 4K.
The vibes are great. The vibes are insane.
And this is the hard part too, when you get pushed back into your own spawn like this. Wow, it is just almost, it does come out a little bit late. I think it's going to be too late. Miami University, they have those numbers, and they should be able to win this fight.
Yeah, that's great. Drastically different from how Texas Tech was holding when they had the point.
Whoa! Hyper aggression comes out, the grab into beat, forcing Epic to use that ultimate early, but I think it is going to be beneficial because now Nemris can go right in with an ultimate of their own. High Noon, Epic does go down. Alfonso's beat keeps the 5 up and standing, and at a critical, pivotal moment, 2 players are going to fall on the side of Texas Tech. This should allow Miami. There's no point in healing if there's no one to do damage, right?
Absolutely.
So Miami University, they come in, they get a little bit too aggressive, but they got 34%. Maybe you don't.
Oh my God.
Maybe you don't, actually. You know what? I set you up for the question, and then they kind of proved us wrong immediately.
It was over before it started.
Into the hole there. It looks like we're going to be seeing a High Noon with 2! Oh, Nitrous and Sire both down. Lucio not long for the world.
Doesn't matter at all.
Yep.
The Tracer.
Nemris able to find Sire very early on there. Lucio down. Kiri not even on this realm anymore. And Tech, the DPS just absolutely fragging in the front line, taking that back line out, and then immediately moving in because this is going to be huge play for Tech. Real shout out, Chris.
See the flag doing work, but the pulse bomb, where did that even come from? Initiative with a fight, but here comes the rain.
Where's the High Noon? Where's the High Noon?
Oh,
and he missed!
No.
And he missed! Pooter's the idea.
And as I was saying with the Bristle before, that was, it needs to be used correctly.
Yep.
So does though. He's going to take down 2 right away. I mean, obviously carrying momentum no matter the player he's on.
Oh, the D.Va gets D-Mag. Pooter Scooter
in a far-off corner. They can just engage straight onto the robot.
55 meters and counting now on. Already gets taken off the battlefield early on. Pooter Scooter loses that mech house. The bomb, but the baby D.Va goes down. Bomb finds nothing in Texas Tech with just those 2 ultimates are going to be able.
They are so confident. Anything they're doing seems to work. Here comes the MC, and the Dead shut down.
Well, the Dead.
Very important for this engagement, and here we go. What a nice kill from Nemris. The pulse bomb missed, but he doesn't need it. 2K under his belt.
Let's see if they're going to be able to find any value here. Hazard deep into the back line. It's going to be the Ana off the map. Torvald out. He goes down all the same. Not able to get that entire
play oppressive.
Yep. High Noon goes out. This could be oh, what a wall! He's going to walk around it though. Should be able to take Clamps out of the equation. Unfortunately,
On goes down anyways, and honestly, Texas Tech investing the ultimates, knowing that they can win this a minute 30 on the. We haven't been seeing as much from the Miami side, and I think that's what's really giving Texas Tech the ability. But Pooter Scooter is going to take out through a 3K.
Lend itself better to the team. I do give Venture that advantage, but what can Royal going into the fight? Kitsune Rush out from Nitrous, going to be countered out by Mobilize. It's going to be a 5v5 engagement here in the back line. Venture has the ult in just a a second. She is likely going to go ahead and pop it here, but Nemris is not going to be able to find it. Pooter Scooter with the double kill gives Miami the first advantage on this map so far. Texas Tech just under 7 days. Down on the side of Texas Tech, Miami University going to be able to find those numbers and keep them. More importantly, LRF gets one, but it's just a consolation prize. Be able to find that first elimination. Nemris with one of their own. This Venture ult is making waves here when Texas Tech needed it most. Miami University 60%, and I think the numbers are simply too far against them. Zarya, last one standing, sent to the Shadow Realm, and Texas Tech keeps the lead and extends it. Standing. We hear the High Noon. We see the Wraith form. The support comes back. Sire finds one of their own. The counter High Noon onto Sire. Oh, and there it is. This stage, it's a delay of the inevitable here. Miami University staggering great, but unfortunately, Texas Tech going to be able to walk away with the first stage win. That first blood at Texas Tech, 5v4. They're going to get more aggressive. Nitrous Oxide, I don't think is long for this world, but it's Clamps that goes down first. Nitrous is going to be traded out, but losing that Zarya could be detrimental to the remaining members of Texas Tech. LRF Tank and able to do so. A 3K now on the board. Let's see if they make it 4, and they will. LRF, he will make it that 4.
The fights are great. The fights are insane.
And this is the hard part, too, when you get pushed back into your own spawn like this. Wow, it is just almost, it does come out a little bit late. I think it's going to be too late. Miami University, they have those numbers, and they should be able to win this fight.
Yeah, that's great. Drastically different from how Texas Tech was holding when they had the point.
Whoa! Hyper aggression comes out, the grab into beat, forcing Epic to use that ultimate early, but I think it is going to be beneficial because now Nemris can go right in with an ultimate of their own. High Noon, Epic does go down. Alfonso's beat keeps the 5 up and standing, and at a critical, pivotal moment, 2 players are going to fall on the side of Texas Tech. This should allow Miami. There's no point in healing if there's no one to do damage, right?
Absolutely.
So Miami University, they come in, they get a little bit too aggressive, but they got 34%. Maybe you don't.
Oh my God.
Maybe you don't, actually. You know what? I set you up for the question, and then they kind of proved us wrong immediately.
It was over before it started.
Into the hole there. It looks like we're going to be seeing a High Noon with 2! Oh, Nitrous and Sire both down. Lucio not long for the world.
Doesn't matter at all.
Yep.
The Tracer.
Nemris able to find Sire very early on there. The Lucio down. Kiri not even on this realm anymore. And Tech, the DPS just absolutely fragging in the front line, taking that back line out, and then immediately moving in because this is going to be huge play for Tech.
Production team, by the way.
Real shout out, Chris.
See the flag doing work, but the whole spawn, where did that even come from? Initiative with a fight, but here comes the rain.
Where's the High Noon? Where's the High Noon?
Oh,
and he missed!
No!
And he missed!
Oh!
Pooter's the idea.
And as I was saying with the Bristle before, that was, it needs to be used correctly.
Yep.
So does though. He's going to take down 2 right away. I mean, obviously carrying momentum no matter the player he's on.
Oh, the D.Va gets D-Mag. Pooter Scooter
in a far-off quarter. They can just engage straight onto the robot.
55 meters and counting now on. Already gets taken off the battlefield early on. Pooter Scooter loses that mech house. The bomb, but the baby D.Va goes down. Bomb finds nothing, and Texas Tech with just those 2 ultimates are going to be able.
They are so confident. Anything they're doing, it seems to work. Here comes the
MC,
and the Deadeye shut down.
Well, the dead.
Very important for this engagement, and here we go. What a nice kill from Nemris to pulse bomb this, but he doesn't need it. 2K under his belt.
Let's see if they're going to be able to find any value here. Hazard deep into the back line. It's going to be the Ana off the map. Torvald out. He goes down all the same. Not able to get that entire
play oppressive.
Yep. High Noon goes out. This could be oh, what a wall! He's going to walk around it though. Should be able to take Clamps out of the equation. Unfortunately,
On goes down anyways, and honestly, Texas Tech investing the ultimates, knowing that they can win this. A minute 30 on the. We haven't been seeing it as much from the Miami side, and I think that's what's really giving Texas Tech the ability. But the Pooter Scooter is going to take out through a 3K.
Lend itself better to the team. I do give Venture that advantage, but what can Recoil going into the fight? Kitsune Rush out from Nitrous, going to be countered out by Mobilize. It's going to be a 5v5 engagement here in the backline. Venture has the ult in just a second. She is likely going to go ahead and pop it here, but Nemris is not going to be able to find it. Pooter Scooter with the double kill gives Miami the first advantage on this map so far. Texas Tech just under 7 days. Down on the side of Texas Tech, Miami University going to be able to find those numbers and keep them. More importantly, LRF gets 1, but it's just a consolation prize. Going to be able to find that first elimination. Nemris with one of their own. This Venture ult is making waves here when Texas Tech needed it most. Miami University 60%, and I think the numbers are simply too far against them. Zarya, last one standing, sent to the Shadow Realm, and Texas Tech keeps the lead and extends it.
Standing.
We hear the High Noon. We see the Wraith form. The support comes back. Sire finds one of their own. The counter High Noon onto Sire. Oh, and there it is. This stage, it's a delay of the inevitable here. Miami University staggering great, but unfortunately, Texas Tech going to be able to walk away with the first stage win. That first blood in Texas Tech 5v4. They're going to get more aggressive. Nitrous Oxide, I don't think is long for this world, but it's Clamps that goes down first. Nitrous is going to be traded out, but losing that Zarya could be detrimental to the remaining members of Texas Tech. LRF tank and able to do so. A 3K now on the board. Let's see if they make it 4, and they will. LRF, he will make it that 4K.
The vibes are great. The vibes are insane.
And this is the hard part too, when you get pushed back into your own spawn like this. Wow, it is just almost, it does come out a little bit late. I think it's going to be too late. Miami University, they have those numbers, and they should be able to win this fight.
Yeah, that's great. Drastically different from how Texas Tech was holding when they had the point.
Whoa! Hyper aggression comes out, the grab into beat, forcing Epic to use that ultimate early, but I think it is going to be beneficial because now Nemris can go right in with an ultimate of their own. High Noon, Epic does go down. Alfonso's beat keeps the 5 up and standing, and at a critical, pivotal moment, 2 players are going to fall on the side of Texas Tech. This should allow Miami. There's no point in healing if there's no one to do damage, right?
Absolutely.
So Miami University, they come in, they get a little bit too aggressive, but they got 34%. Maybe you don't.
Oh my God.
Maybe you don't, actually. You know what? I set you up for the question, and then they kind of proved us wrong immediately.
It was over before it started.
Into the hole there. It looks like we're going to be seeing a High Noon with 2! Oh, Nitrous and Sire both down. Lucio not long for the world.
Doesn't matter at all.
Yep.
The Tracer.
Nemris able to find Sire very early on there. To Lucio down. Kiri not even on this realm anymore. And Tech, the DPS just absolutely fragging in the front line, taking that back line out, and then immediately moving in because this is going to be huge play for Tech. Real shout out, Chris.
See the deflect doing work, but the whole spawn, where did that even come from? Initiative with a fight, but here comes the rain.
Where's the High Noon? Where's the High Noon?
Oh,
and he missed!
No!
And he missed!
It's
Oh! Voodoo's the idea.
And as I was saying with the Bristle before, that was, it needs to be used correctly.
Yep.
So does though. He's gonna take down 2 right away. I mean, obviously carrying momentum no matter the player he's on.
Oh, the Diva gets D-Mag. Voodoo Scooter
in a far-off corner. They can just engage straight onto the robot.
55 meters and counting now on. Already gets taken off the battlefield early on. Voodoo Scooter loses that mech house. The bomb, but the Baby Diva goes down. Bomb finds nothing, and Texas Tech with just those 2 ultimates are going to be able to.
They are so confident. Anything they're doing, it seems to work. Here comes the
MC,
and the Deadeye shut down.
Well, the dead.
Very important for this engagement, and here we go. What a nice kill from Nemris to pulse bomb this, but he doesn't need it. 2K under his belt.
Let's see if they're going to be able to find any value here. Hazard deep into the back line. It's going to be the Ana off the map. Torvald out. He goes down all the same. Not able to get that entire.
Play oppressive.
Yep. High Noon goes out. This could be oh, what a wall! He's going to walk around it though. Should be able to take Clamps out of the equation. Unfortunately,
On goes down anyways, and honestly, Texas Tech.
ready for this.
Robot is moving the barricade.
Bullet spawn activated.
You can't hide.
Gathering energy.
Огонь по готовности!
The robot is ours! Let's go! Barricades moving!
You can't.
Feeble of us. Try harder. Protecting you.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard. Fire at will. We are outnumbered. Forward spawn active. The sunlight soothes. Let my sunlight guide you. Let me balance you out.
Making progress. Let's stay with it. All right, everyone, hello and welcome back to the PSU Nittany Invitational. I'm Cabbage, joined here by Issa to round us out on our Group A stage. And Issa, our #1 seed, Maryland, has already qualified for top 4. We have 2 hard-fought teams that have made it all the way here. Lower seeds, both of them upsetting Miami, Ohio, Texas Tech and Drexel. Give me a run through. What are we expecting to see from these underdogs?
Well, I mean, from Texas, we saw a lot of immediate improvement and adaptability against Maryland and Miami. Their DPS their DPS were great. They had a really strong tracer, but LRF really dominated as Cassidy. That was super impressive. We got a great interview with him, so that was a lot of fun. And he seemed to be in high spirits, especially considering the games that they were playing were back to back to back. Like, they were all gas, no breaks, and they have another one coming up. It's really nice to see how Texas traveled all the way here, and they're really making the most of it.
Sure putting on a really entertaining show for us,
yeah.
right? Especially being back to back to back on stream in very, very fraught sets here. It's got to be starting to rack up on the nerves here of the members of Texas Tech, but the fact that they've stuck through this much and they're still here and still firing on all cylinders, it's got to say something for their resilience.
Yeah, honestly, I can't get enough of them. I'm so excited to see them play again. And on Drexel's side, they went 3-0 against Miami and 1-3 against Maryland. They were able to win that flashpoint, but not really able to hold their own completely all the way through. But I mean, considering it was #1 seed against #5, what do you really expect? But regardless, they did really great. And yeah, they were just really good on all sides. They had a lot of synergy going on, a lot of focusing on keeping their DPS alive. They did a great job of it. I really liked seeing the Reaper play. Can't lie, they were incredible. And I feel like we have 2 really good teams going against each other. I'm just excited to see it.
Yeah, seen a lot of Zarya, seen a lot of Reaper, and we're going to try and just get right in here into game #1 very shortly. But before we do that, what I really want to hear from you is, what are we expecting to see from both of these teams? We've seen Texas Tech play a lot all day. I think we have a pretty solid understanding of what they want to bring out. But what the members of Drexel have in store for us is something we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, I mean, so from Texas, we saw a lot of aggro. They're pretty synergized, really good adaptability. They're able to switch and go back and forth. They're able to go to different tanks or different DPS, just adapt and counter because, like they were saying earlier, they don't call it counter watch for no reason. So on Drexel's side, I wasn't able to see much of them playing, but it seemed like they're pretty big on team fights. They don't tend to do as much flanking, so I'm interested to see if that might come up more. But I really think we're going to see a lot of team fights, and it's going to end up coming down to those ultimates at the end.
Well, Issa, as we load here into Lijiang for game #1 of our control pool, we're seeing a team here from Texas Tech that seems to have a Reinhardt on it. Surely they're just messing around with this. Okay. They're just messing around with this. I was going to say, if we saw that character get locked in, I would be very, very shocked. But with both teams sort of thinking about how they want to approach this, I know that we've seen Dive be very successful in a lot of these sets. Are we thinking we're going to see a lot of that here in Lijiang?
I would say definitely, especially for that first point, I wouldn't be surprised. It looks like they decided to go without a Lucio, which is pretty interesting. A Hazard against a Hazard, so it's a pretty even matchup, and of course we have a Tracer.
Yeah, very similar teams, but immediately we're going to get rid of one of the DPSs here for Drexel. Nemris showing up on this Tracer that has been present in pretty much every single game that it's not banned here at the Nittany Invitational. Members of Drexel just going to have to back up after losing one of their members. And now Hazard caught out, low HP, somehow able to make it out just barely. Drexel, they lost one early, and despite losing the point, they're still holding on a little bit in these fights.
Yeah, also, I'm not surprised to see those Tracer bans. It seems like everybody wants to play her, nobody wants to sacrifice her.
Yeah, well, if a character's that strong, honestly, I really don't blame you. It's always just a battle of who's able to get the angles properly. Unfeatured, though, taking out LRF. That's a star player here for Texas Tech going down, and that's a second one as well. Drexel lose one in trade, but with Texas Tech losing 2 players, it's going to be very hard for them to stop Drexel from contesting this point, stop them from getting in and taking it away. Nemris tries to push them off, but instead, they're just going to take damage for the trouble. Trying to run back here, gets the pulse bomb, doesn't get a kill with it. Instead, Nemris just forced to back away to the safety of the rest of the team. That's going to be 2 kills dropping both ways here as the point still remains contested.
Yeah, it's a pretty even fight so far. We have some ultimates starting to build up, even though we lost a Tracer one. We have a Kiri ult on both sides, almost ready. And we know that those Kiri ults, its first one to use it tends to be the ones to win the fight.
One of the things that really has me curious here, Issa, is whether or not LRF is going to start being able to get a little bit more value on this Cassidy. Seems to be getting focused out early, and I think seeing the performance that he's had in the previous games, it's pretty obvious why. Again here, it's Hazard jumping in immediately on top of that Cassidy as LRF just forced to back away. That's a tank down now for Drexel. They're going to have to be careful. Texas Tech now is starting to push them off the point. They're running down with the Venture, crucially coming up to try and create some space here for the members of Drexel to escape, and it looks like it will be enough. Texas Tech, though, are going to get the point. They're going to take out Venture as well on the way towards it.
Yeah, running out of time, not really able to touch the point. Let's see if we can get one more. They got a few ults ready. Hopefully they'll be able to touch and contest and stall out a little bit.
It's a great jump here by Unfeatured. He's hopping onto the point, just sitting here as overtime is ticking over. The members of Drexel are trying to push Texas Tech off. This is all they have to do in order to just stay in the match, and it's going to be incredibly difficult to get it done as trades happen to both DPSs, but Texas Tech continue to push forward, and that's 3 members of Drexel down. And with overtime starting to tick away, it looks like this first control point might just go the way of Texas Tech here. Issa, it's 100% to 0 as Texas Tech dominate the first point here on Lijiang.
Yeah, especially that last fight, them not having ults definitely didn't help. They weren't able to really rely on anything else, and that last Hazard ult just wasn't enough to keep them going, but I mean, we'll see how it goes in the next round.
And I was really curious that game because I didn't see a lot of extremely impactful ults from either team that really had me saying, oh, this is exactly something that's going to turn a fight, right? It seemed like it was just slow, positioning-paced play. Looking at the 2 comps then that we saw in that initial phase, do you think that just favored the team without the Venture?
I mean, I'm not really sure. I feel like it all just happened so quickly.
That's fair enough. Because
I am surprised that there's I haven't seen any Wrecking Ball yet, which is a little bit surprising. But now we have a Zarya on Drexel's side, so that's always interesting. We've been seeing a lot of her recently.
Yes, a lot. This is probably the most common tank here. At the Nittany Invitational, Clamps, though, now swapping in to the tank role here for Texas Tech. Coming on the Hazard once again. Seems to be a recent favorite pick here for Texas Tech as they start to walk over to this control point. Right now, Drexel, though, have the manpower on it. Venture going for the 1v1 against LRF, forced her to back up now. Realize that the members of Texas Tech had them surrounded, but LRF just going to walk on in, take out that Venture, and Drexel now trying to hold on to the point, but Texas Tech, they're just walking in, trying to clear some area. It's tough to do it, though, especially when the members of Drexel have this Zarya shield. That's why the Zarya pick ends up being so common.
Yeah, just being able to really tap that point and hold it, even though they're fighting right outside.
Clamps going to get the kill here onto the Kiriko on the other side. Drexel now without one of their healers. Texas Tech, they have to sustain through this fight and be able to brawl out. Unfeatured, getting low, but Clamps is getting lower, and that's going to be a finish by the Venture. Both tanks now down. It is just the squishies left as LRF showing why this Cassidy pick has been such a calling card. However, not going to be able to do much against the Genji, and this time the Genji seems to be getting quite good value here.
Yeah.
Close to the ultimate as well.
They're able to adapt to LRF pretty easily, which is pretty interesting. He was really doing well in those last few games. I love seeing him play. Hoping to see a little more. He has his Deadeye ready, so we'll see how that goes. 2 support ults ready.
2 support ults ready, so expect Texas Tech here to try and start a fight here. Here comes the 2 ultimates here, both from the Kirikos. There's the Genji ultimate, though, chasing down LRF. Is LRF able to get to safety? The answer is no. Gambler running through the backline now on the Genji. You heard him call, and that's 2 kills in answer.
Yeah, really targeting on LRF, and it's interesting seeing Gambler. He was playing Reaper, and now he's playing Genji, just doing really, really well. It seems like it's just a big fight against those DPS trying to dip each other.
Yes, exactly. And there is a reason, Issa, that LRF has been the one that gets focused out in a lot of these fights. You got to get that hit scan out of the way here. And there's an ultimate now from Clamps to try and open up the center point here for the members of Texas Tech. They're pushing Drexel inside, but it's a great ultimate here from the Zarya to keep Clamps in place. However, the sustain from Texas Tech renders that ultimate moot as Texas Tech hop on to the point. Watching as Drexel try to isolate members here, and they're going to get that 1v1 here. Venture gets the other Venture. Likely maybe some hurt feelings there. However, the game continues as LRF is going to get rid of Decepticon. Texas Tech now trying to push the members of Drexel off the point. And all this time here, Issa, this point is capped all the way to 96. And it's going to continue to go as the Venture ult secures another kill alongside Gambler getting rid of this Cassidy.
These fights are just constant. They're never ending. It could be because Texas might just be tired and after all those games back to back, but these fights just never ending.
I think you're right, honestly. When you're playing for that long, oh, great push there to seal out the final remaining seconds of that point. But I think you bring up a good point here, Issa, that Texas Tech, they have been constantly playing on stage, nerves are high, and it gets really easy to fall into those pit traps. And last game I brought up sort of the pace of game being sort of a slow pace where you had just big fights happening, where they were methodical, slow trades, no real big ults to change things. That second control point looked nothing like that.
Yeah, the complete opposite, honestly. Yeah, it was like every single time they had so many fights happening so frequently and just nonstop, but they were just popping off ult after ult and just weren't able to hold it. I mean, that damage is crazy.
Well, and the Venture, I think, as well, pairing pretty well with the Genji to just cause complete backline disruption. And hey, if you're trying to shut down the DPSs, Issa, maybe that's the way you go.
Yeah, I mean, I just realized I think this is the first time I've seen no Tracer in a while. So nice change of pace.
Tracer's not even banned, is the thing, right? Both teams just kind of realizing, maybe not the best pick here.
Yeah.
Still, this Zarya is going to be a little bit of an X factor here for Drexel, keeping members alive that really shouldn't be, as Z5 going to get taken out. That's your Venture gone, and that's a tank as well. Still, though, trading 2 for 2. It's just a tank and some healers, but, I mean, the tank is probably the most valuable member of your squad. Look at this Hazard just running down the members here of Drexel. Catches Gambler climbing up. No, sir, you're not going to slip away this time.
Yeah, I mean, those first fights are just crazy. It's completely melted, but I feel like each team just comes back and wipes them out, so I'm looking forward to seeing what happens next.
Really curious whether or not we're going to see the Zarya get something into a good ultimate into maybe a hallway here, because it seems like it's a little bit easier to sort of grab people, pull them all in, but you have to get that ultimate charge first, and I mean, Texas Tech is just denying any opportunity to be able to do that. The Zarya bubble just has to be popped immediately. Gambler now running here at the members of Texas Tech, as they're just taking a slow, methodical pace that we've seen favors Texas Tech. Jump in now from Clamps. Running here at the members of Drexel, trying to just push them off the point, create space, and crucially create time as Unfeatured and Num Nums both are going to fall. Clamps with a double kill, and he wants more. Diving now for the remaining members of Drexel, who have to run away with their tail between their legs here, Issa.
So it looks like we're going to have another regroup. That second fight was really interesting. I let them keep the point up to over 50%, just letting it tick up now. So we'll see if they're able to get another fight off before it'll go into overtime. But Texas Tech has some ults on the board, and so does Drexel.
Crouching Tiger, hidden Venture coming from the side here. Is it going to be able to get anything? Pops the ultimate in the back line, chasing down the DPSs, but oh no, there's way more people here than members have bargained for. Instead, has to try and just tunnel away, tries to get the re-engage, dead on rising out of the earth.
Yeah, a little bit of an overextend. I was just going to say they're going so far back, we don't even want them to get close. But
that was a valiant attempt here, and there's the ultimate coming now from Mobilize, but you're going to lose 2 in trade here. Gambler with another double kill. This Genji has really been putting in work here for the members of Drexel, as it looks like they're finally going to be able to take this point away from the members of Texas Tech, stopping the end of the game. But it's going to take them a long road to be able to get this game in their pocket.
Yeah, I mean, unlike that first round, these ultimate fights are really the deciding factor.
Coming up now on this hallway fight as members of Texas Tech now are the ones who have to go on the offensive. Drexel have a pretty good position here. We're going to get an angle to be able to just keep the members of Texas Tech bottled up. LRF needs to be kept safe. And look at this, Clamps coming up from the high ground, trying to isolate now the members of the backline on Drexel. Instead, though, LRF to start the fight is going to fall as Drexel gets yet another kill, taking out Mobilized. Texas Tech running away. They have to rest and regroup here as Drexel repel them from the point and bring themselves a little bit closer to winning game number 1.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of mirroring, so they're just having the opposite happen to them, a little bit taste of their own medicine. I'm also seeing a lot of the first pick rolls. That first person to go down tends to dictate the rest of the fight, especially if it's LRF. So they're doing making smart choices.
Oh,
on LRF.
That's a huge kill to get out the fight here. Issa Num Num goes down. However, Never's going to fall on the other side. Gotta be careful though. Drexel immediately are going to lose 2 more members. And that might just be the death knell here for the members of Drexel. As their members fall, Texas Tech takes the point and win game number 1.
Saw a lot of dive on both ends, a lot of aggression on both ends. So it's pretty interesting to see 2 teams that just don't give up. A lot of high energy from both, especially impressive from Texas.
Yes, yeah, very impressive from Texas. And I think that goes back to sort of what we discussed earlier, right? That pace of game dictating who is going to win. And longer, more drawn-out engagements where it's just people poking and prodding until they find an opening. It seems like Texas Tech has the edge, but Drexel, when they're able to get you off balance, when they're able to find your back line and just ram it straight between the gap, that's when they make their money.
Yeah, really. I liked seeing the DPS on both sides. A lot of high damage. I didn't see as much like tank fights as I was expecting. I felt like a lot of these last few games have been really focused on either their main tank or whoever they have. It's usually a Zarya. I was happy to see a Hazard that's a little bit different, but.
Yeah, it seems like the tanks were doing a sort of a flanking role, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we saw at the very end that last fight, Hazard coming in from the high ground, hops in, gets some pretty good disruption, I'd say. And when your tanks are playing like that and you only have one, it really does then become a matter of whether or not you're going to be able to find the opponent's backline before they shatter yours.
Yeah, I've been seeing with these games, it's a lot of the DPS are really the people who tend to be like just pulling the game and making the plays intentionally or not.
Oh yeah, well, and especially when we see individual players have such an outsized effect on the match, people really do try and target down those individual players. I think something that shouldn't go unmentioned is Gambler's performance here on Genji. Incredible job, especially compared to what I'd seen from Genji being played a little bit early in the tournament. Took a bit of a recent nerf and also a very hard to execute on character. But by golly, Issa, when it works, it works.
Yeah.
When you're getting those deflections, stopping the backline from being able to stop you, you can create some very good opportunities.
Yeah, it's really good for Gambler too because he's able to play a few different DPS, so he can pretty much adapt to almost anything and everything, and we're seeing that on both sides.
I want to see the Reaper again. I
Yeah,
want to see
me
it so bad. It was so fun to watch.
Yeah.
Give me some Death Blossoms on screen. Well,
for sure.
Then as we think about the next map, right, we saw that Drexel was able to get some good ground when they were able to accomplish dives, but that was mostly because they had a Venture on their team, right? That's kind of the name of the game. So if we're going into another match here, do you think that Drexel either tries to commit harder to something like a dive comp, or do you want to see them maybe roll it back, try a different strategy, because this one isn't working?
I mean, I'm not really sure. I feel like it could go either way. From what I saw before, they're pretty good on being aggressive, and the dive is really good. But I also noticed that they're pretty methodical about when they choose to do things. I mean, I saw when they were playing earlier, their team comp, it's like they don't really do much flanking. They just stick together. They'll go and push a big fight, and really relying on the DPS on that Reaper was doing really well. I'm not really sure what they're going to do for the next game, but I feel like no matter what, each team is just going to keep adapting to the other one.
Yes.
So Maharaga.
Well, and like you said, you get the counter picks and you try and just line things up enough that you're going to be able to get the win. It's just really tough when a team is playing that fundamentally, right? There's really not much to counterpick when someone's just playing solid, slow poke team fights, right? It's not any sort of janky engage. It's just very standard stuff. And so the question there, I think, becomes, Issa, are you going to all-in commit to your own jank, or do you think you can beat them at their own game?
Oh God, I'm not really sure with these two teams. I'm looking forward to seeing it, but I think it would depend on how if Texas is able to defend themselves. I've just been seeing a lot of like attack, a lot of offense on both sides, so I'm not really sure yet.
Yeah, when we're gonna see forgive me for the pun, Hazard being a bit of a thorn in the side of the members of Drexel here. I'm wondering if we see something like the Reaper come out in order to help deal with that tank a little bit more, right? Just something to maybe, if you're not going for the back line, something to help just shred that front line a little bit more, maybe a bit of a change in strategy, or you run the Venture and the Reaper and you have the Reaper play sort of a flex role. There's a lot of different ways that this can go. However, I do hear from our production, it seems that we will be going to Saravasa, if I'm not mistaken here. Let me just double check here, make sure I'm on the right page, understanding my maps correctly. So Saravasa, Flashpoint. Interesting that we're doing it this early.
Yeah.
It's typically one that people save for last, at least in pretty much all the sets that we've seen. I'm a little surprised to see it go here, but then again, if you do want a bit more of a fast pace, maybe this is exactly what Drexel's trying to go for. Knock you off balance, and that initial engage is enough to get you the rest of the way.
Yeah, I mean, and Flashpoint was the match that Drexel was able to win right before in their 1 and 3. So I'm wondering how that's going to go. And I'm noticing that I mean, that last game was pretty fast too. So they just want to go back to back, just make them tired and see what happens next.
Well, I wonder then, are we seeing Flashpoint with the Reaper again? Do I get to see the Reaper
I
that I want to see so much here? It remains to be seen. Either way, though, I think for an initial game, still, although Texas Tech won, especially with a decent lead on that last point, it was still 2-1 in the point count, right? So Drexel didn't get blown out. And I really want to emphasize that maybe it is just hit a couple more of your shots. Because sometimes it's really all you need. So I am hearing from production that we have Tracer being banned out, and that's something that we've seen being picked quite a bit. I didn't quite catch the second one here, though, so I'll get that in just a second for you over at home. But with the Tracer banned out, it leaves us in a bit of a weird spot, because initially both teams had Tracer, right? Fast forward to the last point, neither team had Tracer.
Yeah.
So how effective is this going to be? I'm not exactly sure.
I'm definitely interested to see. I mean, those last few games, almost every single team, they had a Tracer. Like, they had a Tracer and then another flank DPS. So that was really interesting. And I'm wondering what was going on, why they decided to ban Tracer.
So we have an update on the second ban here. It's actually going to be Zarya, which was a very, very big tool in the chest of Drexel.
Yeah.
So seeing that getting taken away, I'd expect them to have a bit larger of a hero pool than just Zarya as a tank, but still, it's not a phenomenal position to be put in if you're Drexel right now, because you want to have your pick of the litter when it comes to what you're building here, because this is your counter pick, right? You have to win this, otherwise you're going to have to win the next 3 games straight, and that can be a bit of a slog.
Yeah, and even Texas had a really good Zarya, too. Their gameplay was really impressive. I'm just disappointed because I love seeing Zarya, but because they banned them, it looks like we have 2 hazards on the board, so I'm interested in how that's going to go. And no Tracer, of course, with a double sim. And, of course, Kyria and Lucio. Both teams have really been playing always Kyria on at least one of them.
I'm incredibly surprised to see Kyria and Lucio on my screen yet again.
Never before seen.
Yes, never before seen. It's not like going really fast is incredibly good. Sonic speed. Gambler on Reaper, all right. And here's the Venture as well to couple with that Reaper. So very, very strong comp at just getting in your face and getting in your face. That's pretty much all it does, actually. Getting behind you and then getting in your face. Sometimes that works better. But Beef Stir Fry eliminating LRF. That's a huge kill to get right off the back. Texas Tech put on the back foot. Nemris actually here on the Genji. I'm a little surprised to see that. We'll see if it's able to get the value people want. Might be able to help chase down some of these targets like the Reaper, like the Venture. I'm just a little curious if we can actually win those fights as unfeatured now. Starting to drop low, but the sustain is enough to keep the tank of Drexel still in the game. Gambler and Stir Fry combo together to take out 3, make that 4 members now of Texas Tech, as Drexel now are going to have their time to get this point captured up and set up their defense.
Interesting to see LRF still playing Cassidy. Always happy to see that. We got 2 on Genji's flank DPS. wondering where that's going to go. And if we'll be able to outdamage Reaper. It's pretty interesting because Reaper's pretty mobile.
Yeah, well, immediately able to knock out Beef Stir Fry. That's one of your supports down. That's the second too. Nemris, the assassin in the back line, coming through, and the members of Drexel are none the wiser as to what to do. Texas Tech, they swoop in, and in a very clean fight with only one dropped member, are able to take the point right back away from the members of Drexel.
Yeah, seeing that same first pick rule, whoever's down first tends to dictate the fight, especially if it's a support. So taking out that Kiri and Lucio, but especially a Kiri.
Yeah, those supports seem to be now the target shift here for Texas Tech, right? They're not focused on the DPSs. They know it's going to be hard to track them down. However, these supports, they're squishy and they're targetable, but oh my goodness, Unfeatured just runs straight into the face here of LRF, and that is your star player down as Drexel start picking apart Texas Tech. And it is just complete and total destruction as the action continues. Every single fight here, Issa, has just been a complete ramrod.
Yeah, I mean, just having to go back and forth, it's just, you don't even know what's going to happen next, but it's kind of hard. I mean, at least if I was LRF, I'd be getting a little tilted getting targeted like that. But it's
Take it
like,
as a compliment.
Yeah, exactly. They don't want to see him because he's too good, but they do have four ults on the board, so this next fight, maybe they'll save him. It's a bit early.
Yeah, LRF saying they hate me because they ain't me. Up into the backline comes Reaper, realizes that this is probably not where I want to be in front of 4 members now of Texas Tech. However, Mobilize does go down, but you're going to lose your tank in trade. That's not great. Beat dropped by Drexel. We'll see if it's enough to carry them through the rest of this. Sustain, not enough to get LRF through that fight, and Clamps combines with Nemris in order to finish off the rest of these Drexel players. So the point now initially captured by Texas Tech, hoping that they can get a little bit closer to those 3 points that they need.
Yeah, it was an interesting beat drop on both sides too. We got one ult on both DPS, but I'm not sure if they'll be able to pull it off by themselves. Probably have to see more synergy, but we'll see what happens. Looks like they're grouping up, going around for a fight.
Oh, this hazard on hazard action here. Both of them trapped in the corner by the wall, but look at this. Venture able to come all the way up from behind. Ultimate is going to get Nemris and still coming from behind into LRF. That's both the DPS down as Drexel turn what was a losing fight into a winning one, thanks to 2 great kills on the damage dealers here of Texas Tech as they hunt down now the rest of the members and capture the point behind their backs.
That was honestly really incredible. I'm so happy to see more flanking now.
Well, it's flanking that does seem to be working quite a bit, too, because Texas Tech, they were doing a good job when the fights were honorable duels, right? Standing in front of each other, trading damage, finding a good angle to engage. Drexel's not playing by those rules. They're playing dirty. They're coming up behind you, shanking you in the back, and then stealing your wallet, right? And sometimes, honestly, at a LAN, it's fair game. High noon not going to go off. LRF tries to stay long enough to get that off. Not quite. Texas Tech, their members falling one by one. Drexel maintain their stranglehold on this point. Texas Tech are pretty much at a loss, Issa, for how to come back.
Yeah, I mean, really seeing that for LRF, every time he gets targeted, it's just kind of out for the rest of them. I was really happy to see a new strategy from Drexel. It seems like because they're both kind of playing the same way, Drexel decided to change it up, and it works out in their favor. Akiri ult coming.
Kitsune comes out as the members of Drexel get low. Z5 is going to fall, and that's a trap here onto Gambler, who cannot escape. Somehow makes it out thanks to some help from the rest of the team. However, there's going to be an overtime recapture by Texas Tech as Drexel smartly back off. Not going to win that one, Issa, without your tank.
Yeah, it was a really close fight. It's getting close as a game, too.
It's a good kill here for Texas Tech. Oh no, but it's a Reaper ult, but he gets killed before it can get enough value. And now LRF just walking down the hazard. Drexel, they extend a little bit too far trying to take this point back, and instead Texas Tech are going to finish that one off 1-1. Next flashpoint coming up right now.
That's the second ult cancel that we saw too.
What was the first one, the boop? Or are you talking this set?
No, this set. I saw
okay.
McCree lost his, Gambler lost his.
We could see the boop off the map mid Reaper ult this time as well.
Maybe.
Alrighty, Nemris is going to pop the ultimate here, trying to find some value. Instead, though, just has to use it to get out as the rest of his teammates die. And he's not long for this world either, unfeatured. Hit him real hard. Drexel just clear out the members of Texas Tech. They got to run for the hills. The second point, initial capture going the way of Drexel.
Yeah, I mean, we have two really aggressive teams. Seeing Drexel alter their strategy is really starting to work in their favor. I'm wondering if they'll be able to keep it up, but these fights are just non-stop. Nobody's getting a break.
It is non-stop action, and honestly, it seems to favor Drexel a little bit. The high noon is canceled instead in order to throw a flashbang, get 2 kills right off the back of it, and that is Texas Tech eliminating all but one as the Venture sits under the ground, tries to buy their team time, but with 5 members on this point, Issa, it's going to go back to Texas Tech now. They're the ones who've got to defend. Drexel have to make their way back in.
Yeah, I mean, they just defended it and they're already ready to start fighting again. LRF is not giving up, which is really good to see. They're really adjusting, learning from their mistakes almost immediately. Like the next fight, they just tried to stick with it.
Jump in here from Unfeatured. Couples here with the beat drop. As EF trying to look for some kind of action, not able to find anything. Instead, it is this constant damage output from LRF. Ooh. That's a triple kill and a total team wipe for the members of Texas Tech. They're able to keep their stranglehold on this point, and Drexel have to go right back to the drawing board. They're going to keep the same comp, maybe try a different approach.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. I mean, the damage output here is just insane. All of it happens so quickly.
Oh my word, look at how much damage the Hazard took immediately to start off that fight. Genji trying to deflect, but it's only buying time now as Drexel do manage to force Texas Tech back into the point. However, they lost a key piece, their tank, in order to do it. 96, point coming close. Someone's gonna have to jump on in. Overtime coming out. Here's the ultimate though. You hear it coming, but it's not going to be enough. LRF just running through on this Cassidy. There is just nothing that Drexel can do to stop the revolver.
Yeah, I mean, LRF's focus is crazy. The way that he saw that Genji ult and he just stood still and was focused on shooting him, that was really impressive.
No boot, not quite going to send Hazard off
so close.
The edge there. So close. It would have been very funny. Yes, it's very true. But now Texas Tech find themselves 1 flashpoint away from going up 2-0 in this set. That's a boop, but hey, it's Lucio. He'll be fine. Ultimate now popped by Nemris. Oh no, he's going to fall and doesn't quite clamber back up the wall in time. That is a massive boop to be able to get. You cancel like Genji ult, and it costs you pretty much nothing now. Texas Tech have to back up. This flashpoint looks like Drexel should have it as LRF is going to fall thanks to another boop. Beef Stir Fry is just on point with this displacement.
Yeah, I mean, he's really taking advantage of the environment for real. Love to see that.
Careful here if your Hazard. Clamps goes down, and Texas Tech certainly now has to give up this point, has to run away. Drexel force them off. They're holding on to 1 ultimate as Texas Tech have 2 with 1, basically 1 shot away from coming back up.
Yeah, I mean, it's really anyone's game so far.
Expect Clamps to try and start this fight off here, at the very least with them some assistance here from the mobility increase from Mobilized. Get that, the Kitsune ultimate, great. Yep, here it comes. Yeah, but who's going to get the better end of it? It's High Noon, and look who's locked in place. It is Z5. However, with 3 members going down here for Drexel, Texas Tech now have to try and make this team fight work. Can they outdamage the healing of Lucio? It looks like they can. However, Unfeatured is going to jump off, realizes that, look, I'm just going to regroup, get in with the rest of my team. We got some good progress on this capture point, but it's not worth staggering to death.
Yeah, I mean, they're sacrificing a little bit of time, but yeah, exactly. It doesn't make sense to just keep staggering. It's better to just group up, try again, and capture it back.
Drexel looking for an angle here. Members of Texas Tech pretty far pushed up, all things considered. They move back on to the point, and there comes the beat drop. Drexel using this to try and make their way in. Unfeatured tries to jump now after the Cassidy. No dice as he's losing HP at a rapid pace, and the HP bar is depleted as Texas Tech also dropped the beat, and that beat is going to drop alongside the members of Drexel. It's 4 deaths of Beast Stir Fry, the only one left. The point coming ever so close here, Issa, to being captured in the game, to being won by Texas Tech.
Yeah, I mean, they've really just got that confidence back, that energy back, just capturing the point. We'll see if they can make one more push and if Texas will be able to hold their own against it.
This one push has to be it, but with Beast Stir Fry gone and your Genji falling as well, it is not enough. Texas Tech are going to take game number 2. Started off a little rocky, but Issa, they were able to find their footing, find that pacing, and Drexel just, they were the ones left off balance.
I am honestly so impressed with Texas. Just game after game, they're doing so good. Really high energy. I mean, they came a long way. They don't want to give up.
Oh, look at this. Gets a great angle, threatens pretty much the entire team here, and that causes the entire team to go into panic mode because, hey, we have to target LRF here, but guess what? Cassidy's not the only one left on the team.
Yeah, it's really fun seeing him play, and once he's like in his element, he's just back into it. It's great.
Yes, seeing these players on both teams when they're really in their zone, hitting their shots, getting their ultimates, getting their boops, like we saw a lot from Beef Stir Fry, it's just immaculate to watch. This is some amazing Overwatch, and even if a set ends up being 3-0, whatever, in one particular direction, it's still games that can be close, and even if the games themselves aren't close, they can still be incredibly fun. Both of these teams have had great moments in every game so far.
Yeah, and I mean, the matches, the fights that they have in every single round are just incredible. They happen so fast, and it's like as soon as, even if one of the teams loses a fight, they just regroup and they come back like full steam ahead. It's really impressive. It's great to see.
Yes, the ability for these teams to immediately take a situation, realize, okay, this is lost, pivot to either another strategy or pivot to just regrouping, going with the rest. It shows that they've put in their practice, they know how each other works, and they realize that they have to do this as a team if they're going to get anywhere.
Yeah, and I mean, it's still interesting to see how even we had the Zarya and the Tracer ban. They did not change their characters once. And it's kind of like, well, who else are you going to switch to at that point? Because we know the healers aren't changing.
They were committed to the choices that they made. And honestly, sometimes it's really what you need, right, is to think that, look, I'm confident enough in my own ability to play this character, or we're confident as a team in our ability to play this comp, that we think that it wasn't the comp itself, it was our own issue. Maybe someone missed a crucial ult at a key moment and that turned a fight around. Maybe someone just was having some issue lining stuff up and there's some miscommunication. We really don't know unless we can be in the heads of the players here, which, well, that would be cool. I started to think of what other things that would entail, so we will end that train of thought there.
Yeah, but I mean, rightfully so. It's like the two teams are just playing tug-of-war with each other when it comes to capturing, controlling the point. It was just back and forth, so it's all really good fights in there.
Well, and some of the things I'm surprised that we haven't seen yet are things like Wrecking Ball. I'm surprised even that we haven't seen anything like a Sojourn, just something that maybe can give you a little bit more safety. I think it really depends on how LRF wants to play, right?
Yeah.
LRF is playing a style that's a very in-your-face DPS as a hit scan, and we've seen time and time again making great use of that flashbang, realizes, hey, I'm a target. If I play a DPS that doesn't have great safety, I'm not doing my team any good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if those next hero bans are going to be able to see another Tracer.
Well, we could from the other side of the field, but before we get to the hero bans, it does look like we have our map locked in. It is going to be King's Row on our hybrid objective. An absolute classic, one of my personal favorite maps. Looks beautiful, has some very neat areas where you can get some pretty disgusting plays, honestly, Issa. And we've even seen a couple of those so far in some of the qualifying matches. I really want to see what these teams are able to bring to a map like this, and I think the bans are really going to color what kind of play that we see here.
Oh, for sure. I was just about to say on King's Row, I mean, it's always interesting to see a ball. Usually see Zarya, maybe a Hazard. But yeah, I think the bans are really going to dictate the way that they choose to play their comp that they decide to go with. Maybe seeing a Symmetra might be interesting. But which I'm actually surprised that we've been seeing so much Sim recently. Makes me happy. I love her, I can't lie. But
she does seem very, very fun to play.
Yeah.
It's the constant, where am I, what's hitting me? What's hitting me? Where am I taking damage from?
And teleporting in and out.
Yes, exactly. It's mobility. We had a couple funny moments earlier today, right, where someone Someone had been teleported in, came in, dropped to quarter health, said nope, went right back through. Right? You can get some pretty comical moments. I'm curious to see if we see it come from these two teams against each other specifically, though, because I just think that the pace of game that Drexel wants to play really does not reflect a Symmetra. Maybe we see Texas Tech pull it out because it can really slow down the pace, make people a little more apprehensive, cautious about what they want to do. But whether or not that's the case, I really don't expect to see it from Drexel here.
Oh yeah, definitely not. I mean, they've been playing pretty aggressive and pretty fast-paced for as long as I was watching them, so I'd be really surprised to see them slow it down. But I think that's what's helping them, giving them an advantage, is just that they're just full energy nonstop. So
both of the tanks last game, Issa, were Hazard, correct?
Yeah.
Guess what's banned here by Drexel?
No way.
Hazard. So both teams going to have to play something completely different. And from my understanding, we have seen exclusively Hazard from Texas Tech. So we're going to see them have to switch the tank that they're playing, maybe even the tank player, for the first time this set.
Yeah. I guess if there's no Hazard on King's Row, I would not be surprised to see Ball or Zarya, most likely.
That's fair. Yeah, I think with the amount of Zarya we're seeing so far, it's pretty evident why that a lot of teams would be favoring it. But I think you're right. There's a lot of really crazy Zarya ults that you can get on a map like King's Row. I'm honestly surprised that it wasn't banned a second time, but I guess maybe if Drexel here is the first ban, they are probably saying, like, look, we want to be able to have this because this is kind of a key part of our comp. And banning Hazard, it's good, especially considering that Texas Tech have made a lot of hay both in this set and in the previous sets they've played off of that pick.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really, when we first started, there wasn't as much Hazard. It was a lot of Zarya and Ball, I want to say.
Yes, yeah.
So I'm interested in seeing Hazard, but honestly, okay, I can't lie, I'm not a fan of Hazard. I'm fine with him not being there.
Well, he's a curious character because it seems that as the day has gone on, both teams have tried to, not both teams, pretty much everyone here at this point has tried to realize that, oh, let's slow the pace down. And that tends to happen at lanes. People come out the gates swinging, and then they realize, okay, let's slow down, just not get ahead of our skis, not overcommit. We prepared for this. And they're going to run something that's usually a little bit more safe, a little bit more stable. With the Lucio ban coming in, that's really going to cut down on a lot of the mobility for these teams and their ability to just do hard engages off of that beat drop. However, does mean Zarya is an even better pick.
Yeah, I mean, we've also been seeing a lot of Lucio. I've been seeing him a lot for the beat drop, but also the speed that he provides. I feel like every time there's a Lucio, they usually match him on the other side because having that speed and having that mobility really does give an advantage. It also depends on the map. I mean, we're not going to see a lot of environmentals on King's Row, maybe towards the end, but I doubt it. So, I mean, we'll see what happens.
That's true, that's true.
Can guarantee there's going to be a Kiri.
There's a lot of walls, though.
Yeah, that's
lots of walls on King's. I mean, you're in an urban setting. Duh, right? But it is kind of a fun little game to see, okay, which of the three supports that we ever see played today is it going to be? Is it going to be Lucio, Wu Yang, Kiri? Haven't been seeing much Wu Yang, or at least as much as I expected from either of these teams. It seems to be the Kiri, Lucio. Of course, that's going to change. I wouldn't be surprised to see both teams pick up now Kiri, Wu Yang. But it seems that both teams do value the mobility and that AoE healing that's provided rather than the ability to kind of help one person get in and dive that Wu Yang really gives you. With that being said here, Issa, if Drexel really wants to commit to that dive, maybe the Wu Yang's the pick they need.
Oh, probably. I'm really sure. I mean, going back to what you were saying earlier, it doesn't seem like either one of the teams really want to let up energy-wise. So I feel like a Wu Yang, we're definitely going to see a Kiri. I'd be shocked if we didn't because her ultimate, the health that she provides is just almost mandatory, especially the way that the game is now. Like, that high damage just completely melting people like crazy.
Yes. Well, and how many times have we seen just 2 stray headshots from a Kiri? Knock out one of the key linchpins to your game, right? Whether it's a DPS or a support. These Kirikos are just an absolute menace to have to deal with, and I'm not surprised that we see them being played again and again and again here.
Yeah, I mean, Kiri's been meta since she came out, really. So they're never going to get enough of her. Oh, a Life Weaver. Okay.
That has to be trolling. Come on. That has to be. This has to be a troll comp, right? There's
keep
no
the
way.
Winston, guys. Come on.
Okay. I'm more surprised by the Life Weaver. Surely that they just do this to start out and then or they're just gonna switch. Thank you for making me believe that it would have been something a little more funny.
We do have a Sojourn, just like
That's
you said,
correct.
an LRF. That's interesting.
I think it's that this map affords you a lot more wide angles where you're not going to get jumped on like LRF has been in the past, right? This could be an opportunity here for LRF to take a lot of long-range duels and really apply some damage. However, Gambler going to run up on Epic Z-Ray, and this is what you have to be careful of. With the double dive here onto the backline, you're not going to have any time to be safe here if you're Texas Tech. You got to be aware of where these two are, and I mean, with how fast they move around Issa, it's just incredibly hard.
Yeah, and seeing Gambler back on Reaper is always fun. He's able to take them out, so he's really just back in his element. Z5 on Venture, and of course we have Unfeatured on Zarya. Two supports we were expecting.
Oh, and the Zarya as well really helps amplify the dive potential here of Drexel, as they're able to just bubble whoever is trying to go in, cause some disruption. Nemris going to fall here to Unfeatured, and that means Texas Tech are once again having to back up. It just seems like Clamps is not really able to get that much done now on the Monkey, as he's getting chased down right now by the Venture. He is actually going to get that kill. Texas Tech really struggling to find a good opening to the game here. Nemris, you can see, switches over to that Pharah. Might be a little easier, seeing as the only easy way that Drexel has to deal with it are hard commitments from this Venture or some lucky shots from the Kiri.
Yeah, and I mean, we do see Nemris switching to Reaper to mirror the other one, and LRF back on Cassidy. They're really
Gambler!
Dang.
Waiting behind in the shadow. Like I said, he gets behind you, shanks you in the back, steals your wallet. Nemris going to be penniless after this one. Might need to call the company and get their card deactivated for a little bit. Texas Tech unable to find any way in as Drexel continue to run down the clock here.
Yeah, I mean, they're not even letting them pass that first choke point, just barely. They seem pretty grouped up and just not synergized enough.
Jericho ults dueling here in the middle of the map, but who's going to end up on the better end? Gambler, yet again, throws the ultimate out. Nemris is just not able to get in a word edgewise. Texas Tech cannot win these trades.
Yeah, I mean, Gambler just bullying the other Reaper. It's unfortunate, but we'll see if they're able to synergize again.
LRF has fallen, has to get back up as Drexel have the Zarya ult, crucially. Texas Tech, still their only ult that might be coming up soon here is the Cassidy ult. I don't think that's going to turn a fight as well as a Zarya ult will. However, coming from behind right now, you see Drexel diving now onto the backline here for Texas Tech. Nemris and Clamps go down. Drexel, they lose Gambler, but what do you get in trade? You got 3 members of Texas Tech, and you force the rest back to base.
Yeah, another focus on LRF, which is really impressive to see once again. They don't want that guy doing anything. They hate him because they ain't him.
Honestly, I really think here, Issa, this Wu Yang is enabling the members of Drexel to play this dive comp. They're just hopping onto the back line, they Zarya bubble, they Wu Yang, and they just create these unkillable dive characters that Texas Tech have no idea how to do with. They need to either slow the pace of the game down, isolate these people, change their comp, or just run it down harder. Gambler, though, going to die. LRF gets a good kill to start off the fight. Hold on here. Gets a little bit of a flank. Throws a flashbang, but has to back away. Realizes doesn't want to take the 1v1 with the Venture. Careful behind as Num Nums is going to fall. Unfeatured, however, takes out LRF. Texas Tech are going to win the fight and finally start getting this point kept up.
Yeah, and they have a few ults ready too. On the other side, not as much. They have a Venture and a Wu Yang ult coming. Oh, last second contest.
Drexel trying to contest here. This is a gamble, though. If they do end up failing on this attempt, that's going to get the members of Texas Tech a lot more time. High noon, here we come. What are we seeing? That's 2 kills off of the Deadeye. Look at that. Suddenly, Texas Tech find their way back into this game. They get the payload a-moving.
I mean, no matter how much they focus LRF, he always comes through. You love to see it.
Honestly,
a little Reaper 1v1 too is pretty interesting.
Cowboys come through in the end, honestly. It's really all that they need. Texas Tech are in a bit of a bind, though. Only about 2 minutes left to try and push this payload to the very end.
Yeah, and we always see a lot of
order.
choke points here too. Maybe not towards the beginning, if I'm not sure if they'll come up that far, but especially at this little turn right here, tends to be a pretty high contest point. So we'll see if they're able to make it all the way through, and if not, how far they can get.
Yep, and you can see Nemris just tucked away in the little hidey hole here. On the higher side of the hidey hole, however, is Gambler, who jumps into the backline, does not crucially manage to find LRF. As Texas Tech regroup, they realize that all they need to do is fade back, wait for the members of Drexel to overextend. However, you're going to lose Mobilized, but in trade you get the tank. I'd call that worth it any day of the week. Look at the dive in. Aggressive here from Nemris as he tries to take the duel, going for the invincibility. Got to be careful now. Next to his backliners, though.
Yeah, I'm noticing these teams like really seem to know each other. They know how they play and they adapt to it, but also they're really focusing on exploiting some weaknesses. So that's always fun to see, especially later in these games as they start to get to know all the other teams better. They're able to make it pretty far.
Yeah, coming up on the checkpoint here. This has been a pretty darn easy push now for the members of Texas Tech. And after getting 2 kills here, thanks to Nemris, and make that a third with the Death Blossom, chasing them down 4 kills, make that a complete and total team kill from Texas Tech. They're going to get this payload pushed to the checkpoint.
They locked in.
Oh, they did. They seriously did. Now,
another 2 minutes on the clock.
Oh, surely. Pushing this payload around the corners now becomes the task for Texas Tech. It's going to be a bit of a tall order, though, especially staring down Azaria.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really, all of their games have been close so far. Just very, very tense.
We have a DPS switch here for Z5, switching off the Venture onto the Freya. You're going to lose some dive, but it's going to be a little hard to get dive in such a channel as this, right? Everyone's funneled into a very, very close quarters. Drexel now trying to apply some damage to Texas Tech. However, just not able to get a kill quite yet. The payload pushes ever further forward. Gotta be careful. Epic Z-Ray is going to fall, but Drexel, they lose 2 in trade. 2 for 2. Texas Tech now, they want to push this in, and it looks like they just might. Unfeatured is the only tank here standing between the members of Texas Tech and getting this payload in. Drexel, they're spawning back up. They're switching to faster characters, but it looks like it might not be enough. Freya flying in the sky, but fly all you can. Death arrives all the same. Nemris jumping into the back, and the payload is going to be pushed ever further forwards. The ultimate comes out, and the ultimate seals the deal as an ultimate 3-0 on that first payload push. What a push.
That was incredible. I saw a lot less contesting after that first payload was unlocked. They just made it all the way through with 2 minutes on both checkpoints. That was great.
It was a great start, Issa, for Drexel, but you're right, Texas Tech, once they got that payload, Drexel just were not able to push them off of it. And seeing that momentum carry forward, I'm curious to see if Drexel's going to be able to push Texas Tech off of their initial defense.
Yeah, I'm wondering what they're gonna end up doing. Again, we have 2 teams that are just big on dive, big on aggression, and it's really, we're just seeing it on both sides. It's just been a close game all the way.
Oh yeah, and remember here, Issa, if Drexel are not able to get this payload all the way to the end, Texas Tech are going to go 3-0, and the members of Drexel's Overwatch team will unfortunately be knocked out of the tournament. Texas Tech, they can feel it, they can taste it on the tip of their tongue, but Issa still got a little bit of a ways to go.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing, they're keeping the Zarya, the Kiri and the Muyang, not
double
surprised
Zarya
there. And then we have double Venture too. And a Hanzo, question mark?
I'm seeing a little more Venture than I expected today.
Me too.
I know that there are a lot of individual players who play Venture, play the pick quite well, and that is a large reason behind why they like to lock this in. It's just a comfort pick that's still solid, provides some value to the team. But it's still a little more common than I think I was expecting.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to go for another dive to straight aggressive, or if we'll see a little bit of flanking.
Yep, Drexel trying to just time things out. LRF, though, instead of being the one on the offensive, able to just sit back, relax, realize that he can give as much ground as he wants as long as he gets people off of that point. And this Cassidy, oh my goodness, domed coming out of the hallway. Look at that. No thank you.
Absolutely no disappointment from LRF. Very interesting.
Yeah, LRF is just not having it anymore. Said, look, you guys made us take forever on this first point. Watch this. Still, Drexel.
LRF Gambler, really strong DPS.
Very true. Drexel, however, look at this. They're trying to get a little bit behind. You can see down the hallway the duel here between the DPSs. However, with some support trying to collapse now onto this Reaper. Here comes the Cassidy. No, not quite able to get the kill. And with some help from the Kiriko, instead able to get a kill on someone else. 2 DPSs now down as Texas Tech are starting to really run down the members of Drexel. 5-player kill streak. LRF is on fire, and it's a team kill here for Texas Tech. No one can unseat this Cassidy.
Yeah, really. They're keeping the same comp, pushed up a little bit high, but we still got a good 2 minutes left.
Yeah, seeing this Zarya duel is always very funny, because it's just 2 metapods using Harden in front of each other. So you know that the interesting stuff is going to happen somewhere else. As Venture going to hop up top, Clamp's going to give the shield, and here you hear it. It's High Noon trying to eye up anybody. Well, it buys some time. Does the ultimate get any initial value? No, but does it forestall anything that Texas Tech might not have wanted to have to deal with? Yes, it does. And look at that. The full hammer is just going to go into the ether as the members of Texas Tech are unseated from that high ground. Members, though, picking off the back line. When your DPSs are away, who is protecting them? Beef Stir Fry getting some good chase down here on this Wu Yang. But with the comeback potential here from Texas Tech in the back end of the fight, Nemris on this Venture is looking mighty fine.
Yeah, I was just going to say, the DPS are really stealing the show here. I'm not seeing as much tanks really, a lot of tank play as much, especially with double Zarya. I mean, you're just bubbling. Not really too much complexity there, but the DPS are really going hard, so it's really fun to see.
It is, especially considering what kinds of DPSs we have here.
Double grab?
Yikes, that grab is going to be much worse for the members here of Drexel as Texas Tech get exactly what they wanted there. You get clamps on the back end. It's going to take that Czar a bit to get back, but I mean, with 4 members down, still going to be a bit rough.
Yeah, I mean, just under a minute left, and that Zarya grab was a pretty big one, so they're going to have to get those ults and hopefully make a good play with or without them.
Very true. However, it is important to note here, Issa, that point is 2/3 of the way capped. So Drexel, they just need a little bit more time to get on this. And here comes the Kiriko ult to try and make that happen. Epic Z-Ray falling is 1 step of the way to get there. Coming down the hallway, we see the damage as Kiriko can output. Clamps falls, and so do most of the other members of Texas Tech, finally unseated with 15 seconds left. And Issa, where have I seen this one before?
About another team locking in last second.
They lock in last second on the point. We'll see if they're able to replicate what Texas Tech was able to do to get that payload pushed all the way to that checkpoint. Texas Tech have to look for an opportunity here as we see Gambler making the switch off the Reaper over to the Soj.
They got just over 2 minutes on the clock, so we'll see if they're able to push the same way.
Oh, yikes. Venture beyond Venture violence.
Fight.
Yeah, chasing it down. I'm a little surprised to see Nemris chasing this far somehow. Survives the pop out of the ground here.
Protected by the Zarya. A lot of synergy and team working together, which is great to see.
Yeah, very true. Texas Tech here working well to try and do some aggressive defense here on the payload. Almost able to get that Venture, not quite. Just needed to hit 1 more shot. Still, Drexel forced off of their precious payload. And keep in mind here, this Cassidy sitting on that ultimate, likely to save it, use it when the time is right. This is a mighty fine angle in order to do this. Ultimates come through, and look at that. High Noon immediately going to get Beef Stir Fry out of the way. And LRF is just walking. It's a melee McCree coming at you point blank.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing Drexel get stuck in that choke point. Just the complete opposite of what we saw from Texas. So running down the clock a bit.
McCree needs, Cassidy needs to stop doing tricks with his gun. He's going to drop it one of these days. You do not want that to happen mid-match. Revolver Ocelot lookalike, I don't know. Just hanging down the alley here as this payload Issa is looking to be moved by Drexel. They get a good flank, but Gambler now has to run away, and now it's both of the DPSs trapped in a corner. Gambler not going to be able to run away, as Clamps now runs down the members of Drexel. Texas Tech keep them off the payload for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, we have 2 stars really, the DPS on both teams, just having to fight each other. I'm wondering if they're going to be able to push the payload to make one last good fight. We have 2 ults on both sides.
Oh, massive Zarya ultimate, but it looks like the sustain might just be too much. No one on Texas Tech dies there, and instead Drexel are the ones who are going to get counter-ulted. And look, the high noon's up, but no! A massive kill comes through in the nick of time. Drexel by themselves just a little bit longer. As the fight continues, Nemris trying to finish off this Zarya. Is he going to be able to do it? The bubble comes through, and it's not enough. Overtime is here, halfway to the checkpoint. Drexel, they have to win every fight from here to the checkpoint, and then a little bit more in order to knock this out.
Texas is just, I mean, they're both so aggressive. It looks like Texas is just barely able to beat them out, but I'm wondering, will they be able to make this last push? Are they going to contest it or just let it go?
It's a tough decision here, and you can see the Gambler trying to just make enough space to make the decision a forced one here. High noon, though. Massive ultimate from Gambler is going to finish off LRF before he's able to get that out, and I believe, Issa, this payload is going to connect here with that checkpoint. As Zero getting chased down by the Venture. Texas Tech now in a pretty good spot, and that's a massive kill to get on the back end. This payload is going to keep getting pushed forward with 1 minute 18 remaining.
Yeah, Texas is just barely outdoing Drexel, but I mean Drexel just keeps pushing. They're not giving up, just like we've been seeing for the last few rounds. And those last second plays are really imperative.
LRF now sitting on the high ground, but you know who has higher ground right now? It's the members here of Drexel as they're lobbing Doom down upon this Cassidy, who's just trying to throw something up top at the members of Drexel. Stop them from getting all of the space they need. Here comes the Kitsune. Is it going to be enough for Drexel to seal this payload into the point? Gambler goes in, but Gambler goes down. Payload now is the focal point of all the attention. Clamps is going to fall, but without 2 of your DPS members, Texas Tech realize that now is the time for them to go. LRF is on a roll. It's a complete team wipe. And with 20 seconds left, desperation is going to have to set in for Drexel.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty low on ultimates, so we'll see what happens. But that last push is really going to make or break the game. But, I mean, we've been seeing them come back from anything, so I still think it's anyone's game. Hopefully they can make another push and get it all the way to the end, but I'm not sure.
Going to be a close one here, Issa. The last hope for Drexel to stay in this tournament. They're trying their best as Texas Tech now are the ones who are in the driver's seat. They push the members of Drexel off the point. Num Num is down, Gambler is down, and the High Noon comes down the hall, gets one, and the Venture is not long for this world. Take a Venture back on home as Texas Tech are going to seal out the set.
Wow. I mean, on King's Row, it always goes down to those choke points. I feel like whether I'm watching it or playing it, those turns, those corners are always where it ends.
Yeah, one way or the other, the corners are going to be the death of you.
Yeah, seriously.
I mean, we saw the issue with this flank comp that Drexel had here. When you're put into a confined space like that, you can't really flank very easily. Texas Tech realized that. They played back. They baited them out, and they picked them off one by one, and then they ran away with the rest of the game.
I mean, that was super impressive. Like, both teams very high energy, especially after Texas was able to win that. That was their 4th game in a row?
That was their 3rd set, I believe.
Oh, 3rd set in a row. And they're just still able to just keep it going. They really are making the most out of this trip. Seriously, I'm very impressed.
Excellent work, honestly, from the members here of Texas Tech. The number 8 seed, upsetting the 4th seed and the 5th seed in order to make it all the way into our top 4. Never mind that, went game 5 with the 1st seed. These boys are here to play. Yeah. And by golly, Issa, they're playing well.
They definitely are. I'm very impressed, very happy to see it, but both teams just did really, really good. I was always excited for that match, just seeing 2 teams with such high energy. I'm a huge fan of dives, so I just love to see it.
Oh, yes. And it was... Drexel had a comp that they knew worked for them, and we saw every game pretty darn close, right? Drexel, 3-0 but close is what we want to say, right? Because Drexel, whilst they weren't able to quite get any games, they came close enough every game that you can see how they said, look, it's not the comp, it's the way we're playing it.
Yeah.
And honestly, Issa, maybe it still is, and today just wasn't their day. However, what really matters when you're at a LAN is what you're doing here and now today.
Yeah.
And Texas Tech are the ones who came out on top.
Yeah, and those bans are pretty interesting too. I was surprised, even when Tracer was out, we didn't even see her at all. It was really Venture, I feel like, who ended up taking the place of Tracer.
Yeah,
and then, of course,
honestly.
the Cassidy and the Reaper was always great to see. A little bit of Genji, which was nice. Little minimal flanking, but just high damage, high energy, high aggression on both sides. They were great.
Yeah, seeing both teams stray away from Tracer was a little bit surprising to me. I think you're picking picks that do something similar, right? You're harassing the backline, finding flanks, getting good kills, and ideally having ultimates that can follow up off of what other people have. However, I think it just tended to work a little bit better when they were able to be a little bit more of a team player, right? Venture has some CC, has a wider AoE on the ultimate. And then if you look at a character like Genji, a little more mobile, able to assist the team or just triage wherever is needed in the comp. So seeing a lack of Tracer now, I'm wondering if other teams are going to see that, take note, and maybe adapt their game plan?
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering. I still think it comes a lot down to the maps that it's on. I was still, even though Lucio was banned for that last one.
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, I was just thinking with the mobility, I wonder if that has anything to do with it, but...
Yeah, so we're also, I believe we have the group results for this part of the tournament. Now, for those of you at home, we have what is essentially 2 double elimination brackets. Each team's of 4, Group A and Group B. This was Group A. It consisted of Maryland, Texas Tech, Drexel, and Miami. And it's essentially you win 2 and you make it out. If you unfortunately lose 2, well, you're going to go home. So Miami, the number 4 seed, actually going down 0-2. Unfortunately, not able to get any games in edgewise either. Yeah. Drexel, we just saw, 1-2. Still admirable performance, just not quite able to make it the rest of the way.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're seeing from Miami, I was pretty surprised because they were doing great. And Drexel, I feel like we're seeing kind of similar to what we saw before, or at least from their results before. So it's just about the same, but I mean, they really were doing pretty well. Even considering that it was 1-2, I feel like overall, all of their fights were really good. They were super, super close, just not able to tip over that edge.
Yeah, I'm honestly thoroughly impressed with pretty much every team that's come here because I haven't really seen a game that's a legitimate actual blowout, right? I haven't seen a game where it's just one team destroying the other and you know it's a foregone conclusion at the end of the day. We've seen so many games turn around. We've seen so many games that have maybe started out one way, shifted back the other, and then gone back to who was initially winning. But it's enough to keep you on the edge of your seat, which, I mean, for me on the cast, I think it's a heck of a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's definitely. Those games that are just complete washes, it's just after a while, it's a little bit sad. But I think everything here has just been really, really good.
Oh, yeah.
I'm also very impressed with all the teams so far. I'm really happy to see.
It's been a very busy day. And what's weird is that in my head, I'm thinking it's like 7 or 8 p.m. It's 3:42.
I mean, we've been here all day. Like,
oh, yeah.
We still got a ways to go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
How many games we have going on
we
next?
still have an entire group to go. Oh, goodness. Yeah, well, and guess who's up next? It's Penn State, our home university, the turf upon which this very tournament is taking place. Penn State. Thank you very much for that one. So Penn State's group is going to be the remaining players that remaining teams that we haven't seen in this Group A. So Group B consists of, I believe, Penn State, Alvernia, Syracuse, and University of Michigan as their teams. So I believe we're seeing Penn State versus Michigan on the stream, and then on the side, I think going on actually right now is Alvernia and Syracuse.
Yeah.
We're a little bit staggered now, but we're going to start getting those matches through after this. But honestly, Issa, it's just been an absolutely incredible day so far. Every team seems to be bringing their A game, and that's really what you want to see at a LAN.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially considering how far people have come from, and they must have gotten up. I know people were up early. I woke up at 6 o'clock, and I saw that somebody was already on the road. I was like, safe travels, guys.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, people didn't really seem tired. They just seemed people got here, and they were locked in. Like, they were ready to go. And I love to see it. It's really paying off. Everybody's doing great so far.
Oh, yeah. When you're here, when you're with your friends, when you're with people who are passionate about the same things that you are, you can just feed off that energy, right? Even if you got 3 hours of sleep, myself included. Even if you might be a little bit under the weather, myself included. It's still going to give you enough to go that extra mile and get it done. And that's really what the members of Texas Tech did. Remember, they took 3 gosh darn flights in order to get here. Right? It was a rough road for them to actually be able to make it here in the first place, and then to be able to go from the 8th seed, usurping the role of now the 4th seed going into the bracket, going to be playing the person coming from winner's side in group number 2, or group B, I guess to use proper terminology. It's a much better position than they were in initially. Now, the prospective team to make it out winner's side of group B is Penn State, who has a very, very, very stacked roster, and we can see them actually hopping onto the setup right now. But it's still going to be tough. I think that so far, Texas Tech has put in a pretty admirable performance, but I think their limits are really going to be tested like they were against Maryland, against a team like Penn State, assuming Penn State makes it out. Because as we've seen so far, being seeded well doesn't necessarily equate with how you get out of the pool. So still, a lot of matches still to be played here, the entirety of Group B. We're going to be right back with those after we go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We got more action coming right up. But instead, they're just going to take damage for the trouble. Trying to run back here. Gets the pulse bomb. Doesn't get a kill with it. 2 kills dropping both ways here as the point still remains contested. It looks like it will be enough. Texas Tech, though, are going to get the point. They're going to take out Venture as well on the way towards it. Time starting to tick away. It looks like this first control point might just go the way of Texas Tech here. Issa, it's 100%. Lamp's going to get the kill here onto the Kiriko on the other side. Drexel now without one of their healers. Texas Tech, they have to sustain through this fight and be able to brawl out unfeatured. Getting low, but Clamps is getting lower, and that's going to be a finish by the Venture. Both tanks now down. There's the Genji ultimate, though. Chasing down LRF. Is LRF able to get to safety? The answer is no. Gambler running through the backline now on the Genji. You heard him call, and that's 2 kills in answer.
They're really targeting on LRF, and it's in
6. And it's going to continue to go as the Venture ult secures another kill alongside Gambler getting rid of this Cassidy.
Yeah, these fights are just
some healers, but I mean, the tank is probably the most valuable member of your squad. Look at this Hazard just running down the members here of Drexel. Trying to just push them off the point, create space, and crucially create time as Unfeatured and Num-Nums both are going to fall, rising out of the earth.
Yeah, a little bit of an overextend. I was just going to say they're going so far back, we don't even want them to get close.
That was a valiant attempt here, and there's the ultimate coming now from Mobilize, but you're going to lose 2 in trade here. Gambler with another double kill. This Genji, as it looks like they're finally going to be able to take this point away from the members of Texas Tech, stopping the end of the game. And that might just be the death knell here for the members of Drexel. As their members fall, Texas Tech takes the point and win game number 1.
Saw a lot of dive.
Tank of Drexel still in the game. Gambler and Stir Fry combo together to take out 3, make that 4 members now. Well, immediately able to knock out Beef Stir Fry. That's one of your supports down. That's the second too. Nemris, the assassin in the back line, coming through, and the members of Drexel are none the wiser as to what to do. Texas Tech, they swoop in, and in a very clean fight with these supports. They're squishy and they're targetable, but oh my goodness, Unfeatured just runs straight into the face here of LRF, and that is your star player in order to finish off the rest of these Drexel players. So the point now initially captured by Texas Tech. Thanks to 2 great kills on the damage dealers here of Texas Tech as they hunt down now the rest of the members and capture the point behind their backs. Tsune comes out as the members of Drexel get low. Z5 is going to fall, and that's a trap here onto Gambler, who cannot escape. somehow makes it out thanks to some help from the rest of the team. However, there's going to be an overtime recapture by Texas Tech as Drexel smartly back on.
Just non-stop. Nobody's getting a break.
It is non-stop action, and honestly, it seems to favor Drexel a little bit. The high noon is canceled instead in order to throw a flashbang, get 2 kills. Right, unfeatured couples here with the beat drop. ZF trying to look for some kind of action, not able to find anything. Instead, it is this constant damage output from LRF. That's a triple kill and a total team wipe. 6 point coming close. Someone's gonna have to jump on in. Overtime coming out. Here's the ultimate though. You hear it coming, but it's not gonna be enough. LRF just running through on this Cassidy. There is just nothing that Drexel can do to stop the revolver. Comes. Yeah, but who's going to get the better end of it? It's high noon, and look who's locked in place. It is Z5. However, HP bar is depleted as Texas Tech also dropped the beat, and that beat is going to drop alongside the members of Drexel. It's
be able to hold their own against it.
This one push has to be it, but with Beast Stir Fry gone and your Genji falling as well, it is not enough to fall here to unfeatured, and that means Texas Tech are once again having to back up. It just seems like Clamps is not really able to get that much done now on the Monkey as he's getting chased down right now by the Venture. He is actually going to get that kill. Texas Tech really struggling. Jericho ults dueling here in the middle of the map, but who's going to end up on the better end? Gambler yet again throws the ultimate out and never die. LRF gets a good kill to start off the fight. Hold on here. Gets a little bit of a flank. Throws a flashbang, but has to back away. Realizes doesn't want to take the 1v1 with the Venture. Careful behind as Num Nums is going to fall. Unfeatured, however, takes out LRF. Texas Tech. Texas Tech a lot more time. High noon. Here we come. What are we seeing? That's 2 kills off of the Deadeye. Look at that point here. This has been a pretty darn easy push now for the members of Texas Tech. And after getting 2 kills here, thanks to Nemris, and make that a 3rd with the Death Blossom, chasing them down 4 kills, make that a complete and total team kill. Sit back, relax, realize that he can give as much ground as he wants as long as he gets people off of that point. And this Cassidy, oh my goodness, 2 DPSs now down as Texas Tech are starting to really run down the members of Drexel. 5 of Texas Tech are unseated from that high ground. Members, though, picking off the back line. When your DPSs are away, who is protecting them? Beast Stir Fry getting some good chase down here on this Wu Yang, but with the comeback potential here from Texas Tech in the back end of the...
Really fun to see.
It is, especially considering what kinds of DPSs we have here. Oh, no! Yikes, that grab is going to be much worse for the members here. Texas Tech dies there, and instead Drexel are the ones who are going to get counter-ulted. And look, the high noon's up, but no, a massive kill comes through to be able to do it. The bubble comes through, and it's not enough. Overtime is here, halfway to the check. Gambler goes in, but Gambler goes down. Payload now is the focal point of all the attention. Clamps is going to fall, but without 2 of your DPS members. Texas Tech realize that now is the time for them to go. LRF is on a roll. It's a complete team wipe. The high noon comes down the hall, gets 1, and the Venture is not long for this world. Take a Venture back on home as Texas Tech are going to seal out the set.
Wow. I mean, on King's Row, it
tries to push them off, but instead, it is going to take damage for the trouble. Trying to run back here, gets the pulse bomb, doesn't get a kill with it. 2 kills dropping both ways here as the point still remains contested. It looks like it will be enough. Texas Tech, though, are going to get the point. They're going to take out Venture as well on the way towards it. Time starting to tick away. It looks like this first control point might just go the way of Texas Tech here. Issa, it's 100%. Clamps going to get the kill here onto the Kiriko on the other side. Drexel now without one of their healers. Texas Tech, they have to sustain through this fight and be able to brawl out. Unfeatured, getting low, but Clamps is getting lower, and that's going to be a finish by the Venture. Both tanks now down. There's the Genji ultimate, though, chasing down LRF. Is LRF able to get to safety? The answer is no. Gambler running through the backline now on the Genji. You heard him call, and that's 2 kills in answer.
They're really targeting on LRF, and it's in
6, and it's going to continue to go as the Venture ult secures another kill alongside Gambler getting rid of this Cassidy.
Yeah, these fights are just
some healers, but I mean, the tank is probably the most valuable member of your squad. Look at this Hazard just running down the members here of Drexel. Trying to just push them off the point, create space, and crucially create time as Unfeatured and Numnums both are going to fall, rising out of the earth.
Yeah, a little bit of an overextend. I was just going to say they're going so far back, we don't even want them to get close.
That was a valiant attempt here, and there's the ultimate coming now from Mobilize, but you're going to lose two in trade here. Gambler with another double kill. This Genji, as it looks like they're finally going to be able to take this point away from the members of Texas Tech, stopping the end of the game. And that might just be the death knell here for the members of Drexel. As their members fall, Texas Tech takes the point and win game number 1.
Saw a lot of dive.
Tank of Drexel still in the game. Gambler and Stir Fry combo together to take out 3, make that 4 members now. Well, immediately able to knock out Beef Stir Fry. That's one of your supports down. That's the second too. Nemris, the assassin in the back line, coming through, and the members of Drexel are none the wiser as to what to do. Texas Tech, they swoop in, and in a very clean fight with these supports. They're squishy and they're targetable, but oh my goodness, Unfeatured just runs straight into the face here of LRF, and that is your star player in order to finish off the rest of these Drexel players. So the point now, initially captured by Texas Tech. Thanks to 2 great kills on the damage dealers here of Texas Tech as they hunt down now the rest of the members and capture the point behind their backs. Sune comes out as the members of Drexel get low. Z5 is going to fall, and that's a trap here onto Gambler, who cannot escape. Somehow makes it out thanks to some help from the rest of the team. However, there's going to be an overtime recapture by Texas Tech as Drexel smartly back on.
Just non-stop, nobody's getting a break.
It is non-stop action, and honestly, it seems to favor Drexel a little bit. The High Noon is canceled instead in order to throw a flashbang, get 2 kills. Right, Unfeatured couples here with the beat drop. ZF trying to look for some kind of action, not able to find anything. Instead, it is this constant damage output from LRF. That's a triple kill and a total team wipe. 6. Point coming close. Someone's going to have to jump on in. Overtime coming out. Here's the ultimate, though. You hear it coming, but it's not going to be enough. LRF just running through on this Cassidy. There is just nothing that Drexel can do to stop the revolver. Comes. Yeah, but who's going to get the better end of it? It's High Noon, and look who's locked in place. It is Z5. However, HP bar is depleted as Texas Tech also dropped the beat, and that beat is going to drop alongside the members of Drexel. It's
able to hold their own against it.
This one push has to be it, but with Beast Stir Fry gone and your Genji falling as well, it is not enough to fall here to Unfeatured, and that means Texas Tech are once again having to back up. It just seems like Clamps is not really able to get that much done now on the Monkey as he's getting chased down right now by the Venture. He is actually going to get that kill. Texas Tech really struggling. Jericho ults dueling here in the middle of the map, but who's going to end up on the better end? Gambler yet again throws the ultimate out and never die. LRF gets a good kill to start off the fight. Hold on here. Gets a little bit of a flank. Throws a flashbang, but has to back away. Realizes doesn't want to take the 1v1 with the Venture. Careful behind as Numnums is going to fall. Unfeatured, however, takes out LRF. Texas Tech. Texas Tech a lot more time. High Noon, here we come. What are we seeing? That's 2 kills off of the Deadeye. Look at that point here. This has been a pretty darn easy push now for the members of Texas Tech. And after getting 2 kills here, thanks to Nemris, and make that a 3rd with the Death Blossom, chasing them down 4 kills, make that a complete and total team kill. Sit back, relax, realize that he can give as much ground as he wants as long as he gets people off of that point. And this Cassidy, oh my goodness, 2 DPSs now down as Texas Tech are starting to really run down the members of Drexel. 5 of Texas Tech are unseated from that high ground. Members, though, picking off the back line. When your DPSs are away, who is protecting them? Beef Stir Fry getting some good chase down here on this Wu Yang, but with the comeback potential here from Texas Tech in the back end of the...
Really fun to see.
It is, especially considering what kinds of DPSs we have here. Oh, no! Yikes, that grab is going to be much worse for the members here. Texas Tech dies there, and instead Drexel are the ones who are going to get counter-ulted. And look, the high noon's up, but no, a massive kill comes through to be able to do it. The bubble comes through, and it's not enough. Overtime is here, halfway to the check. Gambler goes in, but Gambler goes down. Payload now is the focal point of all the attention. Clamps is going to fall, but without two of your DPS members, Texas Tech realize that now is the time for them to go. LRF is on a roll. It's a complete team wipe. The high noon comes down the hall, gets one, and the Venture is not long for this world. Take a Venture back on home as Texas Tech are going to seal out the set.
I mean, on King's Row, it
tries to push them off, but instead, they're just going to take damage for the trouble. Trying to run back here, gets the pulse bomb, doesn't get a kill with it. 2 kills dropping both ways here as the point still remains contested. It looks like it will be enough. Texas Tech, though, are going to get the point. They're going to take out Venture as well on the way towards it. Time starting to tick away. It looks like this first control point might just go the way of Texas Tech here. Issa, it's 100%. Clamps going to get the kill here onto the Kiriko on the other side. Drexel now without one of their healers. Texas Tech, they have to sustain through this fight and be able to brawl out unfeatured. Getting low, but Clamps is getting lower, and that's going to be a finish by the Venture. Both tanks now down. There's the Genji ultimate, though, chasing down LRF. Is LRF able to get to safety? The answer is no. Gambler running through the backline now on the Genji. You heard him call, and that's 2 kills in answer.
They're really targeting on LRF, and it's in
6, and it's going to continue to go as the Venture ult secures another kill alongside Gambler getting rid of this Cassidy.
Yeah, these fights are just
some healers, but I mean the tank is probably the most valuable member of your squad. Look at this Hazard just running down the members here of Drexel. Trying to just push them off the point, create space, and crucially create time as Unfeatured and Num Nums both are going to fall, rising out of the earth.
Yeah, a little bit of an overextend. I was just going to say they're going so far back, we don't even want them to get close.
That was a valiant attempt here, and there's the ultimate coming now from Mobilize, but you're going to lose 2 in trade here. Gambler with another double kill. This Genji, as it looks like they're finally going to be able to take this point away from the members of Texas Tech, stopping the end of the game. And that might just be the death knell here for the members of Drexel. As their members fall, Texas Tech takes the point and win game number 1.
Saw a lot of dive.
Tank of Drexel still in the game. Gambler and Stir Fry combo together to take out 3, make that 4 members now. Well, immediately able to knock out Beef Stir Fry. That's one of your supports down. That's the second too. Nemris, the assassin in the back line, coming through, and the members of Drexel are none the wiser as to what to do. Texas Tech, they swoop in, and in a very clean fight with these supports. They're squishy and they're targetable, but oh my goodness, Unfeatured just runs straight into the face here of LRF, and that is your star player in order to finish off the rest of these Drexel players. So the point now initially captured by Texas Tech. So 2 great kills on the damage dealers here of Texas Tech as they hunt down now the rest of the members and capture the point behind their backs. Sune comes out as the members of Drexel get low. Z5 is going to fall, and that's a trap here onto Gambler, who cannot escape. Somehow makes it out thanks to some help from the rest of the team. However, there's going to be an overtime recapture by Texas Tech as Drexel smartly back on.
Just non-stop. Nobody's getting a break.
It is non-stop action, and honestly, it seems to favor Drexel a little bit. The high noon is canceled instead in order to throw a flashbang, get 2 kills. Right, Unfeatured couples here with the beat drop. ZF trying to look for some kind of action, not able to find anything. Instead, it is this constant damage output from LRF. That's a triple kill and a total team wipe. 6, point coming close. Someone's going to have to jump on in. Overtime coming out. Here's the ultimate, though. You hear it coming, but it's not going to be enough. LRF just running through on this Cassidy. There is just nothing that Drexel can do to stop the revolver. Comes. Yeah, but who's going to get the better end of it? It's high noon, and look who's locked in place. It is Z5. However, HP bar is depleted as Texas Tech also dropped the beat, and that beat is going to drop alongside the members of Drexel. It's
be able to hold their own against it.
This one push has to be it, but with the stir fry gone and your Genji falling as well, it is not enough to fall here to unfeatured. And that means Texas Tech are once again having to back up. It just seems like Clamps is not really able to get that much done now on the Monkey as he's getting chased down right now by the Venture. He is actually going to get that kill. Texas Tech really struggling. Here we go, ults dueling here in the middle of the map, but who's going to end up on the better end? Gambler, yet again, throws the ultimate out and never die. LRF gets a good kill to start off the fight. Hold on here. Gets a little bit of a flank, throws a flashbang, but has to back away. Realizes doesn't want to take the 1v1 with the Venture. Careful behind as Num Nums is going to fall. Unfeatured, however, takes out LRF. Texas Tech. Texas Tech a lot more time. High Noon, here we come. What are we seeing? That's 2 kills off of the Deadeye. Look at that point here. This has been a pretty darn easy push now for the members of Texas Tech. And after getting 2 kills here, thanks to Nemris, and make that a 3rd with the Death Blossom, chasing them down 4 kills, make that a complete and total team kill. Sit back, relax, realize that he can give as much ground as he wants as long as he gets people off of that point. And this Cassidy, oh my goodness, 2 DPSs now down as Texas Tech are starting to really run down the members of Drexel. 5 of Texas Tech are unseated from that high ground. Members, though, picking off the back line. When your DPSs are away, who is protecting them? Beef Stir Fry getting some good chase down here on this Wu Yang, but with the comeback potential here from Texas Tech in the back end of the...
Really fun to see.
It is, especially considering what kinds of DPSs we have here. Oh, no! Yikes, that grab is going to be much worse for the members here. Texas Tech dies there, and instead Drexel are the ones who are going to get counter-ulted. And look, the High Noon's up, but no, a massive kill comes through to be able to do it. The bubble comes through, and it's not enough. Overtime is here, halfway to the check. Gambler goes in, but Gambler goes down. Payload now is the focal point of all the attention. Clamps is going to fall, but without 2 of your DPS members, Texas Tech realize that now is the time for them to go. LRF is on a roll. It's a complete team wipe. The High Noon comes down the hall, gets 1, and the Venture is not long for this world. Take a Venture back on home as Texas Tech are going to seal out the set.
Wow. I mean, on King's Row, it
tries to push them off, but instead, they're just going to take damage for the trouble. Trying to run back here, gets the pulse bomb, doesn't get a kill with it. 2 kills dropping both ways here as the point still remains contested. It looks like it will be enough. Texas Tech, though, are going to get the point. They're going to take out Venture as well on the way towards it. Time starting to tick away. It looks like this first control point might just go the way of Texas Tech here. Issa, it's 100%. Clamps going to get the kill here onto the Kiriko on the other side. Drexel now without one of their healers. Texas Tech, they have to sustain through this fight and be able to brawl it out. Unfeatured, getting low, but Clamps is getting lower, and that's going to be a finish by the Venture. Both tanks now down. There's the Genji ultimate, though, chasing down LRF. Is LRF able to get to safety? The answer is no. Gambler running through the backline now on the Genji. You heard him call, and that's 2 kills in answer.
They're really targeting on LRF, and it's in
6, and it's going to continue to go as the Venture ult secures another kill alongside Gambler getting rid of this Cassidy.
Yeah, these fights are just
some healers, but I mean the tank is probably the most valuable member of your squad. Look at this Hazard just running down the members here of Drexel. Trying to just push them off the point, create space, and crucially create time as Unfeatured and Num Nums both are going to fall, rising out of the earth.
Yeah, a little bit of an overextend. I was just going to say they're going so far back, we don't even want them to get close.
There's a Valiant's attempt here, and there's the ultimate coming now from Mobilize, but you're going to lose 2 in trade here. Gambler with another double kill. This Genji, as it looks like they're finally going to be able to take this point away from the members of Texas Tech, stopping the end of the game. And that might just be the death knell here for the members of Drexel. As their members fall, Texas Tech takes the point and win game number 1.
Saw a lot of dive.
Tank of Drexel still in the game. Gambler and Stir Fry combo together to take out 3, make that 4 members now. Well, immediately able to knock out Beef Stir Fry. That's one of your supports down. That's the second too. Nemris, the assassin in the back line, coming through, and the members of Drexel are none the wiser as to what to do. Texas Tech, they swoop in, and in a very clean fight with these supports. They're squishy and they're targetable, but oh my goodness, Unfeatured just runs straight into the face here of LRF, and that is your star player in order to finish off the rest of these Drexel players. So the point now, initially captured by Texas Tech. So 2 great kills on the damage dealers here of Texas Tech as they hunt down now the rest of the members and capture the point behind their backs. Sune comes out as the members of Drexel get low. Z5 is going to fall, and that's a trap here onto Gambler, who cannot escape. Somehow makes it out thanks to some help from the rest of the team. However, there's going to be an overtime recapture by Texas Tech as Drexel smartly back on.
Just non-stop. Nobody's getting a break.
It is non-stop action, and honestly, it seems to favor Drexel a little bit. The high noon is canceled instead in order to throw a flashbang, get 2 kills. Right, Unfeatured couples here with the beat drop. ZF trying to look for some kind of action, not able to find anything. Instead, it is this constant damage output from LRF. That's a triple kill and a total team wipe. Point coming close. Someone's going to have to jump on in. Overtime coming out. Here's the ultimate, though. You hear it coming, but it's not going to be enough. LRF just running through on this Cassidy. There is just nothing that Drexel can do to stop the revolver. Comes. Yeah, but who's going to get the better end of it? It's high noon, and look who's locked in place. It is Z5. However, HP bar is depleted as Texas Tech also dropped the beat, and that beat is going to drop alongside the members of Drexel. It's
be able to hold their own against it.
This one push has to be it, but with Beef Stir Fry gone and your Genji falling as well, it is not enough to fall here to Unfeatured, and that means Texas Tech are once again having to back up. It just seems like Clamps is not really able to get that much done now on the Monkey as he's getting chased down right now by the Venture. He is actually going to get that kill. Texas Tech really struggling. Jericho ults dueling here in the middle of the map, but who's going to end up on the better end? Gambler yet again throws the ultimate out and never die. LRF gets a good kill to start off the fight. Hold on here. Gets a little bit of a flank, throws a flashbang, but has to back away. Realizes doesn't want to take the 1v1 with the Venture. Careful behind as Num Nums is going to fall. Unfeatured, however, takes out LRF. Texas Tech. Texas Tech a lot more time. High noon. Here we come. What are we seeing? That's 2 kills off of the Deadeye. Look at that point here. This has been a pretty darn easy push now for the members of Texas Tech. And after getting 2 kills here, thanks to Nemris, and make that a 3rd with the Death Blossom, chasing them down 4 kills, make that a complete and total team kill. Sit back, relax, realize that he can give as much ground as he wants as long as he gets people off of that point. And this Cassidy, oh my goodness, 2 DPSs now down as Texas Tech are starting to really run down the members of Drexel. 5 of Texas Tech are unseated from that high ground. Members, though, picking off the back line. When your DPSs are away, who is protecting them? Beef Stir Fry getting some good chase down here on this Wu Yang, but with the comeback potential here from Texas Tech in the back end of the...
Really fun to see.
It is, especially considering what kinds of DPSs we have here. Oh, no! Yikes, that grab is going to be much worse for the members here. Texas Tech dies there, and instead Drexel are the ones who are going to get counter-ulted. And look, the high noon's up, but no, a massive kill comes through to be able to do it. The bubble comes through, and it's not enough. Overtime is here, halfway to the check. Gambler goes in, but Gambler goes down. Payload now is the focal point of all the attention. Clamps is going to fall, but without 2 of your DPS members, Texas Tech realize that now is the time for them to go. LRF is on a roll. It's a complete team wipe. The high noon comes down the hall, gets 1, and the Venture is not long for this world. Take a Venture back on home as Texas Tech are going to seal out the set.
Wow. I mean, on King's Row, it always
tries to push them off, but instead, it is going to take damage for the trouble. Trying to run back here, gets the pulse bomb, doesn't get a kill with it. 2 kills dropping both ways here as the point still remains contested. It looks like it will be enough. Texas Tech, though, are going to get the point. They're going to take out Venture as well on the way towards it. Time starting to tick away. It looks like this first control point might just go the way of Texas Tech here. Issa, it's 100%. Lamp's going to get the kill here onto the Kiriko on the other side. Drexel now without one of their healers. Texas Tech, they have to sustain through this fight and be able to brawl out. Unfeatured, getting low, but Clanks is getting lower. And that's going to be a finish by the Venture. Both tanks now down. The Genji ultimate, though, chasing down LRF.
Hello, everybody. It is so good to see you again here at the Nittany Invitational 2025. I'm still Subtilins, joined by Issa, who you guys just hung out with in that previous series. But now, Issa, we've finished one group, and we're heading into the other. We're getting the chance to see 4 brand new teams here today. How's that? How you feeling about that?
I'm really excited. I mean, we've seen a lot of really good play from all of the teams. Cabbage and I were just saying earlier that we haven't really seen any wipes either way. All the teams have been putting up a really good fight so far, so I'm really excited for this next set. Up first, we have Penn State versus Michigan. So I haven't seen either one of them play. I'm not sure if you have. But
not this year. I've seen both teams play outside, like previously in previous years, but it's definitely been a while since I've seen these teams, so I'm definitely excited to see. You know, there's a lot of new players. I don't think I've really met a lot of players on these current rosters, so there's this legacy to live, especially being Penn State. You know, we are at Penn State, so there's obviously that expectation coming into this. You've got those big shoes to fill. You are those hometown heroes, and Michigan, you know, they're going to try to give Penn State a run for their money.
Yeah, we also have, speaking of returning players, we do have some star players on the Penn State team. Wanston, who is a top-ranked Zarya, and we've been seeing a lot of Zarya today.
So much.
Personally, I'm a big fan. And then we also have QLM, Tier 1 player, peak rank 1 in North America on DPS, so that should be a lot of fun. And then for Michigan, we have Umitra, who is a Tier 2 support. So we have a good mix of star players, and I think it's going to be a really interesting game. I'm excited to see what kind of meta they run or what kind of comp they want to have. Our last game, there was a lot of dive. We've been seeing a lot of high energy, especially towards the end, which is interesting because it tends to be the opposite. So I really think it could go either way. I don't know if they're going to want to slow it down, start off slow, and see where it goes from there, if it's going to be the opposite. But
and I'm pretty sure a lot of these players, I know at least on the side of Michigan, I believe on the side of Penn State as well, we're looking at a lot of players that are master or champ or higher. This is really, we're kind of entering a new caliber of these players have been playing for a long time. These teams have existed together for a long time. They're feeling very confident with the play they're bringing to the table, but it's hard to be confident of, I woke up and walked here from my dorm. You know, like there is just that level of like, I'm here all the time versus, you know, Texas Tech was telling me they've got on 3 flights to be here. It's really, you get that hometown advantage, you get that home field advantage, and I really wonder if that's going to give Penn State the opportunity to play well. Is it going to give them the opportunity to play lax? You know, maybe they're a little too comfortable. Maybe that becomes a problem. There's all these hypotheticals that really come into play at a time like this, and I'm eager to see which of these kind of stereotypes Penn State's going to lean into.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But I mean, I feel like there's a lot of high energy just all around. I mean, Michigan all smiles, which always makes me happy to see. Penn State looks pretty locked in, so the vibes are definitely out there.
The vibes are intense. Now, I don't know if we've gotten map confirmation yet, but it would be the first time it wasn't Lijiang Tower if it's not. So I think the odds of it being Lijiang Tower pretty darn high, but it's a new group. Maybe we begin a new trend. Maybe we see a different control map. I mean, we've got what? We've got Ilios, Oasis, and Antarctic Peninsula.
I tell you, we're not going to see
I was just about to say, I know which one we're probably not seeing, and that's probably Antarctic Peninsula. So it could be Lijiang. I do think it could be Ilios. I know that I believe Syracuse and Alvernia are playing or were playing recently. They went to Ilios. So it hasn't been Lijiang Tower across the board. We are seeing a little bit of alternatives in the sideline here, but on the main stage, Lijiang, just like Kings Row, it's a map we've all played thousands, if not tens of thousands of times, and I think it's a place these players tend to feel comfortable.
Yeah, I think, isn't Lijiang also one of the top maps for the collegiate level, not the pro level?
Oh, yeah.
I think it's pretty fair to consistently you'll see that map, and if we see that map, I kind of hope we see a Lucio. I just like seeing that at the beginning.
Lucio, who has been getting banned more today than I expected. Really? I thought maybe one time. I think he's been banned 4 times today, 3 times today.
God.
Yeah, I was like, he's getting banned at least once a series. And I was like, that's, I guess maximum once a series, but he's getting banned per series. And I was like, wow, that's maybe once or twice, you know, but I was like, wow, everybody's targeting Lucio.
And it's quite the opposite with Tracer. I saw her get banned in the last one, but before that, at least, I don't remember seeing her get banned.
I think that was the first time today.
Yeah, everybody's playing a lot of Tracer, and of course with the supports, if it's not Lucio, it's going to be Kiri every single time. I don't think she's been banned once. And Wu Yang, who, I don't know if he was banned, but people tend to switch between him and Lucio.
Yep, exactly.
What I've seen.
It seems to be like when Lucio's banned, they put in Wu Yang. Yang. When Kiri's banned, they put in Wu Yang. So it's like banning Wu Yang, they're just going to play the other two.
Yeah,
you know, it's
exactly.
like you have to kind of shake up that dynamic a little bit. You need to find out which support they're most comfortable with, and obviously you're going to want to target that one. But we've talked so much today, especially I know Cabbage and I have talked about this off stream as well. That like right now this game exists in the air of like it really is up to the tank to kind of decide how the rest of the composition is going to fall. So if we're seeing that Zarya, we are more likely to see that Lucio. If we are seeing that Hazard, we are more likely to see that Kiriko. There is going to be this dynamic shift we see from these tanks and from these supports that support that tank a lot. So I think it's going to come down to who was it, Wanston, and I don't remember who his counterpart was, but these tank players on either side, it's going to be up to them to decide who they're playing, when they're playing it, and the rest of the team's going to have to fall in line.
Yeah, I mean, even earlier when we were seeing less Zarya, we were seeing a lot more gameplay from the DPS.
Yep.
A lot of like really fun DPS plays from Reaper was a big one.
Yep.
We just saw Cassidy, who was like huge, and I think a lot of it comes down to depending on the tank, it might let the DPS shine instead of the tank always being the one who's calling the shots and all that.
Yeah, and I see Lijiang Tower loading up here in a minute. So the bans going into this, the first one that I'm really fascinated about, Penn State has chosen to ban Ramatra, which makes me think maybe they've done some work. Maybe Michigan's notable for their Ramatra. Maybe that's something they had in the back pocket, but it's going to be a ban of Ramatra on one side. In Michigan, they've gone and banned Reaper.
Ooh. Okay, that's interesting. We were just seeing a lot of like really high-level Reaper play just across the board. Him and Cassidy are the two that I've been seeing a lot. So a Ramatra and a Reaper. I think, is that the first Ramatra ban
Yes,
we've seen?
100%.
Okay.
We've not seen Ramatra once today. I'd be shocked if we ended up seeing him at any point in time today. But again, maybe Michigan plays Ramatra. Maybe that's something that Penn State has decided on. And I'm gonna scroll back here really quick. Let's see. Okay, we don't have okay, so Michigan gave us a couple. I was gonna say Michigan gave us a couple of examples, and I guess spoiler alert, Ramatra I do not think was one of them. So this is gonna be really fascinating to play. But these players coming to the table here, we're gonna be seeing the Symmetra teleport out. That's just commonplace these days.
Oh yeah.
And let's see what these team compositions end up being.
Of course, we have the double Kiri and a Lucio and a Wu Yang. We got a Tracer. And Lucio goes straight to the point, wasting no time.
Really good rollout.
Any environmental kills.
Ooh, Bucket Clutch is going to be taken out early also. Bucket Clutch, possibly my favorite gamer tag of the day. I am a very big fan of it. I do think it is a good fun name. But going into that backline, going to be taken out by Wanston early. They're not down, but removed from the fight. In Michigan, this is a very passive play style. They're incredibly spread out. They're forcing Penn State to come through and try to find that damage. But unfortunately, they're just not going to be able to find it. Khabib the first one to go down as Toby finds that elimination. Yimitra able to find QLM as well. In Michigan, they play slow. They play passive, and it looks like it's actually going to work out really well. They're going to take the lead here.
Yeah, I just realized a ball. We haven't seen that in a while. At least I haven't.
It's been a minute.
Yeah, so especially on this map, at least from a player standpoint, I know that gets frustrating. So, and we have a switch to D.Va. I haven't seen D.Va in a while either.
We saw D.Va, I think, in our very first matchup of the day, and I don't think it was for very long. I think it was Tony playing D.Va when Zarya had been banned, and unfortunately, Toby, I'm not quite sure what happens there. They are going to be taken off the map. I'm going to go with maybe Quinn hit the boop there because they go for 2 more kills immediately after. We're going to call that a triple kill by Quinn on the side of Penn State, able to turn things around. Michigan 1/5 done with their compositional kind of capture here of Lijiang Gardens, but it's up to Penn State to try and turn it around.
Yeah, seems like they're pretty grouped up, which is interesting.
They're feeling confident with this play style. You all want to be in that Lucio aura. You've got the D.Va defense matrix to find that opportunity, play that defense if you need it. It also allows QLM to go for some free shots.
Yeah, it looks like they have a ball flanking on the side while the rest of the team's still around the spawn. But
speaking of ball, the flashbang doesn't go high enough. QLM is not going to be taken down, but gets really close to it. Yimitra goes off the map. Was that an Ajax? I believe Quinn might have booped Yimitra off the map with beat online. It's not going to be used there for the side of Michigan. Penn State, they lose that first fight. Yeah, they definitely were. Yimitra hitting the OMG. Unfortunate, but it looks like Penn State, they won that second fight. They've held on to the third, and now they're halfway done with the Garden.
yeah, I mean these
Nice
on
move.
this map tend to go really fast. Another Kiri ult.
We hear that Kitsune come through, the blade in the pocket of Altraxia as well. They're going to be able to find a lot of damage early, turns it into a double, doesn't get the mega. Unfortunate. Jalen is going to be able to find that damage early. Toby Wan going for an elimination of their own. Wanston on the cleanup crew. Jalen down. And Michigan, I think they've got the numbers, but just barely. Here's the bomb. Nobody should get caught by that. And yeah, nobody will be. This D.Va, I do not think she is long for the Mortal Coil, stalling out every single second.
just trying to stall out for time at this point. Really trying to get as high as they can with the percentage.
Oh, Onston is going to take that damage out early. The tank has fallen, giving Michigan a huge opener here. Bucket clutch into a double, turns it into a triple, and now they see a lot of damage coming out. QLM on the turnaround, ranked to #1 NA, I believe, at some point in time. Not currently, but clearly the value is showing, almost single-handedly holding on to this point for the team. Beat drop from Quinn to keep QLM alive. Should be able to get this wrecking ball. Kiri gone, ball gone. Genji about to be gone, and wow, just when you think Michigan has it back, Penn State stands strong.
Wow, and that really wouldn't have been possible if that diva didn't stall
Yup.
as she did. That was really impressive. Love to see it.
A very good showing from Penn State thus far. It was a little bit rough at the beginning there. That first fight just didn't go in their favor. I think Michigan played really slow. They played really passive. That's not something we're seeing on Control often. I think it allowed them to kind of pull one over on Penn State for a moment. But all things considered, I think it was a good showing from both teams. Michigan coming into this next point here, it's going to be, let's see, let's find out. I don't know which stage this is. I'm going to guess Night Market.
When I was a kid, you said you'd always be
No, it's Control Center. 50-50, and I still lost it.
Okay, well, if it goes to a next round,
That's a guarantee. Hopefully I've got that one right. I think we could be seeing a pause here in just a moment, though. Wanston going to call for it early. We're going to see what is going on with these teams. We're going to be seeing them come up in just a moment here. I guess better to pause before the map starts. We've seen it happen before where it's mid-fight, it's mid-game. It's a little bit uncomfortable because everybody has to slow down, but at least nothing happened yet.
and throws them off their A game.
Yeah.
What was the pause for?
I didn't catch.
All
Somebody might have had a hardware issue, might have been a comms issue. Somebody might have had to pee really, really bad. It could be anything. You know, they get. I think it's one allotted pause per map. It's only allowed to take. I think it's like 5 minutes, maximum 15. If it's over 15, that you forfeit the map. So we'll see what's going on. Sorry, I'm gonna lean right over here. It looks like. Yeah, I'm not sure. I didn't catch it, but I see the thing that says unpausing, and now the game's unpausing. So hey, here we go, right back into the swing of things here on Lijiang Control Center. Oh, QLM able to find Altraxia early there, looking for that opportunity to strike and able to find it, giving Penn State a huge 5-4 advantage, especially now as Toby goes down. This fight's over before it can even really begin.
So it's looking like Penn State should be able to cap the point. So they're forcing Michigan to regroup. Going to have to go in for a second fight altogether. Ults are pretty low, so I'm not sure if those are going to come up in the next fight, but seeing a lot of a back cap. They're pushing them back. Someone came on the point in the back, but they're really just forcing right through the Zarya bubbles.
Yeah, the Zarya bubbles have been super strong so far coming into this matchup, and Toby Wan falling once again. It's going to be the tank down, kind of a trade back, but as you lose that Kiriko, the matchup is pretty much going to end.
Having somebody back cap the point.
Honestly, it's an effective method to have somebody go through. They go back, because then the whole team goes, wait a minute, and they look the other way, and then you kind of get to sneak up on them.
Yeah, I already saw them. They were using that to their advantage just to get a little bit of a push.
Yeah, that little bit of a push can go a really long way. Penn State comes into the matchup here, able to find some good value out the gate. They've got a lot of ultimates to work with, but unfortunately, nobody. Oh, wow, really aggressive grab from Wanston there. We're going to be seeing that triple kill, turns into almost a near quadruple. This Kiriko able to find one tracer, so I think that is going to be a good opening, but unfortunately, just not enough. Too many of the power players on the team have died. And Penn State, blink and you miss it. 70% down with point number 2 here.
I mean, Michigan hasn't been able to cap the point once. I'm wondering how they're going to approach, if they're going to change anything up. They do have 2 support. The immediate Suzu counter.
Yeah, I mean, the Kizune Clash comes in very early here. Wow, just up close and personal. Toby has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and this Genji goes down. 5v3, 5v2, 5v1.
They just won't let them take it.
Oh, that headshot would have been crazy. I might have thrown up if that hit. That would have been wild. An incredible performance out the gate here. Penn State pretty much has this in the bag, so we're going to be seeing Michigan. An unfortunate start here on Lijiang, but the good news about that is Control isn't really, it's very unique. It exists in this microcosm of you can lose this, and then you can do great on the rest of the maps. Okay, yep.
Wow.
Nice. Hey, a record for Penn State. That might actually be the fastest control point we've seen today. And that's only against Michigan. I think they just really had a stronghold on that matchup. They were able to find some good advantage, stay early, some good damage out the gate, and I think it just was a good performance overall.
That's also saying something because these young maps have just like happened so quickly every single time over and over. Kiri play, let's go.
Yeah, we've actually had a weird amount of support, like play of the game today. I'm all for it. That's why. What a Suzu on that pulse bomb. My goodness. Oh, that's when Yimitra got booped off the map. Oh, devastating. That's not even in the play, but it still made it. That's the worst. Oh, my goodness. What a great showing so far. So, Lijiang Tao, we're going to end somewhat handedly in favor of Penn State. If you're Michigan going into this, do you think it was the map? Do you think it was the composition? Like, if you're kind of talking to Michigan, what do you change on the approach?
It's hard to say. I think a lot of it came down to I didn't really see a lot of really strong ult fights. I mean, they weren't able to get that. They weren't able to get that point back even once. So it could be just the strategy that they used. I'm thinking the flanking wasn't really working out. They had someone try to back cap, but it just wasn't seeming to work. Like it could have just been bait, but. I'm wondering if they're going to change up their strat, switch out some characters. But, I mean, the Zarya is still always really strong. I'm always expecting to see a strong grab, and it just didn't work out for them.
She's tough to beat. I think if we're looking at changes, we're not going to be looking in the tank department. I think you're kind of right on that. It's probably going to be Zarya. If it's not Zarya, it's probably Hazard. And then if it's not Hazard, probably back to Zarya. So it's like it's really not a huge concern across the board. But I do think you bring up a good point in that DPS department of just maybe what we're playing isn't working. And it's nothing against who we're seeing playing Genji. I'm just not a fan of Genji. I think he's really hard to play right now. I think he's really difficult to bring into the meta to do well. You look at so many characters that can get through his deflect, which is like his big thing. And it's really difficult to get value with him. So maybe Altraxia considers swapping to something else. I don't think that's impossible. And then in the support department, I think there's plenty of choices that you can really make. But I think Michigan is banning Kiriko here as we approach Suravasa as our next map. So the Kiriko ban, Wu Yang Lucio should be just around the corner.
Yeah, I think this, correct me if I'm wrong, but is this our first Kiriko ban? I'm wondering, have you seen Kiriko get banned yet?
If we have, it was like once.
Okay.
It hasn't been a super common, super often thing.
Yeah,
I think it was whatever our second series was. I think Kiri was banned in there because I remember seeing Lucio Wu Yang and being like, "Whoa," like, "Oh, it's weird. It's weird. Kiriko's not in here."
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, Kiriko has been strong. I was saying earlier, ever since she released, she has just been meta. She's pretty much a must pick. So having her banned is interesting to see what they're gonna do. But it's probably just gonna be Wu Yang and Lucio.
Yeah, that is definitely interesting.
Do you know what map we're on?
Suravasa. We're on Suravasa next. Sorry, this monitor keeps going black. I'm gonna try to fix that really quick.
But I mean, on Suravasa, Lucio's always a strong pick on there for sure.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, anything where your whole team needs to move Lucio, that's why he's so strong. It's not about his healing. It's about that speed boost. There's not another character in the game that can really replicate that kind of energy. And also, his ultimate making you essentially immune for a second or two is, excuse me, very powerful going into any matchup.
Which could be why they banned Kiriko, because her...
Suzu.
Yeah, and like the speed rush that you got...
So last I heard about Syracuse and Alvernia was up 2-0. So I want to bring that up as well because we just got confirmation that Syracuse has now tied that series 2-2. I was wondering when they were on cam. I was like, oh, is the series over? And then we just got word that they are going all the way to map number 5 in that series.
This is exactly what I'm talking about with all of the teams here. Nobody is getting washed. Like, all of these fights
straight
are
up,
just
straight
so
up.
good. And even if a game goes like 2-0, 3-0, the fights within the game are so close. They're so good.
Yep.
Like, all of the teams here are just incredible. And I just feel like they should be really proud of themselves just so far. And I'm really excited to see where it's going to go because it really is anybody's game.
Truly. I mean, and it's funny because Syracuse, they're a team that I've known for a long time, and one of their players, he loves to remind me that I've been commentating him since he was in high school. And every single time I see him, he goes, "Hey, Central, remember when you commentated me in high school and now I'm in college?" And I go, "Yeah, I'm Unk. I get it." I'm like, "Relax.
Yeah.
I've been playing this game longer than you've been alive, bro. Take a breath. No, but I mean, it's funny. I love Syracuse. They're a great team. They do great things. I don't know Alvernia as well personally, but I know that when they come, they bring a full power punch to the table every single time. They're a team that notoriously, if they're going to go down, they're going to go down swinging.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Speaking of swinging, we do have Michigan here who reportedly might play Reinhardt, and I'm
This
really
is
wondering
true.
if that's gonna happen.
This
because
is true.
Do I think it's a good idea? No, but I'm also not playing. But we also haven't seen any Reinhardt,
We
and I would love to see that.
But you know why we like you know why we haven't seen any. I mean, it is going to be a big scenario. It is going to be a circumstance in which we just see Reinhardt. Maybe that'd be awesome. I'm a Rein, like truly in the deepest fathoms of my heart, I'm a Rein player. But he has become so bad that I can't even force it anymore. Because I'm also a Junkrat player, and Junkrat's terrible, but I can still win games on Junkrat.
Yeah.
I can't really win games on Reinhardt these days. So I think he's one of those tanks, Roadhog as well. It's like somebody's probably not playing them.
Yeah.
And I think they're really the only two. I think everybody else you can play circumstantially. But I think it's like you see those two come out, you're like, oh, my tank's throwing.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, my tank must be mad at somebody on the team.
Back when they had win tickets and people would just throw
Oh,
up
my
because.
goodness. The win ticket's crazy game mechanic.
Oh, 6-7. Love to see it. Okay, so it looks like we have a Kiri ban and a ball ban. So that's interesting on Surabasa. I'm kind of a ball hater, but on that map too, very frustrating and very good for environmental
Oh, yeah.
kills.
He's banned for a reason, for
Yep.
sure. This is a very good map for Wrecking Ball. We saw it quite a few times earlier today. Surabasa, we've seen 4 series. Have all 4 of them gone to, maybe 3 of them have gone to Surabasa. We've seen it quite often today. I'm excited to be seeing it as well. And we could see a little bit of ball goes out. That in my mind kind of puts in Hazard or Diva. I think Orisa kind of falls into that tertiary spot. Could be that third option if you don't feel super comfortable on one of those other two. But if you're playing a tank at this level, as we mentioned, these are 2 really high-ranked teams. I suspect they're going to be good on 4 or 5 tanks.
Yeah. I would be expecting to see, other than Zarya, here we usually saw a Hazard. I would be happy to see a Diva. I'm always happy to see it, but she hasn't really been she hasn't been played that often, at least today.
Yeah, we could be seeing Diva. I think a couple of these points lend themselves really well to Diva. And hold on, I definitely mixed this up with, let me find the map pool. I want to say the right one the second time. Which one did I mess this up with? I don't know. That doesn't matter. Regardless, we're here. We're going to this map, and I think it is going to be a fascinating one. Oh, there were a couple of tanks that I guess we didn't really think about in the moment, but we should think about now. One of them being a tank that couldn't be banned this time. Ramatra could be coming to the table. I wouldn't be shocked to see it, but I wouldn't be disappointed to see it either. Toby Wan could be bringing that out, and it would explain why Penn State had banned it the first time.
Oh, yeah. I feel like the further these games go, the more that the teams are learning about each other and trying to counter and really exploit those weaknesses, so.
Oh, wow!
Immediate.
Wonston just deleted from the Mortal Coil. Now, Yimitra has to give their life for the cause, but losing the tank, I think, is so much more valuable if they can get one more pick. Also, Michigan running the Moira, the first and probably only Moira we're going to be seeing today.
Yeah, actually. And a Baptiste. I just realized that too. Wow.
Baptiste, one of my favorites on the table here. Baptiste, I think I mentioned this earlier. First time I hit top 500 was when I was one-tricking Baptiste on the Xbox. So it was a long time ago. Those are the olden days of yore, but I'm excited to see them regardless. Immortality Field does come out. Toby Wan probably still going to be able to punch right through it, able to pick that up. Yimitra able to find that Baptiste into the Tracer trade. Michigan, though, sneaking out almost over a third now of this first flashpoint.
Yeah, and even though Penn State has 2 supports down, but QLM has really been able to keep himself alive. I'm not surprised he's been, I believe he was one of the star players on that team. He's kind of a solo Avenger. I feel like every time they get a support kill, he gets revenge on
He's
it.
got to get that counter pick
Yeah.
every time. And it's such a valuable play as well, especially with a character like Soldier that's pretty consistently able to find those long-distance kills, but unfortunately gets a little bit too close quarters and goes down to bucket clutch there. 73% and counting now for Michigan on this first flashpoint. They chose this map. They need this win, and it looks like they may be able to start off strong on Surabasa. Oh, no. Nice. Good reaction time. It is going to be a 2-2 trade. Khabib and QLM able to find a couple kills on their own. And the Zarya will go down, though. That almost guarantees Michigan an advantage state here. Quinn disappears into the Mortal Coil, and it looks like Toby doesn't even need to stand steadfast. He's going to find that flashpoint, whether the rest of the team is alive or not. Nice. Really good pick.
I've noticed with the games, the longer they go on, the more I see them focusing the DPS.
Oh, yeah.
More than the tank. We are seeing some tank focuses here, but really getting rid of those DPS, I feel like all the players are just getting better and better, and they don't want to deal with them anymore. I don't even blame them.
And it's definitely difficult to find out. Hold on, we'll talk about it in a minute. We got that grab into a beat drop here. Michigan going to be able to keep the team alive at least for a moment. Oh, and it's going to be Khabib the first one to go down. And Michigan playing with a Moira doing so well. I mean, it is so surprising to see that. Moira just not a character we're running into very often these days. They've got the Zarya pinned in the corner. The Lucio maybe going down as well. A little bit of a DPS Moira. Hopefully it doesn't end up costing them a teammate as that Genji has already fallen. The Annihilation now online. Yimitra has fallen. Wanston is going to be traded, and the beat drop now from Quinn. Desperate to keep the remaining members of Penn State alive. They need this first point cap, and they should be able to find it now that Toby Wan has fallen.
We can see the stats real quick.
Chris, can you hit tab for me?
See on the Zarya, okay, 3 and 3.
I mean, yeah.
Noticing she's been getting kind of knocked out a few times now.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Toby, I mean, sitting at 9 and 1, Wanston only able to find that 3 and 3. It's a tough situation to turn around, especially because Zarya, I wouldn't say she's countered by Ramatra, but it's not easy to play into one.
Yeah, oh, for sure, yeah. I think.
Oh, here comes the blade out the gate. It's going to be a lot of damage early. All right, it's a 1-1 trade. You lose the Lucio for the Genji, but then, oh, you lose your own Lucio. The Zarya missing the overclock now online for Penn State. QLM able to find T-Shark. That's going to be some damage out the gate early. And that might be, I can't imagine the Ramatra lives very long with just the Lucio in his pocket.
Yeah.
Gonna fall once again, and Penn State just one fight away from equalizing here. Jalen, fun fact, wearing my favorite Moira skin in the game. Wait, second favorite. I actually lied, sorry.
What's your favorite?
The one where she's got the crown on?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that one. Definitely my favorite. I mean, thank you so much, Chris. Check out this skin. It's beautiful. I think it's a Diablo skin. I don't actually play Diablo.
Like
I think the skin just looks very cool, and I think it's working well. After Jalen has swapped for this Moira, Penn State has been a lot more sustainable on point.
It's got to be the skin for sure.
100%. Skin dip. It's going to be Coalescence coming in, one of my favorite ultimates in the game as well. Bucket Clutch double kill gives Michigan the opportunity to get on to point. Can they stabilize it? I'm not going to be sure. It looks like they will. 99% for Penn. Michigan cannot make an ounce of error or they will lose this fight and they'll lose the point.
Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of trades. I thought I would see a lot like big fights. You were seeing a few earlier, but now all these fights are just from one team, then the other.
I think that's a great observation. Yeah, it seems like the fight almost happens like, okay, I'll get a pick, and then you get a pick, and then we'll actually fight. Like, it seems like both teams are kind of allowing that first pick to go through because nobody wants to overextend. And we've seen what's happening with overextending. I feel like Altraxia has a pretty consistent record of being the first player to die in these fights, being that first blood, and it gives Penn State typically an opportunity to collapse. Now, it's going to be a 4v3 in favor of Penn State. With the Annihilation, it could have been a moment, but if you lost your Moira, you just don't have that healing in the pocket to keep the Annihilation sustainable. This is going to be a fight win for Penn State, which should almost guarantee them this flashpoint and push us at least to a 4th point. Yeah, I can't imagine we get any meaningful touches.
Yeah. It's a little stall. I mean, we did see a really impressive stall last match.
Yep.
So, I mean, you never know. But these flashpoint maps go fast.
In an instant.
Seriously.
I talk about it every time we're on a flashpoint map. When you're playing on control, you get 1%. I think it's per like 1.3 seconds. On flashpoint, it's per 0.7 seconds. So there really is this notable difference of how quickly that percentage seems to climb. And then, of course, the longer they stall, the higher that number gets. That's the whole point of the mechanic. This kind of captures the flag point. So going into this fight, you're Michigan. You lose that point. What are you looking for? How are you trying to win this?
Yeah, I mean, it really does make every fight more meaningful.
Oh!
What?
Amazing. Just not able to find that. They're coming into the matchup here. Altraxia may be the first one to go down again. QLM finds it. The Genji, an easy pick at a time like that. Sends out that slow field, and it is just a cleanup crew for Penn State.
I was just going to say the Tracer will tend to be make or break. I'm surprised to see that stick and no kill.
I was talking to our production team when I was on the break, and it was you and Cabbage up here. But we've seen notably more pulse bombs miss than stick today. So it's nice to see some pretty decent consistency from Khabib and Bucket Clutch here. I think they've both got 2 sticks across the series so far, which is, hey, not bad. 2 more than I'd be getting, so.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, so close on that Moira.
Popping Coalescence was risky because you had no idea how many bullets she had left in that clip, and you could have gone down. But Coalescence does take you up and through. T-Shark able to find some great value. Bucket Clutch going down with a double kill in their pocket. So it could be a turnaround from Penn State, but it feels like poor Bucket Clutch just can't do enough. I mean, just finding 2, 3, 4 every fight, but the rest of the team just seems to go down too early.
Yeah. I mean, it does seem like, at least with these few fights on Michigan's side, it's the DPS that are going down first.
Yes.
And I'm wondering what they're supposed to do with that next, because a lot of the times you want to go for the tank first, but really not having any DPS and your only tank is a Ramatra, it's really hard to recover from that.
It is definitely tough. And speaking of no Ramatra,
there,
there it is. Toby1 taking out in the blink of an eye. They're going to be able to find 40% on the board, but Penn State already at this 70, just one fight away. The second flashpoint could be theirs.
I love that Ramatra.
It's a good one. It's a good one for sure. We see the grab into a blade, a phenomenal deflect from Altraxia, but it's going to be a 1-1 trade. Bucket Clutch and QLM both dismissed. Kaviva's fallen as well. There's no DPS on the side of Penn State right now. It's actually hitting me that I believe this is our first series of the day. No Cassidy.
Oh my God!
It just hit me that he wasn't there because I was like, oh, he can deflect high noon. I was like, oh, there is no high noon. We haven't seen Cassidy this whole series.
Yeah, especially after those last few games.
That's a great beat. Maybe it's because we don't have Texas time. Maybe that's why. Because, we finally got the team that's off Cassidy.
Yeah, all the Cowboys.
All the Cowboys. They've left. Almost a flip here from Penn State, but it looks like Michigan barely going to be able to hold on to this point. 80% now on the board. Penn State still at that 99. They've got, I'll call it like half an attempt before Michigan's going to be able to put this flashpoint under their belt.
They have a few ults coming up now, so I'm wondering if they're going to make it to that last fight.
I think you just hard push with B if you really want to win this. Yeah, B comes in. You see that overclock online as well. But Annihilation, Coalescence, nobody's going to be going down here. Altraxia will get singled out. First one to fall once again. Penn State needs to lose a player early, but instead they find another elimination. Michigan, I just don't think they're going to have what they need in the reserve tank to win this, and Penn State sneaks it out. 99-99 here. They've still got to win one more flashpoint.
That was impressive. But this is what I've been saying every game. All the fights are just so close, and it really does come to those final fights, especially with the ultimates. I mean, if they're able to use them correctly, it could really be anyone's game. They're pretty spread out now. You have Ramatra pushing the point. No ult on any side. Zarya is about to get a grab soon. I'm not sure if she's actually going to use it.
QLM finds Altraxia again. I believe that is the 5th fight Altraxia has been the first blood. Toby1 not far behind. Penn State essentially guaranteeing this take of point number 4 here.
Wanston's not here to play.
Wanston got dogged on a little bit in these early fights and then said, I'm straight up never letting that happen again. Has just fully been going through, and they already banned Ramatra. They know that this Zarya's beating out this Ramatra. I mean, Penn State, they've got to feel a lot of momentum on their side.
I've noticed a few back caps too.
Yep.
I haven't really been seeing that. I usually see flanks, but they're really just trying to, not sure if they're disorienting them, want to spread them, make them spread apart, or...
T-Shark taken out by QLM early. That's a lot of healing off the table. It's up to Yimitra with the beat. Maybe you can kind of panic drop it, but I don't think that's going to be a good call, especially now that Altraxia has fallen. A really devastating stagger against the team. Penn State just one real fight away from winning this flashpoint.
Yeah, I mean, you have 2 volts. Not sure if is the grab bomb still viable?
Could be. There's no Kiriko. If you wait out the beat for a second, you throw the bomb a little bit late, you should still pick up 1 or 2. I think that really could be likely, I guess, unless it gets deflected and then you're really in hot water with your team. So
I feel like asking that just made me feel old.
We used to do that 5 years ago. I swear it was viable. Oh, man.
Before everybody had like 250 else.
Yup.
Like 300.
Yimitra goes down. The beat got out, but I think this is going to be over before they can even really get the chance to begin. Wanston finds 3. Penn State finds 4, and Altraxia taken out of the fight too early to get back. Penn State now up in this series 2-0 over Michigan.
That was really interesting. Another really close fight. It could have gone either way. I'm not going to lie. I think a lot of it really goes down to those tank choices.
Sure.
The Zarya was really strong. I really haven't seen a lot of Ramatra, and I mean, he was good, but it just wasn't enough to hold. Especially against Wanston, who I believe is one of the other star players, QLM and Wanston.
100%. 100%. Winston, I mean, doing a great job here on this Zarya. Knows exactly what he's looking for, when and where, with those grabs, with those bubbles, with those beams. And playing Rom into it can be really difficult. There was a time where Rom was kind of the Zarya counter, but he got nerfed, he got changed, he got slowed down a lot. And unfortunately, he just doesn't have that same pack-a-punch power that he used to. I don't know if that's kind of what Michigan's leaning on. It's just that older kind of play style. But if they want to burst those Zarya bubbles, we've got to put a little more stank in the DPS department. I think we're going to need a Reaper. We're going to need a Bastion.
Oh, for sure.
I sound insane when I say it, but like a Junkrat could go a really long way here. He's great at destroying those bubbles, but I'm the only Junkrat player in the world.
I know you want to see Junkrat.
Please, somebody, please. I love Junkrat. That's my boy.
Do it for us. But yeah, I mean, there was a Sojourn, and then of course there's still no Cassidy.
Yeah.
I think that's been making a really big difference too, especially in the way that they play. I mean, there were a lot of big fights. Wasn't really as big on the dive, it didn't seem.
I agree. It was almost like a fall for it dive. Like we're gonna play a comp where you think we're gonna dive, and then we're just not going to. Yeah. Like Michigan had this great opportunity of playing this kind of like pseudo, almost like adjacent dive composition, but it felt like maybe they weren't really able to find that cohesion to do a real dive. It felt a lot of like, if someone shoots at you, shoot back, and if you win, we'll kind of capitalize on that.
Exactly.
So maybe that could rotate all the way back out to Michigan's comms. Maybe need to be a little bit cleaner, and this is full hypothesization. I can't hear them. Their comms may be incredible, but on the battlefield there, the team fights did feel a little bit messy, and that might have been something to do with Penn State's just control of the match. You know, they're really in charge. They're really a powerhouse of a team. They're a steamroller in a lot of ways. So it might not have been Michigan not communicating. It might have been Michigan not having time to do so.
I also noticed it seemed like they were pretty spread out for a lot of fights. Penn State seemed like they were pretty grouped up. There was a lot of synergy on both ends, but I mean, Michigan were just kind of spread out, at least even in Surabasa in that one hallway. It was like a line of people all the way back, and it was kind of hard to see what they were trying to do. And even with those back caps trying to go on, it was like they would touch it and then nothing would happen.
Yeah, and I think we're going to throw to a break in just a minute here. But before we do, Prod, could I ask, can we jump over to that Syracuse Alvernia camera really quick? Can we just see what's going on over there? I would love to see if that game is happening finally, if they're in that map 5, or if they've kind of found themselves still taking a break. As if you guys don't know, Alvernia Syracuse, when this broadcast started, I was told Alvernia was up 2-0, and then we got an update after map number 1. We saw them 2-2. So Syracuse 1 map away from this reverse sweep that could be coming in. They're no stranger to it. Okay, and it looks like, okay, hands off mouse and keyboard, so maybe they're going to start in just a minute here. But regardless, we're going to keep you guys updated on that as well because I'm super invested. Hopefully they'll be playing by the time this 3-minute break is over. Go ahead, folks, get some water, get a snack, say hi to your dog, and we'll see you right back here in just a couple of minutes with more Nittany Invitational 2025. Oh, speaking of ball, the flashbang doesn't go high enough. QLM is not going to be taken down, but gets really close to it. Yimitra goes off the map. Was that an Ajax? I believe Quinn might have moved Yimitra off the map with Beat Online. We hear that Kitsune come through. The blade in the pocket of Altraxia as well. They're going to be able to find a lot of damage early. Turns it into a double. Doesn't get the mega. Turnaround ranked to number 1 at A, I believe, at some point in time. Not currently, but clearly the value is showing almost single-handedly holding on to this point for the team. Beat drop from Quinn to keep QLM alive. Should be able to get this wrecking ball. Kiri gone, ball gone. Genji about to be gone. Gonna be the tank down. Kind of a trade back, but as you lose that Kiriko, the matchup is pretty much going to end. They've got a lot of ultimates to work with, but unfortunately, nobody. Oh, wow, really aggressive grab from Winston there. We're gonna be seeing that triple clash comes in very early here. Wow, just up close and personal. Toby has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and this Genji goes down 5v3, 5v2. Oh, wow! Winston just deleted from the Mortal Orders and goes down to Bucket Clutch there. 73% and counting now for Michigan on this first flashpoint. They chose this map. They need this win, and it looks like they may be able to start off strong on Surabasa. Oh, no. Nice. Go to reaction time. It is. Hopefully it doesn't end up costing them a teammate. As that Genji has already fallen. The Annihilation now online. Yimitra has fallen. Winston is going to be traded, and the beat drop now from Quinn. Desperate to keep the remaining members of Penn State alive. They need this first point cap, and they should be able to find it now that Tobyuan has fallen. And that might be, I can't imagine the Ramatra lives very long with just the Lucio in his pocket. Gonna fall once again, and Penn State just one fight away from equalizing here. I can't imagine we get any meaningful touches.
Yeah. It's a little stall.
It's a good one. It's a good one for sure. We see the grab into a blade, a phenomenal deflect from Altraxia, but it's going to be a one. Will get singled out. First one to fall once again. Penn State needs to lose a player early, but instead they find another elimination. Michigan, I just don't think they're going to have what they need in the reserve tank to win this, and Penn State sneaks it out. 99-99 here. They've still got to win one more flashpoint. Yup.
Like 300.
Yimitra goes down. The beat got out, but I think this is going to be over before they can even really get the chance to begin this series 2-0 over Michigan.
That was really interesting. Another really close fight. It could have gone either way. Spawn, but.
Oh, speaking of ball, the flashbang doesn't go high enough. ULM is not going to be taken down, but gets really close to it. Yimitra goes off the map. Was that an Ajax? I believe Quinn might have pooped Yimitra off the map with beat online. We hear that Kitsune come through, the blade in the pocket of Altraxia as well. They're going to be able to find a lot of damage early, turns it into a double, doesn't get the mega. On the turnaround, ranked #1 at A, I believe at some point in time, not currently, but clearly the value is showing almost single-handedly, holding on to this point for the team. Beat drop from Quinn to keep QLM alive. Should be able to get this wrecking ball. Kiri gone, ball gone. Genji about to be gone. It's going to be the tank down, kind of a trade back, but as you lose that Kiriko, the matchup is pretty much going to end. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Nittany Invitational 2025. We are still here smack in the middle of a very good series. It's a very close series as well. As much as the scoreboard might not make you think that way, we've had a great series so far between Michigan and Penn State. Penn State finding them up 2-0. Now we're going into Esperanza. We're going into push. If you're Michigan, what do you do?
I mean, well, we were talking about earlier some of the support ultimates on Michigan's team. We were using them both at the same time, which always isn't great. I mean, you want to be able to have at least one as a backup. Worst case scenario, you have to use them both at the same time, but almost every fight we are seeing beat and coalescence, which always isn't great. It could be an issue on the comm side. Not entirely sure, but hopefully we'll be able to clean that up a bit and make it a little bit easier for Michigan to coordinate and get ready for the next fight. But I mean, either way, that last match was still really close. Yeah. Just like all the other ones.
No, seriously, straight up. Like, you've said it so many times, but because it needs to be said so many times, like, it's truly like every match we've seen today has been so close. Like, everybody's fighting for that chance to make it to tomorrow. The two confirmed teams we have for tomorrow are Maryland and Texas Tech. If you've watched at all today, you have seen Texas Tech, I'm sure of that, and Maryland, who played in our very first series of the day. Now, here on Esperanza, one of the prettiest maps in the game, I love to see what we're seeing, but Michigan going for a Cassidy ban, which is a little bit surprising, a little bit unusual, and Penn State going for a Lucio ban. So once again, the trend continues. We will not be seeing Lucio here on push.
Well, I have to say, I'm not too shocked about the Lucio ban.
Agreed.
He is very, very strong on this map. Unless he's banned, I usually always see him on here. The Cassidy ban is pretty interesting because it didn't really seem like anybody was playing him this round, but in previous rounds we were seeing him a lot, so it could be because of the Deadeye that he has. There's a lot of high points here. But yeah, he's been pretty strong all day today, so I'm wondering how that's going to play out. And of course, we're seeing our two star supports. They've been here all day. They're not getting any rest.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty funny, honestly, all things considered. Of like, the game is pretty versatile right now. You know, you can play a couple of tanks, you can play a decent amount of DPS, but like supports, you better play one of these three. And if you don't, well, you're probably going to lose. So, I mean, it's not surprising to see Kiriko Wu Yang, but I think there is going to be a bit of a pace shift here. I'm really surprised to not see Penn State teleport out. They're going to put Khabib on the Tracer and just keep him there.
Yeah. And we have been seeing a lot of Tracer today. I think she's just been so good in this meta in general. She's very entertaining to watch. The pulse bombs are always great, but even without them, I've just been seeing them make really, really good plays. And then, of course, we have a Genji and a Sojourn. Genji's been a little bit more popular, just creeping up. A little bit of a flank.
And I think it's kind of like we haven't really seen Tracer being banned a lot today. Like you said, because she is so good, nobody wants to not play her. Because if they ban her, the other team can't play her. But yeah, now you can't either. And it's like nobody wants to not be able to play Tracer right now. So I think that is part of the reason we're seeing her so frequently. The Wrecking Ball, I'm really excited to see here from Toby Wan. They've played with a good aggressive play style thus far. And I think that lends really nicely into that Wrecking Ball play style, especially on a push map.
Yeah. I'm a little bit excited to see a Diva here. Not saying I'm disappointed, I love her, but a Diva, it could be for mobility reasons, especially on a push map. You're going to need that.
Yep.
But
nice. I mean, it's the same reason you said, we don't want to see Cassidy here. D.Va takes advantage of those same high grounds, those same opportunities, those same off angles, and going in, I think it really is going to help that mobility. D.Va doesn't move as fast as Wrecking Ball, but she moves a little easier, a little cleaner than Wrecking Ball does.
Yeah. And like you were saying earlier, if you're good at ball, you're probably going to be good on D.Va. I'm the opposite. I can play D.Va, I cannot play ball.
I really haven't played ball for a long time. I have no clue if I could still do it today. I mean, I was never ideally a tank player, so that's kind of my real excuse. But I do think Toby Wan has been doing okay so far. A bit of an overextension there. They caught a lot of damage out the gate they weren't expecting. But Penn State right now, I mean, we're 2 minutes in, and they're almost halfway done with this map.
Yeah. I mean, the pushes here have just been really strong.
The good news if you're Michigan is this is round one. You're not out. You just go lowers, which isn't the end of the world. But, hey, you just become the Texas Tech of Group 2.
Yeah.
We need one. We need somebody here to be one.
I feel like I've been seeing a lot of love for Texas Tech today.
Oh,
and that's
yeah.
very well deserved. They've just been incredible. But
I mean, they've grown on me.
Yeah.
I didn't know them one bit when they walked in, but now I absolutely know them. I think Texas Tech, they have been so fun to watch. And I think going in, like you said, every player here, they've been fighting so hard to be victorious today. We've got one ultimate on the side of Michigan, another now both from Penn State. One of the larger critiques we talked about using both support ults. Will it be worth it?
Oh, a D.Va bomb.
D.Va Bomb is going to be going in, unable to find any value there, but Yimitra able to find QLM in the chaos of the D.Va Bomb. Penn State comes through, and it's going to be QLM coming in with that overcharge. Are they going to use it? Maybe they don't need to because the fight might be over.
I'm wondering, I mean, considering that Michigan was able to get the robot back and start pushing again now, I'm wondering how they're going to continue.
Oh, that could have been a good pick, but the blink out of the way is going to make that a little bit harder to get that follow through on. QLM really sitting on this overclock, and I'm starting to wonder why. Is he waiting for a better off angle? Is he waiting for a stronger opportunity? Is he waiting for Eldraxia to be dead so he doesn't have to worry about the deflect?
We were saying Eltraxia earlier is kind of the first victim
Yeah.
in these fights. A little unfortunate. But I mean, Penn State gets the robot back and just continues that push.
Yeah, this is definitely a tough scenario, too, because Michigan's sitting at 0. Penn State, obviously, they want to win this in tradition. They want to get to the third point. You also don't have to. Your number just has to be bigger than the other person's at the end of the day. And right now, Penn State, damn near almost positively, going to be pushing that into triple digits unless Michigan can really turn this around.
Oh, Tracer 1v1. I also think we're seeing this game being played a little bit differently than usual, considering that the Lucio is banned.
Yeah,
very close
very
on
true.
That baby D.Va, it's just not enough.
It's definitely the downside of kind of running one ideal composition for a map is when that hero gets removed or they get banned, it's like, oh man, what's the next step? What are we going to do here? They're not able to find that value that they're looking for quite as easily, and you got to wonder if that is hurting Michigan's composition. It seems like it really could be using that additional speed boost, and not having it maybe slowing Toby down, which makes him easier to kill, which makes it a little bit harder for Michigan to find their footing.
Yeah, that first pick on the Fury. They really are focused on getting poor Ultraxia, but they really are focused on getting that tank, which seems to be.
Oh, an eye for an eye and all that. I mean, the Bull's Bomb goes out, the headshot comes through, and both DPS dismiss each other from the
down,
fight.
you're going down with me.
Damn right. Hey, I've heard that. An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. But right now, Penn State, the standing team, looking for that victory here on the third and final map of this series, just a couple of meters away from being able to do so.
I'm surprised I haven't seen as much, or maybe a little bit of direct fighting between the two tanks. It just seems like they both keep getting close to dying, but just not happening. But I'm happy to see that the D.Va's been holding out really well so far.
And it's one of those things that like a lot of people don't talk about seeing at the higher level. You just have to have faith in your supports, that you are going to be kept alive by them. And now with the double kill in favor of Penn State, they're looking for that opportunity to strike. A little bit of a slow burner off rip here. It looks like they're going to be able to find that damage early. An ultimate or two in the pocket of Penn State is all they're going to need to come into a victory here. Let's see how well they're going to be able to find it.
Yeah, and I mean, they have a closer spawn now, so I wonder how that's going to work out or make any difference for them. Nobody on the robot.
Oh, that's a huge find on that Kiriko in the back line. Now, Watson, I'm not sure they're going to be able to make it out of this with the mech. Do you drop the bomb to stay alive? The answer is yes. They go for the pick out of the Genji, who does not get back in time to remove them. Watson back full HP. Toby has fallen. Altrexia is gone. And QLM deciding to hit that Thanos snap. I'll do it myself. Get them out of the way, looking for that third and final opportunity to call this series kaput. There it is. Penn State, a 3-0 victory over Michigan here in the first round of Group B. Good news, as I mentioned earlier, Michigan not out, just going down to the lower bracket. As we've seen, that does not have to be a death sentence as Texas Tech. They've been down there all day, and they're still here. They're still kicking. They're one of their second team to qualify for tomorrow.
Yeah, and I mean, they've been really memorable. I'm hoping to see the same from Michigan. It was a really good fight still. But I'm wondering what it was that just didn't let them tip over the edge to get that win.
Yeah, I think it was a tough scenario. I think they've been waiting all day to play. I don't know how much warm-up time these teams have been able to get other than the 20 minutes or so they kind of set up there. So it could be a little bit of rust. We saw it with Texas Tech earlier today where they lost that first map, Lijiang Tower, and badly. You know, it was a rough turnaround, and then we took a couple of minutes between that and map 2, and then all of a sudden things were looking golden. So we saw a very good scenario in that circumstance, and I'm hoping that we're going to be seeing a similar play style from Michigan as they enter into that lower bracket.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I also noticed that with Texas Tech, especially after that first match, they were really able to adapt super quickly.
Yes.
I'm wondering if Michigan's going to be able to do the same thing. I'm not sure if it was comms, or just the team comp. It could have been bans. I mean, I was just thinking the way that last game was played, the Lucio really changed the way. I mean, I feel like a lot of the times on that map, Lucio's played in a way that really gives both teams like a big advantage, but having that speed on a map like that makes a huge difference. So I think that could have had a factor in it. Yeah,
without a doubt. I mean, going into this matchup, we're seeing a good scenario in terms of just what to look forward to with Penn State. I think they showed us a very strong composition, but Penn State, you know, I think you referred to this as this earlier too. It's counterwatch for a reason, and Penn State didn't have to counter very much. We didn't see a lot of that aggression. They came in with a comp, they played that comp, and they played it pretty darn well, all things considered. I'm hoping that we're going to see a bit stronger value coming out for Michigan if they're able to do the same in that lower bracket.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And then the other teams we have going on in the lower bracket, were we able to get any update on?
Okay, perfect. Yeah, we're going to interview Quinn, so we're going to have you step aside for a moment. I'm going to have a chat with our friend Quinn here. So, Quinn, first and foremost, come on, join me in here. Congrats, man. That was a really good showing on that. So, how do you guys feel? You waited all day to play, but you also had to travel the least distance to be here. So, how did that matchup feel?
I think we felt really strong going into it with our Zarya comp.
Yeah.
And when we were able to manage our hero bands around those maps, we were able to just make use of our Zarya comp.
Yeah, so early into this, you guys are the first team to ban Ramatra today. Was that against Michigan? Because did you guys know they had that ROM pick?
So we played Michigan like 8 months ago. What's up? And we knew then that they were like a Ram-centered team.
Yeah.
At least like in our previous matches.
Right.
So we thought like picking Lijiang on the control map, we just have to go with the ban Ram, and then later on we could do the ban ball. Yeah. They had a ball player.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, so going in, you know, you guys are a very notorious team. You guys have been hosting this. You do it great every year. First place, second place. We see it consistently. Going into this, you guys have had a lot of opportunity to watch the competition. How are you feeling?
We're feeling really good. If we do win our next match, then we'll be against Texas Tech tomorrow. Yeah. And they've been putting up a performance, you know, breaking out of the seeds and upsetting them. That's really like concerning, honestly, and it's a 10 a.m. match, so we're gonna have to get ready for that. And watching them, we're gonna have to like watch that back later too again.
Yeah, without a doubt. So going into this, you know, you guys have those hero bans. Do you have a default set of like, when we go in, we'll just kind of ban this unless we have that knowledge? Or are you guys going in and finding that knowledge every time?
We pretty much just think of it like a team-specific thing. We don't have like specific bans. We know the comps that most of these teams run and what our strengths play into, and that's usually what we ban.
Yeah, and I was given information that you were kind of a leading force in the sense of bringing the Nittany Invitational back, because last year we took it off. We had the 2 years prior to that. So how does it feel, I guess, for you to not only come and play well, but just to know that effort paid off, that we are back and that you played a big part in that?
Yeah, it is awesome. You know, it took months and months and months of planning, and to see it all pay off. All the teams are here. It is really wonderful. And hopefully we can win, but I'm happy if we don't still, just because I like that everyone actually came out here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hey, man, congratulations. We're excited to see what you guys look like in the future. Folks, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break here for a couple of minutes. I don't know if we're going upper or lower next, but regardless, we've got some more Overwatch for you in just a few. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. speaking of ball, the flashbang doesn't go high enough. QLM is not going to be taken down, but gets really close to it. Yimitra goes off the map. Was that an Ajax? I believe Quinn might have pooped Yimitra off the map with beat online. We hear that Kitsune come through, the blade in the pocket of Altraxia as well. They're going to be able to find a lot of damage early, turns it into a double, doesn't get the mega! On the turnaround, ranked #1 at A, I believe at some point in time, not currently, but clearly the value is showing almost single-handedly, holding on to this point for the team. Beat drop from Quinn to keep QLM alive. Should be able to get this wrecking ball. Kiri gone, ball gone, Genji about to be gone. It's going to be the tank down, kind of a trade back, but as you lose that Kiriko, the matchup is pretty much going to end. They've got a lot of ultimates to work with, but unfortunately, nobody. Oh, wow, really aggressive grab from Winston there. We're going to be seeing that triple clash comes in very early here. Wow, just up close and personal. Toby has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and this Genji goes down 5v3, 5v2. Oh, wow! Wonston just deleted from the mortal orders and goes down to bucket clutch there. 73% and counting now for Michigan on this first flashpoint. They chose this map. They need this win, and it looks like they may be able to start off strong on Surabasa. Oh, no. Nice. Good reaction time. It is hopefully it doesn't end up costing them a teammate as that Genji has already fallen. The Annihilation now online. Yimitra has fallen. Winston is going to be traded, and the beat drop now from Quinn. Desperate to keep the remaining members of Penn State alive. They need this first point cap, and they should be able to find it now that Toby Wan has fallen. And that might be, I can't imagine the Ramatra lives very long with just the Lucio in his pocket. Yeah. Gonna fall once again, and Penn State just one fight away from equalizing here. I can't imagine we get any meaningful touches.
Yeah. It's a little stall. I love that Ramatra.
It's a good one. It's a good one for sure.
Ooh,
we see the grab into a blade, a phenomenal deflect from Altraxia, but it's going to be a one. Will get singled out. First one to fall once again. Penn State needs to lose a player early, but instead they find another elimination. Michigan, I just don't think they're going to have what they need in the reserve tank to win this, and Penn State sneaks it out. 99-99 here. They've still got to win one more flashpoint. Yup.
Like 300.
Yimitra goes down. The beat got out, but I think this is going to be over before they can even really get the chance to begin this series 2-0 over Michigan.
That was really interesting. Another really close fight. It could have gone either way, but
nice. I mean, it's the same reason you said, we don't want to see Cassidy here. Diva takes advantage of those same high grounds, those same opportunities, those same off angles.
Poor Altraxia. But they really are focused on getting that tank, which seems to be.
Oh, an eye for. Oh, that's a huge find on that Kiriko in the back line. Now Watson. Oh, speaking of ball, the flashbang doesn't go high enough. QLM is not going to be taken down, but gets really close to it. Yimitra goes off the map. Was that an Ajax? I believe Quinn might have pooped Yimitra off the map with beat online. We hear that Kitsune come through, the blade in the pocket of Altraxia as well. They're going to be able to find a lot of damage early, turns it into a double, doesn't get the mega! On the turnaround, ranked #1 at A, I believe at some point in time, not currently, but clearly the value is showing almost single-handedly, holding on to this point for the team. Beat drop from Quinn to keep QLM alive. Should be able to get this wrecking ball. Kiri gone, ball gone, Genji about to be gone. It's going to be the tank down, kind of a trade back, but as you lose that Kiriko, the matchup is pretty much going to end. They've got a lot of ultimates to work with, but unfortunately, nobody. Oh, wow, really aggressive grab from Winston there. We're going to be seeing that triple clash comes in very early here. Wow, just up close and personal. Toby has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and this Genji goes down 5v3, 5v2. Oh, wow! Wonston just deleted from the mortal orders and goes down to bucket clutch there. 73% and counting now for Michigan on this first flashpoint. They chose this map. They need this win, and it looks like they may be able to start off strong on Surabasa. Oh, no. Nice. Good reaction time. It is hopefully it doesn't end up costing them a teammate as that Genji has already fallen. The Annihilation now online. Yimitra has fallen. Winston is going to be traded, and the beat drop now from Quinn. Desperate to keep the remaining members of Penn State alive. They need this first point cap, and they should be able to find it now that Toby Wan has fallen. And that might be, I can't imagine the Ramatra lives very long with just the Lucio in his pocket. Yeah. Gonna fall once again, and Penn State just one fight away from equalizing here. I can't imagine we get any meaningful touches.
Yeah. It's a little stall. I love that Ramatra.
It's a good one. It's a good one for sure. We see the grab into a blade, a phenomenal deflect from Altraxia, but it's going to be a one. Will get singled out. First one to fall once again. Penn State needs to lose a player early, but instead they find another elimination. Michigan, I just don't think they're going to have what they need in the reserve tank to win this, and Penn State sneaks it out. 99-99 here. They've still got to win one more flashpoint. Yup.
Like 300.
Yimitra goes down. The beat got out, but I think this is going to be over before they can even really get the chance to begin this series 2-0 over Michigan.
That was really interesting. Another really close fight. It could have gone either way, but
nice. I mean, it's the same reason you said, we don't want to see Cassidy here. Diva takes advantage of those same high grounds, those same opportunities, those same off angles.
Poor Altraxia. But they really are focused on getting that tank, which seems to be.
Oh, an eye for. Oh, that's a huge find on that Kiriko in the back line. Now Watson. Oh, speaking of ball, the flashbang doesn't go high enough. QLM is not going to be taken down, but gets really close to it. Yimitra goes off the map. Was that an Ajax? I believe Quinn might have booped Yimitra off the map with beat online. We hear that Kitsune come through. The blade in the pocket of Altraxia as well. They're going to be able to find a lot of damage early. Turns it into a double. Doesn't get the mega. On the turnaround, ranked to #1 at A, I believe at some point in time. Not currently, but clearly the value is showing almost single-handedly. Holding on to this point for the team. Beat drop from Quinn to keep QLM alive. Should be able to get this wrecking ball. Kiri gone. Ball gone. Genji about to be gone. It's going to be the tank down. Kind of a trade back, but as you lose that Kiriko, the matchup is pretty much going to end. They've got a lot of ultimates to work with, but unfortunately, nobody. Oh, wow, really aggressive grab from Winston there. We're going to be seeing that triple clash comes in very early here. Wow, just up close and personal. Toby has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and this Genji goes down 5v3, 5v2. Oh, wow! Wonston just deleted from the mortal orders and goes down to bucket clutch there. 73% and counting now for Michigan on this first flashpoint. They chose this map. They need this win, and it looks like they may be able to start off strong on Surabasa. Oh, no. Nice. Good reaction time. It is. Hopefully it doesn't end up costing them a teammate, as that Genji has already fallen. The Annihilation now online. Yimitra has fallen. Winston is going to be traded, and the beat drop now from Quinn. Desperate to keep the remaining members of Penn State alive. They need this first point cap, and they should be able to find it now that Toby Wan has fallen. And that might be, I can't imagine the Ramatra lives very long with just the Lucio in his pocket. Yeah. Going to fall once again, and Penn State just one fight away from equalizing here. I can't imagine we get any meaningful touches.
Yeah. It's a little stall. I love that Ramatra.
It's a good one. It's a good one for sure. We see the grab into a blade, a phenomenal deflect from Altraxia, but it's going to be a one. Will get singled out. First one to fall once again. Penn State needs to lose a player early, but instead they find another elimination. Michigan, I just don't think they're going to have what they need in the reserve tank to win this, and Penn State sneaks it out. 99-99 here. They've still got to win one more flashpoint. Yup.
Like 300.
Yimitra goes down. The beat got out, but I think this is going to be over before they can even really get the chance to begin this series 2-0 over Michigan.
That was really interesting. Another really close fight. It could have gone either way, but
nice. I mean, it's the same reason you said, we don't want to see Cassidy here. Diva takes advantage of those same high grounds, those same opportunities, those same off angles.
Poor Altraxia. But they really are focused on getting that tank, which seems to be.
Oh, an eye for. Oh, that's a huge find on that Kiriko in the back line. Now Watson. Oh, speaking of ball, the flashbang doesn't go high enough. QLM is not going to be taken down, but gets really close to it. Yimitra goes off the map. Was that an Ajax? I believe Quinn might have booped Yimitra off the map with beat online. We hear that Kitsune come through. The blade in the pocket of Altraxia as well. They're going to be able to find a lot of damage early. Turns it into a double. Doesn't get the mega. On the turnaround, ranked to #1 at A, I believe at some point in time. Not currently, but clearly the value is showing almost single-handedly. Holding on to this point for the team. Beat drop from Quinn to keep QLM alive. Should be able to get this wrecking ball. Kiri gone. Ball gone. Genji about to be gone. It's going to be the tank down. Kind of a trade back, but as you lose that Kiriko, the matchup is pretty much going to end. They've got a lot of ultimates to work with, but unfortunately, nobody. Oh, wow, really aggressive grab from Winston there. We're going to be seeing that triple clash comes in very early here. Wow, just up close and personal. Toby has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and this Genji goes down 5v3, 5v2. Oh, wow! Wonston just deleted from the mortal orders and goes down to bucket clutch there. 73% and counting now for Michigan on this first flashpoint. They chose this map. They need this win, and it looks like they may be able to start off strong on Surabasa. Oh no, nice. Good reaction time. It is. Hopefully it doesn't end up costing them a teammate, as that Genji has already fallen. The Annihilation now online. Yimitra has fallen. Wonston is going to be traded, and the beat drop now from Quinn. Desperate to keep the remaining members of Penn State alive. They need this first point cap, and they should be able to find it now that Tobyuan has fallen. And that might be, I can't imagine the Ramatra lives very long with just the Lucio in his pocket.
Yeah.
Gonna fall once again, and Penn State just one fight away from equalizing here. I can't imagine we get any meaningful touches.
Yeah. A little stall. I love that Ramatra skin.
It's a good one. It's a good one for sure. We see the
good
grab into a play, a
deflect.
phenomenal deflect from Altraxia, but it's going to be a one. Will get singled out. First one to fall once again. Penn State needs to lose a player early, but instead they find another elimination. Michigan, I just don't think they're going to have what they need in the reserve tank to win this, and Penn State sneaks it out. 99-99 here. They've still got to win one more flashpoint. Yup.
Like 300.
Yimitra goes down. The beat got out, but I think this is going to be over before they can even really get the chance to begin this series 2-0 over Michigan.
That was really interesting. Another really close fight. It could have gone either way, but
Nice.
oh,
I mean, it's the same reason you said, we don't want to see Cassidy here. Diva takes advantage of those same high grounds, those same opportunities, those same off angles.
Poor Altraxia. But they really are focused on getting that tank, which seems to be
Oh,
Ooh.
an eye for.
really on the
Oh, that's a huge find on that Kiriko in the back line. Now Wonston.
on. But
Oh, speaking of ball, the flashbang doesn't go high enough. ULM is not going to be taken down, but gets really close to it. Yimitra goes off the map. Was that an Ajax? I believe Quinn might have pooped Yimitra off the map with beat online. We hear that Kitsune come through, the blade in the pocket of Altraxia as well. They're going to be able to find a lot of damage early, turns it into a double, doesn't get the mega. On the turnaround, ranked to #1 at A, I believe at some point in time, not currently, but clearly the value is showing almost single-handedly, holding on to this point for the team. Beat drop from Quinn to keep QLM alive. Should be able to get this wrecking ball. Kiri gone, ball gone. Genji about to be gone. It's going to be the tank down, kind of a trade back, but as you lose that Kiriko, the matchup is pretty much going to end. They've got a lot of ultimates to work with, but unfortunately, nobody. Oh, wow, really aggressive grab from Wonston there. We're going to be seeing that triple clash comes in very early here. Wow, just up close and personal. Toby has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and this Genji goes down 5v3, 5v2.
weaknesses, so
Oh, wow!
Immediate.
Wonston just deleted from the mortal orders and goes down to bucket clutch there. 73% and counting now for Michigan on this first flashpoint. They chose this map. They need this win, and it looks like they may be able to start off strong on Surabasa. Oh no, nice. Good reaction time. It is. Hopefully it doesn't end up costing them a teammate, as that Genji has already fallen. The Annihilation now online. Yimitra has fallen. Wonston is going to be traded, and the beat drop now from Quinn. Desperate to keep the remaining members of Penn State alive. They need this first point cap, and they should be able to find it now that Tobyuan has fallen. And that might be, I can't imagine the Ramatra lives very long with just the Lucio in his pocket.
Yeah.
Gonna fall once again, and Penn State just one fight away from equalizing here. I can't imagine we get any meaningful touches.
yeah. A little stall. I love that Ramatra skin.
It's a good one. It's a good one for sure. We see the grab into a play, a phenomenal deflect from Altraxia, but it's going to be a one. Will get singled out. First one to fall once again. Penn State needs to lose a player early, but instead they find another elimination. Michigan, I just don't think they're going to have what they need in the reserve tank to win this, and Penn State sneaks it out. 99-99 here. They've still got to win one more flashpoint. Yup.
Like 300.
Yimitra goes down. The beat got out, but I think this is going to be over before they can even really get the chance to begin this series 2-0 over Michigan.
That was really interesting. Another really close fight. It could have gone either way, but
Nice. I mean, it's the same reason you said, we don't want to see Cassidy here. Diva takes advantage of those same high grounds, those same opportunities, those same off angles.
poor Altraxia. But they really are focused on getting that tank, which seems to be
Oh, an eye for.
really on the
Oh, that's a huge find on that Kiriko in the back line. Now Wonston.
on. But
Oh, speaking of ball, the flashbang doesn't go high enough. ULM is not going to be taken down, but gets really close to it. Yimitra goes off the map. Was that an Ajax? I believe Quinn might have pooped Yimitra off the map with beat online. We hear that Kitsune come through, the blade in the pocket of Altraxia as well. They're going to be able to find a lot of damage early, turns it into a double, doesn't get the mega! On the turnaround, ranked #1 at A, I believe at some point in time, not currently, but clearly the value is showing almost single-handedly, holding on to this point for the team. Beat drop from Quinn to keep QLM alive. Should be able to get this Wrecking Ball. Kiri gone, Ball gone, Genji about to be gone. It's going to be the tank down, kind of a trade back, but as you lose that Kiriko, the matchup is pretty much going to end. They've got a lot of ultimates to work with, but unfortunately, nobody. Oh, wow, really aggressive grab from Wanston there. We're going to be seeing that triple clash comes in very early here. Wow, just up close and personal. Toby has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and this Genji goes down 5v3, 5v2. Oh, wow! Wanston just deleted from the Mortal Orders and goes down to bucket clutch there. 73% and counting now for Michigan on this first flashpoint. They chose this map. They need this win, and it looks like they may be able to start off strong on Surabasa. Oh, no. Nice. Go to reaction time. It is. Hopefully it doesn't end up costing them a teammate as that Genji has already fallen. The Annihilation now online. Yimitra has fallen. Wanston is going to be traded, and the beat drop now from Quinn. Desperate to keep the remaining members of Penn State alive. They need this first point cap, and they should be able to find it now that Toby Wan has fallen. And that might be, I can't imagine the Ramatra lives very long with just the Lucio in his pocket. Yeah. Going to fall once again, and Penn State just one fight away from equalizing here. I can't imagine we get any meaningful touches.
Yeah. Little stall. I love that Ramatra.
It's a good one. It's a good one for sure. We see the grab into a blade, a phenomenal deflect from Altraxia, but it's going to be a one. Will get singled out. First one to fall once again. Penn State needs to lose a player early, but instead they find another elimination. Michigan, I just don't think they're going to have what they need in the reserve tank to win this, and Penn State sneaks it out. 99-99 here. They've still got to win one more flashpoint. Yup.
Like 300.
Yimitra goes down. The beat got out, but I think this is going to be over before they can even really get the chance to begin this series 2-0 over Michigan.
That was really interesting. Another really close fight. It could have gone either way, but
nice. I mean, it's the same reason you said, we don't want to see Cassidy here. Diva takes advantage of those same high grounds, those same opportunities, those same off angles.
Poor Altraxia. But they really are focused on getting that tank, which seems to be.
Oh, an eye for. Oh, that's a huge find on that Kiriko in the back line. Now Wanston. Oh, speaking of ball, the flashbang doesn't go high enough. QLM is not going to be taken down, but gets really close to it. Yimitra goes off the map. Was that an Ajax? I believe Quinn might have pooped Yimitra off the map with beat online. We hear that Kitsune come through, the blade in the pocket of Altraxia as well. They're going to be able to find a lot of damage early, turns it into a double, doesn't get the mega! On the turnaround, ranked #1 at A, I believe at some point in time, not currently, but clearly the value is showing almost single-handedly, holding on to this point for the team. Beat drop from Quinn to keep QLM alive. Should be able to get this Wrecking Ball. Kiri gone, Ball gone, Genji about to be gone. It's going to be the tank down, kind of a trade back, but as you lose that Kiriko, the matchup is pretty much going to end. Got a lot of ultimates to work with, but unfortunately, nobody. Oh, wow, really aggressive grab from Wanston there. We're going to be seeing that triple clash comes in very early here. Wow, just up close and personal. Toby has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and this Genji goes down 5v3, 5v2. Oh, wow! Wanston just deleted from the Mortal Orders and goes down to bucket clutch there. 73% and counting now for Michigan on this first flashpoint. They chose this map. They need this win, and it looks like they may be able to start off strong on Surabasa. Oh, no. Nice. Go to reaction time. It is. Hopefully it doesn't end up costing them a teammate as that Genji has already fallen. The Annihilation now online. Yimitra has fallen. Wanston is going to be traded, and the beat drop now from Quinn. Desperate to keep the remaining members of Penn State alive. They need this first point cap, and they should be able to find it now that Toby Wan has fallen. And that might be, I can't imagine the Ramatra lives very long with just the Lucio in his pocket. Yeah. Going to fall once again, and Penn State just one fight away from equalizing here. I can't imagine we get any meaningful touches.
Yeah. Little stall. I love that Ramatra.
It's a good one. It's a good one for sure. We see the grab into a blade, a phenomenal deflect from Altraxia, but it's going to be a one. Will get singled out. First one to fall once again. Penn State needs to lose a player early, but instead they find another elimination. Michigan, I just don't think they're going to have what they need in the reserve tank to win this, and Penn State sneaks it out. 99-99 here. They've still got to win one more flashpoint. Yup.
Like 300.
Yimitra goes down. The beat got out, but I think this is going to be over before they can even really get the chance to begin this series 2-0 over Michigan.
That was really interesting. Another really close fight. It could have gone either way, but
nice. I mean, it's the same reason you said, we don't want to see Cassidy here. D.Va takes advantage of those same high grounds, those same opportunities, those same off angles.
Poor Altraxia. But they really are focused on getting that tank, which seems to be.
Oh, an eye for. Oh, that's a huge find on that Kiriko in the back line. Now Watson. Oh, speaking of ball, the flashbang doesn't go high enough. QLM is not going to be taken down, but gets really close to it. Yimitra goes off the map. Was that an Ajax? I believe Quinn might have pooped Yimitra off the map with beat online. We hear that Kitsune come through. The blade in the pocket of Altraxia as well. They're going to be able to find a lot of damage early. Turns it into a double. Doesn't get the mega. On the turnaround, ranked #1 at A, I believe at some point in time. Not currently, but clearly the value is showing almost single-handedly. Holding on to this point for the team. Beat drop from Quinn to keep QLM alive. Should be able to get this wrecking ball. Kiri gone. Ball gone. Genji about to be gone. It's going to be the tank down. Kind of a trade back, but as you lose that Kiriko, the matchup is pretty much going to end. Got a lot of ultimates to work with, but unfortunately, nobody. Oh, wow, really aggressive grab from Wanston there. We're going to be seeing that triple clash comes in very early here. Wow, just up close and personal. Toby has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and this Genji goes down 5v3, 5v2. Oh, wow. Wanston just deleted from the mortal orders and goes down to bucket clutch there. 73% and counting now for Michigan on this first flashpoint. They chose this map. They need this win, and it looks like they may be able to start off strong on Surabasa. Oh, no. Nice. Good reaction time. It is. Hopefully it doesn't end up costing them a teammate, as that Genji has already fallen. The Annihilation now online. Yimitra has fallen. Wanston is going to be traded, and the beat drop now from Quinn. Desperate to keep the remaining members of Penn State alive. They need this first point cap, and they should be able to find it now that Toby Wan has fallen. And that might be, I can't imagine the Ramatra lives very long with just the Lucio in his pocket. Yeah. Going to fall once again, and Penn State just one fight away from equalizing here. I can't imagine we get any meaningful touches.
Yeah. A little stall. I love that Ramatra.
It's a good one. It's a good one for sure. We see the grab into a blade, a phenomenal deflect from Altraxia, but it's going to be a one. Will get singled out. First one to fall once again. Penn State needs to lose a player early, but instead they find another elimination. Michigan, I just don't think they're going to have what they need in the reserve tank to win this, and Penn State sneaks it out. 99-99 here. They've still got to win one more flashpoint. Yup.
Like 300.
Yimitra goes down. The beat got out, but I think this is going to be over before they can even really get the chance to begin this series 2-0 over Michigan.
That was really interesting. Another really close fight. It could have gone either way, but
nice. I mean, it's the same reason you said, we don't want to see Cassidy here. D.Va takes advantage of those same high grounds, those same opportunities, those same off angles.
Poor Altraxia. But they really are focused on getting that tank, which seems to be.
Oh, an eye for. Oh, that's a huge find on that Kiriko in the back line. Now Watson. Oh, speaking of ball, the flashbang doesn't go high enough. QLM is not going to be taken down, but gets really close to it. Yimitra goes off the map. Was that an Ajax? I believe Quinn might have pooped Yimitra off the map with beat online. We hear that Kitsune come through. The blade in the pocket of Altraxia as well. They're going to be able to find a lot of damage early. Turns it into a double. Doesn't get the mega. On the turnaround, ranked #1 at A, I believe at some point in time. Not currently, but clearly the value is showing almost single-handedly. Holding on to this point for the team. Beat drop from Quinn to keep QLM alive. Should be able to get this wrecking ball. Kiri gone. Ball gone. Genji about to be gone. It's going to be the tank down. Kind of a trade back, but as you lose that Kiriko, the matchup is pretty much going to end. Got a lot of ultimates to work with, but unfortunately, nobody. Oh, wow, really aggressive grab from Wanston there. We're going to be seeing that triple clash comes in very early here. Wow, just up close and personal. Toby has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and this Genji goes down 5v3, 5v2. Oh, wow. Wanston just deleted from the mortal orders and goes down to bucket clutch there. 73% and counting now for Michigan on this first flashpoint. They chose this map. They need this win, and it looks like they may be able to start off strong on Surabasa. Oh, no. Nice. Go to reaction time. It is hopefully it doesn't end up costing them a teammate. It's like Genji has already fallen. The Annihilation now online. Yimitra has fallen. Wanston is going to be traded, and the beat drop now from Quinn. Desperate to keep the remaining members of Penn State alive. They need this first point cap, and they should be able to find it now that Tobyuan has fallen. And that might be, I can't imagine the Ramatra lives very long with just the Lucio in his pocket.
Yeah.
Gonna fall once again, and Penn State just one fight away from equalizing here. I can't imagine we get any meaningful touches.
Yeah. It's a little stall. I love that Ramatra.
It's a good one. It's a good one for sure. We see the grab into a blade, a phenomenal deflect from Altraxia, but it's going to be a one. Will get singled out. First one to fall once again. Penn State needs to lose a player early, but instead they find another elimination. Michigan, I just don't think they're going to have what they need in the reserve tank to win this, and Penn State sneaks it out. 99-99 here. They've still got to win one more flashpoint. Yup.
Like 300.
Yimitra goes down. The beat got out, but I think this is going to be over before they can even really get the chance to begin this series 2-0 over Michigan.
That was really interesting. Another really close fight. It could have gone either way, but
nice. I mean, it's the same reason you said, we don't want to see Cassidy here. Diva takes advantage of those same high grounds, those same opportunities, those same off angles.
Poor Altraxia. But they really are focused on getting that tank, which seems to be.
Oh, an eye for. Oh, that's a huge find on that Kiriko in the back line. Now Watson. Oh, speaking of ball, the flashbang doesn't go high enough. ULM is not going to be taken down, but gets really close to it. Yimitra goes off the map. Was that an Ajax? I believe Quinn might have pooped Yimitra off the map with beat online. We hear that Kitsune come through. The blade in the pocket of Altraxia as well. They're going to be able to find a lot of damage early. Turns it into a double. Doesn't get the mega. Turnaround ranked to #1 at A, I believe at some point in time. Not currently, but clearly the value is showing almost single-handedly. Holding on to this point for the team. Beat drop from Quinn to keep QLM alive. Should be able to get this wrecking ball. Kiri gone. Ball gone. Genji about to be gone. It's going to be the tank down. Kind of a trade back, but as you lose that Kiriko, the matchup is pretty much going to end. Got a lot of ultimates to work with, but unfortunately, nobody. Oh, wow, really aggressive grab from Wanston there. We're going to be seeing that triple clash comes in very early here. Wow, just up close and personal. Toby has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and this Genji goes down 5v3, 5v2. Oh, wow. Wanston just deleted from the mortal orders and goes down to bucket clutch there. 73% and counting now for Michigan on this first flashpoint. They chose this map. They need this win, and it looks like they may be able to start off strong on Surabasa. Oh, no. Nice. Go to reaction time. It is hopefully it doesn't end up costing them a teammate. It's like Genji has already fallen. The Annihilation now online. Yimitra has fallen. Wanston is going to be traded, and the beat drop now from Quinn. Desperate to keep the remaining members of Penn State alive. They need this first point cap, and they should be able to find it now that Tobyuan has fallen. And that might be, I can't imagine the Ramatra lives very long with just the Lucio in his pocket.
Yeah.
Gonna fall once again, and Penn State just one fight away from equalizing here. I can't imagine we get any meaningful touches.
Yeah. It's a little stall. I love that Ramatra.
It's a good one. It's a good one for sure. We see the grab into a blade, a phenomenal deflect from Altraxia, but it's going to be a one. Will get singled out. First one to fall once again. Penn State needs to lose a player early, but instead they find another elimination. Michigan, I just don't think they're going to have what they need in the reserve tank to win this, and Penn State sneaks it out. 99-99 here. They've still got to win one more flashpoint. Yup.
Like 300.
Yimitra goes down. The beat got out, but I think this is going to be over before they can even really get the chance to begin this series 2-0 over Michigan.
That was really interesting. Another really close fight. It could have gone either way, but
nice. I mean, it's the same reason you said, we don't want to see Cassidy here. Diva takes advantage of those same high grounds, those same opportunities, those same off angles.
Poor Altraxia. But they really are focused on getting that tank, which seems to be.
Oh, an eye for. Oh, that's a huge find on that Kiriko in the back line. Now Watson. Oh, speaking of ball, the flashbang doesn't go high enough. ULM is not going to be taken down, but gets really close to it. Yimitra goes off the map. Was that an Ajax? I believe Quinn might have pooped Yimitra off the map with beat online. We hear that Kitsune come through, the blade in the pocket of Altraxia as well. They're going to be able to find a lot of damage early, turns it into a double, doesn't get the mega! On the turnaround, ranked to #1 NA, I believe at some point in time, not currently, but clearly the value is showing, almost single-handedly holding on to this point for the team. Beat drop from Quinn to keep QLF alive. Should be able to get this Wrecking Ball. Kiri gone, Ball gone, Genji about to be gone. It's going to be the tank down, kind of a trade back, but as you lose that Kiriko, the matchup is pretty much going to end. They've got a lot of ultimates to work with, but unfortunately, nobody. Oh, wow, really aggressive grab from Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nittany Invitational 2025. I'm still Septilence, joined by Kevin, and we're going to be jumping in to another series here at the Nittany Invitational. We've got a team that we just saw a moment ago, Michigan, going up against a team we have not seen yet, Syracuse. So last time we talked about Syracuse on broadcast, it was 2-2, Game 5, and Syracuse, unfortunately, loses in Game 5 overtime. So coming into this series, both teams coming in off of a loss. How do you stay on top of things? How do you not let that get to you early?
Yeah, and I believe that these two teams lost in very different fashions. Michigan lost a 3-0, and Syracuse lost a 3-2. And honestly, it's a difference between which one's better, because you would say that the team that won 2 maps is better off because they actually won things. However, mentally, does that not do something for you? Thinking that maybe we should have won the last one.
And I think a lot of it can be that mental hurdle of, losing a 3-2, you can at least go, it was close. But losing that 3-0, and honestly, as it was close visually, that score just seems a lot worse. It seems a little bit harder to climb out of. But Michigan, they're clearly a team that has that adaptation, that has the ability to succeed, and they have that opportunity to try and strike. So we're hoping Michigan can come in. They seem like they're in a good mood. They seem like they're excited to jump into this series. And now they've got one more chance. Can Michigan walk away with a victory here? Can they show Syracuse how it's done on the main stage?
Yeah, we're going to Lijiang Tower, and it looks like Syracuse is going to ban the Genji, and the second ban is coming right here. Oh.
Yeah, we get the bans as they happen. Lijiang Tower, shocker! As if we haven't seen that as our first map every single day. So a Genji ban early on from Syracuse. It means they've done their research. It means they know what they're looking for. And it means that they know going into this matchup that that's exactly what Michigan wants to play. Now they've forced this Genji to move off of Genji, and that's all he played last series. So I truly have no idea what we're going to be seeing next from the side of Michigan here.
Yeah, and it's going to be really interesting, that off support. Yeah, I got nothing. I mean, we can see some cast or maybe like even Hanzo, maybe like some flexibility. It really depends on, I guess, the second ban, which I assume will be like a tank ban.
Likely. It's typically, could be Lucio. We've seen Lucio banned a lot today. That's not impossible. But going in, it seems like they're taking their time. They maybe don't know what Syracuse wants to bring to the table. The problem with Syracuse, something that makes them a little bit scary, is that I know they've got a lot of versatility in their back pocket. If you ban one character, they're just going to play another. We saw a lot of that. I was talking to their coach, Law, earlier, and I asked him, how have bans been today? And he said, we've got something in the pocket regardless. And that's going to be what we're looking out for from Syracuse. We want to see that flexibility. We want to see that viability. And we want to see if Michigan can find that right ban to cut this team off of the knees. The ban they've chosen will be Lucio. So let's see how much impact that has on Syracuse.
Yeah, and I like that mindset that you've mentioned that Law provided. Sometimes these tactical things don't really matter. Sometimes teams don't follow the laws of logic, and we absolutely love it. Going to Lijiang Tower, we're in the daytime, and honestly, we could see quite a bit of dive. Although, these characters kind of play well into that tanks-wise. Maybe we can follow through with the Zarya that we've been consistently seeing all day. Maybe the Hazard.
It's been a dive-heavy day for sure, but when you cut out Genji and Lucio, how heavy a dive can you really do, right? We saw it without Lucio, we saw it without Genji, but to have both of them off the table, you're looking at maybe Hazard or Winston, maybe D.Va, but then the DPS is where it gets a little weird, because who do you put with Tracer? Who's going to fill in that Genji-sized hole?
Yeah, and I think the go-to choice that these teams will be thinking of will be, never mind. One team Michigan has decided to play Torb, and is that Pharah Reaper?
It could be. Now, the gates haven't opened yet, and that's always important to kind of comment on. Is like they can literally wait until the very last second. They can even change after that timer ticks all the way down. But looking at the support line, I would believe that at the very least. I think those are the heroes we could be seeing when Lucio's taken out. We see the supports typically replaced with, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on his name again.
Where? Wu Yang. Yeah.
Wu Yang, yeah. With Wu Yang coming in, we see him as that Lucio replacement. We see him replace Kiriko when she's gone. We see Baptiste replace Wu Yang if he's gone. So the supports, they kind of have this pocket they have to play into. But as the doors of the match finally open up, it seems like that Torbjorn may be real after all.
Yeah, and I mean that Reaper going down to such low HP, expending his resources, the Wraith, just a spam battle down this road. And Michigan kind of taking a little more early area.
Yeah, and having the Zarya on both sides makes it really easy to get that damage up early, but Reaper and Torbjorn, they're both good at making those bubbles soda pop, and going into this circumstance here, they're going to try to find it if they can. Look for that bubble, look for the Zarya. They almost find it. Tobywan will go down. Syracuse 5-4 on the board.
Yeah, and a lot of action going on here. It's actually a pick going on, taking out Mac, but this looks like a point going to Syracuse, as they're forced back into spawn.
Yeah, Syracuse really hyper-aggressive here. Lunar, a power player on this roster as well. Very comfortable in that tank position, but even scarier, very good in several tank positions. Able to play that Zarya, can bring others to the table as well. Tobywan, we saw playing Zarya, we saw playing Wrecking Ball earlier. We know that versatility is on the other side there, but right now Syracuse doing a great job keeping Michigan scattered, keeping them off point, and
window already.
The amplification matrix early. The Reaper goes through, and it's just deleted. Mac perhaps a little bit too confident about that amp matrix. Gives Michigan a great opportunity to try and win this back, but at the same drops that Kitsune rush. Can Syracuse find a pick of their own?
It looks like they won't be able to find it, but the pulse bomb actually not hitting anything. The immortality field just does a great backfield. But now here are the big ults, and it looks like Syracuse are getting 2 kills.
Nice! Syracuse able to really start staggering these kills back up. Mac just going through, holding left click, getting pick after pick there, barely keeping things alive for Syracuse, but the point was never flipped, so it continues to rack up and stack up in the favor of Syracuse.
That's a lot of points off the top of the back. And honestly, Michigan coming back, not a lot of resources. They have the grab here, but the ult usage, I've been finding these ults very fascinating.
Yes. Yeah, the ult usage hasn't really been textbook. It's not what we're typically expecting to see. And thinking of great ult usage, Matt comes in with a 3K on the board, 75% and counting for Syracuse. Just one more fight to win it, but how do you win a fight with no ultimates?
Yeah, exactly. But for that was such an unexpected time to use the ult. And that wasn't a necessarily orthodox ult. He was in the middle of the point, just wailing his arms around. The rest of his team was doing so much to keep the attention off him. So I think that's what you need. You need distractions. You need uncertainty on the side of Syracuse, make them uncomfortable, but they're up for the challenge.
Yep, Bucket Clutch almost has it, unfortunately just not able to do so. The Kiri goes in, keeps the Zarya alive, and lives to tell the tale. Syracuse first point on the board already, able to find that 5-4 advantage in the final fight to give them 100-0. Looking very clean, looking, dare I say, golden here on that first stage of Li Zhang. Can they continue carrying that energy forward?
Yeah, absolutely. And something I've noticed, because I watched the previous game, or I was present when Syracuse played Alviana, is that Syracuse has a lot of energy.
Yes.
And this is a team that's not afraid to get a little loud, get a little energetic. Yeah. And this is going to be big into playing the mentals. This is a team that wants to go all out, wants to win 100% to 0.
Yep. They're going to be going into this matchup here. Michigan's still not able to play that Genji. And if you're on the side of Michigan, I think that's almost a blessing in a way, because you can kind of say, oh, we can't play the Genji. It's okay if this is a little bit more rough. It's okay if the edges aren't exactly ironed out at a time like this. And we're going to be watching to see if this pick on the side of Michigan here is going to be worth it. If Freya, if this Huntress is going to be able to get that damage that she's looking for. But Syracuse already, they're making a lot of noise, not a lot of damage yet. But hey, the round just started.
Yeah, absolutely. And this Freya, I actually really like this pick, able to output a lot of damage, maybe put the Zarya in her place a little bit. But now look here, it's hard to find these shots. And it's just kind of a poking and prodding game. The ball not able to do so much range. Shots are missing a little bit.
Oh, the double going in. I mean, Michigan, they go in with this approach, and Mac just teleports into the back line, able to find that. It is just that strategy that has been so good to effectively take down Michigan time and time again. Already 15% on the board, and right now, Syracuse doing a really good job controlling the pace of play.
Yeah, and it's so unexpected. This is what has kept happening. I mean, even when we get a view of everyone, I wasn't even aware that Mac was behind the team.
Yeah, it happened all so quickly. Mac will finally go down. Now it looks like Altraxia swapping onto that Cassidy is going to be looking great. They take the Reaper down. They find the Kiriko, who got a pick of her own, but is it going to be enough? Syracuse just playing the long game, the stall game. And I don't know if Lunar's going to be alive much longer. No HP in the pocket, will be falling, and Syracuse, unfortunately, not going to be able to hold that point much longer, but Altraxia gets 2 of their own. Azer able to make that pulse bomb stick, in Michigan finally back in the swing of things here at the Nittany Invitational.
Yeah, but, you know, talking about this Cassidy swap, I really like this, playing into the Reaper and the Tracer a little bit. These really mobile DPSs, you know, make them sweat a little bit. Why not, right?
Absolutely, trying to put that pressure down. Wow, the solo Death Blossom. You expect a Death Blossom, and it's a bit more of an unwatered seed. They find that with the help of the teammates there, and the Wu Yang ultimate coming in is going to be a little bit hyper-aggressive in its own right, but unfortunately, Michigan, even with that, aren't going to be able to hold this point. Oh, scary, but it works out well.
Yeah, and I mean, we're going to see the next fight with the double Kitsune, with the Path Collide, the intersecting lines, and the really big part is how would the Tracer kind of get affected by this, right? That opt firing time, just kind of firing away in that Kitsune rush is going to be so key, and the post bomb is going to miss once again. However, the space gained and the pick found.
The pick found early. Altraxia just not able to find that footing. It looks like 75% on the board. Syracuse looking to get this win early on here on Lijiang Tower. B-Dog picks up that elimination onto Bucket Clutch. 5v4 if Michigan chooses to engage. A lot of ultimates in the pocket. I'd like to see them hold on to them. I'd like to see them kind of push into Syracuse as a team and then drop those ults. But if they continue to bleed in one at a time like this, they're not even going to make it to the point in time. Minefield goes up. No immediate eliminations. And now Wrecking Ball Toby is going to be in the back line. Bucket Clutch down. Syracuse up 5-4 with 5 seconds left on the clock.
No contention at all. The ball is going to get a little bit, but it's hard to imagine that this is even happening. The Deadeye find no value, and the ball down to half HP. It's difficult to think that he can do anything at all, and honestly,
yep, just toss it.
Not much to see.
Clear center field there. Syracuse able to find a Kitsune into Grav, able to pick up the map victory 2-0 here on Lijiang Tower. It's going to be up to Michigan now to decide what map type we go to next, and the map included.
This is a very, very impressive performance coming from Syracuse. Very aggressive, very unorthodox, and honestly just, you know, catching a team like Michigan off guard. Maybe you think that since Michigan lost 3-0, they had the extra time to kind of prep in between, but how do you prep for a team like that, for a playstyle like that? For a player, I like to highlight Mac. The way he has been playing is so crazy, so unorthodox. I keep using that word.
It's a good usage of it, honestly. I mean, these teams, they come in, they play, and we look at this with kind of a formula. There's a textbook on how to engage in a fight, how to shake things up. In Syracuse, they're coming in and they're truly shaking things up beyond the expectation. They're popping ults when you think they shouldn't, and they're getting value out of it. That is what making this team feel so different. And honestly, it's very hard to adapt to because you adapt to a play style because it's predictable. You change because you know when that tank is going to ult and you need a shield for it. You change because you know when that B-trap is going to come through and when you can grab. But when there's no method to the madness, it really can be a difficult hill to climb.
Yeah, and these are the teams that are the most fun to watch at the times. And I mean, that was just crazy, a blast, and the ults, and you know, you force a team like Michigan into uncomfortable situations where they have to use their ults maybe not the way they want to. And they're not really getting as much value of it. Syracuse happy to just throw everything at the wall and see what sticks.
Yeah, at this point you might as well. Things seem to be working well, and we're waiting to get that secondary map confirmation, which will come alongside with those hero bans in just a minute here. I want to see if we're going to be seeing maybe a Zarya ban. I don't think that's a crazy thing to say. We're going to Suravasa again for map number 2. We're very familiar with this. It seems to be a popular map to pick. The ban's going to be Kiriko on the side of Michigan. So trying to get that Kiri out the gate early, I think it makes sense. We saw a lot of Kiriko saves in that last fight. And honestly, if I'm Syracuse, I might no, I don't. I was going to say I might ban Zarya, but that actually might do more harm to them than good. Maybe they do end up banning somebody else. I guess we're going to have to wait and see what that choice ends up being.
I like the Kiri ban. It's a very vital part into, you know, maybe the Reaper gets a little aggressive, make sure he doesn't int, get that Suzu protection. It wouldn't be crazy to me that Syracuse is going to opt in for option like Baptiste. Just something that can consistently keep people alive, have that immortality ability is really nice, especially for a team like this. Still waiting for that second ban to come in. I would kind of like to see, honestly, I don't even know. I'd like to see something crazy.
I don't know, if you're Syracuse and you're really trying to cut them off at the knees, I feel like you kind of find out who's also playing one hero and ban them, right? Like that seems to work. You got the Genji out of the way. It made it really difficult for Michigan to come through to find that opening pick they wanted, that kind of opening space maker. So maybe they go through, they go, okay, who else is playing one hero? Let's just cut that off at the knees and continue kind of barreling forward. I guess we're going to have to wait and see what ends up being that pick, but they've got a couple of minutes to choose it. We've seen this happen before. It's an important discussion to have because if you choose to ban the wrong hero, it could cost you the map.
Yeah, and especially off the map that they just had. I mean, Syracuse played so well that honestly they don't really need this ban. Nothing gave them trouble, particularly. So this might we might even see like a BM ban, like that Torbjorn ban from earlier.
Yeah, it could be an interesting ban. It's going to be who are they going to be playing? They're going to focus on one player. They're going to look at you on that team, and they're going to ban your idol. They're going to ban the character that you've been playing this entire time. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be Wrecking Ball ban, which we've seen notably more today than I was anticipating. I think this is the third time we've seen the Wrecking Ball ban come through. But going into Suravasa without Wrecking Ball, it definitely shakes up the initial composition guesses.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, coming to this event, a thing that I wasn't expecting was how many variation of compositions that we were going to see. So many characters that, I saw getting more play than expected. And that's really great. I like to see that kind of variation. And, don't want to go back to the Season 2, the Classico, or
El Clasico,
or even Goats.
Yeah, Goats. Listen, I think I told you this. I talked about this a lot this weekend. Goats is what we played when I was playing collegiate Overwatch. Like that's back to show you my true Unk status. That is like what we were playing when I was back in the collegiate days, and it was. I've said it a million times. Not fun. I did it. I did it because we needed it. I did not do it for the love of the game. But regardless, I think I am stoked. I've never been upset that Goats is gone, and I'll never be upset about it. But going into this, Suravasa, it has been a map that has been difficult. You go into these situations, and you look at like a fast composition, that Genji, Tracer, Wrecking Ball. And if you don't have that Wrecking Ball, will that composition work? Will you get these points for free? Or are you going to have to work a little bit harder for them?
Yeah, and coming in Ramatra Mirror, that's really unexpected, actually. Well, maybe not so much from Michigan, since they liked playing it so much the last series. However, Syracuse happy to match that, and, we're going to see the Ana come in as well, off the Curie ban.
My favorite. The doors haven't opened yet, so it's not impossible. They might swap on something last second. We see Symmetra is always right at the beginning. They'll teleport the team out, and they're likely playing Tracer, which makes me sad because I love Symmetra, and she so barely gets attention. We got her on the screen, I believe, earlier today. Was it Maryland, maybe? Somebody brought up the Symmetra at one point or another, but honestly, the games are all kind of blurring together for me. So the Wrecking Ball ban comes through, and I don't know if there was a gentleman's to agree to not go Zarya, if they both expected the other person to, but we've got a double Ramatra on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe they just shouted it across the room.
They were like, hey, no Zarya. I was like, all right, you got me. Toby, though, really good on this Ramatra. We've seen him on earlier today as well. Mac is going to be coming through with those punches, able to find that damage. Takes Mac out of the equation early. Michigan, for the first time in a while, they have that 5-4 advantage.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're holding on to it well. However, the cap is going to come through. And this Ramatra is so interesting. I think really keep your eyes on this, because the way the Ramatra playstyle can really make and break the team. The the P shooter kind of on here off in the back, and be able to go aggressive like this. Hyper Brawl, Lunar's going to get the pick first, and Atriox a deflector trading back and forth, but the tanks is really down to the tank interaction, and that's it. I feel like that's going to determine the fight. Syracuse really taking it down.
Oh, Bucket Clutch taking a lot of damage around that back line. 12 HP, no recall. Goes for the Mega underneath. A great play to come through here. Michigan looking for an opportunity to recontest. The cap finally comes through. Michigan, 52% of the board. Not bad at all. If they can just win one more fight, they can cap this first flashpoint.
And taking a lot of space as well. This Ramatra being able to range and kind of support the more aggressive DPS like Tracer is really great. And yeah, I mean, they're pushing them all the way back to spawn.
The spawn push is going to be great here because it's going to allow Syracuse to at least tie up the 52%. Likely to take a lead here as Michigan does have to recontest. They do have to come in a little bit slower. And B-Dog in the backline here, almost completely uncontested. It allows him to get a lot of that healing on early, a lot of that extra damage to farm the nano boost just like that. And I wonder, if you're wondering what a Ramatra nano boost annihilation sounds like, well,
it sounds like winning.
He might not even need it, actually. Just the nano boost. I thought the annihilation was going to come through, and they're going to hold on to it for another fight. I think that's a great play. Up to 72% now on the board.
And the shield is actually so flexible to block the social damage from afar.
There we go. Here's that Annihilation. I wonder if Toby's going to be using it. If you're wondering what 2 Annihilation sounds like, this is what that sounds like. It's going to be a huge opportunity to find that value. Lunar falls, Saint falls, and now Michigan going to be able to find that strike early.
The cap is not over yet. And honestly, really good cleanup from Michigan. This Moira coming out is actually, I was very perplexed when we saw Penn State and Michigan playing Mirror. I understood Penn State playing the Moira for the Genji, but really it's just kind of a floater to kind of make sure that your supports don't get picked off. And it's still a good bit of healing, so you can play Lucio alone with it for that extra bit as well. I would say a very big ult to keep your eyes on is Max overclock.
And Mac was really getting hyper aggressive there, was peeking the corner without the team. I was really afraid they were going to get overextended and go down. B-Dog does fall, overclock in the back pocket. Altraxia able to find a double kill, a triple with the help of Toby Wan. The first flashpoint is going to come to a close, and it looks like it is going to be in favor of Michigan. A very rough start of it, but better late than never to turn around a possible point victory. I do not think Lunar has the HP to do it by himself, and Michigan able to find this. This is important.
That was a 4v5. They decided to pop the beat and then rush in after Lunar had actually found a pick. That was such a ballsy play, but it worked so well. And you know, because all you care about the score at the top of the screen, and they're 1-0. And it's really surprising. They have Blade coming here. Not saying that Blade is going to get that much value, but
you never know.
Anything is anything.
Hey, listen,
we see some 2Ks.
The Song of Victory is still a song you want to hear. Who cares what it sounds like? This could be a big opportunity for Michigan to find that opportunity. Oh, not able to get Saint out early because that Lucio has to go down if you want to pull that Blade out in time. The second point going to be opening up at Syracuse for the first time this series, finding themselves in a mild deficit.
And Mac actually looking dangerous and get picked off.
Looks like he's in danger. Oh, B-Dog, can you hit the sleep? Nope, not able to find it, but the beat into Boop does essentially negate the Blade in its entirety. Gonna get the pick onto Acer. The recall comes through. B-Dog does still go down to Bucket Club in the back line. Here's an Annihilation from Lunar, but Toby Wan has one to answer, and I just don't think Lunar can stay standing by their lonesome. Michigan really coming together strongly here on Flashpoint. Such
great cleanup. They are able to follow up on the picks that they have, and honestly, once they get rolling, it's so hard to stop them. And it's just so impressive. Coming here, a big reset for Syracuse.
And I have to say, I like love maybe the idea that Michigan just plays whoever they want. They're going to be playing the Genji because they're good at it. They're going to be playing the Moira because they're good at it. And I think that is a much more important version of this game than just playing what you're told is meta. Because you're going to play better with the heroes you know, and Michigan proving that really well on this Flashpoint.
Yeah, and I think it's a message that we've learned from both teams, since Syracuse was doing that all last map as well. And Mac under pressure once again. However, he's still going to live. And Michigan, look, we didn't see Mac do anything crazy, and Michigan just won.
Michigan able to find that fight win. 80% now on the board. Going to put themselves one Flashpoint away from that victory. We're going to have to see if Syracuse can answer back. They've got a couple of ults coming up online soon. They've made a swap. B-Dog off the Ana. I think that's a great swap call. I think the Nano wasn't really in sync with who it needed to be, so perhaps this amplification matrix can be of more value.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, this is Michigan's way of paying it back. Saying that you want to 100 OS the last map. Here it is again, right? Don't dish out what you can't take.
Real, I mean, absolutely.
They're throwing it back and forth.
Going in, though, this could be, I mean, it's honestly very dominant in favor of Michigan right now. 14-2, 14-1. You're looking at the side of Syracuse. We're seeing 5-4, 4-4, 9-4. So a lot more deaths on the side of Syracuse. But the good news is Flashpoint, each and every individual Flashpoint is its own battle. It doesn't matter how you did in the first two. You've got that third one, and now you're up a number for the first time in a long time. Lunar may give their life here, but instead it's going to be Toby Wan that has to rush out of the fight, trying to stay alive, not able to do so. Syracuse coming out in troves, almost a complete and total team kill. They're going to choose an alternative path, but this one's going to work well to get them to that third point.
And Mac finally waking up this Sojourn. I keep talking about Sojourn. I love Sojourn so much. So high potential. And I love to see it on the highest level of competition.
Yes.
And this is great. I want more of this, right? Absolutely. The engagements are not the tracer dashes going in because of personal. It's really, truly just a skill shot. And here's an overclock. Speaking of the railguns,
I love Michigan's
boatload of
I
it.
love Michigan's intelligence on that, though. She overclocked, and they were like, dude, just back up. Like, literally just get out of the way. Now, unfortunately, Mac was able to chase, was able to get a couple of eliminations there.
Oh
Going to be able to turn it into a three-piece, though. Syracuse, a team notorious, down but not out. Almost a complete reverse sweep in their last series. Mac nearly overstays their welcome, but they are going to be able to find that value enough to keep Michigan pinned in spawn even longer.
This looks like a different team than earlier this map. 70% capped already, and 3 ults. They have the severe ult advantage, and maybe Michigan can get the coalescence soon, but a pick, but trades back and forth. Both Ramatra, Lunar has been getting a lot of the first kills, playing a lot more aggressive than his counterpart.
Azer finds one. Altraxia, unfortunately, not able to get out of the way in time with the Annihilation now online from Toby. Does put on B-Dog, but here's the sound of another one. Luna brings out that Annihilation later. Nobody there to heal Toby when they needed it, and it is going to make that a disaster for Michigan. The good news is you lost one. You have to lose 2 more. You've got plenty of time to find that steam again, to get back into the engagement. You've got the ults to work with. You can get a pick offline. You want to try to find that value early, but I don't know if we're going to be seeing it quite yet.
This will be a crazy comeback coming from 2-0 down a flashpoint. And Syracuse really amping the beat up, being a lot more aggressive, being a lot more confident. Lunar, I mean, even on the points they were losing, he was performing well, getting the picks, and often Michigans were just winning the 4v5s. But now they figured it out, kind of denying this. However, here are the big ult points. 3 ults being, 2 ults being.
That's going to be big. Now, Saint and Lunar have both fallen. Bucket Clutch is able to find that 2K early. I talked about Michigan needing to reconvene, needing to reassess a little bit. They're going to be able to do so in troves here. T-Shark finding 2 of their own to match that Tracer. Nearly the entire team of Syracuse going down. Michigan now just percentages away from winning this flashpoint and tying the series up 1-1.
Man, these 2 teams are so back and forth.
Truly.
In just a sense of the score line's close, and if Michigan wins this, it will be 1-1. But their trades in every fight, down to every element, they are so close, neck to neck, 1 for 1, eye for an eye. And honestly, the whole server might be blind at this point if we do keep trading like this.
Honestly, we're having one of those series where it truly doesn't matter who wins or loses. You're going to end being happy that you got to watch it. You're like, oh, what was the score? Sweet. You know that you had a great series regardless. And going into this engagement, Altraxia able to find Mac. It looks like Lunar isn't going to be long for the Mortal Coil either. With 60% on the board, a 3K from Altraxia rips the door clean off its hinges for Michigan, who are now at 70% on their 3rd and final flashpoint. Oh, that's devastating.
Oh my god. The Blade getting so much value there, and they're really feeling it, Michigan. This is a scene that they need. They need to tie it up 1-1 for a chance.
Mac really coming out in troves here, able to find a double kill before giving their life for it. Lunar and Annihilation of their own. Can anybody even touch? That's going to be the question. 99 to overtime, just barely able to make it. Lunar giving their life for the cause. It's going to be Toby that goes down first. T-Shark able to find that trade. Now it is Syracuse fighting for their lives. They're down to support. Michigan down 1 of their own, and Syracuse, they have to win every single fight from here on out to stay alive here on Saravasa.
They can definitely do it, though, with the confidence that they're doing. Lunar, I just have to highlight, we've been seeing his name in the kill feed so much, and he's been playing this ramp really well, and you kind of have to think, where has this been the entire time? Right, this is insane.
B-Dog giving us our first Juno gameplay of the day, actually. We have not seen Juno even once, and we're not going to get to see Moira in this fight at all. Yimitra, a sliver from death, and they are going to be joining their friend in the after there soon. Syracuse, they're going to be able to find a double kill, turns into a triple kill, now quadruple. That's another fight win for Syracuse, who are now approaching 70% of their own. They've pushed the envelope. They've pushed fights to the limit. Can they continue to do so? Can they win 1 more to take us all the way to flashpoint number 5?
Yeah, honestly, even though the Juno swap kind of came in, I believe Syracuse is kind of sticking to the principle that they had before. Mac and Lunar are these 2 individuals that are playing incredibly unorthodox and just catching it off. And here the ult exchanges, everything's happening. They really want to win this point, and Michigan definitely not giving it up. Here's the trace on tracer action, but Lucy is going to catch in, and is the pulse bomb going to get invested?
If Lunar goes down, this could be over for Syracuse. Pulse bomb goes in. Nobody goes down. It's going to be Altraxia, the first one to fall, the first blood once again. Not able to get out of the way in time in Michigan. They're going to be down that player. It's a 5v4 disadvantage state. 1 more elimination could really seal the deal against them. But the same to be said for Syracuse, who are just not able to find that second elimination when it matters most. The Annihilation comes out. The pulse bomb's in the back pocket, but nobody is going down. Everybody refuses to go down without fighting tooth and nail until the bitter end. But Toby meets the bitter end. Yimitra not far behind, and Syracuse keeps it alive, takes us all the way to flashpoint number 5, the 5th and final flashpoint. Can Michigan tie up the series, or can Syracuse send us to series point?
They do not want to lose at all. Mac and Lunar holding on to their life. These guys have been getting pretty much all of the first picks in all the maps. I mean, it's almost just imprinted in my mind seeing Mac and Lunar's name on the kill feed first. And here we go. Here's another engagement. No ults though. Syracuse have the ability to invest in. And here's an orbital ray.
Oh!
Annihilation.
The Ray comes out, the Annihilation in the pocket, gets 25% of a new one here on the side of Lunar, but Toby's not going to be able to get much more than Lunar. It's going to be a 1-1 trade. The next elimination onto Mac here should seal the deal. I think Michigan has a great opportunity to get into point there. B-Dog also falls in Michigan. They're going to be able to find likely that first point cap here on the 5th and final point. Now, I believe statistically, the team that does this has a 65% chance of winning that point, so let's see if that tells true for Michigan here.
And that's definitely the logic you follow, if you follow logic.
Always, always. Statistics are always correct. Never made up at all.
Yep, and Syracuse is a team that loves to follow logic and statistics. Very orthodox team and doesn't play weird at all. And actually, just escaping.
Azer gets a lot of pellets to the brain there, has to chase that Tracer into the backline. Beautiful read on that recall, but B-Dog has fallen onto the main point here. Michigan already 50% on the board. It's a triple kill. The beat is Ajaxed. Saint not able to get it out in time. Yumitra able to find that, getting that ultimate off the table, has all but won this engagement for Michigan. They've got more ultimates going into the next fight. Syracuse has a couple of their own, but Syracuse needs to win this next fight or Michigan finds their first map victory here at the Nittany Invitational.
I cannot believe that Ajax. That is such a crucial thing. And coming into this map, coming into this last fight, Michigan has 3 ults and they're building up the Annihilation as well.
Uh-oh. Speaking of ultimates, here's the Blade, here's the Coalescence, here's a desperate play to get any elimination. Here's a Pulse Bomb, here's an Overclock, here's a beat drop, and it's Lunar. That's the first one to go down. 3 seconds, into 2, into 1, into an overtime push. Is anybody going to be able to stay alive on that point? Saint is gone, Mac has fallen, and Michigan has all but won their first map here at the Nittany Invitational. It is only one player left standing. Azer, desperate to try and make a stand, but just not able to do so in a 5v1. Michigan have done it. The 5th and final point. They put a victory under their belt and tie the series 1-1.
The clock strikes 9 and the players go from 4-3 to 2-1. And the point, they go from 99 to 100 from 2-3. Congratulations to Michigan. I mean, we're in for the long run.
Absolutely. I mean, Syracuse, they're coming out of a Game 5 here. We know that they did it just a moment ago. Are they going to be able to do it again? Can they win it in 4? That's going to be the minimum here. Toby with play of the game. No surprise here. Great job in that cleanup detail time and time again. We're probably going to have to give these players a couple of minutes if I had to guess, because that was an intense matchup. They're going to have to talk about bans. They're going to have to talk about team comps. They're going to have to talk about what map we want to see next from Syracuse.
Yeah, I mean, my brain is still trying to catch up. That was so intense, so insane. Yeah, these two teams, I mean, honestly, the plays has been very, very off the charts.
Yeah.
You know, and even though Syracuse didn't win that, I would still like to point out Mac and Lunar.
Oh, 100%.
Those two guys always getting the first kills, and that also highlights Michigan's ability to engage in low number situations, winning 4v5s or 3v4s, and it's really, really impressive from them to be able to stay together as a team and and to make the correct decision more often than not.
100%. I think we are going to go ahead, as you guys can see these players getting up, probably going to take a walk, probably going to use the restroom, and I suggest all of you do the same. So we are going to go ahead and throw it to just a small break here, give these players a chance to discuss what we're going to be seeing in Map 3, because I couldn't have said it better. We're clearly in for the long haul. We'll see you folks right back here in just a couple of minutes. Going into this circumstance here, they're going to try to find it if they can. Look for that bubble. Look for the Zarya. They almost find it. Toby Wan will go down. Syracuse 5-4 on the board.
Yeah, and a lot of action going on here. It's actually a pick going on, taking out Mac. It looks like Syracuse are getting 2 kills.
Nice. Syracuse able to really start staggering these kills back up. Mac just going.
Ult's very fascinating.
Yes. Yeah, the ult usage hasn't really been textbook. It's not what we're typically expecting to see.
God.
Thinking of great ult
usage. Make them uncomfortable, but they're up for the challenge.
Yep, Bucket Clutch almost has it. Unfortunately, just not able to do so. The Kiri goes in, keeps the
poking and prodding game. The ball not able to do so much range. Shots are missing a little bit.
Oh, the double. I don't know if Lunar's going to be alive much longer. No HP in the pocket. Will be falling, and Syracuse, unfortunately, not going to be able to hold that point much longer. But Altraxia gets 2 of their own. Azer able to make that pulse bomb stick in Michigan. Finally, back in the swing of things here at the Nittany Invitational.
Yeah, but, you know, down to half HP, it's difficult to think that he can do anything at all. And honestly,
yep, just toss it.
Not much.
Victory 2-0 here on Lijiang Tower. It's going to be up to Michigan. While they have that 5-4 advantage.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're holding on to it well. However, yeah, the cap is going to come through. Down to the tank interaction, and that's it. I feel like that's going to determine the fight. Syracuse really taking it down.
Oh, Bucket Clutch taking a lot of damage on that back line. 12 HP, no recall. Goes for the Mega underneath.
Yep.
A great play to come through here. Michigan looking for an opportunity
the
to
cap.
recontest the cap. Wondering what a Ramatra Nano Boost Annihilation sounds like. Well,
it sounds like winning.
He might not even need it, actually. Just the Nano favor of Michigan. A very rough start of it, but better late than never to turn around a possible point victory. I do not think Lunar has the HP to do it by himself, and Michigan able to find this. This is important.
That was a 4v5. They decided to pop the beat and then rush in.
Fine. Here's an annihilation from Lunar, but Toby1 has one to answer, and I just don't think Lunar can stay standing by their lonesome. Michigan really coming together strongly. Swap call. I think the Nano wasn't really in sync with who it needed to be, so perhaps this amplification matrix can be of more value.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, this. And here's the overclock. Speaking of the railguns.
I love Michigan's. I love Michigan's intelligence on that, though. She overclocked, and they were like, "Dude, just back up! Like, literally, just get out of the way." Now, unfortunately, Mac was able to chase, was able to get a couple of eliminations there. Going to be able to turn it into a three-piece, though. That annihilation later. Nobody there to heal Toby when they needed it, and it is going to make that a disaster for Michigan. The good news is you lost.
Now they figured it out, denying this. However, here are the big ult points. Three ults being, or two ults.
Oh. That's going to be big. Now, Saint and Lunar have both fallen. Bucket Clutch is able to find that 2K early. I talked about Michigan needing to reconvene, needing to reassess a little bit. They're going to be able to do so. Sweet. You know that you had a great series regardless. And going into this engagement, Altraxia able to find Mac. It looks like Lunar isn't going to be long for the Mortal Coil. That's going to be the question. 99 to overtime. Just barely able to make it. Lunar giving their life for the cause. It's going to be Toby that goes down first. T-shirt nation when it matters most. The annihilation comes out. The bull stops in the back pocket, but nobody is going down. Everybody refuses to go down without fighting tooth and nail until the bitter end, but Toby meets the bitter end. Yimitra not far behind, and Syracuse keeps it alive, takes us all the way to flashpoint number 5. It's a lot of pellets to the brain there, has to chase that Tracer into the backline. Beautiful read on that recall, but B-Dog has fallen onto the main point here. Michigan already 50% on the board. It's a triple kill. The beat is Ajaxed. Saint not able to get it out in time. Yimitra able to find that, getting that ultimate off the table, has all but done it. The 5th and final point. They put a victory under their belt and tie the series 1-1.
The clock strikes 9, and
bubble soda pop. And going into this circumstance here, they're going to try to find it if they can. Look for that bubble. Look for the Zarya. They almost find it. Toby1 will go down. Syracuse 5-4 on the board.
Yeah, and a lot of action going on here. It's actually a pick going on, taking out Mac. It looks like Syracuse are getting 2 kills.
Nice. Syracuse able to really start staggering these kills back up. Mac just going.
Ult's very fascinating.
Yes. Yeah, the ult usage hasn't really been textbook. It's not what we're typically expecting to see. Thinking of great ult usage.
Make them uncomfortable, but they're up for the challenge.
Yep, Bucket Clutch almost has it. Unfortunately, just not able to do so. The Kiri goes in, keeps the
sword. Pokemon prodding game. The ball not able to do so much range. Shots are missing a little bit.
Oh, the double. I don't know if Lunar's going to be alive much longer. No HP in the pocket. Will be falling, and Syracuse, unfortunately, not going to be able to hold that point much longer. But Altraxia gets 2 of their own. Azer able to make that pulse bomb stick in Michigan. Finally, back in the swing of things here at the Nittany Invitational.
Yeah, but, you know, down to half HP, it's difficult to think that he can do anything at all. And honestly,
yep, just toss
not
it.
Much.
Victory 2-0 here on Lijiang Tower. It's going to be up to Michigan. While they have that 5-4 advantage.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're holding on to it well. However, yeah, the cap is going to come through. Down to the tank interaction, and that's it. I feel like that's going to determine the fight. Syracuse really taking it down.
Oh, Bucket Clutch taking a lot of damage on that back line. 12 HP, no recall. Goes for the Mega underneath. A great play to come through here. Michigan looking for an opportunity to recontest the cap. Wondering what a Ramatra Nano Boost Annihilation sounds like. Well,
it sounds like winning.
He might not even need it, actually. Just the Nano favor of Michigan. A very rough start of it, but better late than never to turn around a possible point victory. I do not think Lunar has the HP to do it by himself, and Michigan able to find this. This is important.
That was a 4v5. They decided to pop the beat and then rush in.
Fine. Here's an annihilation from Lunar, but Toby1 has one to answer, and I just don't think Lunar can stay standing by their lonesome. Michigan really coming together strongly. Swap call. I think the Nano wasn't really in sync with who it needed to be, so perhaps this amplification matrix can be of more value.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, this. And here's the overclock. Speaking of the railguns.
I love Michigan's.
There's a boatload of
I
it.
love Michigan's intelligence on that, though. She overclocked, and they were like, dude, just back up. Like, literally just get out of the way. Now, unfortunately, Mac was able to chase, was able to get a couple of eliminations there.
Oh
Going to be able to turn it into a 3-piece, though. Another annihilation later. Nobody there to heal Toby, when they needed it, and it is going to make that a disaster for Michigan. The good news is you lost.
Now they figured it out, can deny this. However, here are the big ult points. Two ults.
Oh. That's going to be big. Now, Saint and Lunar have both fallen. Bucket Clutch is able to find that 2K early. I talked about Michigan needing to reconvene, needing to reassess a little bit. They're going to be able to do so. Sweet. You know that you had a great series regardless. And going into this engagement, Altraxia able to find Mac. It looks like Lunar isn't going to be long for the Mortal Coil. That's going to be the question. 99 to overtime. Just barely able to make it. Lunar giving their life for the cause. It's going to be Toby that goes down first. T-shirt issue when it matters most. The annihilation comes out. The bull stops in the back pocket, but nobody is going down. Everybody refuses to go down without fighting tooth and nail until the bitter end. But Toby meets the bitter end. Yimitra not far behind, and Syracuse keeps it alive. Takes us all the way to flashpoint number 5. It's a lot of pellets to the brain there. Has to chase that Tracer into the backline. Beautiful read on that recall, but B-Dog has fallen onto the main point here. Michigan already 50% on the board. It's a triple kill. The beat is Ajaxed. Saint not able to get it out in time. Yimitra able to find that. Getting that ultimate off the table has all but done it. The 5th and final point. They put a victory under their belt and tie the series 1-1.
The clock strikes 9 and
bubble soda pop, and going into this circumstance here, they're going to try to find it if they can. Look for that bubble, look for the Zarya. They almost find it. Toby Wan will go down. Syracuse 5-4 on the board.
yeah, and a lot of action going on here. It's actually a pick going on, taking out Mac. It looks like Syracuse are getting 2 kills.
Nice. Syracuse able to really start staggering these kills back up. Mac just going.
Ult's very fascinating.
Yes. Yeah, the ult usage hasn't really been textbook. It's not what we're typically expecting to see.
God.
Thinking of great ult
Make them uncomfortable, but they're up for the challenge.
Yep, Bucket Clutch almost has it. Unfortunately, just not able to do so. The Kiri goes in, keeps the
Pokemon prodding game. The ball not able to do so much range. Shots are missing a little bit.
Oh, the double. I don't know if Lunar's going to be alive much longer. No HP. Yo, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Nittany Invitational. I'm still Septilence, joined by Kevin here on the mic. We are jumping in to map number 3 of our series. Going to be going to Esperanza coming in just a second here. Syracuse versus Michigan, now tied up. Michigan, the first win they've had this weekend under their belt. We've got Syracuse on the other side, 1 point on the board. So going into this, we've got our bans already. How do you think those are going to be affecting Esperanza?
Lucio is a staple
push.
So not very surprised right there, but Sojourn, honestly, I don't hate this pick. I think Mac on that Sojourn was getting a lot of first picks. The other viable option was really banning Ram, but Michigan kind of likes playing that
exactly.
themselves. So
that's the double-edged sword. You have to decide, is it worth not letting them play it if you also don't get to? And I think it definitely wouldn't be. I think Michigan wants to play that Ram. I think taking Sojourn off the table is interesting because in terms of like a map, it makes sense because this is a great Sojourn map. But has Syracuse really been playing that much Sojourn?
I guess not really, but have they been playing much of anything?
That's true. It is pretty spontaneous. You know, I talked about earlier both these teams, incredibly flexible, incredibly viable, and really looking for those opportunities to reset the meta, to kind of play the composition they want. And I do think banning Kiriko last map is a huge part of the reason that Surabasa was able to be won by Michigan. But the problem with that is you can't do it again. Now we've got Kiriko back online for Syracuse. Are you going to be able to win this matchup?
I mean, the Syracuse Kiriko kind of babysitting like maybe a Winston.
Not yet. Maybe. Let's see if they stick to it. You always got to wait out on it. But it also looks like we're seeing a role swap here. We see T-Shark on the tank and Toby Wan on the support. So that's a swap for Michigan. And at this point, now you can say it, Kevin, because we're a couple seconds in. So I think Lunar may actually be giving this a try.
I love this Winston. However, he's going to be playing it out of spawn into a Reaper. So maybe not going to have that much fun here. However, willing to give it a try into the Zarya, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I think that is going to be the effort here, trying to bring that Zarya to the table, just get her a little bit shakier. I think also Altraxia on the Reaper. Reaper is not as much of a Winston counter as people kind of think that he is if you know how to play Winston. So it really does come down to that knowledge gap. And we see Yimitra taken offline, Toby Wan not far behind. And it looks like, look, Altraxia's got the bubble. Lunar knows that they have to disengage. They have to get out of that fight early. And it looks like this is going to be a 5-3 advantage for Syracuse.
Yeah, I love this kind of play style, and I think Syracuse fits it perfectly. And coming into here, a little bit of stagger onto the tank, and just very comfortable, it looks like. They play very weird, but very comfortable. What a oxymoron you can say this team is. poking and prodding here, taking control of this room, looking like this is where Michigan wants to take the fight, where the Reaper can get close and personal, maybe find a pick or two, but the Tracer coming to annoy, but Winston is still not forced off this point. The Reaper has to come and do it himself, and now he's under fire.
Now you see Michigan, they're going for that recontest, they're going for that engagement, but unfortunately they don't find it. Now your tank has fallen by herself. Pulse bomb out, Zarya down, and that is going to be a huge pick. There's not even really a fight left to be had. You cannot go in without that Zarya online. Altraxia getting really aggressive on that play, but Azer has fallen to Toby, so maybe Syracuse has to reel it in a little bit on their own. Lunar goes in, though, to go quite the opposite of my advice. Let's see how well it works.
However, it doesn't take him down.
Oh, man, Winston just too much HP in the pocket. Lunar still left standing. The bubble there was really good at keeping him alive. Ant Matrix up, Kitsune in the back line from Saint. Here comes the Ant Matrix. Altraxia has gone down 5v4 in favor of Syracuse. Toby Wan able to find a pick of his own. 1 DPS down on both sides.
Getting out of the LOS there, making the Amplified Matrix as useless as it can be. And here's a re-engage. And the way Syracuse fight is so interesting. And now there's a big pause where no big utility is being used. However,
wow.
Well, he's still alive, but another pick happened. Toby Wan is going to take down Saint. And
no way! Oh my goodness, Syracuse really trying so hard to stay alive, but unfortunately it's the players that needed the healing are the ones that still went down. B-Dog falls, Saint falls, and Michigan, they get a huge opportunity to come in. They find a 5K, a complete total team kill across the board. Only 76 meters, it sounds like a lot, but in a map like Esperanza, it's very often we see both teams get into triple digits before it is over. So Syracuse, they get a decent lead, but there are still 7 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah. A lot of action, and the way these two teams are taking fights, and the way Syracuse is taking fights in particular, is that they like to do this first wave of engagement. They like to take a pause before any major utilities being invested, and then they hit again. It's so weird, the timing. It's a song and dance. It's a battle of rhythms.
And speaking of song and dance, a couple of folks, they danced to death here. Toby Wan and Yimitra, both supports missing for Michigan, which is the green light for Syracuse to get hyper aggressive. Altraxia in the back line will go down. A bolt and a punch to the face will dismiss you from that fight. Syracuse, they lose one fight. They give up 15 meters, but they should be able to find 10 to 15 more before Michigan can fully re-engage.
Man, am I glad this Winston is working.
Honestly, I thought it was going to be rough. I really did. So I'm glad that Lunar is able to pull out this, I hate to call Winston unconventional, but we'll say uncommon pick and still able to make it work.
Yeah, and maybe even the Reaper here coming, kind of struggling a little bit in these kind of positions that they end up in. Not a lot of corridors that they're kind of fighting in, and there's actually a pick happening, support on support.
Yep.
And maybe an ult here?
Nice. Nice. Really good teleport from Altraxia there. Takes B-Dog down, stabilizes the fight a little bit, and allows the team to try and find more opportunities to strike. Azer with the blade, T-Shark with the grab, and neither of them are going to find a darn thing. So 2 ultimates down the drain there, but at least it's one on both sides. Azer will go down, caught out by T-Shark in that moment, and Michigan, once again, they break the seal. They continue moving. They get 15 more. The lead has been cut even further. It's that slow and steady winning the race here. If Michigan can continue this level of play, they may be able to break down Syracuse.
Yeah, and I mean, Michigan being able to do this, I think the Tracer is a very big part of it. Bucket Clutch is able to get into the cracks that is formed by Syracuse taking long pauses and, you know, attacking at unconventional times. So it's really about them tightening those gaps and, you know, crossing the T's, dotting the I's.
Oh, there it is. Altraxia so patient with that Death Blossom, but unfortunately it's just not going to work out in the back line. Takes too much damage, goes down in the blink of an eye, and Mac takes themselves out with the Pulse Bomb. So a one-player advantage on the side of Syracuse, immediately deleted by just getting too close to your own ultimate. And now it's going to be a 4v4, ever so slightly, now majorly in favor of Michigan. It goes back to that Pulse Bomb slip there from Mac. Is it going to end up costing them the fight? Is it going to end up costing them the point? Maybe Michigan won that regardless, but I think that definitely didn't help the momentum.
And I mean, this is, if you look at T-Shark right there, he was just standing on the point. He was infallible. And honestly, the supports or the DPS on the side of Syracuse are giving him too much trouble. So honestly, if the backline, the DPS and supports, if they just live, honestly, Syracuse is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. Now the gap has been closed, cut in less than half here. Going to be going deep into the back line. Bucket Clutch falling here. The opportunity to strike is going to be major. The Reaper, no utility or abilities, and they can tell. Take Altraxia down in the blink of an eye. Winston just barely out of reach. Probably going to hold on to that Primal Rage, but I think could afford to get a little more aggressive. It's just the supports left after all. Yimitra falls, Toby Wan not far behind, a complete and total team kill this time for Syracuse.
Yeah, I mean, that was very close, very structured. And Syracuse is making their adjustment that we're saying is literally like they're listening to us. It's so crazy to me how back and forth these teams are. And I mean, like, you see the numbers, maybe not as convincing as it actually is, but the fights, they're being won 1-1 to 1-1. And I'm, you know, regression towards me.
Oh! Mac was just getting ready to hit that recall button, but did it too little too late. Altraxia takes them out of the equation. They're great target focus from the side of Michigan to get that Tracer down and out of the equation. Lunar pops the Primal Rage, but I think it's more just to stay alive than anything else. They removed T-Shark from the fight, but for how long at the end of the day was that worth the use of the Primal Rage? Lunar still living. No Primal in the pocket, will likely go down. It looks like Syracuse not able to find the value they're looking for. It's a 1-1 trade with the tank still standing. T-Shark only 30 charge, but is it going to be enough to keep the team alive? Altraxia has it in the corner. Wow! 180 flick. Altraxia into Azer. Keeps Michigan standing. It may even let them take control of the cart.
We might have to start checking the PCs at this point. That looked unhuman. That was so impressive. And honestly, that fight took so long. That fight maybe had 4 or 5 stages. And this is what I'm talking about. These teams willing to keep investing, willing to keep pulling in their resources just to get the slightest advantage. And that's what's pushing them over the edge. The glass is constantly being fooled, and the fight is won when the water tips.
Yep, Yimitra, my goat here, playing Brigitte, no pun intended. I love Brig, she's one of my favorite characters in the game. Now, unfortunately, Azer doesn't really get to find out what happens with Brig. He's deleted from the fight in the blink of an eye. T-Shark, great target focus once again. Death Blossom in, and it's a double kill with the help of the team. Let's make it a triple. T-Shark on fire right now. Prod, can we jump over to T-Shark POV really quick? I want to see the charge level. We're at 54, so somewhere around the 70 mark during that fight, tearing Syracuse to shreds.
Yeah, absolutely. Just BB it down, and there's no really tank to kind of fight with that, especially with a Winston. The Winston's going to be on the back line, so you're really leaving it to the Tracer and the Reaper to kind of deal with that, and even the Wu Yang to some extent. And Lunar on the cusp of going down there, but not quite. Is going to regroup and see if the team can disengage from the fight.
Matt gets out Immortality Field with the Pulse Bomb at the very least. It is going to be Azer, first one to go down. Has swapped onto the Reaper as a counterplay into Altraxia, who's doing a really good job on this Reaper thus far. Going into the engagement, we see this grab likely to come out in a moment here. Kitsune does come to a close. They want to get that Kiriko down before they pop it. Might not even need it to win the fight. A lot of pressure out, 90 damage on the board. Syracuse is going to be relocating. Only 90 seconds, no, excuse me, 70 seconds left on the clock here. Syracuse does not have to win this in completion. They just have to have the higher number at the end of the day. Rally is out. Yimitra desperate to keep the team alive. Saint out of position, gonna cost them their life. Immortality Field down. We're down to sub 60, and the fight just doesn't end.
All after all after all. Ability after. Here's the Primal Rage invested once again. Nothing is ending. Nobody's dying. What is going on? The Primal Rage Brig? Is he gonna die out? Of course not. The Terraria Bubble, everything. So much sustainability. What? That
was far and away the longest fight we have seen today. Everybody refusing to die until finally Mac will go down. Bucket Clutch able to find that 5-4 advantage for Michigan. No ultimates about 10 seconds ago, but look at the ult charge that has been gained by these players in that absolute bloodbath of an engagement. Michigan has a huge opportunity here to flip the script in the final moments of this map, but I'm not sure if we're going to be able to find it.
Yeah, gaining meters there. You know, here's a fight coming in. The pulse bomb is going to be so tense, so important. The recall finding himself in the dangerous spot, but is he going to get out? Of course he is. Everyone just lives everything.
Oh, they have to kill that Reaper. They have to kill that
Reaper.
No
way.
Oh, my goodness. He raids to the entire team.
And maybe a Death Blossom now.
Oh, he's got the Blossom in the pocket, and here it comes. It's going to be absolutely nothing. Saint on the double kill. Saint here to save the day. B-Dog takes out Toby Wan. It's going to be Mac and B-Dog into 2 more, and Syracuse, by the skin of their teeth, will come to life in the final fight. They will win 96-57 and put themselves on series point here at the Nittany Invitational.
You know, sometimes you ever hear the theory that humans tap into some kind of insane strength at the cusp of death?
Brig play of the game. Round of applause for Brig play of the game. Let's go, baby. My favorite character. Actually, not true. Junkrat's my favorite, but I love playing Brig. She's so fun. I mean, Just Michigan, phenomenal, phenomenal, phenomenal. They played their own game. They came in with unconventional picks. Altraxia on the Reaper looked possibly the best he has looked all day. I suspect we're going to be seeing more of it. A very close loss, but the Michigan knows they can win this. They just need to keep fighting. They need to go for the mental reset. They need to come in on that engagement. They need to keep playing just like that, and I think victory is very much within reach.
And honestly, this is a story of two teams adapting to each other, and the more and more they adapt, the more and more they play like each other. I mean, we had some crazy, crazy fights. Can I even call them fights?
It felt like one 6-minute fight. Genuinely.
They were wars going on. They were not fights. And the constant staggering of ults was so interesting to kind of play into that play style. The Wu Yan voice line, I heard that almost every 3 minutes.
It felt like every 10 seconds. It really did. Every fight, every engagement, every approach. It was like, oh, Wu Yang's ulting. All right, great.
Yeah, it's almost just kind of like the alarm that rings off the fight.
Yep. It's like, hey, fight time. That's really what that means.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, wow. Okay. So this is surprising because the first thing I said after that match is I'd really like to say Altraxia stay on Reaper. Michigan said, Sibilance, we hear you. We ban Reaper. So that is very fascinating. I'm curious if that's going to engage them to go back towards the Genji, if they want to kind of lean back into what feels more comfortable. But on this approach, it's going to be fascinating because I think that Reaper really, really helped them stay alive in those fights. It's going to be up to Syracuse to see if they can remove that same level of play, if they want to take out something a little more unexpected like that.
Yeah, hey, listen, we can't have the game be predictable.
That's true.
We can't say that he's going to play Reaper. We got to take that option away from him. We got to keep the game interesting. And honestly, these teams are just playing it up for the fans.
Real.
This is insane.
They're playing their hearts out up there. I mean, it is tooth and nail. You guys got to see the look on their faces while they're playing. It is just intense, intense, intense. They are fighting so unbelievably hard to find that aggression, to dig deep, to find that 110%. Because to go 110% in one series, immediately jump into another one, and have to play again, it's exhausting. We saw Texas Tech do it back to back to back today, and one of these teams is going to get essentially that exact same treatment because whoever wins this one, I believe, goes on to play again immediately.
Yeah, best of luck, especially because this one is going to look to be very much the distance, going the distance. And
I mean, also, Syracuse, they went all the way the distance last series. If they go all the way the distance this series, if they win and they have to go play another series, that's going to be exhausting.
They have the potential to play 15 maps in one day. I'm sure they're exhausted. However, they can't give out just yet.
Not yet. Can't stop, won't stop, never back down, never give up is definitely the name of the game here. I believe we're still waiting on the Syracuse ban. So they are putting a lot of thought into this. They're putting a lot of discussion because they know this series has been close. These maps have been close, but they need to make sure it is the right ban choice because if it hurts them more than it helps them, there's a very real chance we are going to map 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And we kind of talk about how this team plays on the chaos, but chaos isn't enough, or else my ranked teammates would be, tier 1 pros.
Real.
However, this planned chaos is so difficult to manage. It's so impressive that they're able to pull something like this off. Huge props to, the in-game leadership and the coaching staff as well.
Yeah, I actually don't know who the IGL is on either team. I believe Exer is the team captain for Syracuse. I don't know if that means he's the IGL as well. I know he's a DPS player, so I kind of doubt it. That's not something we're typically seeing. And on the side of Michigan, I don't even know who their team captain is. But if I had to guess off of play style alone, I think it's very likely that Toby Wan is the one calling the shots. I think it is Toby that's leading that engagement. Traditionally, I think it is Toby that's going in and calling the shots and the approaches, who to dive, who to tackle. It seems like Toby's usually kind of the head honcho on that, so I wonder if I am correct in that guess.
And he's kind of one of the players that's getting a little creative, too.
Yes,
swapping off the
definitely.
Roles.
Yeah,
I like that guess.
I believe happened. Okay, so Syracuse, they're going to ban Ram. They're going to go full Ramatra ban, which on Kings Row I think makes a little bit of sense. I do think we're much more likely to see Zarya here, but maybe that's what they want to do, and they want to make sure Ram's not there to get in the way.
Yeah, absolutely. And, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see any Reinhardt.
I was thinking that as well. But if Zarya's being played, you probably can't play Rein.
Yeah.
But if you're going to play Rein, this is the map to do it. This is Rein's Row, King's Rein. Like, this is the place where we're going to be seeing him come through. And I believe that what we're looking at right now is Penn State versus Alvernia. I have no idea what the score is. I have no idea how well anybody's doing. Oh, wait, just kidding. I see a little note right here that says Penn State leads 2-1 versus Alvernia. Perfect. So Penn State, not exactly the 3-0 clean sweep they're looking for. Alvernia able to get beneath them a little bit. But clearly that series not over. Is that one going to go all the way to 5 as well? Who knows?
I sure hope so.
Me as well. That would be our 4th series today to go all the way to map 5.
It's just crazy, and like when I was up here earlier casting Texas Tech, who's the
Yep.
8th seed, who is able to flip one on the 4th seed, it just kind of shows that every single team in this invitational is in it to win it, and it just makes everything so exciting. We've seen both sides of the coin. We've seen clean blowouts that demonstrated that some of the teams are just insane, but very close back-to-back. The adaptive game, really, and the mental game.
100%. So we're finally jumping into King's Row here. As a reminder, to take a couple of minutes, our bans are Reaper and Ramatra. If your name begins with the letter R in this game, you simply are not allowed to be played right now. I guess Reinhardt actually could still be played. You get the point. You guys get what I'm talking about. Reaper and Ramatra not playable here on King's Row, and I wonder if that is going to impact the team composition of either of these teams going in.
100%. However, we might just see them fall back to default a little bit. Maybe seeing the Kiri get a little more active, the Genji getting a little more active, the Zaryas. Mirror. I would be surprised to see anything other than a Zarya mirror, to be honest, and kind of looks like that way too. I mean, the teams are playing around with their character swaps in the ban, but I think we are gonna fall back to tradition. Right about here. Love this preview. Kings are such a beautiful map.
It is without a doubt my favorite map in the game. There's a couple maps that come close. Like, I'm a huge Lijiang Tower fan. We're talking in terms of playing, by the way. We've watched a lot of it today. It does get a little bit stale, but when I'm playing, I love playing Lijiang. I love playing King's Row. I really like playing Eichenwald. You and I talked about that earlier, but we're not seeing a lot of that here today. It's a lot of just repeat maps because those are the maps we know best. We know that about these teams. And Syracuse choosing to be on the attack first. An uncommon choice, but one that I really do think is going to be valuable here. It's going to be able to set their own win condition. We got the cart this far. Let's see if we can prevent them from doing that. Mac on the Bastion. I believe our first Bastion of the day. Let's see if that's a worthwhile pick after all. Goes in, sees the turret. A beautiful pixel read there on the turret. Machine on machine here going in. And let's see if Bastion can make the waves necessary for Syracuse to get on the point early.
Maybe this pick was made in anticipation with a Reinhardt in mind.
True.
Maybe
very true. Also, Zarya bubbles?
Yeah.
Like, just gone. Oh, T-Shark.
Zarya herself.
T-Shark just deleted. That bubble is popped. And that's going to be the tank going down. Syracuse coming in loud here on this engagement. Lunar finds one. The turret and Immortality Field both down as well. Now, Saint has fallen, but I fear that's not going to matter. Ooh. I think this is going to be a huge window for Syracuse to walk away with an early first point cap on King's Row.
And Lunar farming up the charge there, doing a lot. And, dude, these teams, they seem to have infinite energy. They just doesn't stop, and they keep pressing forward. Reinhardt!
Reinhardt! Yes, thank you, T-Shark. Let's see a 5-man shatter. Gonna be going in early. Immortality Field has it online, but the shield just deleted. It is so hard to play around on a map like this. You've got to play those corners. You've got to play a little bit slower because that shield with a Bastion on the other side will be deleted from the Mortal Coil. We've got the Rhine Brig, a great Bastion counter, but not when you can't stop him from moving. A huge opening for Syracuse. Mac, I kind of want to see you on this Bastion more often, my man.
Yeah, come on. This looks insane, and it's really surprising to see T-Shark pick the Reinhardt into the Bastion, especially against the Zarya Bastion. This looks very disadvantaged, but Mac already have his ultimate online, probably looking to expend this as we are speaking right now. Here we go, onto the Reinhardt, and just taking so much space. The Reinhardt really can't peek, and the shield is going to come out. Amplification Matrix
Mac!
Forcing it back.
I thought Mac was going down there. I'm amazed that he's able to make it out alive. A huge opportunity here for Syracuse to re-engage a lot earlier than they were almost able to. I think maybe hit that Kitsune along the long wall here, the secondary corner, going in for that time to strike and just allowing that Bastion to go full throttle.
Here
just like this. A phenomenal combination from Syracuse. One of my personal favorites. It's just enabling that Bastion to fire as fast as possible. Acer, we'll pretend we didn't see that. We'll let that one slide. Mac is going to get caught out by that counter pulse, though. Bastion finally going down. A lot of Syracuse's damage, biting the bullet. Acer at 8 HP, going to be cut in half and turned into a big fat goose egg gang. Yimitra on to Saint, back onto the Lucio as well. Lunar gets a consolation prize, but Syracuse finally going to be halted in their tracks. Beautiful fire strike.
Nice snipe. I assume we'll be seeing a lot more of that. However, I feel like this game, in the composition that we are now, we're just going to see this is a game of living.
Yep.
Right? The Reinhardt, you like to brawl, but you have to live. Not only yourself, but your shield. Your shield has to live against this Bastion, which is going to be so annoying. For the Bastion, you have to be cognizant of the Tracer. So you can get caught up, you don't have a lot of mobility, and these post bombs, They are way more likely to get hit on you.
Yup, and Bastion, one of the, I mean,
so
the
big.
largest hitbox in the game for a DPS. Like, the largest DPS by a mile. So, going to be going in here, able to take down quite a lot of damage. It's the rotation for Syracuse. Kiriko gets interrupted, has to teleport back to the rest of the team. Syracuse quite literally giving Michigan the runaround here. Jump the corner and shatter. Oh, I thought it was going to happen. Yes! Yes!
No!
I love Reinhardt. Oh, my goodness. What a shatter from T-Shark. I literally jumped out of my seat, but then I knocked my chair to the ground. A beautiful performance there. A 4-man Earth Shatter. T-Shark wins the fight single-hammeredly. Syracuse going to be caught out in that spawn once again.
Honestly, when I was watching that POV, the entire time I was just thinking shatter, shatter, shatter.
I felt it in my bones.
Absolutely. That was... I mean... You know, some things transcend language.
Yup. Amen. Amen to that. Mac and Saint both going to be going down, and it's going to be Syracuse getting caught out a little bit here. Good news is they capped first point so fast. They have 2.5 minutes still to try and re-engage. Michigan doing a great job stalling this team out. Lunar gets caught out in the hammer there. T-Shark just opening up, coming to life on this Reinhardt.
We're back. Rein's back. Oh my god. And we can see Lunar swap out to the Hazard here. He's been so flexible. He's been playing everything. And Mac is actually going to swap off the Bastion. He's going to play the Sojourn.
Chris, can we hit tab really quick just for 1 second? Okay, so yeah, all the way up to 12 eliminations. Thank you, Chris. On T-Shark there. Went from, I think, 1 before swapping, 0 maybe even, to 12 now on this Reinhardt. A beautiful performance. Another shatter damn near just around the corner. And Michigan, I mean, they started a little bit rough. Things got a little bit sloppy, but they have really begun to play a hard-steaded defense. There's the beat to counter the blade from Altraxia. Not going to be able to find much. Kitsune comes out from Syracuse. In Earth Shatter, going to be able to find 2 more. Saint is missing. There goes 2 more, and T-Shark just having a field day here on the Reinhardt.
These shatters, I mean, they don't really know how to deal with this. They have to LOS this, but the way T-Shark is doing, it's just a looming cloud over Syracuse. That threat of the shatter is so intimidating, but they have to push, so they end up pushing into the shatter. It's a mental game. The Rhine is a mental big.
I mean, T-Shark should just change their name to T-Shatter at this point because it has been crazy. This Reinhardt getting so much more value than I ever would have anticipated.
Yeah, and you know, the Hazard just looking to find the value. However, Ryan doesn't mind the Hazard getting up close and personal. You can play for your team like that. Not necessarily.
Nice! Very good dive.
Very low HP.
Unfortunately, takes so much damage on the way in. Just not able to get that pick in time. Syracuse now down to 30 seconds on the clock. Gonna have to go for that re-engagement as fast as they can. It's okay. A tactical reset. One more push. A couple of ults and a dream as Syracuse needs to cap that second point here on Kings Row.
Lunar's definitely not going to swap off this Hazard since he's so close to the ultimate. However, you know, T-Shark building up the shatter is, again, is just such a looming threat over Syracuse. None of the characters can really recover from the shatter, except for maybe the Suzu, but it's just, we haven't seen them do it. They need to recover from a fight where T-Shark uses his shatter. And I wonder if it's this one here. The raid is going to get invested, but it doesn't look like it's hit anyone.
It made a lot of space, but unfortunately just did not do the damage necessary. T-Shark in the back line. 1 turns to 2, possibly turns to 3 with the help of Yimitra. And I believe Michigan has stalled this train on the tracks. The wheels have fallen off, and Syracuse, 99 meters towards the second point, does biff the final shatter, but we'll let it slide. A good performance from Michigan to clean it up, and a good showing at that.
Wow. The Reinhardt is such an unorthodox pick. And what other map to see it than on Kings Row? That was almost like it was scripted. That was so cinematic. I can't lie.
I mean, we call it King's Rhine for a reason. We know where he belongs. We know where he loves to play. And we know how valuable it can be at a time like this. So, Michigan, they tie the series up. Is that 2? No, not 2-2. I'm jumping the gun, excuse me. Syracuse, very much still winnable for the team here. They're going to be able to find a large opportunity. All they have to do is stall out the first point cap and then those 99 meters right after.
Yeah, although I don't blame you. That kind of felt like it was
the
pop.
The pop-off like sold me. The pop-off, I was like, oh, that must be game.
There was so much impact happening from the Ryan as well, and he's certainly not swapping off of it this time.
I mean, well, remember when I said 12-2, and now T-Shark is 23 and still 2?
God. Every fight, his kill, he just pops up on the kill feed, and he gets 2 kills, and so much impact.
Yep.
It's mental, and I mean, nothing makes sense in this game anymore. Everything you know about traditional Overwatch, traditional gameplay, throw them out of the window. Neither of these teams want them. Neither of these teams need them. Lunar is gonna fall back to a little more comfortable pick on the Winston, hoping to make it work. And yeah, I mean, that's a Hanzo actually coming out.
Yeah,
Maybe
I mean,
just
it definitely could be. Again, it's the attacker side, so they can go for whatever they want here. A great Sonic arrow, though. It gives away Azer on the Genji. You get a little bit of additional information, but that's not necessarily game-breaking or game-making. You know, you knew they were going to have a Genji.
And Mac back on the Tracer, and this Tracer Genji comp, they're looking to do a lot more dives, and it's certainly working. Toby-Wan actually taken down by Azer. Very well done, and he can just get out. Yes,
wow,
he can.
barely.
Fire Strike coming down. Not many snipes that we've seen so far. However, he doesn't really need to. The dive's really working here. And just pressure, but a swing around the corner is going to take Mac down.
Mac gets caught on the corner. That's going to be the green light for Michigan to get really hyper-aggressive.
However,
if they can take the Reinhardt down, they can stall it out in its tracks, but unfortunately, it's Saint that goes down next. Azer misses the dash up, has to recontest. It's going to be chased down into the bottom line here. Not able to find it. Altraxia wins the Genji 1v1, and Syracuse, like dominoes, have begun to fall.
Absolutely. And Altraxia, I would like to point out, just followed him instantly. It was like they dashed at the same time, read each other's minds.
It was a great read.
Yeah. It was incredible. The Tracer not going to do anything against a big, scary Ryan here.
They got to get the BAP, man. They got to go to the Baptiste. They're trying to go through the Reinhardt. They got to get the BAP down. It's the only reason Ryan is still standing.
So much trust in between T-Shark and Toby-Wan. I mean, you know, if he is the caller of the team, that's insane. Again, once again, just 2 kills on the kill feed, make it 3. Heck, he's, oh my god, he's charging in and he's trying to take it all for himself. At this point, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's Ryan City. It's truly Ryan City. I mean, he is going through. You've got the ultimates coming up in just a fight here. Syracuse, they've been holding on to a little bit of theirs. They need that energy on the engagement. But 4.5 minutes, it sounds like a lot. Michigan just stalled Syracuse for that same amount of time. We've seen it happen 4 minutes ago. We need to see if it's going to happen again, or if Syracuse is going to be taken all the way to map 5 again.
Yeah, and honestly, I kind of feel bad for the other casters that they haven't gotten to see this Ryan gameplay in a game like this, and the Suzu actually going to nullify Bucket Clutch's pulse bomb.
The problem is now you've used Suzu.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh! Lunar does get the pick. We might get a primal if we're lucky. You got, oh, no way you survive. Absolutely insane.
And a
what
sniper
a snipe onto Altraxia as well. Syracuse doing exactly what Michigan did to them, staggering those picks, getting them forced back into spawn, and stalling out already a full minute off the clock.
And honestly, I think they're set for a bit. Look how many ults they have. They can use these ults in whatever coordination they want. They can use them all at once like a traditional teamfight, or they can do the things that they did on Esperanza and stagger them. It's up to how Michigan responds. However, they have got 4 ults of themselves, and it looks like the fight's actually going to come in. Azer is going to get taken out by the Progrita, and the rally is going to do work. The Reinhardt pin is not hit, but the Primal, everything is going on. Everybody's getting knocked back, and here it is. Here's the stagger kind of playstyle, but the Fire Struck. Michigan has won this team fight. Oh my god.
Pause, Kevin. Michigan did not win that team fight. T-Shark won that team fight. Oh my goodness, what a door opener. Just Fire Struck the door clean off its hinges.
And I would like to mention that Michigan had won that fight only using 1 ultimate. They've only used a Brickle. They still have 3 ults for this. Luna had just swapped.
They air matrix this alley right here, and the fight's over. Map's over. I mean, this is it. We've got 2 meters left. Shatter comes out. 2.2. Toby's down. Saint gets traded. Can they even touch in time? It's going to be a great contest, but it looks like Michigan has the numbers back, able to trade it out. T-Shark has finally fallen. Syracuse, no supports in the pocket. It is DPS v DPS right now, but Syracuse has significantly less HP than their counterparts. Azer falls, and it will be a victory for Michigan. We are going all the way to map number 5 here in this penultimate series of the night.
And that is, I wouldn't have it any other way. That is the correct way that this series should play out.
Whoa, what a surprise. Whoa.
Come on.
The question is which play? Yep, we know this one. Yep. We know this one. A beautiful play. I mean, T-Shark just diabolical, maniac behavior here on Kings Row.
And honestly, watching his POV was just like a in-person highlight reel.
Yeah.
Everything he did was so, impactful. He got so much value out of every single utility of his kit. He was getting charge kills. He was getting good value out of the shield. He was getting fire strike. He was sniping people with fire strikes. It's just mental, and I think in a game of resilience like this, it's easy to fall victim towards that kind of play style. Maybe if these two teams were just coming in, first game of the day, maybe that wouldn't have happened. But this is what this is all about, this long series, this rivalry, I can kind of say. I want to see this team play, these two teams play all the time. This is crazy.
Well, you're in this weird scenario now, too, because T-Shark's clearly feeling good. T-Shark knows what's up. They want to find that engagement. But if you're Syracuse, do you think T-Shark's playing Ryan again? Do you use your ban on Reinhardt? Because if you don't, he plays something else, you've burned the ban entirely.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so difficult. So many different picks, so many characters, giving so many different things. If these teams were giving as many bans as they possibly want, they'd probably ban half the hero roster.
Real.
The flexibilities of these players is just insane. They can pick up anything and make it work, and anything can be a star right here. And I would kind of fixate on the supports this time. However, I don't really know. I haven't been keeping track of the bans. I don't really even know who they can ban. I don't think they can ban Kiri. I don't think they can ban Lucio.
Can't ban Kiri. Can't ban. Can't ban Lucio. Can't ban Ramatra. I don't remember the rest of them, being honest. But I do know our next map is going to be Dorado. We're going to start with Syracuse on the attack. And it looks like the ban of Syracuse is Brig. So the support line on the side of Michigan has done so well that we're seeing a Brig ban for the first time today. Michigan now, it's going to be up to them. Who did they ban to make this impossible? Now, I'll wait till it's typed in before I kind of give my pitch and who I think it's going to be. I wish I had like a magician's envelope so I could write it down early. But I think there's a pretty obvious pick here, personally.
And kind of talking about the Brig, I mean, kind of like the wrong shield carrying hero that we were.
But also, they chose Dorado. Can't really play Ryan on Dorado.
Yep.
So I think that's an intentional choice as well.
I would kind of say Dorado. You tend to see a little more traditional, like D.Va, maybe. Maybe we'll see more of the Genji.
It's the tanks that tend to move a little faster. You'll see D.Va, you'll see Winston, you'll see Ball. Sometimes people will play Sigma, but I'm not super fond of that typically. I think it's a little bit harder to do. That depends more on how well you can play Sigma than how well Sigma plays the map. And I don't think either team has really shown me enough Sigma for me to really know if that would work.
I'm personally a big fan of Sigma.
Yeah.
Judging by the Ryan coming out of the last map, come on. My hopes are there. I want to see that, man.
It could be definitely cool. I think we're still waiting to see who Michigan wants to ban. I think we can quite literally see them chatting about it. I mean, it could be anything. It could be a tank. It could be one of the supports left. I mean, but banning a support, to be so honest, I think banning Lucio on push makes sense. I think that's a great call. Banning a support otherwise is typically difficult because what do you do at a time like that? Because if you ban Kiri, they're going to pick Lucio. If you ban Lucio, they're going to pick Wu Yang. If you're going to ban Wu Yang, they're going to pick Kiri and Lucio. So it's this big Venn diagram that doesn't really work well. But while we're waiting for them to go ahead and decide on what they want that ban to be, we do have news regarding the Penn State-Alvernia game. It looks like it's just now wrapping up. Penn State won 3-0 on stage earlier today. Alvernia won 3-2 against Syracuse, but now Penn State has officially won 3-1 over Alvernia. So Alvernia Falls will be playing in our next matchup against the winner of what we're seeing now. So this is going to be where the marbles all matter most, and it is going to be, I would call, the correct choice from Michigan. That Winston ban, absolutely perfect.
And this is going to send the team scrambling.
Yep.
They're going to be, putting the puzzle pieces together and piecing agents or piecing heroes, agents. What am I saying?
We all knew what you meant. Same thing.
Yeah, piecing the characters together, and honestly, the team with a more complete picture, a more complex, a more beautiful picture, is going to win this map 5. This is everything. They've went through the races. They've went through the fire, and here is whether or not they can claim the reward. And the reward, honestly, isn't really even that appealing. He's playing against Alvernia, another really strong team.
This is the tough part. Alvernia, they have been fighting tooth and nail. They win 3-2. They do lose 3-1, but they've been playing 2 series in a row. We talked about this. They're going to have to play a 3rd series in a row, as is the winner of this map, who will win this series. The other team, unfortunately, will be sent home in day number 1 here.
Yeah, and it's so hard to believe that these teams, even I wouldn't want either of these teams going and getting eliminated. But
I mean, they've won us over. It's been so fun to watch these teams. It's been so nice to grow with them and really get to know how they're playing, what they're playing, and how much it means to them to be here. They've busted a butt to be here, to make it this far, and now that they have, nobody wants to get sent home. It's never easy.
Yep, and falling back on the more classic tank picks, I believe that they're going to come in with the ball for Michigan. And Lunar, comfort pick, rather, I would say. Oh, and actually Toby1 is actually playing the ball. T-Shark, who we just saw pop off on the Rhine, is going to, come down and give the spotlight.
T-Shark played that and was like, I retired. I'm out. I'm not playing tank anymore. Put me back on support. Toby1 going to be coming in on that wrecking ball, as I would say suspected. I think that's his very Michigan-coded. So we're going to have to wait and see if this gets the value they're looking for. Now, unfortunately, it is going to disrupt a bit of what I'd call a sneak attack from Lunar there. They've gotten the comms that he's on the roof. They boop Acer out of the fight entirely, and Lunar collapses into the back line, keeping the ball up, taking a lot of damage in the process. Both tanks walk away.
Yeah, a lot of damage indeed, but what's going on? Oh, Lunar.
Oh, what a nade.
This is a great support, and this is Ana, and actually, this is a kind of a weird support line.
I agree.
Ana, Kiri.
Nice.
Usually we've seen that Ana come
Who woke him?
Oh, but actually,
if I'm B-Dog, I'm furious right now.
Absolutely.
I just had to use all my cooldowns to not even kill the ball. And because of that, the cart gets away so fast. B-Dog separated from the fight again. Great sleep. 3, 2, 1, go! And he goes into the health kit. Okay, we'll get there. We'll figure it out. The system is available, and they throw it right when the Suzu happens. A series of
fall as well.
Somebody call Lemony Snicket, because that was a series of unfortunate events if I have ever seen one. Syracuse, they try to make it happen. It gets a little awkward. They lose B-Dog, and finally they collapse in off the top of it. The worst part is B-Dog is going to take an hour and a half to get back.
Yeah, and dude, B-Dog, even though the unfortunate things happen to him, I really think that Ana is going to work here. And
I agree.
Picking it into the ball is really good. And
nice, good dive.
Yeah.
Going to be able to get that wrecking ball off the high ground, force the team to kind of congest here under that choke. It's going to be a great attack onto the Genji, who hasn't gone down quite yet and will likely live to tell the tale. Now it's Lunar that's out of position. He gets collapsed in on multiple sides, makes it back to the team. This fight could be a messy one.
Nothing crazy so far, but here comes the Kirko, and T-Shark doesn't even have his online yet, so this is going to be a hard LOS moment for Michigan.
Altraxia was able to get one pick there, and it looks like it's not going to be able to really kind of give them the open door they're looking for, but there's definitely still that momentum in the back line. Kitsune from T-Shark, we hear the pulse bomb, we hear the nano come out from B-Dog, and it's Dimitra who goes down. Azer doesn't even need that blade with the nano boost. Going to be able to find a great opening. Toby gets one. Altraxia ties it up. They've got to get that wrecking ball, and they finally do take out the Genji for good measure. Syracuse stops the bleeding once again.
Azer, such beautiful movement with the Genji, and honestly, I think if he bladed, he wouldn't have gotten quite the value that he did right there. And now he has it for the next fight. The Genji is going to be really important. We've seen Michigan and Syracuse, or necessarily just Michigan, like to take out the, I'm blanking on the name, Moira, for a little bit of Genji annoyance. However, don't really think it's beneficial to swap off either one of your supports.
Ooh.
Here comes the ball. He's going to waddle himself right into the middle of the map.
Azer might go down here. Acer will go down, unfortunately. It looks like Mac going to be joining them as well. The minefield makes it really difficult for Syracuse to engage. No ultimates in the pocket. They're going to be able to teleport away. B-Dog, no! Does go down. The Genji time is damn near flawless on the engagement. In Syracuse, they played it well. They stalled it down to 45 seconds, maybe even less, as it looks like Lunar just gives their life for the revolution here. Syracuse is going to lose this first point, and Michigan keeps the cart rolling.
That was a bit of a new one, putting the wall and standing on top of it yourself.
It's a good stall tactic. I like it.
The king on his throne. Alright, both Genji having the blade come into this fight, poking and prodding. This is a really weird, really awkward point, I would say, with Dorado. After a lot of close affairs in the first point of Dorado, you're forced to take a step back and to kind of take a look at things from a long-range perspective and a high-ground perspective, per se. Trey's going back and forth, and
Oh!
there's a blade invested. There's one kill.
Azer said this
Anything
fight
else?
is over. Azer's like, I need this fight to be over. 13 HP
Oh.
will go down to the pile driver. Not even meant for Azer. Very unfortunate timing. I think Saint will fall all the same. What a teleport to get away. My goodness. You forced both DPS to the low ground and then you ran. That's awesome. Pulse Bomb out onto Toby, though. Not the best target. Not able to take them down. And it looks like Michigan getting a lot of space for free.
Yep. Lunar contesting the high ground a little bit, but not necessarily willing to engage. Never mind, he proves me wrong. I didn't even know he had the range. And here we go. Anyone gonna go down? It's actually Altrexia able to find the pick, but the trades go back and forth. Sage is going to capitalize, and it looks like Syracuse is able to win this point.
Yeah, we'll call it a win. We'll call it a win. It's a messy one. It looks like Toby is going to be able to make it out, but 4 players go down. Lunar able to stay alive. Gets a lot of ultimate charge if they're just using that ult all the same. So Syracuse feeling a little bit better about what we're going to be seeing in Michigan instead. A lot of ultimates on their side. This should be a very loud fight. I think we're going to have a lot of Q pressers in this fight, and it's really going to come down to who presses it at the better time.
I really think pay attention to the 2 support ults that Syracuse have.
Yes.
The Nano and the Kitsune rush, although the Kitsune rush will probably, here we go.
There's a blade, B-Dog down and out. I think Saint will be joining them very soon. Show me a 3 Altraxia, farming play of the game. A beautiful show up here, and it looks like Michigan is going to be able to find a lot of damage early. Lunar is going to be taken out, and Michigan, they keep the cart moving.
Come on, we got to get the Nano on this guy. The blade was incredible, Altrexia. I think that was the best blade we've seen the entire tournament so far. Yeah, I mean, no ults invested for Syracuse. And here we go, the Nano. They actually want to re-engage with this contest. And the Pulse Bomb is going to be on. Limax is going to take one down with that amplified damage. But the Pulse Bomb is going to get the trade, and Toby 1 is going to take that Nano threat out of the server.
Azer able to get one, Lunar onto another. This could be huge for the side of Syracuse. They've been desperately trying to stop the bleeding and just have not been able to do so yet. It looks like they're finally going to get Michigan to tuck tail and turn for just a moment. Is that even going to be enough, though, because the re-engagement is moments away. 19 seconds left on the clock, so this next fight will be the last one of this point regardless.
Yeah, and it's so tense. But honestly, has Michigan pushed enough? I mean, it's so weird to say. This doesn't necessarily define anything.
Right.
But here comes the fight. The Tracer engaged and is stuck on the ball, but it's not going to find anything. The rain, the beat.
Oh! Yimitra gets caught by that hazard, and it is going to be a beautiful play. Both supports missing now on the side of Michigan. Syracuse, they have the numbers. Azer has fallen, but the rest of the team from Michigan seems to be gone. They've got to get that wrecking ball down ASAP. Toby falls. It's just the Tracer, and it looks like Bucket Clutch is going to be the last player standing. Doesn't make it back for the recontest, and the win condition has been set. Can Syracuse make it 94 meters into the second point of Dorado? If they can, they stay alive for at least one more series.
Absolutely, and that was pure madness. And this is a moment where kind of take a look back, take a step back, and look at these teams and say, what now? What do we do now?
Yep.
The playbook has been ran so dry that the first team to come up with another innovation, another weird character pick, or another new approach to fighting the team fights is going to win. And I honestly don't have any lead. This is neck and neck, and neither team is probably able to push it all the way. So we are going to. Oh my God.
This has been, I mean, it's crazy because if Syracuse does go on to win this, they're just going to get a run back with the team they just went to map 5 with before going to map 5 with this team to possibly go to another map 5. It is anybody's game right now. Syracuse has a win condition, possibly the clearest win condition we have had set so far. And when these doors open in 13 seconds, we will talk about what we're seeing from this team. But the picks have been unconventional. The picks have been weird. They've been trying to make it work, and everybody wants to play their very best, their very strongest. Let's see who can come out as a victor here at the Nittany Invitational.
Yeah, and the Farah is actually going to get committed. It's a very weird pick, but no hit scan on the team. The closest you have is at Ana or maybe Ball, but Ball isn't going to kill Farah.
It's a good choice because it's low commitment. If you get killed immediately, so what? Respawn, pick someone else. Saint, though, able to find bucket clutch early on. It looks like Mac may get traded out. The recall does come through. It's going to be a 5v4 currently in favor of Syracuse. The Bione does get onto the tank here, forces Toby out of the equation, opens the door for Syracuse to engage in a clean, nearly flawless preliminary execution of Michigan to give Syracuse the momentum they need to approach first point cap.
Yeah, and it's Mac and Lunar again. I mean, these are the star players for Syracuse, being able to get the value, get the picks. And the Pharah, this is a benefit. Look at the range and the rain you have. And actually, I actually didn't know what was hitting Acer there. It kind of sounded like soldier bullets, but obviously soldiers are... Dude, something's happening with my brain.
The secret sixth player on the battlefield. Now, if Toby goes down here, that could be a disaster, but the healing does come through. They know the Zarya is low. They know that's her last bubble. They just need to focus her a little bit more. The healing is insane, but Toby finally goes down. Eltraxia going to be joining them in the Shadow Realm. And Syracuse, they want this win bad. They are coming in troves here. 5 minutes and 15 seconds to move 90 meters. That's 20 meters a minute for the victory.
D.Va swap. I really like the swap
Agreed.
over the ball. However, well, this is really good for the Pharah. You're able to dive on the Pharah, take that airspace away from her. However, is this enough? What now? You have the D.Va pick. You have to make it work. The character doesn't play itself. And
Amen. Amen to that.
Yeah, absolutely. And coming in, the Pharah just keeping the range, not willing to let the D.Va see her. If the moment she does, it's like a line hunting.
Speaking of the D.Va hunting, it is going to be Azer trying to get away from that as fast as they can. Toby takes enough damage to decide to run. Has to use that event tricks to get back to the team. Going to be able to find a lot of damage. Nano boost coming out here. I assume the ultimate is going to be with it. T-Shark is gone. The cart is moving. It's going to be a huge ultimate from the side of Syracuse. That nano boost alone. D.Va out of mech. Get 3 butts on that cart. You need to get that thing moving as fast as possible. Michigan, they're going to be going for any kind of panic swap they can to move faster, to get back faster. Syracuse coming in, able to find that advantage. This could be the end. Can Michigan hold out for 4 more minutes?
And I mean, this is the time. Press Q or forever hold your peace. Here we go. The Echo coming in. Anything. 1, 2, 3, 4. The trades go back and forth. But it is the Pharah going down, so no barrage in this fight.
Pulse bomb goes out. The D.Va will lose her mech. That's going to be T-Shark falling. Syracuse, they have the numbers advantage. They have the opportunity to strike, and it looks like they may have the opportunity to win this and continue moving forward here at the Nittany Invitational. Syracuse, map 5. They lost it. Map 5, they come back with a vengeance. They're able to win it, and they're able to play one more series here tonight.
When they lost to Alvierna in that previous series, they really just said, I'll be seeing you again. I'll definitely do. And I mean, what a series. What a incredible turn of events. These guys, down but not out, really taking that close loss personally, and they want another chance.
Yeah, they won another chance. They fought tooth and nail for it, and Michigan made them fight every single step of the way. It was until the bitter end, and a bitter end it may be for Michigan, but Syracuse continues moving forward. A great victory, and one that will definitely be a legacy game here at the Nittany Invitational 2025.
Where were you when this series happened? I was right here.
Yeah.
Incredible, incredible.
I mean, this has been a great performance so far. We are going to be coming through. We're going to get an interview with one of the Syracuse players, whichever one they choose to send over. We're going to get a chat with them. I'm going to steal your headset from you, Kevin. We're going to throw my boy Azer in here. So he's going to be joining us. A huge win for Syracuse. That is their second map 5 in a row. So Azer, my first question.
What's up?
How you feeling, dude? That's 10 maps in a row.
I'm feeling tired.
You feeling tired?
I gotta speak for my whole team. We're pretty tired.
Yeah, so going in, you guys have to play one more. You have to go in and play one more against Alvernia. You went to map 5 with them already because they lost to Penn. So how are you guys feeling about that? Because they've played just as many series, so it's not like you're at a disadvantage. But how going into this are you guys going to try to avoid that exhaustion?
I mean, we got some Rice Krispie treats.
Period.
We're all like caffeinated. I don't know. Like it's really just because we had 2 really good maps against them. I think it's just going to be like carrying the momentum that we had from those maps. We know how they play. That they play these kind of like weird comps.
I mean, so do you guys, to be fair. You guys spiced it up a little bit. I would not even call it weird. We kept calling it unconventional. You guys kept bringing out uncommon characters we weren't seeing as much.
Maybe a little bit, but I think we can kind of just beat them off like pure fundamentals, honestly. That's what it's going to come down to. We're both tired
Yeah,
teams.
exactly.
We've all played a lot. I think it's just going to come down to whatever team has better baseline.
Yeah, and I think something that you guys are very notorious for is your ability to adapt and to change. So I'm going to walk you through what I think happened, and I want to hear if I'm correct on this.
Sure. Okay.
So you guys lose map 4. You go to map 5. You go, we know we're banning Brig. Let's go Dorado because they can't play Ryan, and we'll just play Winston.
So that's
and then they banned Winston. Is that correct?
No.
Okay, good. Good to hear, though. Good to hear, though.
I mean, you want me to tell you?
If you don't mind. If it's a strategy thing, feel free to keep it.
I mean,
yeah.
Alvernia doesn't play dive, so it's fine.
Yeah.
We knew that this team didn't have a great dive.
Yeah.
They had the ball, but we felt extremely comfortable against the ball. We've prepped a lot for the ball teams recently.
Yeah.
So we had a really good grasp on the ball. So I think we just decided that we wanted to go to a dive map.
Yeah.
Take them against the dive and just win.
Yeah, all right, man. We're going to let you get back to it. You've only got a couple of minutes till we're going to see you again. So big congratulations to you and the boys at Syracuse. We're going to go ahead and throw it to a break, folks. We're going to let them, like he said, get caffeinated. We're going to find out Vernia. We'll be back with our final series of night number 1 here at the Nittany Invitational. Don't go anywhere. Going into this circumstance here, they're going to try to find it if they can. Look for that bubble. Look for the Zarya. They almost find it. Toby Wan will go down. Syracuse 5-4 on the board.
And a lot of action going on here. It's actually a pick going on, taking out Mac. It looks like Syracuse are getting 2 kills.
Nice. Syracuse able to really start staggering these kills back up. Mac just going.
Ult's very fascinating.
Yes. Yeah, the ult usage hasn't really been textbook. It's not what we're typically expecting to see.
God.
And thinking of great ult.
Make them uncomfortable, but they're up for the challenge.
Yep, Bucket Clutch almost has it. Unfortunately, just not able to do so. The Kiri goes in, keeps the
Pokemon prodding game. The ball not able to do so much range. Shots are missing a little bit.
Oh, the double. I don't know if Lunar's going to be alive much longer. No HP in the pocket. Will be falling, and Syracuse, unfortunately, not going to be able to hold that point much longer. But Altraxia gets 2 of their own. A's are able to make that pulse bomb stick in Michigan. Finally, back in the swing of things here at the Nittany Invitational.
Yeah, but down to half HP, it's difficult to think that he can do anything at all. And honestly,
yep, just toss it.
Much.
Victory 2-0 here on Lijiang Tower. It's going to be up to Michigan. While they have that 5-4 advantage.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're holding on to it well. However, the Cavs is going to come through. Down to the tank interaction, and that's it. I feel like that's going to determine the fight. Syracuse really taking it down.
Oh, Bucket Clutch taking a lot of damage around that back line. 12 HP, no recall. Goes for the Mega underneath. A great play to come through here. Michigan looking for an opportunity to recontest the Cavs. Wondering what a Ramatra Nano Boost Annihilation sounds like. Well,
it sounds like winning.
He might not even need it, actually. Just the nano favor of Michigan. A very rough start of it, but better late than never to turn around a possible point victory. I do not think Lunar has the HP to do it by himself, and Michigan able to find this. This is important.
That was a 4v5. They decided to pop the beat and then rush in.
Here's an annihilation from Lunar, but Toby Wan has one to answer, and I just don't think Lunar can stay standing by their lonesome. Michigan really coming together strongly. Swap call. I think the Nano wasn't really in sync with who it needed to be, so perhaps this amplification matrix can be of more value.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, and here's the overclock. Speaking of the railguns.
I love Michigan's
boatload.
I love Michigan's intelligence on that. That she overclocked, and they were like, "Dude, just back up! Literally, just get out of the way." Now, unfortunately, Mac was able to chase, was able to get a couple of eliminations there. Going to be able to turn it into a 3-piece though. That annihilation later. Nobody there to heal Toby when they needed it, and it is going to make that a disaster for Michigan. The good news is you lost.
Now they figured it out, denying this. However, here are the big ult points. 2 ults.
That's going to be big. Now, Saint and Lunar have both fallen. Bucket Clutch is able to find that 2K early. I talked about Michigan needing to reconvene, needing to reassess a little bit. They're going to be able to do so. Sweet. You know that you had a great series regardless. And going into this engagement, Altraxia able to find Mac. It looks like Lunar isn't going to be long for the Mortal Coil. That's going to be the question. 99 to overtime. Just barely able to make it. Lunar giving their life for the cause. It's going to be Toby that goes down first. T-shirt nation when it matters most. The annihilation comes out. The bull stops in the back pocket, but nobody is going down. Everybody refuses to go down without fighting tooth and nail until the bitter end. But Toby meets the bitter end. Yimitra not far behind, and Syracuse keeps it alive. Takes us all the way to flashpoint number 5. It's a lot of pellets to the brain there. Has to chase that Tracer into the backline. Beautiful read on that recall, but B-Dog has fallen onto the main point here. Michigan already 50% on the board. It's a triple kill. The beat is Ajaxed. Saint not able to get it out in time. Yimitra able to find that. Getting that ultimate off the table has all but done it. The 5th and final point. They put a victory under their belt and tie the series 1-1.
The Clock strikes 9, and
they're going for that recontest, they're going for that engagement, but unfortunately they don't find it. Now your tank has fallen by herself. Pulse bomb out, Zarya down, and that is going to be a huge...
Well, he's still alive, but another pick happened. Toby1 is going to take down Saint, and...
No way! Oh my goodness,
Still
went down. B-Dog falls, Saint falls, and Michigan, they get a huge opportunity to come in. They find a 5K, complete a total team kill across both supports missing for Michigan, which is the green light for Syracuse to get hyper aggressive. Altraxia in the back line will go down a bolt and a...
happening, support on support.
Yep.
And maybe an ult here?
Nice, nice, really good teleport from Altraxia there. Takes B-Dog down, stabilizes the fight a little bit, and allows the team to try and find more opportunities to strike. Azer with the blade, T-Shark with the grab, and neither of them are going to find a darn thing. Blink of an eye, and Mac takes themselves out with the pulse bomb. So a one-player advantage on the side of Syracuse, immediately deleted by just getting too close to your own ult. Take Altraxia down in the blink of an eye. Winston just barely out of reach. Probably going to hold on to that Primal Rage, but I think could afford to get a little more aggressive. It's just the supports left after all. Yimitra falls, Toby1 not far behind, a complete and total team kill this time for Syracuse.
Yeah, I mean, that was very...
T-Shark only 30 charge, but is it going to be enough to keep the team alive? Altraxia has it in the corner. Wow! 180 flick. Altraxia, my favorite characters in the game. Now, unfortunately, Azer doesn't really get to find out what happens with Brig. He's deleted from the fight in the blink of an eye. T-Shark, great target focus once again. Death Blossom in, and it's a double kill with the help of the team. Let's make it a triple. T-Shark on fire right now. Prod, can we jump over to TJ? Rally is out. Yimitra desperate to keep the team alive. Saint out of position, going to cost them their life. Immortality field down. We're down to sub 60, and the fight just doesn't end.
All after all after all. Ability after. Here's the Primal Rage invested once again. Nothing.
True.
Maybe
very true. Also, Zarya bubbles?
Yeah.
Like,
they're
just gone. Oh, T-Shark.
Zarya herself.
T should be a huge window for Syracuse to walk away with an early first point cap on Kings Row.
And Lunar farming up the charge there.
Yes, thank you, T-Shark. Let's see a 5-man shatter. Gonna be going in early. Immortality has it online, but the shield just deleted. Going in for that time to strike and just allowing that Bastion to go full throttle. Just like this. A phenomenal combination from Syracuse. One of my personal favorites. It's just enabling that Bastion to fire as fast as possible. Azer, we'll pretend we didn't see that. We'll let that one slide. Mac is going to get caught out by that counter pulse, though. Azer at 8 HP, going to be cut in half and turned into a big fat goose egg gang. Yimitra on to Saint, back onto the Lucio as well. Lunar gets a consolation prize, but Syracuse finally going to be halted in their tracks. Beautiful fire strike.
Nice snipe. I see
here, able to take down quite a lot of damage. It's the rotation for Syracuse. Kiriko gets interrupted, has to teleport back to the rest of the team. Syracuse quite literally giving Michigan the runaround here. Jump the corner and shatter. Oh, I thought it was going to happen. Yes! Yes! I love Reinhardt. Oh my goodness. Things got a little bit sloppy, but they have really begun to play a hard-steaded defense. There's the beat to counter the blade from Altraxia. Not going to be able to find much. Kitsune comes out from Syracuse. In Earth Shatter, going to be able to find 2 more. Saint is missing. There goes 2 more, and T-Shark just having a field. Bottom line here, not able to find it. Altraxia wins the Genji 1v1, and Syracuse, like dominoes, have begun to fall.
Absolutely, and Altraxia, T-Shark, and Toby1, I mean, you know, if he is the caller of the team, that's insane. Again, once again, Jin is not hit, but the Primal, everything is going on. Everybody's getting knocked back, and here it is. Here's the stagger kind of play style, but the fire struck. Michigan has won this team fight.
So fast. B-Dog separated from the fight again. Great sleep. 3, 2, 1, go! And he goes into the health tip. Okay, we'll get there. We'll figure it out. The system is available, and they throw it right when the Suzu happens. A series of
fall as well.
Somebody call Lemony Snicket because that was a series from T-Shark. We hear the pulse bomb. We hear the nano come out from B-Dog, and it's Yimitra who goes down. Azer doesn't even need that blade with the nano boost. Up, they've got to get that wrecking ball, and they finally do take out the Genji for good measure. Syracuse stops the bleeding once again. The minefield makes it really difficult for Syracuse to engage. No ultimates in the pocket. They're going to be able to teleport away. B-Dog, no! Does go down. The Genji dive is damn near flawless on the engagement. And Syracuse, they played it well. They stalled it down to 45 seconds, maybe even less, as it looks like Lunar just gives them. There's a blade. B-Dog down and out. I think Saint will be joining them very soon. Show me a 3 Altraxia. Farming play of the game. A beautiful show up here, and it looks like Michigan is going to be able to find a lot of damage early. Lunar is going to be taken out, and Michigan, they keep the cart moving. Player on the battlefield. Now, if Toby goes down here, that could be a disaster, but the healing does come through. They know the Zarya is low. They know that's her last bubble. They just need to focus her a little bit more. The healing is insane, but Toby finally goes down. Altraxia going to be joining them in the Shadow Realm, and Syracuse, they want this win bad. Decide to run. Has to use that event tricks to get back to the team. Going to be able to find a lot of damage. Nano boost coming out here. I assume the ultimate is going to be with it. T-Shark is gone. The cart is moving. It's going to be a huge ultimate from the side of Syracuse. That Nano boost alone. D.Va out of mech. Get 3 butts on that cart. You need to get that soda pop. And going into this circumstance here, they're going to try to find it if they can. Look for that bubble. Look for the Zarya. They almost find it. Toby1 will go down. Syracuse 5-4 on the board.
Yeah, a lot of action going on here. It's actually a pick going on, taking out Mac. It looks like Syracuse are getting 2 kills.
Nice. Syracuse able to really start staggering these kills back up. Mac just going.
Ult's very fascinating.
Yes. Yeah, the ult usage hasn't really been textbook. It's not what we're typically expecting to see.
God.
And thinking of great ult.
Make them uncomfortable, but they're up for the challenge.
Yep, Bucket Clutch almost has it. Unfortunately, just not able to do so. The Kiri goes in, keeps the
Pokemon prodding game. The ball not able to do so much range. Shots are missing a little bit.
Oh, the double. I don't know if Lunar's going to be alive much longer. No HP in the pocket. Will be falling, and Syracuse, unfortunately, not going to be able to hold that point much longer. But Altraxia gets 2 of their own. Azer able to make that pulse bomb stick in Michigan. Finally, back in the swing of things here at the Nittany Invitational.
Yeah, but, you know, down to half HP, it's difficult to think that he can do anything at all. And honestly,
yep, just toss
not
it.
much.
Victory 2-0 here on Lijiang Tower. It's going to be up to Michigan. While they have that 5-4 advantage.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're holding on to it well. However, yeah, the cap is going to come through. Down to the tank interaction, and that's it. I feel like that's going to determine the fight. Syracuse really taking it down.
Oh, Bucket Clutch taking a lot of damage on that back line. 12 HP, no recall. Goes for the Mega underneath. Yep. A great play to come through here. Michigan looking for an opportunity to recontest the cap. Wondering what a Ramatra Nano Boost Annihilation sounds like. Well,
it sounds like winning.
He might not even need it, actually. Just the Nano favor of Michigan. A very rough start of it, but better late than never to turn around a possible point victory. I do not think Lunar has the HP to do it by himself, and Michigan able to find this. This is important.
That was a 4v5. They decided to pop the beat and then rush in.
Fine. Here's an annihilation from Lunar, but Toby1 has one to answer, and I just don't think Lunar can stay standing by their lonesome. Michigan really coming together strong. Swap call. I think the Nano wasn't really in sync with who it needed to be, so perhaps this amplification matrix can be of more value.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, this. And here's the overclock. Speaking of the railguns.
I love Michigan's. I love Michigan's intelligence on that. Though she overclocked, and they were like, "Dude, just back up! Like literally, just get out of the way." Now, unfortunately, Mac was able to chase, was able to get a couple of eliminations there. Going to be able to turn it into a 3-piece though. Got that annihilation later. Nobody there to heal Toby, when they needed it, and it is going to make that a disaster for Michigan. The good news is you lost.
Now they figured it out, denying this. However, here are the big ult points. 3 ults, 2 ults.
That's going to be big. Now, Saint and Lunar have both fallen. Bucket Clutch is able to find that 2K early. I talked about Michigan needing to reconvene, needing to reassess a little bit. They're going to be able to do so. Sweet. You know that you had a great series regardless. And going into this engagement, Altraxia able to find Mac. It looks like Lunar isn't going to be long for the Mortal Coil. That's going to be the question. 99 to overtime. Just barely able to make it. Lunar giving their life for the cause. It's going to be Toby that goes down first. T-shirt nation when it matters most. The annihilation comes out. The Pulse Bomb's in the back pocket, but nobody is going down. Everybody refuses to go down without fighting tooth and nail until the bitter end, but Toby meets the bitter end. Yimatra not far behind, and Syracuse keeps it alive, takes us all the way to flashpoint number 5. It's a lot of pellets to the brain there. Has to chase that Tracer into the backline. Beautiful read on that recall, but B-Dog has fallen onto the main point here. Michigan already 50% on the board. It's a triple kill. The beat is Ajaxed. Saint not able to get it out in time. Yimatra able to find that. Getting that ultimate off the table has all but done it. The 5th and final point. They put a victory under their belt and tie the series 1-1.
The clock strikes 9, and
they're going for that recontest. They're going for that engagement, but unfortunately they don't find it. Now your tank has fallen by herself. Pulse bomb out. Zarya down, and that is going to be a huge.
Well, he's still alive, but another pick happened. Toby1 is going to take down Saint, and
no way! Oh my goodness, still went down. B-Dog falls, Saint falls. In Michigan, they get a huge opportunity to come in. They find a 5K, complete a total team kill across both supports missing for Michigan, which is the green light for Syracuse to get hyper-aggressive. Altraxia in the back line will go down. A bolt and a...
happening, support on support.
Yep.
And maybe an ult here?
Nice. Nice. Really good teleport from Altraxia there. Takes B-Dog down, stabilizes the fight a little bit, and allows the team to try and find more opportunities to strike. Azer with the blade, T-Shark with the grab, and neither of them are going to going to find a darn thing. Blink of an eye, and Mac takes themselves out with the pulse bomb. So a one-player advantage on the side of Syracuse, immediately deleted by just getting too close to your own ultimate. Take Altraxia down in the blink of an eye. Winston just barely out of reach. Probably going to hold on to that Primal Rage, but I think could afford to get a little more aggressive. It's just the supports left after all. Yimitra falls, Toby Wan not far behind, a complete and total team kill this time for Syracuse.
Yeah, I mean, that was very...
T-Shark only 30 charge, but isn't going to be enough to keep the team alive. Altraxia has it in the
That's a
corner.
big kill.
Wow! 180 flick. Altraxia, my favorite characters in the game. Now, unfortunately, Azer doesn't really get to find out what happens with Brig. He's deleted from the fight in the blink of an eye. T-Shark, great target focus once again. Death Blossom in, and it's a double kill with the help of the team. Let's make it a triple. T-Shark on fire right now. Prod, can we jump over to TJ? Rally is out. Yimitra desperate to keep the team alive. Saint out of position, going to cost them their life. Immortality field down. We're down to sub 60, and the fight just doesn't end.
All after all after all. Ability after. Here's the Primal Rage invested once again. Nothing.
True. Very. Also, Zarya bubbles?
Yeah.
Like,
They're
just
just
gone. Oh, T-Shark.
Zarya herself.
T's going to be a huge window for Syracuse to walk away with an early first point cap on Kings Row.
And Lunar farming up the charge there.
Yes, thank you, T-Shark. Let's see a 5-man shatter. Going to be going in early. Immortality Field has it online, but the shield just deleted. Going in for that time to strike and just allowing that Bastion to go full throttle. Just like this. A phenomenal combination from Syracuse. One of my personal favorites. It's just enabling that Bastion to fire as fast as possible. Azer, we'll pretend we didn't see that. We'll let that one slide. Mac is going to get caught out by that counter pulse, though. Azer at 8 HP, going to be cut in half and turned into a big fat goose egg gang. Yimitra on to Saint, back onto the Lucio as well. Lunar gets a consolation prize, but Syracuse finally going to be halted in their tracks. Beautiful fire strike.
Nice knife. I see
here, able to take down quite a lot of damage. It's the rotation for Syracuse. Kiriko gets interrupted, has to teleport back to the rest of the team. Syracuse quite literally giving Michigan the runaround here. Jump the corner and shatter. Oh, I thought it was going to happen. Yes! Yes! I love Reinhardt. Oh my goodness. Things got a little bit sloppy, but they have really begun to play a hard-steaded defense. There's the beat to counter the blade from Altraxia. Not going to be able to find much. Kitsune comes out from Syracuse in Earth Shatter. Going to be able to find two more. Saint is missing. There goes two more, and T-Shark just having a field. Bottom line here. Not able to find it. Altraxia wins the Genji 1v1, and Syracuse, like dominoes, have begun to fall.
Absolutely. And Altrax T-Shark and Toby Wan, I mean, you know, if he is the caller of the team, that's insane. Again, once again, Jin is not hit, but the Primal, everything is going on. Everybody's getting knocked back, and here it is. Here's the staggered kind of playstyle, but the fire struck. Michigan has won this team fight.
So fast. B-Dog separated from the fight again. Great sleep. 3, 2, 1, go! And he goes into the health kick. Okay, we'll get there. We'll figure it out. The system is available, and they throw it right when the Suzu happens. A series of somebody call Lemony Snicket, because that was a series from T-Shark. We hear the pulse bomb. We hear the nano come out from B-Dog, and it's Yimitra who goes down. Azer doesn't even need that blade with the nano boost. Up, they've got to get that wrecking ball, and they finally do take out the Genji for good measure. Syracuse stops the bleeding once again. The minefield makes it really difficult for Syracuse to engage. No ultimates in the pocket. They're going to be able to teleport away. B-Dog, no! Does go down. The Genji time is damn near flawless on the engagement. And Syracuse, they played it well. They stalled it down to 45 seconds, maybe even less, as it looks like Lunar just gives them. There's a blade. B-Dog down and out. I think Saint will be joining them very soon. Show me a 3 Altraxia. Farming play of the game. A beautiful show up here, and it looks like Michigan is going to be able to find a lot of damage early. Lunar is going to be taken out, and Michigan, they keep the cart moving. Player on the battlefield. Now, if Toby goes down here, that could be a disaster, but the healing does come through. They know the Zarya is low. They know that's her last bubble. They just need to focus her a little bit more. The healing is insane, but Toby finally goes down. Altraxia going to be joining them in the Shadow Realm, and Syracuse, they want this win bad. Decide to run. Has to use that defense to get back to the team. Going to be able to find a lot of damage. Nano boost coming out here. I assume the ultimate is going to be with it. T-Shark is gone. The cart is moving. It's going to be a huge ultimate from the side of Syracuse. That nano boost alone. Diva out of mech. Get 3 butts on that cart. You need to get that soda pop. And going into this circumstance here, they're going to try to find it if they can. Look for that bubble. Look for the Zarya. They almost find it. Toby Wan will go down. Syracuse 5-4 on the board.
Yeah, a lot of action going on here. It's actually a pick going on, taking out Mac. It looks like Syracuse are getting 2 kills.
Nice. Syracuse able to really start staggering these kills back up. Mac just going.
Ult's very fascinating.
Yes. Yeah, the ult usage hasn't really been textbook. It's not what we're typically expecting to see. And thinking of great ult.
Make them uncomfortable, but they're up for the challenge.
Bucket Clutch almost has it, unfortunately, just not able to do so. The Kiri goes in, keeps the sword.
Pokemon prodding game, the ball not able to do so much range. Shots are missing a little bit.
Oh, the double! I don't know if Lunar's going to be alive much longer. No HP in the pocket, will be falling, and Syracuse, unfortunately, not going to be able to hold that point much longer, but Altraxia gets two of their own. A's are able to make that pulse bomb stick in Michigan, finally back in the swing of things here at the Nittany Invitational.
Yeah, but, you know, down to half HP, it's difficult to think that he can do anything at all, and honestly,
yep, just toss it. Victory 2-0 here on Lijiang Tower. It's going to be up to Michigan. While they have that 5-4 advantage.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're holding on to it well. However, yeah, the Caps are going to come through. Tank interaction, and that's it. I feel like that's going to determine the fight. Syracuse really taking it down.
Oh, Bucket Clutch taking a lot of damage on that back line. 12 HP, no recall. Goes for the Mega underneath. A great play to come through here. Michigan looking for an opportunity to recontest the Cap. Wondering what a Ramatra Nano Boost Annihilation sounds like. Well,
sounds like winning.
He might not even need it, actually. Just the Nano favor of Michigan. A very rough start of it, but better late than never to turn around a possible point victory. I do not think Lunar has the HP to do it by himself, and Michigan able to find this. This is important.
That was a 4v5. They decided to pop the beat and then rush in.
Fine. Here's an annihilation from Lunar, but Toby Wan has one to answer, and I just don't think Lunar can stay standing by their lonesome. Michigan really coming together, strong swap call. I think the Nano wasn't really in sync with who it needed to be, so perhaps this amplification matrix can be of more value.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, and here's the overclock. Speaking of the railguns,
I love Michigan's
boatload.
I love Michigan's intelligence on that. She overclocked, and they were like, "Dude, just back up! Like, literally, just get out of the way." Now, unfortunately, Mac was able to chase, was able to get a couple of eliminations there. Gonna be able to turn it into a three-piece though. Another annihilation later. Nobody there to heal Toby, when they needed it, and it is going to make that a disaster for Michigan. The good news is you lost.
Now they figured it out to deny this. However, here are the big ult points. Three ults.
Oh. That's going to be big. Now, Saint and Lunar have both fallen. Bucket Clutch is able to find that 2K early. I talked about Michigan needing to reconvene, needing to reassess a little bit. They're going to be able to do so. Sweet. You know that you had a great series regardless. And going into this engagement, Altraxia able to find Mac. It looks like Lunar isn't going to be long for the Mortal Coil. That's going to be the question. 99 to overtime. Just barely able to make it. Lunar giving their life for the cause. It's going to be Toby that goes down first. T-shirt issue when it matters most. The annihilation comes out. The bull's in the back pocket, but nobody is going down. Everybody refuses to go down without fighting tooth and nail until the bitter end, but Toby meets the bitter end. Yimitra not far behind, and Syracuse keeps it alive, takes us all the way to flashpoint number 5. It's a lot of pellets to the brain there, has to chase that Tracer into the backline. Beautiful read on that recall, but B-Dog has fallen onto the main point here. Michigan already 50% on the board. It's a triple kill. The beat is Ajaxed. Saint not able to get it out in time. Yimitra able to find that, getting that ultimate off the table, has all but done it. The 5th and final point. They put a victory under their belt and tie the series 1-1.
Clock strikes 9, and
they're going for that recontest, they're going for that engagement, but unfortunately they don't find it. Now your tank has fallen by herself. Pulse bomb out, Zarya down, and that is going to be a huge...
Well, he's still alive, but another pick happened. Toby Wan is going to take down Saint, and...
No way! Oh my goodness, went down. B-Dog falls, Saint falls in Michigan. They get a huge opportunity to come in. They find a 5K, complete a total team kill across both supports missing. For Michigan, which is the green light for Syracuse to get hyper aggressive. Altraxia in the back line will go down of both of them.
Happening, support on support.
Yep.
And maybe in the ult here.
Nice, really good teleport from Altraxia there. Takes B-Dog down, stabilizes the fight a little bit, and allows the team to try and find more opportunities to strike. Azer with the blade, T-Shirt with the grab, and neither of them are going to find a darn thing. But Ian Mac takes themselves out with the pulse bomb, so one player advantage on the side of Syracuse, immediately deleted by just getting too close to your own ult. Take Altraxia down in the blink of an eye. Winston just barely out of reach. Probably going to hold on to that Primal Rage, but I think could afford to get a little more aggressive. It's just the supports left after all. Yimitra falls, Toby Wan not far behind, a completed total team kill this time for Syracuse.
I mean, that was very...
T-Shark only 30 charge, but isn't going to be enough to keep the team alive. Altraxia has it in the corner. Wow! 180 flick. Altraxia, my favorite characters in the game. Now, unfortunately, Azer doesn't really get to find out what happens with Brig. He's deleted from the fight in the blink of an eye. T-Shark, great target focus once again. Death Blossom in, and it's a double kill with the help of the team. Let's make it a triple. T-Shark on fire right now. Prod, can we jump over to TJ? Rally is out. Yimitra desperate to keep the team alive. Saint out of position, going to cost them their life. Immortality built down. We're down to sub 60, and the fight just doesn't end.
All after all after all. Ability after. Here's the Primal Rage invested once again. Nothing.
True. Very the Zarya bubbles?
Yeah.
Like,
they're
just
just
gone. Oh,
And the
T-Shark.
Zarya herself.
T is going to be a huge window for Syracuse to walk away with an early first point cap on Kings Row.
And Lunar farming up the charge there.
Yes, thank you, T-Shark. Let's see a 5-man shatter.
Oh,
Gonna be
no.
going in early. Immortality has it online, but the shield just deleted. Going in for that time to strike and just allowing that bastard to go full throttle.
Here
just
we go.
like this. A phenomenal combination from Syracuse. One of my personal favorites. It's just enabling that bastard to fire as fast as possible. Azer, we'll pretend we didn't see that. We'll let that one slide. Mac is gonna get caught out by that counter pulse though. Azer at 8 HP, gonna be cut in half and turned into a big fat goose egg gang. Yimitra on to Saint, back onto the Lucio as well. Lunar gets a consolation prize, but Syracuse finally gonna be halted in their tracks. Beautiful
Nice.
fire strike.
Nice knife.
Here able to take down quite a lot of damage. It's the rotation for Syracuse. Kiriko gets interrupted, has to teleport back to the rest of the team. Syracuse quite literally giving Michigan the runaround here. Jump the corner and shatter. Oh, I thought it was going to happen. Yes! Yes! I love Reinhardt. Oh my goodness. Things got a little bit sloppy, but they have really begun to play a hard-steaded defense. There's the beat to counter the blade from Altraxia. Not going to be able to find much. Kitsune comes out from Syracuse. In Earth Shatter, going to be able to find 2 more. Saint is missing. There goes 2 more, and T-Shark just having a field. Bottom line here, not able to find it. Altraxia wins the Genji 1v1, and Syracuse, like dominoes, have begun to fall.
Absolutely. And outside T-Shark and Toby Wan, I mean, you know, if he is the caller of the team, that's insane. Again, once again, it's not hit, but the primal, everything is going on. Everybody's getting knocked back, and here it is. Here's the staggered kind of playstyle, but the fire struck. Michigan has won this team fight.
So fast. B-Dog separated from the fight again. Great sleep. 3, 2, 1, go! And he goes into the health kick. Okay, we'll get there. We'll figure it out. The system is available, and they throw it right when the Suzu happens. A series of a... Somebody call Lemony Snicket because that was a series from T-Shark. We hear the pulse bomb. We hear the nano come out from B-Dog, and it's Yimitra who goes down. Azer doesn't even need that blade with the nano boost. They've got to get that wrecking ball, and they finally do take out the Genji for good measure. Syracuse stops the bleeding once again. Minefield makes it really difficult for Syracuse to engage. No ultimates in the pocket. They're going to be able to teleport away. B-Dog, no! Does go down. The Genji time is damn near flawless on the engagement in Syracuse. They played it well. They stalled it down to 45 seconds, maybe even less, as it looks like Lunar just gives them. There's a blade. B-Dog down and out. I think Saint will be joining them very soon. Show me a 3 Altraxia. Farming play of the game. A beautiful show up here, and it looks like Michigan is going to be able to find a lot of damage early. Lunar is going to be taken out, and Michigan, they keep the cart moving. Player on the battlefield. Now, if Toby goes down here, that could be a disaster, but the healing does come through. They know the Zarya is low. They know that's her last bubble. They just need to focus her a little bit more. The healing is insane, but Toby finally goes down. Altraxia going to be joining them in the Shadow Realm, and Syracuse, they want this win bad. Decide to run. Has to use that event tricks to get back to the team. Going to be able to find a lot of damage. Nano boost coming out here. I assume the ultimate is going to be with it. T-Shark is gone. The cart is moving. It's going to be a huge ultimate from the side of Syracuse. That nano boost alone. Diva out of mech. Get 3 butts on that cart. You need to get that soda pop. And going into this circumstance here, they're going to try to find it if they can. Look for that bubble. Look for the Zarya. They almost find it. Toby Wan will go down. Syracuse 5-4 on the board.
Yeah, a lot of action going on here. It's actually a pick going on. It looks like Syracuse are getting 2 kills.
Nice. Syracuse able to really start staggering these kills back up. Mac just going.
Ult's very fascinating.
Yes. Yeah, the ult usage hasn't really been textbook. It's not what we're typically expecting to see. Thinking of great ult.
Make them uncomfortable, but they're up for the challenge.
Yup, Bucket Clutch almost has it. Unfortunately, just not able to do so. The Kiri goes in, keeps the zone.
Pokemon prodding game. The ball not able to do so much range. Shots are missing a little bit.
Oh, the double. I don't know if Lunar's going to be alive much longer. No HP in the pocket. Will be falling, and Syracuse, unfortunately, not going to be able to hold that point much longer. But Altraxia gets 2 of their own. Azer able to make that pulse bomb stick in Michigan. Finally, back in the swing of things here at the Nittany Invitational.
Yeah, but, you know, down to half HP, it's difficult to think that he can do anything at all. And honestly,
yep, just toss it. Victory 2-0 here on Lijiang Tower. It's going to be up to Michigan. While they have that 5-4 advantage.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're holding on to it well. However, yeah, the cap's going to come through. Tank interaction, and that's it. I feel like that's going to determine the fight. Syracuse really taking it down.
Oh, Bucket Clutch taking a lot of damage on that back line. 12 HP, no recall. Goes for the Mega underneath. A great play to come through here. Michigan looking for an opportunity
to recontest
the cap. Wondering what a Ramatra Nano Boost Annihilation sounds like. well.
It sounds like winning.
He might not even need it, actually. Just the nano favor of Michigan. A very rough start of it, but better late than never to turn around a possible point victory. I do not think Lunar has the HP to do it by himself, and Michigan able to find this. This is important.
That was a 4v5. They decided to pop the beat and then rush in.
Fine. Here's an annihilation from Lunar, but Toby1 has one to answer, and I just don't think Lunar can stay standing by their lonesome. Michigan really coming together strongly. Swap call. I think the Nano wasn't really in sync with who it needed to be, so perhaps this amplification matrix can be of more value.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, and here's the overclock. Speaking of the railguns,
I love Michigan's
boatload.
I love Michigan's intelligence on that, though. She overclocked, and they were like, dude, just back up. Like, literally just get out of the way. Now, unfortunately, Mac was able to chase, was able to get a couple of eliminations there. Gonna be able to turn it into a three-piece, though. Another annihilation later. Nobody there to heal Toby, when they needed it, and it is going to make that a disaster for Michigan. The good news is you lost.
Now they figured it out, denying this. However, here are the big ult points. 3 ults, 2 ults.
That's going to be big. Now, Saint and Lunar have both fallen. Bucket Clutch is able to find that 2K early. I talked about Michigan needing to reconvene, needing to reassess a little bit. They're going to be able to do so. Sweet. You know that you had a great series regardless. And going into this engagement, Altraxia able to find Mac. It looks like Lunar isn't going to be long for the Mortal Coil. That's going to be the question. 99 to overtime. Just barely able to make it. Lunar giving their life for the cause. It's going to be Toby that goes down first. T-shirt issue when it matters most. The annihilation comes out. The bull stops in the back pocket, but nobody is going down. Everybody refuses to go down without fighting tooth and nail until the bitter end, but Toby meets the bitter end. Yimitra not far behind, and Syracuse keeps it alive, takes us all the way to flashpoint number 5. It's a lot of pellets to the brain there, has to chase that Tracer into the backline. Beautiful read on that recall, but B-Dog has fallen onto the main point here. Michigan already 50% on the board. It's a triple kill. The beat is Ajaxed. Saint not able to get it out in time. Yimitra able to find that, getting that ultimate off the table, has all but done it. The 5th and final point. They put a victory under their belt and tie the series 1-1.
Clock strikes 9 and
going for that recontest, they're going for that engagement, but unfortunately they don't find it. Now your tank has fallen by herself. Pulse bomb out, Zarya down, and that is going to be a huge...
he's still alive, but another pick happened. Toby1 is going to take down Saint, and...
No way! Oh my goodness, still went down. B-Dog falls, Saint falls, and Michigan, they get a huge opportunity to come in. They find a 5K, a complete and total team kill across both supports missing for Michigan, which is the green light for Syracuse to get hyper aggressive. Altraxia in the back line will go down a bolt and a...
What's happening? Support on support.
Yep.
And maybe an ult here?
Nice. Nice, really good teleport from Altraxia there. Takes B-Dog down, stabilizes the fight a little bit, and allows the team to try and find more opportunities to strike. Azer with the blade, T-Shark with the grab, and neither of them are going to find a darn thing. Blink of an eye, and Mac takes themselves out with the pulse bomb. So a one-player advantage on the side of Syracuse, immediately deleted by just getting too close to your own ultimate. Take Altraxia down in the blink of an eye. Winston just barely out of reach. Probably going to hold on to that Primal Rage, but I think could afford to get a little more aggressive. It's just the supports left after all. Yimitra falls, Toby1 not far behind, a complete and total team kill this time for Syracuse.
Yeah, I mean, that was very...
T-Shark only 30 charge, but isn't going to be enough to keep the team alive. Altraxia has it in the corner. Wow! 180 flick. Altraxia, my favorite characters in the game. Now, unfortunately, Azer doesn't really get to find out what happens with Break. He's deleted from the fight in the blink of an eye. T-Shark, great target focus once again. Death Blossom in, and it's a double kill with the help of the team. Let's make it a triple. T-Shark on fire right now. Prod, can we jump over to TJ? Rally is out. Yimitra desperate to keep the team alive. Saint out of position, going to cost them their life. Immortality field down. We're down to sub 60, and the fight just doesn't end.
All after all after all. Ability after. Here's the Primal Rage invested once again. Nothing.
True. Very. Also, Zarya bubbles?
Yeah.
Like, just gone. Oh, T-Shark.
Zarya herself.
T to be a huge window for Syracuse to walk away with an early first point cap on Kings Row.
Lunar farming up the charge there.
Yes, thank you, T-Shark. Let's see a 5-man shatter. Gonna be going in early. Immortality has it online, but the shield just deleted. Going in for that time to strike and just allowing that Bastion to go full throttle. Just like this. A phenomenal combination from Syracuse. One of my personal favorites. It's just enabling that Bastion to fire as fast as possible. Azer, we'll pretend we didn't see that. We'll let that one slide. Mac is gonna get caught out by that counter pulse though. Azer at 8 HP, gonna be cut in half and turned into a big fat goose egg gang. Yimitra on to Saint, back onto the Lucio as well. Lunar gets a consolation prize, but Syracuse finally gonna be halted in their tracks. Beautiful fire strike.
Nice.
Here, able to take down quite a lot of damage. It's the rotation for Syracuse. Kiriko gets interrupted, has to teleport back to the rest of the team. Syracuse quite literally giving Michigan the runaround here. Jump the corner and shatter. Oh, I thought it was going to happen. Yes! Yes! my goodness. Things got a little bit sloppy, but they have really begun to play a hard-steaded defense. There's the beat to counter the blade from Altraxia. Not going to be able to find much. Kitsune comes out from Syracuse. In Earth Shatter, going to be able to find 2 more. Saint is missing. There goes 2 more, and T-Shark just having a field. Bottom line here, not able to find it. Altraxia wins the Genji 1v1, and Syracuse, like dominoes, have begun to fall.
Absolutely, and Altrax T-Shark and Toby 1, I mean, you know, if he is the caller of the team, that's insane. Again, once again, Jin is not hit, but the Primal, everything is going on. Everybody's getting knocked back, and here it is. Here's the staggered kind of playstyle, but the fire struck. Michigan has won this team fight.
So fast. B-Dog separated from the fight again. Great sleep. 3, 2, 1, go! And he goes into the health kit. Okay, we'll get there. We'll figure it out. The system is available, and they throw it right when the Suzu happens. A series of somebody call Lemony Snicket because that was a series from T-Shark. We hear the pulse bomb. We hear the nano come out from B-Dog, and it's Dimitra who goes down. Azer doesn't even need that blade with the nano boost. Ice it up. They've got to get that wrecking ball, and they finally do take out the Genji for good measure. Syracuse stops the bleeding once again. The minefield makes it really difficult for Syracuse to engage. No ultimates in the pocket. They're going to be able to teleport away. B-Dog, no! Does go down. The Genji time is damn near flawless on the engagement in Syracuse. They played it well. They stalled it down to 45 seconds, maybe even less, as it looks like Lunar just gives them. There's a blade. B-Dog down and out. I think Saint will be joining them very soon. Show me a 3 Altraxia. Farming play of the game. A beautiful show up here, and it looks like Michigan is going to be able to find a lot of damage early. Lunar is going to be taken out. In Michigan, they keep the cart moving. Player on the battlefield. Now, if Toby goes down here, that could be a disaster. The healing does come through. They know the Zarya is low. They know that's her last bubble. They just need to focus her a little bit more. The healing is insane, but Toby finally goes down. Altraxia going to be joining them in the Shadow Realm. And Syracuse, they want this win bad. Decide to run. Has to use that event tricks to get back to the team. Going to be able to find a lot of damage. Nano boost coming out here. I assume the ultimate is going to be with it. T-Shark is gone. The cart is moving. It's going to be a huge ultimate from the side of Syracuse. That nano boost alone. Diva out of mech. Get 3 butts on that cart. You need to get that soda pop. And going into this circumstance here, they're going to try to find it if they can. Look for that bubble. Look for the Zarya. They almost find it. Toby Wan will go down. Syracuse 5-4 on the board.
Yeah, a lot of action going on here. It's actually a pick going on, picking out Matt. It looks like Syracuse are getting 2
nice. Syracuse able to really start staggering these skills back up. Back just going.
Ult's very fascinating.
Yes. Yeah, the ult usage hasn't really been textbook. It's not what we're typically expecting to see.
God.
Thinking of great ult.
Make them uncomfortable, but they're up for the challenge.
Yep, Bucket Clutch almost has it. Unfortunately, just not able to do so. The Kiri goes in, keeps the zone.
Pokemon prodding game. The ball not able to do so much range.
The double! I don't know if Luder's going to be alive much longer. No HP in the pocket. Will be falling, and Syracuse, unfortunately, not going to be able to hold that point much longer, but Altraxia gets 2 of their own. A's are able to make that pulse bomb stick in Michigan. Finally, back in the swing of things here at the Nittany Invitational.
Yeah, but, you know, down to half HP, it's difficult to think that he can do anything at all, and honestly...
Yep, just toss it.
Much.
Victory 2-0 here on Lijiang Tower. It's going to be up to Michigan. While they have that 5-4 advantage.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're holding on to it well. However, yeah, the cap is going to come through. Tank interaction, and that's it. I feel like that's going to determine the fight. Syracuse really taking it down.
Oh, Bucket Clutch taking a lot of damage on that back line. 12 HP, no recall. Goes for the Mega underneath. A great play to come through here. Michigan looking for an opportunity to recontest the cap. Wondering what a Ramatra Nano Boost Annihilation sounds like. Well,
sounds like winning.
He might not even need it, actually. Just the nano favor of Michigan. A very rough start of it, but better late than never to turn around a possible point victory. I do not think Lunar has the HP to do it by himself, and Michigan able to find this. This is important.
That was a 4v5. They decided to pop the beat and then rush it.
Fine. Here's an annihilation from Lunar, but Toby Wan has one to answer, and I just don't think Lunar can stay standing by their lonesome. Michigan really coming together strong swap call. I think the nano wasn't really in sync with who it needed to be, so perhaps this amplification matrix can be of more value.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, and here's the overclock. Speaking of the railguns,
I love Michigan's
boatload.
I love Michigan's intelligence on that, though. She overclocked, and they were like, dude, just back up. Like, literally just get out of the way. Now, unfortunately, Mac was able to chase, was able to get a couple of eliminations there. Going to be able to turn it into a 3-piece, though. Another annihilation later. Nobody there to heal Toby, when they needed it, and it is going to make that a disaster for Michigan. The good news is you lost.
Now they figured it out to deny this. However, here are the big ult points. 3 ults being.
Oh. That's going to be big. Now, Saint and Lunar have both fallen. Bucket Clutch is able to find that 2K early. I talked about Michigan needing to reconvene, needing to reassess a little bit. They're going to be able to do so. Sweet. You know that you had a great series regardless. And going into this engagement, Altraxia able to find Mac. It looks like Lunar isn't going to be long for the Mortal Coil. That's going to be the question. 99 to overtime. Just barely able to make it. Lunar giving their life for the cause. It's going to be Toby that goes down first. T-shirt issue when it matters most. The Annihilation comes out. The Bull comes in the back pocket. But nobody is going down. Everybody refuses to go down without fighting tooth and nail until the bitter end. But Toby meets the bitter end. Yimitra not far behind. And Syracuse keeps it alive. Takes us all the way to flashpoint number 5. A lot of pellets to the brain there. Has to chase that Tracer into the backline. Beautiful read on that recall. But B-Dog has fallen onto the main point here. Michigan already 50% on the board. It's a triple kill. The beat is Ajaxed. Saint not able to get it out in time. Yimitra able to find that. Getting that ultimate off the table has all but done it. The 5th and final point. They put a victory under their belt and tie the series 1-1.
Clock strikes 9 and
going for that recontest. They're going for that engagement, but unfortunately they don't find it. Now your tank has fallen by herself. Pulse bomb out. Zarya down. And that is going to be a huge...
Well, he's still alive, but another pick happened. Toby One is going to take down Saint and...
No way! Oh my goodness, it went down. B-Dog falls, Saint falls, and Michigan, they get a huge opportunity to come in. They find a 5K, complete a total team kill across both supports missing for Michigan, which is the green light for Syracuse to get hyper aggressive. Altraxia in the back line will go down. A bolt and a...
What's happening? 1-on-4.
Yep.
And maybe the ult here?
Nice. Nice. Really good teleport from Altraxia there. Takes B-Dog down, stabilizes the fight a little bit, and allows the team to try and find more opportunities to strike. Azer with the blade, T-Shirt with the grab, and neither of them are going to find a darn thing. Blink of an eye, and Mac takes themselves out with the pulse bomb. So a one-player advantage on the side of Syracuse, immediately deleted by just getting too close to your own ult. Take Altraxia down in the blink of an eye. Winston just barely out of reach. Probably going to hold on to that Primal Rage, but I think could afford to get a little more aggressive. It's just the supports left after all. Yimitra falls, Toby Wan not far behind, and completed total team kill this time for Syracuse.
Yeah, I mean, that was very...
T-Shark only 30 charge, but isn't going to be enough to keep the team alive. Altraxia has it in the corner. Wow! 180 flick. Altraxia, my favorite characters in the game. Now, unfortunately, Azer doesn't really get to find out what happens with Brig. He's deleted from the fight in the blink of an eye. T-Shark, great target focus once again. Death Blossom in, and it's a double kill with the help of the team. Let's make it a triple. T-Shark on fire right now. Prod, can we jump over to TJ? Rally is out. Yimitra desperate to keep the team alive. Saint out of position, going to cost them their life. Immortality goes down. We're down to sub 60, and the fight just doesn't end.
All after all after all. Ability after. Here's the Primal Rage invested once again. Nothing.
True.
Maybe
very. Also, Zarya bubbles?
Yeah.
Like,
they're
just gone. Oh, T-Shark.
Zarya herself.
T's going to be a huge window for Syracuse to walk away with an early first point cap on Kings Row.
Lunar farming up the charge there.
Yes, thank you, T-Shark. Let's see a 5-man shatter. Going to be going in early. Immortality has it online, but the shield just deleted. Going in for that time to strike and just allowing that Bastion to go full throttle. Just like this. A phenomenal combination from Syracuse. One of my personal favorites. It's just enabling that Bastion to fire as fast as possible. Azer, we'll pretend we didn't see that. We'll let that one slide. Mac is going to get caught out by that counter pulse, though. Azer at 8 HP, going to be cut in half and turned into a big fat goose egg gang. Yimitra on to Saint, back onto the Lucio as well. Lunar gets a consolation prize, but Syracuse finally going to be halted in their tracks. Beautiful fire strike.
Nice.
I see here able to take down quite a lot of damage. It's the rotation for Syracuse. Kiriko gets interrupted, has to teleport back to the rest of the team. Syracuse quite literally giving Michigan the runaround here. Jump the corner and shatter. Oh, I thought it was going to happen. Yes! Yes! I love Reinhardt. Oh my goodness. Things got a little bit sloppy, but they have really begun to play a hard-steaded defense. There's the beat to counter the blade from Altraxia. Not going to be able to find much. Kitsune comes out from Syracuse. In Earth Shatter, going to be able to find 2 more. Saint is missing. There goes 2 more, and T-Shark just having a field. Bottom line here, not able to find it. Altraxia wins the Genji 1v1, and Syracuse, like dominoes, have begun to fall.
Absolutely, and Altraxia T-Shark and Toby One. I mean, you know, if he is the caller of the team, that's insane. Again, once again, Jin is not hit, but the Primal, everything is going on. Everybody's getting knocked back, and here it is. Here's the stagger kind of playstyle, but the fire struck. Michigan has won this team fight.
So fast. B-Dog separated from the fight again. Great sleep. 3, 2, 1, go! And he goes into the health kit. Okay, we'll get there. We'll figure it out. The system is available, and they throw it right when the Suzu happens. a series of
fall as well.
Somebody call Lemony Snicket because that was a series from T-Shirt. We hear the pulse bomb. We hear the nano come out from B-Dog, and it's Yimitra who goes down. Azer doesn't even need that blade with the nano boost. Up, they've got to get that wrecking ball, and they finally do take out the Genji for good measure. Syracuse stops the bleeding once again. The minefield makes it really difficult for Syracuse to engage. No ultimates in the pocket. They're going to be able to teleport away. B-Dog, no! Does go down. The Genji dive is damn near flawless on the engagement. And Syracuse, they played it well. They stalled it down to 45 seconds, maybe even less, as it looks like Lunar just gives them. There's a blade. B-Dog down and out. I think Saint will be joining them very soon. Show me a 3 Altraxia farming play of the game. A beautiful show up here, and it looks like Michigan is going to be able to find a lot of damage early. Lunar is going to be taken out, and Michigan, they keep the cart moving. Player on the battlefield. Now, if Toby goes down here, that could be a disaster, but the healing does come through. They know the Zarya is low. They know that's her last bubble. They just need to focus her a little bit more. The healing is insane, but Toby finally goes down. Altraxia going to be joining them in the Shadow Realm, and Syracuse, they want this win bad. Decide to run. Has to use that event tricks to get back to the team. Going to be able to find a lot of damage. Nano boost coming out here. I assume the ultimate is going to be with it. T-Shark is gone. The cart is moving. It's going to be a huge ultimate from the side of Syracuse. That nano boost alone. Diva out of mech. Get 3 butts on that cart. You need to get that soda pop. And going into this circumstance here, they're going to try to find it if they can. Look for that bubble. Look for the Zarya. They almost find it. Toby Wan will go down. Syracuse 5-4 on the board.
Yeah, and a lot of action going on here. It's actually a pick going on, taking out Mac. It looks like Syracuse are getting 2 kills.
Nice. Syracuse able to really start staggering these kills back up. Mac just going.
Ult's very fascinating.
Yes. Yeah, the ult usage hasn't really been textbook. It's not what we're typically expecting to see. Thinking of great ult.
Make them uncomfortable, but they're up for the challenge.
Yep, Bucket Clutch almost has it. Unfortunately, just not able to do so. The Kiri goes in, keeps the zone.
Pokemon prodding game. The ball not able to do so much range. Shots are missing a little bit.
Oh, the double. I don't know if Lunar's going to be alive much longer. No HP in the pocket. Will be falling, and Syracuse, unfortunately, not going to be able to hold that point much longer. But Altraxia gets 2 of their own. Azer able to make that pulse bomb stick in Michigan. Finally, back in the swing of things here at the Nittany Invitational.
Yeah, but, you know, down to half HP, it's difficult to think that he can do anything at all. And honestly,
yep, just toss it. Victory 2-0 here on Lijiang Tower. It's going to be up to Michigan. While they have that 5-4 advantage.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're holding on to it well. However, yeah, the cap is going to come through. Tank interaction, and that's it. I feel like that's going to determine the fight. Syracuse really taking it down.
Oh, Bucket Clutch taking a lot of damage around that back line. 12 HP, no recall. Goes for the Mega underneath. A great play to come through here. Michigan looking for an opportunity to recontest the cap. Wondering what a Ramatra Nano Boost Annihilation sounds like. Well,
sounds like winning.
He might not even need it, actually. Just the Nano favor of Michigan. A very rough start of it, but better late than never to turn around a possible point victory. I do not think Lunar has the HP to do it by himself, and Michigan able to find this. This is important.
That was a 4v5. They decided to pop the beat and then rush in.
Fine. Here's an annihilation from Lunar, but Toby Wan has one to answer, and I just don't think Lunar can stay standing by their lonesome. Michigan really coming together strong. Swap call. I think the Nano wasn't really in sync with who it needed to be, so perhaps this amplification matrix can be of more value.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, and here's the overclock. Speaking of the railguns,
I love Michigan's. I love Michigan's intelligence on that. Though she overclocked, and they were like, "Dude, just back up! Like literally, just get out of the way." Now, unfortunately, Mac was able to chase, was able to get a couple of eliminations there. Going to be able to turn it into a 3-piece though. Another annihilation later. Nobody there to heal Toby, excuse me, when they needed it, and it is going to make that a disaster for Michigan. The good news is you lost.
Now they figured it out and denied this. However, here are the big ult points. 3 ults, 2 ults.
Oh. That's going to be big. Now, Saint and Lunar have both fallen. Bucket Clutch is able to find that 2K early. I talked about Michigan needing to reconvene, needing to reassess a little bit. They're going to be able to do so. Sweet. You know that you had a great series regardless. And going into this engagement, Altraxia able to find Mac. It looks like Lunar isn't going to be long for the Mortal Coil. That's going to be the question. 99 to overtime. Just barely able to make it. Lunar giving their life for the cause. It's going to be Toby that goes down first. T-shirt nation when it matters most. The annihilation comes out. The bull stops in the back pocket, but nobody is going down. Everybody refuses to go down without fighting tooth and nail until the bitter end, but Toby beats the bitter end. Yimitra not far behind, and Syracuse keeps it alive, takes us all the way to flashpoint number 5. It's a lot of pellets to the brain there, has to chase that Tracer into the backline. Beautiful read on that recall, but B-Dog has fallen onto the main point here. Michigan already 50%. on the board. It's a triple kill. The beat is Ajax. Saint not able to get it out in time. Nittany able to find that. Getting that ultimate off the table has all but one done it. The 5th and final point. They put a victory under their belt and tie the series 1-1.
The clock strikes 9 and
going for that recontest. They're going for that engagement, but unfortunately they don't find it. Now your tank has fallen by herself. Pulse bomb out. Zarya down. And that is going to be a huge...
Well, he's still alive, but another pick happened. Toby1 is going to take down Saint, and
no way! Oh my goodness, went down. B-Dog falls, Saint falls. In Michigan, they get a huge opportunity to come in. They find a 5K, complete a total team kill across both supports missing for Michigan, which is the green light for Syracuse to get hyper aggressive. Altraxia in the back line will go down. A bolt and a...
What's happening? Support on support.
Yep.
And maybe an ult here?
Nice. Nice. Really good teleport from Altraxia there. Takes B-Dog down, stabilizes the fight a little bit, and allows the team to try and find more opportunities to strike. Azer with the blade, T-Shark with the grab, and neither of them are going to find a darn thing. Nittany and Mac takes themselves out with the pulse bomb, so a one-player advantage on the side of Syracuse, immediately deleted by just getting too close to your own ult. Take Altraxia down in the blink of an eye. Winston just barely out of reach. Probably going to hold on to that Primal Rage, but I think could afford to get a little more aggressive. It's just the supports left after all. Nittany falls, Toby1 not far behind, a complete and total team kill this time for Syracuse.
Yeah, I mean, that was very...
T-Shark only 30 charge, but isn't going to be enough to keep the team alive. Altraxia has it in the corner. Wow! 180 flick. Altraxia, my favorite characters in the game. Now, unfortunately, Azer doesn't really get to find out what happens with Brig. He's deleted from the fight in the blink of an eye. T-Shark, great target focus once again. Death Blossom in, and it's a double kill with the help of the team. Let's make it a triple. T-Shark on fire right now. Prod, can we jump over to TJ? Rally is out. Nittany desperate to keep the team alive. Saint out of position, gonna cost them their life. Immortality goes down. We're down to sub 60.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2025 Nittany Invitational. I'm still Septilan, still joined by Kevin, and thank you so much for your patience. We got to take a break. The players got to eat. They got to warm up. We got to eat a little bit, and we're finally going to go into this final series of the day. Now, it was absolutely worth the wait because the team that wins this qualifies for tomorrow, and I believe the final open slot. This is the 4th and final slot for tomorrow, and one of these teams is going to take it. It's going to be Alvernia, the number 3 seed, versus Syracuse, who I believe, yes, is the number 6 seed.
Yep. And honestly, this is all or nothing, and it's really heartbreaking for a team like this that's come all the way. They're so familiar with each other now.
Yeah.
I mean, Syracuse went, 10 maps, and Alvernia went 9 maps.
Yeah.
And this is very well could be their 15th or 14th. It's late. It's late, man. It's dark outside.
Yep. The sun went down hours ago at this point. We have been in here all day long. But Alvernia, they were so patient, allowing Syracuse to get in, to eat, to get warmed up. We are very grateful for that. We're very grateful to have these teams here, and it is going to be heartbreaking to say goodbye to one of them. We're going to find out which one of those teams it is after America votes. No, I'm just kidding. It is going to be the best of 5 series we're going into in just a couple of minutes here. We're going to be seeing Syracuse versus Alvernia. We don't know them. Oh, just kidding. We do know the map. It is going to be Ilios. So for the very, very, very first time today, we are not seeing Kings Row. Now, I also know, Kevin, that Ilios is the first map these two played in their off-stream matchup. Yes.
Okay, well, that's running it back.
Yeah, I guess. Listen, this is the running it back of running it backs. This is truly, you went all the way to Game 5. Like you said, Game 4 and 5 in the ones after that. Back into this one. Game 5, absolutely a possibility we could be seeing from these players. They're going to be getting ready. They're tired, I'm sure. I think both traveled in today. I don't think anybody got here last night. So these teams, they're going to be trying to get in to make this happen. And map number 1, I think, is going to be a telltale sign of how the rest of this series might go.
Yeah, it's a battle of stamina.
Yes.
Whichever team has
a war of attrition
right now. And we're going to see that Alvernia is actually going to ban Tracer. I haven't actually seen this ban.
It's the first time.
Yeah, so the Tracer, obviously incredibly popular, however, hasn't gotten banned because pretty much every single team at this event. Okay, sorry. So, again, as I was saying, the Tracer was played by every team. There is
every
a
team
player on every single team that enjoys the Tracer, so it's kind of just neutral ground, and Syracuse is going to ban the Junker Queen.
This is going to be really interesting. Yeah, Syracuse banning Junker Queen here. We see the other side here is going to be that ban from Alvernia. They're going with that Tracer ban. The first Tracer ban we have seen so far today. We're going to see which one of these teams comes out large and in charge. It's going to be tough to say goodbye to somebody because Alvernia worked so hard to be here. They've been fighting tooth and nail. Syracuse, the very same. These teams coming in this final hurrah for one of them here this weekend at the Nittany Invitational 2025.
Man, this is the first time I've actually seen Ilios in this event. I'm very excited. Ilios lends itself to kind of play a little bit differently from other control point maps. We're not seeing Lijiang Tower, which is a relief. Although people like that map, I like that map. I like how it looks aesthetically and visually. However, Lunar, nothing new actually. Syracuse back onto the Winston, kind of feeling it out. The Symmetra is almost certainly going to get swapped out once the doors open here.
On both sides, but who are they going to swap to? Because it's not going to be Tracer. That's going to be very interesting. So let's see what they decide to go to as they go on this initial approach. We see Lunar getting the opportunity to go in early. Lucio still on the table. Optimal takes a lot of damage from Alvernia, but does stay standing.
Set is actually going to stay on the Symmetra.
I love it.
He's
This is such a good Symmetra stage. The Lighthouse lends itself so well to her play style, to her microwave setup. I think Set is really going to help this team set themselves up for success going into this Lighthouse. Syracuse almost got the first pick, but almost is never going to cut it. You got to find that damage early. However, Winston, a phenomenal Symmetra counter if played correctly. Let's see if Lunar's going to be able to make that happen.
And honestly, if Acer is going to be a huge problem, Alvernia probably actually wants to lose this map first, so they can get that risk-free swap onto a hitscan character, whether it be Cassidy or Soldier, however, actually, I missed it. The Diva is actually going to be their primary counter. They don't necessarily need a hitscan DPS. So now they are grabbing onto this point because they don't want to go into the open where Farah has free reign. And Farah is going to get taken down.
It's going to be a good trade, though. We see Saint and Azer taken out. Set has fallen. We need one more elimination in favor of Syracuse if they want to turn this around. Unfortunately, it is going to be Lunar who goes down next. Optimal falls too little, too late. B-Dog sent to the great beyond, and Mac not far behind. 40% gain for Alvernia, nearly half of what they're looking for here on Lighthouse.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, coming to Alvernia, they knew exactly how they wanted to play this into this Farah. They are not shying away from the room, which they're playing this microwave setup. They are letting Azer and other ranged characters get in close and personal to them, where they are at a disadvantage. Take a look at this. Azer is not seeing anyone outside. And Lunar actually on the Zarya is going to take someone off.
Lunar gets a great pick early, but gives their life for it. Unfortunately, it's a tank for a DPS, and it's the Kitsune rush on both sides. Toad is going to be able to fall out of line here. B-Dog goes down. Azer not far behind. In a great ultimate commitment from Syracuse, but unfortunately, Alvernia just read their book all the same. They take the team down. A great stagger onto Mac, and now only 25 seconds to recontest.
Yeah, it's very difficult, and honestly, I mean, they're playing for overtime at this point. Lovely.
Whoa! Oh my goodness, Optimal awake and ready. I mean, spent the entirety of that matchup just looking for headshot after headshot, warming up the entirety of that break, and it shows. Alvernia, a beautiful opening play here. 99% about to be on the board. Can Syracuse find even a lick of percentage here on Lighthouse?
Lucio's swooping each other back and forth. The Trace,
very nice.
Going to go through, and it's going to deny that last bit of touch. 100-0. I mean, this is probably the kind of signs that we're going to see a little bit of like dominating sides from both teams just because of how tired and how used to each other they are, actually. So we're kind of getting ready for the second point, which kind of looks like... Which one is this? Is this Well?
I cannot see that door yet. Yeah, that's Well. Okay. Ilios Well is going to be our second matchup here, so we're going to be seeing Syracuse come in with perhaps a bit of a change strategy. We might see a couple of swaps here or there, but we'll wait until those doors open to talk about exactly what we're going to be seeing. I think it was a great opening from Alvernia. Like I said, it lends itself super well to Symmetra. The other 2 points of Ilios, not as much. So is Set going to be able to find that same value? We're going to have to wait and see if that is what we're looking for, but I really do like Set sticking to the Symmetra. I think she's a very underrated character.
Yeah, absolutely, and can be very easy to punish mistakes, which we know we're going to see a lot of this series. Lunar still on the Winston, trying to make it work, and not a lot of counter watch happening. Right here, and Azer's got a dastardly dapper Genji skin, and Toad is going to take down Mac, and that's the primary DPS, not really getting a hand in the fight, and Winston tries to see May is not going to get anything. He's going to get taken down by Optimal. It's just Azer, and what can he do?
Yeah, Azer able to find one, but a bit of a consolation prize goes for that tactical reset. Going to be able to help Syracuse get back into the fight. Now, the good news is that fight didn't take 40%. That's the good news, is that Syracuse is coming in with a little bit less of that percentage on the board. They're going to be able to recontest a little bit angrier, and I'm excited to see Lunar back on the Winston. I think it could bring a lot of value to the table. Maybe the Zarya or the Ramatra could be really valuable as well.
Yeah, now that you're away from the microwave, you can chill a little bit more. Lunar on this Winston, on this dive character, his flexibility as a tank, his ability to adapt to different playstyles, I think is incredible. Optimal, actually a disruptor shot taking down Mac. He's not having a great time right now.
Not at all. Set goes in, takes a lot of damage, but does get right back out. Now we've reached that 40% threshold that I mentioned just a moment ago, so Alvernia really stabilizing against Syracuse, keeping them out of the fight, keeping them out of the way and the fray. So it looks like this is going to be a difficult way to engage today.
And I'd like to point out, you know, we saw that Tracer ban early on, and we've seen the Tracer kind of be a kind of a poking and prodding character where he's going in and, you know, dashing out or recalling out. Set was kind of just doing that with the Symmetra, kind of TPing and TPing out. And Optimal, again, having max number, but this time the trade is there.
Yep. And honestly, it leans a little bit in favor of Syracuse if they can stay alive. I jinxed it, my fault perhaps. I know this is really going to be a tough circumstance for Syracuse because Azer, notoriously a Tracer player, has been playing Tracer for like 10 years. I'm not even kidding when I say that. So going in, I think it's going to be difficult to play the Genji, to bring it out a little bit earlier maybe than you wanted to, but it's going to be a better late than never scenario. The Blade might not even see the light of day as Azer is going to be put 6 feet under. 80% on the board for Alvernia. Could be a 200-0 without a big turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, back to that point about playing Genji for, playing Tracer for like 10 years. The game is like 11 years old.
Yep.
So, long history with that. Surely sad to see that ban, but is attached going to happen? Here's Lucio B. This is everything. Press Q or forever hold your peace. And the Blade, this is the average Blade.
What a Suzu. A great play from Scram, please, as they really asked Azer to do just that. Lunar and B-Dog picking up a couple of kills. It's not over yet, but it's going to be a tough one to turn around. The Primal Rage now on point. Toad trying to get out, trying to find a pick. B-Dog is going to be able to get through. Gusty drops a beat drop of their own for Alvernia, forcing Syracuse now to recontest. B-Dog falls to the microwave. That support going down could be a disaster. Syracuse has to recontest. It does flip. Lunar doesn't make it back in time.
Oh my god, and here's the whole team is back. Alvernia is back and ready to win this fight, and that is actually Max Ultimate looking to find any value, but he's going to get taken down anyways. Nothing is going right for Mac, and the D-Mac is going to happen. The bomb probably not finding anything. One is enclosed inside of Wisdom Bubble.
Azer does it all right, goes for the kill there onto the deal with the Symmetra, is in the back pocket to take him down. Syracuse doing a great job stalling the Kitsune, comes out a little bit late from B-Dog, and they give their life for it. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. Alvernia finds that victory 100 to 0, which makes, or 100 to 40, which makes it a 200, or oh my goodness, a 2-0 in favor of Alvernia there in map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, very comfortable, and Optimal actually, such a great job he did getting the number of Mac, actually.
Yep.
Which we know is a very dangerous player, and look at those shots. I mean, he's awake. The sun set, but he's awake.
I mean, that low-key might be it. A beautiful shot here from Optimal, and it's going to be difficult. These teams got to be tired, but Alvernia not letting it get to them. They're riding the adrenaline. They're riding the aggression. They're coming in the best of their abilities. That they're going to be able to do, and now it is up to Syracuse to pick what we see in map number 2.
But if there's any team that knows how to change it up, it's definitely Syracuse.
100%.
It's just a matter of, can Alvernia actually be caught off guard right there? That was a very good showing of adaptive gameplay, adapting to the map itself. We've seen a lot of strong individual players playing to their individual strength, but Alvernia kind of looks like a team that wants to play around with their resources, get a little creative. You know, want to play the sim. You know, Tracer, we'll find a creative way to replace Tracer. We'll have a Sim TP go in and going out. That's how we'll get the info, get the space. No problem. The bans won't affect us at all. The map won't affect us at all.
And I will say Alvernia doing a really good job of playing a lot of self-sufficient characters. The Sim was okay because she could TP out. The D.Va could fly away. The Lucio could speed boost away. The Kiri could teleport away. So it was really hard for Syracuse to focus one of those targets because the moment they did, that target would run and everyone would collapse on the people chasing that target. It was a very good kind of 2 steps ahead play style from Alvernia that lended really nicely to the level of play that Syracuse wanted to bring to the table. They wanted wanted to get aggressive. They wanted to get hostile. They wanted to go in quick, and Alvernia really took advantage of that desperation to fight.
Yeah, definitely. Especially when it was such a heavy dive comp.
Yes.
With the Genji, with Winston, it just kind of looked like anytime the Winston kind of dived in, the target would live, and then the Diva would thrust her full in.
Yep.
Running at the monkey and just gun him down. It's just nothing you can do at that point.
Yeah, going in next, I wonder if we're going to be seeing Syracuse take us to probably a push map would be my guess. I don't have a lot of knowledge to kind of think that, but I do think with the play style we've been seeing from them often, it is what I would expect. But unfortunately, I am wrong. It's going to be Flashpoint Runasapi coming in as map number 2.
Yeah, and honestly, I think taking Alvernia to Russia is probably not something that they'd want to do, just because, I'm making a lot of inferences here, but Syracuse banned Junker Queen, I believe. And Junker Queen, so that means it must be a personal ban for the tank player of Alvernia. So, you don't really want an Alvernia tank player playing that Junker Queen on one of the better modes for Junker Queen.
Yep. I think there's definitely going to be something to be said about going into Runasapi here. We've gotten confirmation. Oh my goodness, I'm a goober. Runasapi is a push map. I just thought it was the wrong one. I mixed it up with Suravasa. That's my fault. I even checked the notes and still didn't say anything. So I got the push map right, and I do see Syracuse going for the venture ban as well. So they don't want to have an adventure here. They want to try and keep it a little more solid, a little more stable. They want to play to the speed of their game, and we're going to have to see what Alvernia brings to the table. They're going to go ahead and ban Winton Overwatch. So this is fascinating as well. Syracuse notoriously pretty good at that Winston gameplay, at that Winston aggression, that dive comp. So first it was Tracer couldn't be played. Now Winston can't be played. They're trying to pull that dive as far away from Syracuse as they can, and it seems to be working at least early on. Syracuse, though, you said it best, adapt fast. We just have to see what that adaptation looks like before this is a 2-0 series.
Yeah, honestly, Runasapi, I made the same mistake as you, actually, because we've seen so much Saravasa. However, this is a great map for viewing here. Look at this beautiful, beautiful architecture. Anyways, with the Winston, you're taking apart every piece of the puzzle for Syracuse, and they are just having to be pushed to a corner, and they need to reinvent again and again and again. And they did it so well in that game against Michigan just a bit ago, but can they really keep this up? Just how many times can you show us something that is completely different?
Yeah, very true. I mean, how many times can you rebuild the same puzzle and somehow get a different result, right? How many equations can you use on the same math problem and get the right answer? It is going to be a fascinating circumstance, but Syracuse, they've got to change up the play style. They've got to do something different, and without that Winston on the board, you've got to wonder who they're going to bring to the table. I like what you said a lot about the Junker Queen ban. Are we going to be seeing the Junker Queen from Alvernia? It's going to be up in the air on what these teams choose to do, but Syracuse needs to come out strong here if they want to turn this series around, and I truly believe they can.
Yep, and the Tracer, Hazer, is going to pick that up right away, and Mac on the Reaper, we know that he likes to play it with the Kiriko as well, being so disruptive against Michigan. Junker Queen from Toad. Set is actually going to stay on the Symmetra, not going to switch to the Tracer.
Set really seems to like that Symmetra. I mean, doing a great job with it so far. I don't think if it ain't broke, right? Certainly no need to fix it. The Axe into the Carnage, the teleport away. Phenomenal reaction time from Mac to get back into the fight, to not go down early. Saint, 1 HP, is going to be able to stay alive. The turrets come out. The game is afoot here. It is just who is going to stumble first, who is going to get eliminated first, because the moment somebody falls, the other team gets to collapse. Lunar able to find 2. Mac does go down. Lunar finding a 3rd now. Finally, Syracuse coming to life. This Zarya getting the chance to play the game. A 4K, going to go for all 5, but Azer steals the ace, gets that 5th kill and a team kill at that. Syracuse coming in strong, just like we needed.
Yeah, perfect game right there. Lunar kind of picking this Zarya, I think, in anticipation for the Junker Queen.
Yep.
They are so familiar with each other. Toad, the first player I've seen use this Junker Queen. And definitely, I love Junker Queen as much as the next person.
Yep.
However, playing to that Zarya, you're not going to have a lot of nice time. It seems like every target that you look for is going to get bubbled, and Acer actually going to get headshotted by the Kiriko, and a lot of harassment onto Lunar, and he's going to get taken down. The Reaper tries he may, is not going to take Toad down, and instead, he's going to be on the receiving end. Toad, a 4K. Oh, 5. Is that all 5?
That was 4 or 5, but regardless, it was enough. That was Toad coming through a beautiful play early on there. I was like, oh, they got the Zarya. Oh, they got the and it just continues on and on again. Yeah. Toad doing a great job there. Lunar, Kiri Lucio, a great healing comp, but the one thing they can't do is they cannot dump heals like you see in a Baptiste or a Mercy or an Ana. So when Lunar gets targeted out in that corner like that, it's almost impossible to survive. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade here. If Syracuse can find one more, they can really turn this fight around, but the bubble goes down. The axe comes out, and space is the name of the game right now. Alvernia just taking space.
There's so much. When you do the Jungle Queen shout and the Lucio speed, it's like a running truck coming at you. You don't know what to do, and it's so fierce. And the knife is nice as well. I mean, Toad is playing on point. I can understand why they banned Jungle Queen in that first map. This is intimidating. This is scary.
Yeah, this is definitely a strong performance from Toad going into this. The double Kitsune comes out, and it's going to be a close game. Just about 10+ meters on the line, or 10 to 14 meters. The Kitsunes come out. The photon barrier from Set making a big difference, allowing Alvernia to take so much space, to deal so much damage. It's a good grab, but they teleport right out of it. Optimal able to find 2 in the midst of the chaos. Toad puts Azer back into the spawn room in Alvernia, finding a beautiful play. They've now doubled what Syracuse has been able to find thus far.
Yeah, and I would like to highlight the Set's photon barrier.
Yep.
That was a really nice wall that kind of just nullified all the tracer shots, or not the soldier shots. And speaking of the soldier, optimal. Whoa, is that a?
That's huge. That's the ultimate down and out the Rampage. Not going to be seeing the light of day quite yet. 3 eliminations now in favor of Syracuse. It's the moment that tank falls, the rest of the team crumbles behind it. It's going to be Syracuse finally getting their footing back. They should get to maybe 45 to 50 meters before the recontest from Alvernia comes in full force. But with the Lucio speed boost and the Symmetra teleporter, it could be faster than they want it to be.
Yeah, with the Jungle Queen shout as well. This team is fast and they are quick. Come into this, I'm not surprised if they want to do another Lucio amp and the Jungle Queen shout. And here it is. I mean,
Lunar taking so much damage. Toad not missing a bullet there. Every pellet going to be hitting into that Zarya, but unfortunately not able to find it. Optimal taken out by Lunar now in the back line. If they can find one more elimination, Syracuse can really begin to run away with this momentum.
Alvernia has to back up here, and they're just
not anymore. They found their one, and the rest of the team, like dominoes, is going to go down. It was a great play for Syracuse. They found the one elimination, but they needed at least one more to really make it matter. Lunar at full charge will be going down. We've got half the timer left, so Syracuse, a tough fight, but they're getting back into it.
Alvernia was like a surgeon, kind of perfectly dissecting their scalpel into the one, mistake and one gap left by Syracuse. I mean, that was really impressive. I don't know how replicatable this is. Lunar definitely coming back in really strong, really quickly. And is able to get the first pick with Azer. This TP is optimal. It's actually going to get walked down by Lunar. Lunar's actually doing a really great job despite being on the receiving end of a lot of Jungle Queen aggression.
Mac was at 5 HP for a second there. Very scary. Now Syracuse, they've won the fight in the same spot. Last time they did, they barely got past the midpoint before they were going to be held out by Syracuse, by Alvernia, excuse me. Again, it looks like Alvernia a little bit further back, but it's essentially the same point here. They're going to be able to hold it near the mid. They're going to engage as a full 5. Syracuse, they need to rip an ultimate and quickly.
Here we go. Are we going to see the counter Kitsune? But the Grav is actually only going to get one player, but that's enough.
Yeah, it got 2 in there. Toad and Set both have gone down, but Lunar missing as well. Azer has fallen. I think that is going to tip this in favor of Alvernia. I'm surprised they're going to go for the beat drop, honestly, but if they know they can win the fight like this, I do think it'll be worth it at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just an optimal 3K, right? Optimal is playing optimally. And it's doing so much damage to the Syracuse backline, to the Syracuse tank. It's hard to, answer such an oppressive Sojourn player, especially when you're not playing a dive composition. I'm sure that was kind of what Azer was trying to do, but now here we go. Maybe we're going to see a counter overclock, but Mac is going to try to go off on his own here, tapping away, but the photon barrier sometimes gets in the way.
Let's move.
He's also using the perk that gives him 50 more railgun percentage.
I mean, that's the one to use, let's be honest.
A little more deadly, yeah. So we have highlighted a lot of Soj, but that is really one part of her kit that is makes her so oppressive, kind of turning this game into Counter-Strike.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, in a way, we've got the AWP on the table. Toad is going to drop that Rampage this time. Beat drop from Saint does negate a lot of it, but unfortunately, Lunar does still go down.
Knife.
It's a 1-1 trade. 2 now 4-1 in favor of Syracuse. They may finally be able to break that middle ground curse. Toad, the 5th and final player to go down, and Syracuse can finally start getting some positive traction here. Most likely going to get to, we'll say, 50-ish before Alvernia finds that recontest.
Yeah. And I think Syracuse is actually going to get a lot more meters on the board because neither side have a lot of ult, so we're going to enter a stage where
they're fast.
Oh my god. They're going to poke and prod, and they're going to try to farm their ult percentages, but no actual fights, no team will like to really engage unless they find a serious advantage.
Scram, please, going down to a critical condition. They're barely able to stay alive, tucked into that corner. No bubbles left on the side up. Lunar, the re-engage, has to be aggressive. Toad, 89 HP in a Dream, going to be taken up by the bot. They're healed by the supports back into the engagement. Syracuse need to win this fight. They need to start getting positive meterage.
Absolutely.
And they've got a lot of ultimates very soon just around the corner.
Rush.
Able to do that. Kitsune, it's a clash
Right
on
away.
both sides. Both players going to be able to use it. And there we go. This could be huge. One more.
Is it going to come? But it's a trade, and Lunar is actually just keep walking down, and Mac is trying to gain some space as well, but
nice.
Here we go.
Nice.
That's a deciding factor.
There we go.
Both Sojourns not willing to give it up, and I think this is the standoff.
Yeah. And I think Optimal really doing an unfortunate job being staggered out at the end there. The supports go down. Optimal goes down 4-ish seconds later. Now they have to wait for Optimal to get back into the fight. So this is going to buy Syracuse a little bit more meterage. He's going to hang out at the secondary point for a minute, but I think we're going to see 65-ish before the re-engage. Overclock around the corner. We see Mac go for it. Not able to find any real eliminations with it yet. Unfortunately, missing a lot of those shots, and it's going to be Gusty coming in, trying to blow the opposing team away. The grab is colossal. Syracuse finally able to break that curse. 70 meters on the board. They should get to 80 for free, maybe even 90 before Alvernia is back.
And honestly, I think Syracuse is in a position to win now. Not a lot of criticals coming in for Alvernia. They need to use Set's Photon Barrier very intelligently to win this fight. And Saint still has his beat. And here it is, Infested, and here we see another big fight. They want to keep pressing. They want to push them all the way back to their spawn, and it looks like it's going to work. Mac with a great pick onto the Dancing Lucio, and Azer being that dive part of the composition, take down Optimal, annoy Optimal, and now it's just easy cleanup for the rest of the team.
Yeah, a beautiful teleport in from Azer to get into the fight. Set does find Mac, which is a little tough, but the good news is now it's Alvernia's job to get that bot all the way back, 200 meters nearly, and take the lead with 45 seconds left on the clock. If Syracuse can win even one more fight, they will make it very hard for Alvernia to answer back in time.
Yeah, I mean, one more fight might just seal it. They might just get that robot all the way, and here we go. I believe that was Optimal's, but look at this LOS. A pick still found, but Syracuse playing very disciplined. I would say this is within expectation.
There's one already.
Tactical reset.
Yep, tactical reset. Acer got theirs at the end of the day. 20 seconds left on the clock. 120 to 98. Syracuse will get one, if not two attempts to recontest before Alvernia will take the lead. It's going to be the battle of the ultimates here. Who has what, who's willing to use what, and who uses what without dying. That's going to be the most important part.
Press Q or forever hold your peace.
Yep.
Is what's been reigning true. And here we go. The counter Kitsune has to come, and here it is. This Death Blossom. Coming through, but there's no Suzu for that.
There it is. That's going to be the game-winning ultimate here. Azer presses Q. Mac in the pocket as well, and Syracuse have done it. They have guaranteed us at the very least a map 4 going into this series. They're going to be tied up 1-1. Syracuse a close but well-earned victory.
Yep, and can there be another word to describe this series other than close? That looked like Alvernia was going to go up 2-0. Honestly, in the very beginning, the Jungle Queen looked so nice. The first time, streamed, but I'm sure Syracuse has felt the wrath of the Queen before. And honestly, Azer, props to him for really coming alive.
100%.
Shutting down Optimal and getting really good Jungle Queen countability.
Yep. And I mean, using the ultimate, using Death Blossom and not getting interrupted once, very lucky. Very good performance. Azer utilizing those ultimates when he knows he can get away with them. It's not Genji, it's not Tracer, it's a Reaper from Azer that has been very powerful so far. Enough so, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the ban coming out from the side of Alvernia going into map number 3.
It's kind of weird to see a team that likes to play Rush ban that Reaper. But what has to be done needs to be done.
Well, they're playing Sim Sojourn. So who cares if they ban Reaper, right? They're not bringing Reaper to the table nearly at all. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that is the pick. That's all hypothetical. They're still discussing even map choice, let alone the bans that come with it. But overall, I mean, you got to give it to both these teams. This is their third series of the day. This will be map 13 and 12, respectively. This has been a long day, but they are fighting tooth and nail. It just goes to show how badly they want it.
Yeah, and they want it just as badly as they did at the beginning of the tournament. Arguably more.
Honestly,
they are so
I would
close.
want it more at this point.
This is within grasp.
Yep.
And honestly, it is heartbreaking knowing that we have to say goodbye to one of these teams. However, Kings Row. We're going to be going to Kings Row. We're going to get a Zarya ban, and Syracuse is still going to be deciding on there. Glad we're watching Kings Row again, but
yeah.
You know, there's like a general.
Where's T-Shark?
Pattern.
somebody call T-Shark. We're going back to Kings Row. I need my man in there.
Get a sub in.
Yeah, can we get a sub for T-Shark from Michigan? No, going in though, Kings Row. I'm not surprised to be seeing this. We've got the ban on the one side, Alvernia. They're going to go ahead and ban Zarya, which I think makes a lot of sense. They're going to want to play JQ here. Zarya's bubbles, they negate a lot of that JQ damage over time, those dots effects. So I think it makes sense to go for that ban. But I don't know. I don't know who Syracuse bans here. They can't ban Junker Queen, and that's going to be a big problem.
Symmetra ban coming from
Makes
Syracuse.
sense. That was my second guess.
Very popular choice from Set, and honestly, the Photon Barrier is really good ultimate usage. From neither team wanting to give up the Sojourn. I was gonna say maybe like a Sojourn thing to shut down either Mac or Optimal. However, they're happy to play this into each other. I think these two DPS players clashing is gonna be very, very vital to either team winning the series.
Especially because Sojourn, her viability here on Kings Row does fluctuate. She's very good on first point. Second, it can be a little bit harder to play Soj, depending on the placement, depending on the cart movement and the speed of play. And then third, she tends to get really good again, especially if you're on the defense. It tends to lend itself well with the natural architecture to the Sojourn play style. So you've got to wonder if it's going to work well. If they do bring the Sojourn to the table, which I assume they do, I'm wondering if instead of the Sim, so nobody gets to teleport out of spawn either, which is important to note, but I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing a Tracer or Genji in that slot from Set. Set is the one I'm curious about.
Yeah, I believe it's almost guaranteed to be a Tracer. However,
I don't disagree.
A Genji would be kind of doing a similar function, but you know the Tracer wouldn't be too unfamiliar, and they would still be very very similar in the playstyle. Kind of poking and prodding, getting in, getting out. However, we are coming into the map. Syracuse is going to start on attack.
Yeah, Syracuse starting on the attack here. It's going to be fascinating as they are the ones that picked the map, which means, or no, excuse me. It was Alvernia that picked the map, which means Syracuse got to pick their side. We talked about this a lot earlier, that in the collegiate scene for a long time, it was commonplace to pick defense first, because then you could kind of set your own win condition. But on the attack, in a way, you are kind of doing the same thing. You get a little bit more aggressive. You get to push the cart as far as you can, and then you have to say, oh, we only have to do this, right? And it's a little bit easier to work with in that mentality, but we'll see how well it works for these teams.
Yeah, absolutely, and Toad almost certainly going to be on that. Junker Queen is going to stay on a Set. Actually, might be a pick that we didn't think of. Maybe going with a Venture here.
Well, that could explain why we saw the ban earlier. It's always hard to tell if they're going to be playing, especially with so much time left on the clock. I mean, they could walk back to spawn, swap, and still make it back to the point in time. So we're going to wait to see, especially on the side of Syracuse. You know, they're on the offense. They could play anything. They could swap anytime. So we're going to wait to see what this looks like in just a moment here. But with the time ticking down, Alvernia, I'll say one thing about their team comp. That is scrappy. Scrappy's the word to use for it.
Yeah. They want to get in there. They want to fill in the gaps. They want to pick Syracuse apart, separate the tank from the rest of the team. And here we go. Mac is going to attempt a shot on the Widow and then swap right back to the Soldier. Oh my god, so much damage. Hotel is now a dangerous place. Very dangerous place.
Very dangerous indeed. If you don't look out for who's behind you, you could get snuck up on and attacked. A lot of space gained for Syracuse, but no damage on the point here. No cap, excuse me.
Really dangerous.
Oh, Azer. No way.
He's going to live.
Oh, no, they get him. They get him. Scram gets him. Even making it to the teleport phase, the second half was incredible. Azer does go down. It looks like this ROM might not be far behind. Lunar joins him, and that's going to be nearly a minute off the clock. Alvernia on a strong defense.
This Junker Queen has just gotten value after value in the beginning, and this Venture as well. I really like this comp. It has a lot of flexibility and has really good low number playability, I would say. Even if you lose like a Sojourn or a Wu Yang, you still have the ability to go all in with the Jungle Queen and the Venture. Honestly, very sustainable team initially.
Sustainability is the name of the game for Alvernia. They're scrappy, they're aggressive, they're angry. Syracuse able to find a great pick onto the form of that Venture. Not going to be able to capitalize anything super fast off of it, but it makes a lot of space. Venture, that primary damage dealer for Alvernia's team composition, they're going to fall back. They're going to wait for that Venture to recontest, and then they're going to get hyper aggressive. Oh, Scram goes down, though. That stagger may end up costing Syracuse even the chance to recontest. They might have to give this one up for free.
This is almost certainly the cap. Set is going to contest, but really just delaying the inevitable.
Nobody was on point for a second. Syracuse 100% could have capped, but they wait a little bit too long. Set on the high ground. It's going to be a walk-off. Syracuse able to find it 4.5 minutes. Now, Syracuse accidentally gave up a point via stepping off earlier, so now they've equalized to the universe. They're coming in just as strong, and right now they've got the cart moving 4.5 minutes.
And all is right again. This is eventual actually popped off, but the Lucio beat, which is similar to last map, being so good at denying certain ultimate, but Mac is going to get taken down, and Set continues to be annoying, however going down to low HPs, but Venture, she never dies.
Saint finally goes down. It's a pretty decent trade, especially with Syracuse having such a spawn advantage. They're going to get back to the fight a lot faster than Alvernia is, especially with no Lucio, which is interesting because Lucio wasn't banned. So Alvernia, if they do win this, I do want to ask them about this choice to go with Wu Yang and Kiriko instead of that super powerful Lucio. But for the time being, Syracuse, they're going to get corner one for free.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the Lucio works super well with the Jungle Queen. However, maybe they think it's a little more viable to get a little more DPS that Wu Yang offers. And here we go, another engage from Set. And go on the ground immediately.
Oh.
Here we go, press Q. Press
my
Q,
goodness.
Here's the Luna Annihilation. The trade's going to go back and forth. However, Luna is going to look to change that narrative.
It's a lot of ultimates, but it does end in favor of Syracuse, and might I say, somewhat handedly. We saw double overclock, we saw Kitsune rush on both sides, we saw Annihilation from Lunar, and Syracuse, they use a lot, but clearly it pays off. It's not a bad idea if it works, and luckily for Syracuse, that does work. They take corner 2, rapidly approaching corner 3 before Alvernia can even really get back into the fight as a full squad.
Yeah, and honestly, I like to say like B-Dog on this Kiriko is going to shut down Toad's Queen ults very often. And this DPS showdown, Set almost going down there, but is going to come back to the safety of his own supports. This Death Blossom may actually find some usage here, as Azer is maybe sneaking around. See if he can go up and down, maybe. A drop down, he's tempting us.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. They know where you are. You've already taken a lot of damage. You don't have your Suzu there to help you. I think just staying alive is the name of the game. You've got 2.5 minutes. If you overextend, you're going to get staggered, and it's all going to fall apart. You have to play it as slow and as patient as you need to find a victory. Farm an ultimate if you have to. They find the Wu Yang in the back line, but Mac actually may end up losing their life for it.
Here's
a lot of damage dealt. Hey, that's worth it. That's one pick. I think Azer, doesn't even have to give his life for the cause.
But
unfortunately, Toad, as you say, is going to be able to find 2, 3 with the help of Gusty.
Yeah, and honestly, this is coming back to the point of the comp, being able to pick up that gap. Azer is going to leave the team, so there's less people safeguarding Mac and B-Dog and Saints. So Toad just kind of slipped in through the crack, and they are happy playing with a separated Syracuse. And in fact, they prefer it, and they are able to take that advantage and run away with it. And now we'll return to this kind of regression where the payload is going to start rolling back. And Set is going to, playing one of the lanes and kind of broken prod and actually take the engagement to them with a Venture ult. There's ults coming in, and such great movement, but the trades are still going back and forth. You never know with these teams, and an excellent dive onto the high ground to take this down. However, that's a C9.
Alvernia a little bit too aggressive, going to be stepping off the point just long enough. 3 of them go down, the other 2 walk away, and Syracuse does find that damage. Just enough, sneaks in that cart.
Yep. Pledge respect to the legendary organization, Cloud9.
2:15 on the clock, but Syracuse has already done what a lot of people consider to be very difficult, made it to the third point. They've set a very positive win condition, even if they got stalled out right here, but they're going to try to take it every single meter they can.
This beat is going to be huge.
Oh, that's a great rampage, but just as you called it there, Kevin, it is going to be that beat from Saint, keeping the team alive and taking Toad out of the equation. Scram, please, is going to fall all the same.
Look at where Lunar is. Because Toad ulted into their background, that gave Lunar all this space to kind of walk up and literally chase them to spawn.
Lunar said, oh, you want to talk about backlines? Let me show you what yours is about to look like. Oh, a great slow field here. Going to keep the Orisa pinned in even for just a moment. Goes right through her into the Kiriko. Toad has tunnel vision in a very bad way right now. And Syracuse taking optimal advantage of it, taking optimal out of the fight. And Syracuse capping all 3 points on Kings Row. 1, 2, 3 on the clock.
We're hearing a lot of energy still from the Syracuse players. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Back when they played the Michigan series, this team is energetic, man. And they, honestly, so many of these maps, they started off on the back foot and they started off not looking very comfortable, but they adjust so quickly. And Alvernia, honestly, not finding their answer to, you know, making some mistakes and letting Syracuse in. And it's not necessarily because Syracuse is doing anything crazy.
Right.
I think they're just capitalizing off the right things. And I can't really tell if this is, you know, that critical decision making and that split second, you know, decision.
Yeah.
Or if it's just luck.
And I think as well that I do think Alvernia, all things considered, we're running a composition that will do better on offense on defense. And I think that does kind of lend itself well to Syracuse getting as far as they did. But I think Alvernia, the comp they're running, if they choose to stay with the Junker Queen, if they choose to maybe go Lucio Kiri, like, I think it's going to work really, really well on the offense.
Yeah. And Optimal actually having more of a difficult time on this map, which is crucial to Alvernia winning the last or their first map, I guess.
Yeah, whoever wins this does put themselves on series point as a reminder. So both these teams fighting tooth and nail. A win condition not even really set yet for Alvernia. They'll have to take us into extra rounds to then try and win Kings Row. So this could be a very long map ahead of us, depending on the offense that Alvernia is ready to bring to the table. We see some great separation here early. We see some damage going out toward Alvernia, but all 5 members still standing. They split focus around the statue here, and it looks like Syracuse going to be playing a bit more passive, which I don't think is a bad thing.
Yeah, and I think that is one of the things that Syracuse has aggregated from the last push. They don't really need to do anything special. They need Alvernia to fall apart in front of them and kind of pick it off of that. Over Queen, we have never not seen Queen get value at the beginning. But Set is going to get taken down, so I imagine Toad is not going to go in.
Oh, yeah, Mac! Jump scare, jump scare.
Through the Queen is going to take Lucio down.
If they can get Toad, this is huge. But Azer really going to struggle to win that 1v1. Might even have to give it up. It's going to chase after the health pack. Knows exactly where they're going. And here comes the Cavalry trying to help Azer the best they can.
Raid.
Toad just refusing to go down. Toad going to be able to find 1. Turns it into 2 with the help of Set. B-Dog finally puts that tank down. But was it worth it? Lunar is gone. Picks up Set with the final blow. And it's a bloodbath. 2v2. Sojourn Kiri versus Sojourn Kiri.
Yeah, here we go. This is really big, actually. Alvernia really wants to cap this point early and start pushing the payload. And it looks like Mac is probably going to give it up. Not playing very aggressive, not looking to dive in on anybody.
He needs Lunar to get back, and Ram is so slow.
Yep, absolutely. And Alvernia got that closer spawn. So they're immediately back. The railgun.
This is going to be a bloodbath again. First kill may decide who wins this. The Carnage going to be going out of the Ramattra early. Lunar, 1 HP, almost has the Annihilation. Might not even have to use it. Mac and Azer are going to find a double kill here in their favor. Syracuse with the Kitsune in their pocket. There's no counter on the board here. Scram goes down, and Syracuse, my goodness, keeping us on the edge of our seat. That's 2-point ticks for Alvernia to pick up, but Syracuse, they have to stall for 2 more minutes without losing a single fight.
Honestly, that's another mistake made from Alvernia.
Oh! Speaking of not losing a fight.
I mean, we talk about the Sojourn headshotting people.
Yep.
The Kiri headshots has been on point throughout the entire day, honestly. And here we go.
Oh, man.
Now there's no counter Kitsune on the other side. Taking that advantage.
It's got to be Jover. Oh, my goodness. Alvernia not missing a shot.
Look at the
damage.
That
is a clean up. B-Dog got 1. B-Dog got theirs. But holy cow, Alvernia just flawless execution there through and through. Didn't even use 1 ult to do that.
Yeah, I mean, Ram was in his punching form, And honestly, if you were just standing in the middle of the Kitsune Rush, so much damage pumped into him. It was incredible. Mac under some heavy fire, looking to escape.
Oh!
And this is almost, yeah, certainly going to be over. And now there's a pick for Alvernia. Can they capitalize off this and push the robot, or the payload, sorry, as far as they can?
A lot of damage to be dealt. Alvernia's Toad kind of panicking with that ultimate, but clearly it worked. So even under panic, even under duress, Toad is thinking clearly to get back to the team, to get that pick, to force Syracuse to wait even longer to engage. We hear the Annihilation come out, the beat drop from Gusty. Gonna be huge to get rid of the Annihilation. But what if I said there was a second just as deadly ultimate around the corner? Saint drops a pick of their own, set underground. Overclock now online for Mac. I mean, Syracuse better get something because they're using every ult they have.
Absolutely, and they are getting the value that they wanted. Really nice. I really liked how Syracuse played that. They waited for their Lucio to build up their beat. I think it was around 94%. And when it was 98, 99, Lunar popped his Annihilation, knowing that it's going to get the Lucio or Gusty to beat, and Saint can do the counter beat. And then they neutralize the Lucio ultimate, and they can still have the advantage of the Ram ult. Here we go. No counter
from B-Dog. No counter. They're very out of sync right now.
And B-Dog has built this relatively quickly, I would say.
I agree. B-Dog really doing a lot of additional damage there. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Syracuse. Saint is going to be going down, but at least it's your fastest character that goes down early. Kiriko barely able to stay alive. Mac has to run out of the equation. And now Syracuse, they've got us all the way down to 2 minutes for Alvernia. Can they keep it up?
If I were Syracuse, I would back away right now because now they have the Kitsune Rush, and we don't want to fall into that vicious cycle.
Yep.
I would have B-Dog farm that ultimate as fast as possible before Scramplease is using that Kitsune Rush. But they're not going to let him. Here comes a fight, and here comes the Death Blossom, but an excellent boop. LOS seeing the Reaper ult and taking him down, isolating the kill, and now in the Kitsune Rush, they have all this space. They are guaranteed to win this fight. Syracuse is ahead of it, and they're backing away as far as they can. They don't want any of this action.
90 seconds left on the clock here. Alvernia going to be approaching this fight dry, but Syracuse going to be answering it all the same. It's going to be a difficult scenario for both teams to engage on. It goes back to those mechanical plays. The first elimination may very likely dictate the remainder of the fight. Venture in the background, they know where they're at. Going to be looking for that play, but unfortunately, not able to find much value. The Junker Queen Toad goes in deep, but Lunar may go down. Toad falls, Optimal falls as well, and Syracuse set gets one, but is it enough? A 3-for-1 trade, 1 minute left on the clock. Alvernia, they can give it one good college try after this.
Yeah, but it's going to be so difficult. Look at the ult Syracuse has. Toad is close to her Rampage, however, you never know when B-Dog has that Suzu. They need to bait this ability out, and Saint actually is going to get his beat online as well. So it's so difficult in terms of ult. However, these teams have defied fate before, and they're not afraid to do it again. Set getting this engaged, this fight with the Reaper that we see so much. Here we go, double overclock, and the excavation initiated. Press Q or forever hold your peace. And the kill feed has been painted blue, but hold up. The trades are still going back and forth.
Absolute cinema between these two teams right now. Syracuse could possibly try to clutch this, but they just don't have the numbers. Mac, last one left standing. 4 HP on the board, and the results are in. Now, the good news if you're Syracuse, Alvernia quite literally cannot cap with the same amount of time as you. That is a mathematically impossible fact. But Syracuse, they want to make sure Alvernia doesn't cap at all. They do not want to see extra rounds. They do not want to have to keep playing this map. They want to go 2-0 into what could be the last map of the series.
Yeah, absolutely. And Alvernia, right now, you don't care about time. You just want to cap. And honestly, if you're Toad, you're keeping your eyes sharp, fixated on that Kiriko.
Yep. If I'm Syracuse right now, though, I think I would hold every single ultimate until there's 20 seconds left.
Yep.
That's what you want to do. You want to stall out, you want to play defense, and you want to make them use their ult and then engage into a fight they quite literally cannot win.
And a great benefit of playing passive here is that you hold your Suzu.
Yup.
Toad has the Rampage.
Yup.
So you are literally paralyzing him. He can't really do anything with it. And if you Rampage and get Suzu'd, it's automatically a round loss for Alvernia. Here's the Death Blossom, but the similar story. The beat is going to come through and no counter beat. Here it is. Any more ultimate wants to get popped. Toad, all eyes on you. And here it is. Any Suzu? No. B-Dog. is actually going to get taken down, and the fight's not over, but it's looking like Alvernia is pushing steadily and gaining the advantage. Lunar and Saint going to back off. And now we're entering our final stages. We're going to go into overtime. Unless this contest doesn't happen.
Very few ultimates here on the board. 0.0. Toad is down. Syracuse, they need to just find 2 or 3 more eliminations. Annihilation is up. Toad is down. Syracuse stocks possibly through the roof, but Set fighting tooth and nail, and that will bring this to an end. Syracuse going, oh no, my fault. I jumped the gun. Doofus desperate to get back into the fight here. We are going to be seeing Syracuse coming in for that opportunity. 2-strike Doofus, Toad, the last player left standing. They will go down. The timer will tick away. And now Syracuse will go up 2-1 over Alvernia here in the final series of the night. Just 1 map shy.
Face your demons. Face the ones that has defeated you before and come back stronger. I cannot believe those last fights. So tactically well played, even considering the hour of day. So many maps played, and they are still able to think so clearly, make decisions as critical as this. This is wonderful.
Without a doubt. I mean, just critical playmaking when it matters most. If you can't hit him with the playmaker, hit him with the haymaker. And right at the end there, Lunar was able to do that. Those Ramatra fists came out loud, able to find 3 eliminations. Set had me on my toes at the end there. 3 elims of their own. I was like, this is it. This is the flip. Absolute cinema at its finest. But it does, unfortunately, for our friends at Alvernia, end in favor of Syracuse. It's been a close match. It's been a tough match. These players are exhausted. They have been playing all day, and we have maybe 1 more map. A second one could be just around the corner. It's going to depend on what Alvernia picks for the map and how well they can play it.
Man, am I glad that these teams are going the distance once again. Right? I mean, we are very tired. You've been here. You've been here the entire time. I don't know how you still have the energy to stand.
Hey, listen, when you've been doing this for as long as I have, you just get used to these Ironman runs. I was telling, I think I was telling Jazzman the other day that Kyler, our head producer, and I, we've done days as long as 15 hours, 18 hours. At some live events, we've been in a venue for 19 hours in a single day. I mean, we have really run the gauntlet at its finest, but we love every single second. So I believe what we're going to be doing here, we might be giving these teams a couple of minutes to gather their thoughts. I don't know if they need them, if they want to run to the restroom. I don't know what they're looking for, but we do want to make sure that they're not feeling super rushed. We want to make sure that they're ready to play to the absolute best of their abilities. And as I mentioned, Alvernia, they were so patient. They were so kind about letting Syracuse kind of find something to eat, kind of get a little bit of rest. So I want to make sure that they get that opportunity as well. They can use this to discuss, to kind of see what's coming to the future.
Yeah, and honestly, we should probably get a break too.
No, we don't need a break.
No,
we're fine.
Come on.
We're fine.
All right, but, it is nice we're seeing the players now. There's not a lot of lighting here.
No, it's good. It's getting late. The lighting kind of died with the sun, I believe. So we're going to be seeing what is coming next from Alvernia and from this team here. But Alvernia, it's a big pick because not only do they pick the map, they have to pick the ban. Who do they decide to ban? Because there were a lot of very talented plays from a lot of different characters coming out from Kings Row there. It's going to be a toss-up through and through.
And honestly, doing this job of analyzing the plays, analyzing the teams, the macros and everything, it's been so difficult. These teams are throwing so much at me, my poor, self. But it's been super fun. It's been super spontaneous, super unexpected, honestly. No amount of prep work could kind of prepare me for what I've seen, honestly. The world might never be the same after this game.
I know that my world will not be. This is some of the best consistent Overwatch I have seen so far. Every single team, every single minute, every single power. These teams are punching until the bitter end, which unfortunately for one of them, a bitter end this will be. Which team? Find out on the other side of this break. We'll be right back with the end of this series. Don't go anywhere. What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Nittany Invitational. I'm still Sepulence, joined by Kevin, and we're going to be jumping into our fourth and potentially final map of our final series of the first day. We've got a whole day of Overwatch for you tomorrow, too. We've got both semifinals, which these teams are fighting for a spot in, and then grand finals after that. So, Kevin, going in, we know our map is going to be Saravasa. We know that Ramatra has been banned by Alvernia. Who do you think we're going to be seeing Syracuse bring to the ban table?
Honestly, Saravasa, finally, this time, no mistake.
Yeah, for real. Actually, Saravasa this time.
Yeah, Syracuse, honestly, what was really giving them trouble last time? You know,
Well, it's tough. They can't ban JQ again.
Yep.
They can't ban Venture again. And those were the two linchpins. Those were the two big problems for Syracuse.
Yeah, so I would say maybe the DPS, they're feeling comfortable playing to their DPS line.
That's true.
They're not gonna ban Soj. They're not gonna they can't ban Sim again. Or Wu Yang, actually. I was gonna mention that they might ban a support pick, and here it is. Although
I thought it was gonna be Lucio.
Yeah,
I really thought it was gonna be Lucio.
Yeah, either Curie or Lucio. I would say. Did they ban Curie already? I don't think so.
I don't remember, Kevin. To be so honest with you, I do not remember who is banned what or where. But I know that this, for a fact, this is the first Wu Yang ban we've seen all day.
Yeah. Although I'm surprised it hasn't come out sooner. I think Wu Yang is a really solid, really strong pick.
Agreed.
I think if it wasn't for Lucio, Wu Yang would be all over the meta.
Yep. Lucio, one of the kind of pillars of Overwatch in almost every single meta. Lucio is in there.
Yep.
In almost every single meta that exists long term, other than maybe Moth meta with Mercy. Maybe the hyper damage meta with Zenyatta. But Lucio's in there, I would say 8 out of 10 metas. My boy Lucio is in there just jamming to the music. And this is what it sounds like. Lucio after Lucio after Lucio after Lucio. But going in here, a map that really, if I'm being honest, has grown on me a lot today. I really like Saravasa. I was torn on it this morning, but now that I've seen it played every time, I'm like, damn, I kind of wish I was playing it myself.
I kind of feel the opposite.
Yeah.
I hate this damn map.
That's real. That's
hate.
So real.
Hate is a strong word. However, so many heartbreaks has happened on this map.
Yeah.
The water is so clear and it's so deceptive.
This is going to be a tough one. The break is weird. You've kind of iced the kicker a little bit. You've given the team the opportunity to slow down, to kind of repace, to regauge. You've given Alvernia a little bit longer to discuss what they want to be seeing. I haven't had the chance to meet Alvernia's coach, but I can tell that this guy knows this game because he is locked in every time the camera has been on him. It is pure study. It is pure lock-in. It is pure just solid advice clearly because Alvernia tends to improve every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. Now you're at the final stretch. Can you still run?
Yeah.
That is the big question. And the composition coming in optimal, actually not opting for the Sojourn that he's always played. And he's going to play the Torbjorn.
Yeah, the Torbjorn coming out from optimal. So they're going full Torb Sojourn here. This is going to be Torb Symmetra here. This is going to be a huge damage upload. A lot of turrets on board. But when one of them gets removed, that's going to be a tough start. Syracuse coming in strong, able to take that Torbjorn out. But getting into point with that Diva available could be difficult. Alvernia going to go for that tactical reset. Going to slow down. Going to go pick up Torbjorn and bring him back twice as fast.
And honestly, this is really similar to the Season 2
yes.
El Clasico.
Yes.
Except without the Winston, with the Zarya. I mean, the bubble is better. Well, better bubble, right?
Hey, it's still a bubble, though. That's very close.
Able to protect your Reaper, protect your backline, and now taking down the robot, or the turret. Getting a lot of space down.
Turret goes down once again. Mac falls to critical condition, but it's going to be the elimination that you need, not the damage. Alvernia comes through. Lunar able to find a lot of damage, but taking even more. Optimal runs it down with that overcharge. Removes Zarya from the fight. Amen to that, Kevin. Mac, speaking of Sojourn, does go down. A really good turnaround from Alvernia. Syracuse, though, still holding on for as long as they can. Oh, I saw that.
The hammer attempt definitely was there. Optimal is looking to spice up the server a little bit. Headshots, right clicks, kind of just launched into the Syracuse players. This is very exciting. And the good thing about having the Torbjorn is that ultimate is a little less dependent on you hitting the shots. It's a little less dependent on the LOS. If there's a space, Torbjorn can ult there.
Torbjorn ult going to be really good to cover this point too if it comes down to it. The turret itself has gone down. Azer goes deep into the back line, eats a headshot off of it, has to recontest. It's going to be that photon barrier going up, Mac going down once again.
Optimal not stopping.
Alvernia, oh my God, Optimal not stopping. Showing us the best character in the game, showing us how to play this game, dare I say. Optimal coming in with that Torbjorn, 3 kills, nearly 4 on the board, and Alvernia going to do a really good job keeping Syracuse on their toes.
Maybe they should have been the ban, but who could have known this?
Who could have known, truly.
Oh my god. These teams are still full of surprises at this stage of the tournament, this stage of the series. I mean, wow. Spamming into this choke point here. And here's the commitment of the ults.
The old commitment comes out, a beautiful use of that Molten Core, blocks a lot of the approaches, the off angles that Syracuse would choose to take. With the Kitsune Rush coming out as well, Syracuse just had to not engage. Yeah, now they're going to be able to go in off the back of this with the beat drop.
Wow,
Optimal down.
Wow.
That's personal. If I've ever seen a personal elimination, Optimal had to go. Gusty not going to be far behind. This is a really good cleanup for Syracuse. They're up 5-3 right now. Lunar has fallen, though, and Azer will not be far behind. Mac finds one, but if this Diva's up, that is disaster. There's the bomb. You got to get out of the way. They can't get her. Scramp has fallen. Saint gets traded.
It's still possible.
It's a 2v2, but Toad being one of those two makes this a tough engagement.
Yeah,
Mac doing their darndest, but B-Dog has fallen. Mac can't even make it out. Alvernia.
But the ball coming back to contest again, and now they have the Death Blossom.
He doesn't have the HP to pop it, though, let's be honest.
But he's going to be looking to use it.
Yup. Alvernia going to swap it back. Azer 1 HP again. Keep touching, keep touching. Oh! Alvernia able to find it. Syracuse just can't get in there fast enough. Saint removed. Azer probably not far behind. And Alvernia, a great job to win that first flashpoint.
Yep, and set back on the Symmetra this time. I forgot what he was playing.
Yeah.
But Optimal back on the Tracer, not willing to, you know, showing mercy a little bit, not staying on the Torbjorn the entire time. But now everything's kind of regressed back to a little more of a normal stage as we move on to the second control point. And Mac taking a lot of early heat.
Taking so much damage.
Yeah. But still alright. It's Liv, but said, can't say the same for him.
Oh,
not gonna land.
Gusty
Saints.
down. Azer booped off the map. Toad able to do a great job there. It's going to be a 1 lose. You'll trade into another. You lose Reaper. You lose that primary damage dealer, but you've gotten the point cap. That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking B-Dog maybe to use his Kitsune Rush as soon as he see a full team on the other side.
Yep.
Set has built this Photon Barrier relatively quickly, and here it is.
Oh, a lot of great damage to come out early here. B-Dog able to find that hyper aggression in that Kitsune Rush, looking for a beautiful play. Could be a big lineup. The TP goes up. Azer has a really good advantage, but doesn't touch in time. The point's been flipped. Azer's in there by himself.
Wow.
Oh, and he's still not able to live. It took the whole team to take him down, but it's a stagger that matters. Alvernia going to be able to take the percentage lead. Scram. Oh, my goodness. Dude, they don't even get to scram if you keep taking them down like that.
Yeah, so Alvernia did a really great job denying Azer ability to perform a Death Blossom, and he actually swapped off with the Death Blossom. He's not getting a chance to use it at all, and so he's forced down to the Tracer. And the stats here, you're seeing Alvernia leading heavily. Toad on this Diva has actually been doing a lot of work, a lot of good work as well, a lot of solid, consistent work. Prodding in, prodding out. Scram Police is going to get taken down by B-Dog, so your resilience goes down heavily.
Nice.
Set is going to get taken down
There's
as well.
sets. So it's going to be a 5v3 in favor of Syracuse here. I believe Toad is probably going to dump the bomb. No, chooses to hold it. A fascinating choice here. Is just going to go down with the ship, trying to buy every single percentage possible. Gusty, wow, taken out and blown back like a gust of wind. Syracuse now 60% on the board. This should be holdable if one of them doesn't overextend and get picked.
Yep, and Mac has this overclock as well that can potentially buy a lot of time, you know, if not get a lot of value. And Toad here diving, trying to get a pick. However, the Tracer very flexible. And now here it is. Here's the overclock. Buying the time, holding the point. There is the counter beat. And we're looking at maybe the pulse bomb getting involved. Vest.
Show me a grab. Show me a grab. Yup.
Here it is.
Lunar able to find it. Pulse bomb goes out. Toad's going to drop the bomb now. So Alvernia may be able to sneak in the second point in just an instant. It's a bloodbath. 3-3 on the board. I believe Toad did get back in the mech. Photon Barrier from Set. Alvernia 99-84 should be able to snake this one out as well. They are one flashpoint away from map 5.
Yeah, and look at the Kitsune Rush, right? B-Dog is nowhere near that. He has invested that, but Scramble still is able to hold this. I believe that they can very easily, or Alvernia can very easily get the first cap onto the third point.
Yep. I think it's very possible. They've got the ultimate advantage going into this as well. Syracuse, this was a very good flashpoint for them earlier. We saw a lot of great plays from them here, but we're going to have to see if that transcends into this matchup with Alvernia.
Yeah, and a lot more relaxed. I kind of feel like, oh,
scary, jump scare.
Dude, Mac must be invincible right now mentally. He's been jump scared so many times. His HP bar has dwindled.
Oh!
Double environmental eliminations?
Yup.
That is tragic for the side of Syracuse.
That is tough. We thought Alvernia would get that first point cap. They are able to find it, but the double environmental from Gusty there just sealed the deal. The icing on the cake, the stamp on the envelope. It's going to be a little bit tough for Syracuse to re-engage, but maybe capping second is going to be good for them this time. They've capped first every other time. Maybe switching that script will be what they need to do best.
Well, they better hope that's the case. They don't want to go to the 5th map. They want to just capitalize off the fact that they have the advantage right now. And honestly, when you think about environmental elimination, you probably think of Ilio Swall,
yeah,
Saravasa, but you know, here we are. Lucio has been played all day, and this is what you're getting.
I'm really surprised to see Optimal hold on to that pulse bomb.
Yeah.
We saw the Kiriko teleport and Suzu. You knew she was primed for it. Gusty is going to fall set not far behind. Syracuse finally getting to show signs of life with a beat drop from Saint. Azer had fallen, but they're going to try to keep the team alive. Toad, no mech and no bomb to boot. Saint gets an environmental kill of their own. And with 87% and counting, Syracuse finally gets to cap this third flashpoint.
Wow, and you know, Syracuse is able to do a great job with Lucio. I kind of wanted to point out that the Lucio staying very consistent throughout the picks.
100%.
I think the mobility is really nice. However, the boops have been very big, especially against something like a Diva or even Jungle Queen. Being able to get him off or get her off your teammate is really important. And
definitely
it
farming
buys a lot
for
of
it.
time.
Oh, it's not even a stick!
Miss.
Wow, I'm amazed that was not a stick. Optimal not able to find that damage. Kitsune Rush comes out. A lot of ultimates in the pocket. Photon barrier out from Azer on a Symmetra of their own. The grab is out. The pulse bomb is there, and that's a stick. It's a 1-1 trade. The bomb is out. The baby Diva lives into the mech. Oh my goodness, critical condition, but critical just does not count. Syracuse 80% on the board. Mac finds one. B-Dog traded. Oh, Mac, between a rock and a hard place, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. This could be the end of Saravasa here tonight. I don't think Syracuse has the numbers to keep stalling.
I mean, if this is true, we're heading to map 5. And honestly, as tired as we are, we wouldn't have it any other way.
Yep.
And looks like they wanted to. Scram, please, rattling these tickets off.
Scram just punching the ticket of anybody willing to show their face. 3-0, 300 to, I believe, 160 total. So it's going to be a great win here for our friends at Alvernia. You can tell how locked in they are. They're celebrating a little, but they know the job ain't done yet. Scram playing the game. No surprise here. Absolute demon with these kunai.
Yeah, and I mean, throwing out these tickets, showing that they're not willing to punch their tickets in.
Yep.
Right? They are not leaving. They want to leave with a job done, and that job is not done.
That job's not done yet, my friend. We've got one more map, which means Syracuse is about to play their 15th map in the other side of Alvernia, their 14th map of the day so far. These teams have been going until the very end. The bitter end for one of these teams is one map away. We will find out what that map is in just a couple of minutes. The bands will be right behind them. But Kevin, my goodness, man, we could not have asked for anything better.
Yep, and honestly, I don't know if anything else would have justified it. This is the way to settle it. And I mean, come on. Is there, like, it's crazy to me that I guess in this group, Penn State versus Michigan had the shortest length maps.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this group has just been pure madness. These 3 teams of Michigan, Syracuse, and Alvernia.
This is going to be really interesting because
so close.
Dorado is going to be our 5th and final map. Now, I don't know if Dorado was map 5 the first time they played, but I know Dorado was map 5 in the last series Syracuse played. They were able to win that. It was close, closer than I think they wanted it to be, but it was a win on the board. Now they're going to map 5 Dorado again. We know that Syracuse is banning Diva. I feel like now we know that Alvernia can't ban a different tank. So it has to be a DPS. It has to be a support. And at this point, I don't know. Is it Lucio? I truly have no idea.
Yeah, and I think that's intention with the D.Va ban. The D.Va is very good on Dorado. I'm a very big fan of the D.Va. And you're throwing Alvernia for a loop. What do you do now? And honestly, at this point, I think the bans are worth less than they are. With every single map, the bans are worth less and less. These teams, they are locked in. They are ready to play their game.
Yeah, Alvernia definitely going to be in an interesting position here. Because in my mind, the first ban you want to go for is Lucio. But you don't really want to do that because if you keep Lucio, you can probably get away with running Junker Queen. Yeah. It would be weird, but it would work. And I do think that's what Alvernia is going to want to do here is run that Junker Queen. But it's going to be fully up to them to decide.
Honestly, if I'm not mixing it up with the history of the bans, I wouldn't mind a Kiriko ban. Right here.
I don't remember, to be honest, but I don't think she's been banned.
So I think a Kiriko ban coming through could be kind of beneficial.
But also, I mean, after your Kiriko does that well, and then you're going to ban her, it's like it would be a little bit tough to work with. I mean, to take Scram off the table like that, to put them into playing something else. It's not that Scram can't, but it's that Scram's very clearly warmed up.
Yeah, absolutely. However, here is going to ban Ana, so very odd. Ana hasn't really been played, but
well, we only saw her twice on Dorado from Syracuse. We saw B-Dog hop onto the Ana, so maybe it's just that personal side.
Honestly, really interesting comp that they ran with the Ana Kiriko, something that you usually see as like replacements for each other for pumping a lot of healing in.
Yep.
Which is really interesting. Alvernia is going to start on attack on Dorado, so. I really don't know what kind of tank they want to pick because you might want to default to that Junker Queen. However, with your Junker Queen, you are missing access to the high grounds and the ability to contest that. So maybe another mobile tank like Hazard or Winston, but
Wrecking
that's
Ball.
not really that hasn't really been shown as the their desire tanks, I guess.
Right, yeah. The desire tanks have not been a lot of the ones that we would expect to see right now. We could see, I mean, Risa on defense wouldn't be crazy.
Yeah.
I don't think that's completely unheard of. We could see Zarya back in the mix, maybe on attack alternatively. So I think a lot of tanks here. The only two we're not going to see, Roadhog, Reinhardt. Those aren't, those guys aren't going to be entering here. Probably Sigma either. I don't think we see Sigma once today.
I would love to see Sigma.
That's your boy.
That is my boy. But I don't really think playing him in this condition, probably not the best, but we're coming into. We're going to get to see the hero picks very soon as Syracuse is on defense, I believe. Yep. They're going to stick with El Clasico.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be the El Clasico pick here. We see Wu Yang and Kiriko back in the mix here. I'm a little surprised to not see an instant lock on either side. In the tank department, we're seeing some different options instead. But Alvernia, I really like the team comp they're playing. I think this could be quite scary. And I thought he was memeing, but no, Toad is going to come out on the Roadhog, grabs Lunar early, forces him to get out of the way. I think such an unexpected pick. The Hog might get some good space here early.
Yeah, and the Mei as well. This is so weird. I can't quite put my finger on what Alvernia actually wants to do. But maybe in anticipation for the Winston, the Hog obviously plays very well into that. Very sustainable as well.
Yep, and Roadhog just recently returned to his hook and take a breather. The pig pen is gone, so he's back to his old ways. They're able to find Mac and Lunar, and with a very unconventional close quarters team comp, we do see Alvernia getting good damage early. Toad now finding a 3K.
Wow, Scram, please, continuing with the kunais, just punching into the heads of Syracuse. And honestly, Toad picking the Roadhog is probably why they banned Ana.
That's actually really true.
Into the Roadhog with the anti and the sleeve. And then look at Winston just kind of bullied here. And look at his HP just dwindled down. He was gone in an instant.
Yeah,
bye-bye.
Lunar might have to swap onto like Hazard here. You've got the Hog, you've got the Mei, you've got the Venture. Winston's just going to get deleted, man. He's going to be really hard to play into this.
I think it's safe to say whatever Lunar pick, he's going to have a very difficult time into this Mei, Venture, Hog kind of setup. What kind of archetype do you even play into this? Do you maybe like go onto Junker Queen of your own? It's so weird and really a loop-de-loop to be thrown into on the last map of the last series.
Yeah, and Alvernia already able to find that first cap. I mean, really, just finding very strong showing here. Wow. Mac in the back line, just removed from the fight. Azer onto the far right here, notices there's not a lot of hit scan going on the side of Alvernia. Wants to try and make it happen, but B-Dog removed. Not able to play the Ana they wanted. Saint not far behind, and Alvernia truly just steamrolling through Dorado right now.
Yep, I mean, Azer ruling the sky, Set ruling underneath the ground, and it looks like Set is having the better time out of the two. However, I believe that this
I love this Mace skin. Sorry to cut you off.
No.
I love this Mace skin. I think it is so cute.
I thought you were going to talk about the horse swap.
Oh, no, sorry. I wanted to talk about my girl, May. I think we're going to be seeing a Blizzard here from Optimal in a minute. They're going to wall off to Kitsune and just recontest. I think that's a beautiful play. You've got 4 minutes on the clock. You've got a lot of time to burn. That's disgusting. That Scram hit that. Absolutely nutso damage. Able to ride the ceiling here all the way over. One of my favorite things to do on this map. And with a good repositioning, I think Alvernia has a great opportunity to come into this next fight.
Look at where they're fighting from.
Yep, exactly.
It's so unexpected, and they can ult up now.
Yep.
They can even invest a Ventral if it's not enough, and Toad is going to take down Mac. And the beat is going to come through from Alvernia. They want this cap.
Yeah, Alvernia, they want this cap bad. They've burned 2.5 minutes trying to get it, and it's Azer should go down in a moment here.
No,
it's actually Toad that falls first. Set brings out their ultimate. Azer is going to find an ult of their own, but it looks like it's going to be Syracuse coming to life in the very same spot they did last time against Michigan just one series ago. Lunar on the horse. We talked about seeing Orisa on defense, and there it is. The proof in the pudding. Almost 2 full minutes burned by Alvernia there trying to find that second point cap. Good news, 3 left.
Yep. But now, with the Orisa, the point is, what now? How are you going to play this? You can't really go play from the high ground. You can't really contest it if they do. Good news, you have the Genji, who is able to do some of that work for you. The Roadhog is still going to come through, even though despite being counterpicked.
Oh!
Orisa is going to get denied from the... I thought that post was going to hit him.
That would have been hysterical, actually. No, but unfortunately, Toad all the way into the back line. Javelin from Lunar up towards that high ground. Oh, Suzu's the hook and still goes down. Talk about unfortunate. Saint and Azer, they are going to both be falling, giving Alvernia a 5-3 advantage.
And here's the hook, and honestly, Lunar really, and this is not good, actually. 0 for 0, and Toad just, you know, kind of got lucky there.
Lunar popping the ult, going into gold, fully getting rid of all knockback, just eating every single one of those pellets. A huge opening for Alvernia, who have 3.5 minutes here in Dorado third.
Yeah, and I was going to talk about the road, not the Roadhog, but actually the Wu Yang being able to use the ultimate on a tank that is able to go in as aggressive as Orisa and be kind of as passive as Orisa is really good to be able to, you know, stay back and poke and shoot and, you know, keep your distance. And suddenly, Javelin spin in, get the Wu Yang ult in, and output tons of damage. You are outputting damage no matter what, so.
Yep, Toad getting in hyper aggressive. The Blizzard on the cap here. I mean, what do you do if you're Syracuse?
Oh, but
you can only do so much. The Wu Yang ult keeps Lunar alive. They do find Set, and with 2:50 left on the clock, Syracuse needs to stall out every single second, and that is the best way to do it. The team wipe does come through, except for Gusty, who I think was already respawning. So Syracuse, they stall it out. 2.5 minutes. This is a very easy point to hold if they can keep this up.
Yeah, I'm loving this horse pick, and they're going to respond with the jump.
There she is, I mean, the fact Hog worked that well for that long, nuts.
Yeah, and honestly, it's kind of like this Alvernia team is really good at controlling the pace in the early game. Their only faults have been how they've handled the late game. Toad actually finding another early value, taking down Mac, and here's a Kitsune rush. And rush in they will. The horse, who's been a thorn in their side, is now taken down. And this should be a smooth ride. Ride the waves. Wu Yang's on the other team, but they're riding the wave into the final point, and this touch is not going to happen. 1 minute and 49 seconds on the clock. Now the ball is passed to Syracuse.
I think something that was really difficult there is Mac got eliminated before the fight. I'm not even exaggerating. I think 5 or 6 times in a row.
Yeah.
It was headshot, kill Mac, headshot, kill Mac, headshot, kill Mac. So it was Syracuse going in to a 5v4 every single time for almost that entire second half of the match.
Yeah.
I think that was really difficult. It makes me think Mac might want to play somebody who's not as squishy, just allow himself to stay in the fight a little bit longer. Maybe going on to a May of his own I think could be really beneficial. But, you know, it's up to these players to decide what's going to be best for them. But the win condition, it's been set.
Yep.
Syracuse, they need to make it all the way to that third point. They need to push us into overtime. They need to win in overtime. It's hard, but it's not impossible.
Absolutely. And an overtime on the last map would be very cinema, very poetic.
That's how they lost last time.
Yeah.
Overtime
oh
map
God.
5.
Come on now. These two teams are as close as it get. And honestly, you were talking about Mac kind of living. I'm gonna keep advocating for it. Maybe a Sigma getting that shield in front of Mac, letting him just kind of, shoot his pea shooter. Is not an impossible option. Hey, listen, I'm no coach, but my insight could work some of the time. Give me enough times to recommend Sigma. One of the times it'll work.
Honestly, real, yeah. One of the times it'll work every time.
It'll work 100% of the time. Some percent
So,
of the time.
oh no.
What?
Well, when your off flank gets red like that, it is Saint and Mac down and out. Taken out of the equation very early.
Oh,
no
come back
way!
here.
Where do you think you're going? Toad almost goes down for it themselves, but both tanks are going to be able to live. If anything, just an insult on that. It's going to be a tough start for these players here on Syracuse.
We're getting tired, man. These environmental eliminations are just popping up now. Honestly, the series has been insane. But the Force, I would say, is still doing good value. Set is actually going to keep getting picks. Where are these DPSs are getting picked off like flies?
Yeah, it has been a tough go of it for the side of Syracuse. I think Alvernia has done a great job dismantling this team through and through. Optimal into Lunar, able to find a lot of great value. The tank has fallen. We are already a minute off the clock.
Yes, Set making this venture work so well, honestly. Very scary.
No wonder they were banned earlier.
Yeah. And I mean, even without the Junker Queen, this venture has been wreaking havoc on Syracuse. And honestly, I don't even know what the straightforward answer to that would be. The Horse is already kind of helping with the situation, being able to peel a little bit for your back line, but it's not going to happen all the time. I don't know if that was a hook, but Saint just getting picked off once again.
It had to be.
Syracuse has to back one more time, and honestly, it doesn't stop.
I mean, it's just Syracuse needs to be bringing out like a May to the table, somebody that can be a little bit more sustainable.
Yeah.
Even a Symmetra wouldn't be that crazy, but right now the swaps that we're seeing from Syracuse just are not working. They're down to half their time. They've got to get all the way to third point and then do it again to win this map.
Yeah, long road ahead of them, long way to go. But honestly, I wouldn't hate the May actually. If Mac were to swap onto the May and the wall behind the Roadhog, kind of, affect that slow, would be very good at shutting it down.
I know we're not going to see him, but you know who else works really well here? Junkrat.
Sigma?
Oh, true. Junkrat and Sigma. I mean, they both work great. Toad finally
Mac
does go down. Syracuse may be able to find an opportunity to strike. The tank is missing. There's a lot of ultimates in the pocket, including that Blizzard from Optimal that currently nobody is looking at.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to get invested. I think they'd rather just calm down.
Just wait for Toad to get back.
Yeah, not wait for any hasty plays. That's how Syracuse has gotten the best of them a couple of times, and maybe they're going to use their ults. Right, here we go. And
Blizzard got eaten. That's nice. Blizzard got eaten by Lunar here.
Yeah.
Azer needs to try and stay up, but Toad's still standing. They need. Oh
Nice
my
hook.
God! Toad,
Jesus.
jeez, oh man.
And it doesn't stop. I mean, come on, you're hearing these guys yelling. I would be yelling too. That is insane. The amount of hooks, the consistent insane hooks. This guy is hitting mid-air, high ground. It doesn't matter.
I don't remember the last time we watched him miss a hook. Like, genuinely. Every time we're on the Toad POV, he's ripping somebody out of the air like that.
Yeah, and even if we're not watching him, like it just happened there.
Yep.
All right, DPS ult is the only plus side here for Syracuse. See if they can use them well. Set last time when Optimal was invested in Blizzard, I was surprised to see Set not popping the excavation initiation.
Yep,
but
there
now
it
he has
is.
Here.
Gonna be able to use that. Oh!
Mac shut down.
Mac finally getting that vengeance there. Takes that venture offline. Kiriko, every cooldown under the sun used to just try and stay away from the Reaper. Azer has it, trying to live up to the namesake here. They got to get Toad down before he gets that whole hog, or it could be messy. Oh, he's going to have to pop the old desperation to take the Hog down. And Syracuse, they break through. They're able to cap that first point. It's still a long road ahead, but it is not over until it is all the way over.
Yep, not over. However, this point has been, eating away at the clocks of many teams before, and I don't expect this to be any different. I honestly think they're going to have definitely at most a minute if they cap this point, Syracuse.
And even that is generous, if we're being honest. It's going to be hard to get over there with that amount of time on the board. Wow.
However,
Toad deleted. That is a very good start, but unfortunately, Mac goes down. They need to get one more before I'm sold, and sold I certainly am by now, Kevin. So I think we are going to be seeing a great showing from Syracuse. They've got to keep 3 on. They have to hustle.
If they get this payload past the bridge, past where Alverna can play on the high ground, this horse with the Surge territory could get a lot of value, get a lot of space, buy a lot of time, and this honestly looked very good. They just can't afford to get picked again. That's a horse, though, however, it doesn't matter.
Oh my goodness, what a great play. That I would have thrown up if that hit. Oh my goodness. Just absolutely disgusting Hog gameplay so far. 75 seconds left. It's not impossible, it's just tough.
Yep, absolutely. And honestly, they were back in a really bad position where the Orisa can't really have access to the high ground. The Reaper has to do it. And Sad's looking to get a pick, but not successful. The Suzu a little too fast on the trigger, and he's going to come back. Fairly healthy. And now rattling the shots away, going to the high ground. However, grounded once again, low HP. But again, not dead. Venture, so pesky to kill. So difficult. So many abilities to live. However, Optimal doesn't have the same treatment.
The wall going up anyway is crazy.
Yeah. He still had Ice Block, so maybe that was a critical mistake that can get Syracuse's cap.
It's possible. I'm still going to call it somewhat unlikely.
Wow.
It's going to be tough. B-Dog, by the skin of their teeth, are going to stay alive here. It's going to be a great play for Syracuse, but with this Toad still alive, I mean, he is coming through. He's going to try to get the damage. 2 eliminations now in favor of Syracuse. Not long enough at the very least. Optimal has fallen. It's just Toad who also goes down. Syracuse, if they cap at all, I believe they still get a minute. I believe that's how Escort works. So at this point, it is just getting the job done.
Yep, and they are definitely looking to get that job done. As I was saying that, maybe they wanted to Sigma to kind of protect the Max Soldier. Lunar picking the shield perk is kind of, in a sense, doing that. And honestly, you would rather have the horse than the Sigma in the poke battle. So honestly, that was something that I didn't account for.
Good rotate.
Great movement.
Yeah, really good rotate out there. Able to get back into the team. You keep yourself not out of the way for super long. And we're going to see Syracuse. I mean, they're coming in with a lot of momentum behind them, but this is where the Giants have been slain before. This is where we've seen teams bleed before. It's going to be up to Syracuse to play damn near impossible if they want to make this work.
Set that ultimate. He has to use it.
But Set's ultimate got damn near nothing until Lunar went down. Gusty chooses to hold that ultimate, probably waiting for the beat drop.
Oh my god, getting 2 when he shows his face. However, the trade's coming back and forth. However, the numbers were just not in favor of Syracuse.
One more recontest here, 26 seconds. But like I said, capping at all is the name of the game right now. Syracuse, a couple of ultimates in their pocket. Alvernia, a couple in response. This is going to be an absolute bloodbath, folks. We are seconds away from extra rounds or the series ending.
Yeah, and this is honestly really difficult for Syracuse.
Yes.
The Death Blossoms are going to need to get a lot of value. The Kitsune Rush is going to go through. But that B is going to deny almost any value, and here it is.
Toad has fallen. This could be big. No DPS on the side of Syracuse right now, but if they can keep themselves alive, unfortunately, Saint falls. We're in the overtime. It's up to Lunar and B-Dog with a critical spawn disadvantage to try and stay alive. B-Dog is down. It looks like Lunar is going to fall too, and Syracuse will fall to Alvernia. They're able to find it. They get that damage, and they put themselves up 3-2 Game 5 victory here at the Nittany Invitational 2025.
Look at these guys. They're hugging each other. They know
How
they
could you
made
not,
it.
man? How could you not?
You made it.
Close quarters scenario. I mean, just Syracuse fighting tooth and nail, doing their best, but unfortunately going to fall just one map short of that victory here tonight. It's tough to say goodbye, but the fourth and final slot for tomorrow has been secured by Alvernia.
Yep, and they're going to go against Maryland, I believe.
I think
tomorrow? Yeah. And honestly, you know, history
Yes.
unfortunately repeats itself sometimes. Well, unfortunate for Syracuse, but flowers to them. They played very well, and very sad to see them go. But their play and and this team will be forever memorialized in the Alumni Hall of Penn State University.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, we have just seen banger after banger after banger, but to end with the closest series of the day here on the broadcast, I wouldn't want to end it any other way. Just an absolute powerhouse through and through. You've got to be proud of both teams, but now it's finally happened. The victory is here. It's going to be Alvernia as that fourth and final team. So I believe it's Alvernia, Penn State, Maryland, and Texas Tech going into tomorrow. All four teams have officially entered the prize pool. But who's going to win the most? That's what we're going to find out tomorrow.
Yeah, a lot of great narratives coming in. And honestly, I mentioned at the beginning, or the beginning of the day, beginning of the broadcast, that seeding is really not telling the full story. However, we are going to a top 4 with 1, 2, and 3. However, Texas Tech could potentially sneak up behind them. Maybe.
Dude, they've done it all day. They've done it all day. Texas Tech had a rough start. They took it personally, and they have been trailing a hellfire ever since that moment. So we are going to see Texas Tech coming in tomorrow. They're a team that I truly think are going to be the team to watch out for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've got nothing to lose, essentially. They have no reputation to play for. They are building their reputation. They are the Goliath, or the David and the Goliaths.
Yeah, and so you've got the opportunity to interview Toad here in just a minute. Toad's going to come grab my headset, and Kevin, you're going to have a chat with him for a couple of minutes before we close it out tonight.
Hello. All right. So nice to meet you. First of all,
to meet you.
Congratulations.
Thank
You're
you.
making it to the next day. How do you feel?
Very excited. I mean, we had really hard games today. That was our second map 5
you
against
can say
Syracuse.
that again.
We had a pretty close game against Penn State, I'd say. I'm really excited to hopefully get to play them again tomorrow. But I mean, it feels good. I love playing against Syracuse. I love those guys. I mean, all of them are just so chill. Super excited to get to meet them in person. It's just really fun games to play against them.
And I mean, you played amazing personally. I believe you're going to be playing against Maryland University. Tomorrow. How do you feel about going to that matchup? You know, if you got any preparation work done, obviously keep your strategies.
Yeah.
You know.
I think we feel pretty well prepared. I mean, I don't want to say too much before the day, but I don't think we're necessarily scared. We're not overconfident, but I think we feel good going into it.
Yeah, not scared at all. And next, I want to talk about your picks on tank. Honestly, you played a lot of Junker Queen, right? Absolutely. They even banned Junker Queen just because of you. So is that kind of like a confidence boost that, that they fear my Junker Queen? I'm him, like that.
Yeah, you could say that. I think at least on like ranked ladder, I'm pretty known for Junker Queen. But thanks to you saw him on the camera over there, my wonderful coach Woods. I was able to pick up a lot of Diva. We playing a lot of that, and then we went for the Hail Mary Roadhog on map 5.
It worked really well.
I'm really happy that it worked out, because if we lost with me on Roadhog, I would have felt awful. So
well, it's good to know. You did so much work, so many great work on tank, and honestly, I'm sure that you're very tired. One last question here. How are we feeling for tomorrow? Are we going to see a lot of Junker Queen? What can we expect?
I don't want to show our
of course.
I don't want to show our hand too much, but I think we did show a good amount of our hand. That is kind of what we like to play. We like to play a lot of the Junker Queen. Might see a little more Roadhog, a little more Diva, but we definitely have more secrets in our back pocket that we didn't want to show yet. That we're excited
After
to pull out
14
tomorrow.
maps.
Yeah, it's
the strat book goes deeper.
Yeah, this might have been the longest day I've ever had. I think I wasn't able to sleep last night. I've been up for like 32 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been a rough day, but you know what? At the end of the day ends. So excited to come back tomorrow.
Job done. Job is done. Well, thank you
today.
so much. It has been a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Get some rest.
Thank
and
you.
good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
And with that, folks, we are going to go ahead and call today a close. A big shout out to every single team that came out to join us here this weekend. Unfortunately, we're down to 4 already. 4 are going to say goodbye, but those final 4 are going to duke it out for that prize pool tomorrow morning. We will see you guys right back here at the Nittany Invitational. Same channel, same handsome faces. We'll see you guys back here tomorrow morning. Thank you so much for watching. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you then. Have a good night.
You do not want to miss tomorrow.
Symmetric counter if played correctly. Let's see if Lunar's going to be able to make that happen.
And honestly, if Acer is going to be a huge problem, primary counter, they don't necessarily need a hit scan DPS. So now they are grabbing onto this point because they don't want to go into the open where Farah has free reign. And Farah, I mean, they're playing for overtime at this point. Lovely.
Whoa! Oh my.
With the Symmetra kind of TPing and TPing out. And Optimal, again, having max number, but this time the trade is there.
Yep. And honestly, it leans a little bit in favor of Syracuse if they can stay alive. I jinxed it, my fault perhaps. I know this is really going to be a tough circumstance for Syracuse because Acer B-Dog is going to be able to get through. Gusty drops a beat drop of their own for Alvernia, forcing Syracuse now to recontest. B-Dog falls to the microwave. That support going down could be a disaster. Syracuse has to recontest. It does flip. Lunar doesn't make it back in time.
Oh my god. And
there onto the deal with the Symmetra is in the back pocket to take him down. Syracuse doing a great job stalling the Kitsune. Comes out a little bit late from B-Dog, and they give their life for it. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. Alvernia finds that victory 100 to 0, which makes, or 100 here. It is just who is going to stumble first, who is going to get eliminated first, because the moment somebody falls, the other team gets to collapse. Lunar able to find 2. Mac does go down. Lunar finding a 3rd now. Finally, Syracuse coming to life. This Zarya getting the chance to play the game. A 4K, going to go for all 5, but Acer.
Harassment onto Lunar, and he's going to get taken down. The Reaper tries he may, is not going to take Toad down, and instead he's going to be on the receiving end. Toad, a 4K. Oh, 5. Is that all 5?
That was 4 or 5, but regardless, it was enough. That was Toad coming through a beautiful meters on the liner, 10 to 14 meters. The Kitsunes come out. The photon barrier from Set making a big difference, allowing Alvernia to take so much space, to deal so much damage. It's a good grab, but they teleport right out of it. Optimal able to find 2 in the midst of the chaos. Toad puts Acer back into the spawn room, and trade 2 now 4-1 in favor of Syracuse. They may finally be able to break that middle ground curse. Toad, the 5th and final player to go down, and Syracuse can finally start getting some positive traction here. Most likely going to get to, we'll say, 50-ish before Alvernia finds that recontest.
And Lunar is actually just keep walking down, and Mac is trying to gain some space as well, but here we go. That's a deciding factor.
There we go.
Both Sojourners not willing to give it up, and I think this is the standoff.
Yeah. I think secondary point for a minute, but I think we're going to see 65-ish before the re-engage. Overclock around the corner. We see Mac go for it. Not able to find any real eliminations with it yet. Unfortunately, missing a lot of those shots, and it's going to be Gusty coming in, trying to blow the opposing team away. The grab is colossal.
But Syracuse playing very disciplined. I would say this is within expectation.
There's one already.
Tactical reset.
It is. That's going to be the game-winning ultimate here. Azer presses Q. Mac in the pocket as well. And Syracuse have done it. They have guaranteed us. The second half was incredible. Azer does go down. It looks like this ROM might not be far behind. Lunar joins him, and that's going to be nearly a minute off the clock. Alvernia on a strong defense.
This Jungle Queen has just gotten value after value in the beginning, and this Venture as well.
Syracuse 100% could have capped, but they wait a little bit too long. Set on the high ground. It's going to be a walk-off. Syracuse able to find it 4.5 minutes. Now,
here's a Luna Annihilation. The trade's going to go back and forth. However, Luna is going to look to change that narrative.
It's a lot of ultimates, but it does end in favor of Syracuse, and might I say, somewhat handedly. We saw double overclock. We saw Kitsune rush on both sides. We saw
Anons coming in, and such great movement, but the trades are still going back and forth. You never know with these teams, and
they can.
This beat is going to be huge.
Oh, that's a great rampage, but just as you called it there, Kevin, it is going to be that beat from Saint, keeping the team alive and taking Toad out of the equation. Scram, please, is going to fall all the same.
Look at where Lunar is. Because Toad ulted into their background, that gave Lunar at the beginning. But Set is going to get taken down, so I imagine Toad is not going to go in quite. Mac!
Jump scare to help Acer the best they can. Toad just refusing to go down. Toad going to be able to find 1, turns it into 2 with the help of Set. B-Dog finally puts that tank down, but was it worth it? Lunar is gone, picks up Set with the final blow, and it's a bloodbath.
Has been on point throughout the entire day, honestly. And here we go.
Oh, man.
Now there's no counter Kitsune on the other side. They're taking that advantage.
It's got to be Jover. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Alvernia not missing a shot.
Look at the
and
damage.
that is a cleanup. B-Dog got one. B-Dog got theirs. But I said there was a second just as deadly ultimate around the corner. Saint drops a pick of their own. Set underground. Overclock now online for Mac. I mean, Syracuse better get something because they're using every ult they have.
Absolutely, and they are getting the value that they wanted. Really nice Kitsune rush. But they're not going to let him. Here comes the fight, and here comes the Nest Blossom, but an excellent boop.
Goes down once again. Mac falls to critical condition, but it's going to be the elimination that you need, not the damage. Alvernia comes through. Lunar able to find a lot of damage, but taking even more. Optimal runs it down with that overcharge. Removes Zarya from the fight. Amen to that, Kevin. Mac, speaking of Sojourn, does deep into the back line, eats a headshot off of it, has to recontest. It's going to be that photon barrier going up. Mac going down once again.
Optimal not stopping.
Alvernia, oh my God, Optimal not stopping, showing us the best character in the game, showing us how to play this game. Dare I say, Scramp has fallen. Saint gets traded.
It's still possible.
It's a 2v2, but Toad being one of those two makes this a tough engagement. Mac doing their darndest, but B-Dog has fallen. Mac can't even make it out. Alvernia, Mac, Azer 1 HP again. Keep touching. Oh! Alvernia able to find lineup. TP goes up. Azer has a really good advantage, but doesn't touch in time. The point's been flipped. Azer's in there by himself.
Wow.
Oh, and he's still not able to live. It took the whole team to take him down, but it's a stagger that matters. Alvernia going to be able to take the percentage lead. Scram! Oh,
goes down heavily.
Nice.
Set is going to get taken down.
There's sets. It's going to be a 5v3 in favor of Syracuse. I believe Toad is probably going to dump the bomb. No, chooses to hold it. A fascinating choice here is just going to go down with the ship, trying to buy every single percentage possible. Gusty, wow. Sneak in the second point in just an instant. It's a bloodbath. 3-3 on the board. I believe Toad did get back in the mech. Photon barrier from Set. Alvernia 99-84 should be able to snake this one out as well. They are one flashpoint away from map 5. Jump scare.
Dude, Mac must be invincible right now mentally. He's been jump scared so many times. His HP bar has dwindled. So double environmental eliminations?
Yup.
That is tragic for the side of Syracuse.
Environmental kill of their own. And with 87% and counting, Syracuse finally gets to cap this third flashpoint.
Wow. I mean, if this is true, we're heading to map 5. And honestly, as tired as we are, we wouldn't have it any other way.
Yep.
And looks like they wanted to. Scram, please, rattling these tickets off.
Scram just punching the ticket of anybody willing to show their face to his hook and take a breather. The pig pen is gone, so he's back to his old ways. They're able to find Mac and Lunar, and with a very unconventional close quarters team comp, we do see Alvernia getting good damage early. Toad now finding a 3K.
Wow, Scram, please, continuing.
The moment here, it's actually Toad that falls first. Set brings out their ultimate. Azer is going to find an ult of their own, but it looks like it's going to be Syracuse coming to life in the very same spot they did last time against Michigan just one series ago. Lunar on the horse. We talked about seeing Orisa on defense. Talk about unfortunate Saint and Azer. They are going to both be falling, giving Alvernia a 5-3 advantage.
And here's a hook, and honestly, Lunar,
wow.
Really? And this is not good, actually. 0 for 0, and Toad just, you know, kind of got lucky there.
2:50 left on the clock. Syracuse needs to stall out every single second, and that is the best way to do it. The team wipe does come through, except for Gus.
It'll work 100% of the time. Some percent
of
of the time.
Oh, no.
What?
Well, when you're off,
getting picked off once again.
It had to be.
Syracuse has to back one more time, and honestly, it doesn't stop. I mean, Syracuse has gotten the best of them a couple of times, and maybe they're going to use their ults. Right, here we go. And
Blizzard got eaten. That's nice. Blizzard got eaten by Lunar here. Azer needs to try and stay up, but Toad's still standing. They need. Oh
nice
my
hook.
God!
Jesus.
Jeez, oh man!
And it doesn't stop. I mean, come on, you hear these guys yelling. I would be yelling
that
too.
whole hog there where it could be messy. Oh, he's gonna have to pop the old desperation to take the hog down. And Syracuse, they break through. They're able to cap that first point. It's still a long road ahead, but it is not over until it is all the way over.
Yep.
Being honest, it's going to be hard to get over there with that amount of time on the board. Wow.
However,
Toad deleted. That is a very good start, but unfortunately, Mac goes down. They need to get one more before I'm sold, and sold I certainly am by now, Kevin. So I think we are going to be seeing a great showing from Syracuse.
Just can't afford to get picked again. That's a horse, though. However, it doesn't matter.
Oh my goodness, what a great play. That I would have thrown up if that hit. Oh my goodness. Just absolutely just now in favor of Syracuse. Not long enough at the very least. Optimal has fallen. It's just Toad who also goes down. Syracuse, if they cap at all, I believe they still get a minute. I believe that's how Escort works. So at this point, it is just getting the job done. He chooses to hold that ultimate, probably waiting for the beat drop.
Oh my
man.
God. Getting two when he shows his face.
Winston, a phenomenal symmetric counter if played